In the apocalyptic world, the globe is engulfed in temperatures exceeding 60 C, with 80 of humanity reduced to mere roasted flesh. In his previous life, Fang Luo was ensnared by a green tea schemer and ultimately met his demise at the hands of a greedy mother-in-law. Reborn 10 days prior to the apocalypse, Fang Luo vowed to abandon his merciful ways. Harnessing his spatial abilities, he transformed into a hoarder of supplies. He prepared a comfortable cold storage in advance, emptying the city's billion-dollar warehouses. In the meantime, he sent the green tea family to Southeast Asia to experience the tropical ambience of the apocalypse. As the apocalypse descended and everyone scrambled in a frenzy over a mere bottle of mineral water, Fang Luo reclined in his cozy sanctuary, leisurely sipping on chilled cola. Fang Luo remarked, "You call this an apocalypse? I would rather deem it a life of indulgence." Chapter 1. The Eve of the Apocalypse. With 18 of us in the family, you only managed to find this little food? Are you trying to starve us? With your capabilities, you still wish to marry my daughter? You might as well die, you worthless fool. Fang Luo lay in a pool of blood, despairingly watching the goddess Su Qingqing and her family divide the 2 pieces of bread he had brought. He could not comprehend why, in this resource-scarce apocalypse, finding 2 pieces of bread was an extraordinary feat, yet his mother-in-law still deemed it insufficient, even willing to kill him over it. Had he not treated them well? This was not a family of 18. It was a pack of 18 ungrateful beasts. Ding-ling-a-ling. In a daze, Fang Luo suddenly heard the ringing of a telephone. He abruptly opened his eyes and, upon seeing the scene before him, was rendered speechless. This is my room? Wasn't I killed by my vampire mother-in-law's brick? Gazing at the familiar room and feeling the comfortable temperature, disbelief filled his eyes. On April 1st, 2030, 2 colossal planets collided less than 100 million kilometers from the blue planet. The resulting shockwaves caused the temperature on blue planet to soar, turning the world into a hellish landscape. Even in the coastal city of Luoqing, the daily temperature exceeded 60 C, while tropical regions soared above 80 C. It is important to note that humans begin to feel discomfort at temperatures above 30 C. At 35 C, heat stroke may occur, and at 60 C, even dogs perish. This extreme heat persisted for 30 days, causing various flora and fauna to wither. More than half of humanity succumbed to the unbearable temperatures, lacking food and water, ultimately perishing. Do not ask why air conditioning was not an option. The units were smoking. The relentless heat rendered people unable to work normally, causing power plants to fail, and fires erupted from short circuits, plunging the world into darkness. Furthermore, unknown viruses carried by the 2 colossal planets drifted to Blue Planet. One of these viruses was dubbed the zombie virus. Upon infection, beings would become mindless zombies, driven solely by the urge to attack. Originally, those who had barely survived the heat now found half of them transformed into zombies or killed by them. Another virus was the evolution virus, which, in stark contrast, could enhance the physical attributes of living beings and grant them extraordinary abilities. In his previous life, Fang Luo accidentally contracted the evolution virus, awakening an exceedingly rare power, spatial ability. However, this ability was shrouded in mystery, and Fang Luo could not fully comprehend it, mastering only its basic storage function. Regrettably, before he could learn more, he was killed by his vampire mother-in-law's brick. At this thought, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Fang Luo's eyes. 18 ungrateful beasts. The vendetta from his past life would be repaid tenfold in this one. Rising from his bed, he approached the refrigerator and spotted several bottles of chilled happiness water. His gaze instantly turned covetous as he seized one and poured it down his throat. Refreshing. Fang Luo sighed in exhilaration, feeling his spirit uplifted. He had been parched for far too long. In the 30 days of relentless heat during the apocalypse, nearly all rivers had dried up except for seawater. At that time, he would have even drunk urine if he could find any. He downed 2 more bottles of happiness water, feeling an immense sense of relief. It was truly delightful. Subsequently, Fang Luo picked up his phone to check the date. March 21st. Only 10 days remained before the apocalypse struck. Having learned from his previous misfortunes, he was determined not to experience the pangs of hunger again in this life. He must stockpile supplies at home. However, even if he purchased supplies in advance, they could not be stored indefinitely. It is crucial to understand that when the apocalypse erupted, it was immediately followed by 30 days of sweltering heat, during which most food would spoil within 3 days. He truly did not want to consume rotten food again. Just as Fang Luo was lost in thought, a vast black hole suddenly appeared before him. Was this his spatial ability? I never expected that with my rebirth, my spatial ability would still be retained. Fang Luo was filled with excitement. With this enormous black hole space, he could not only hoard a substantial amount of supplies, but also avoid the worry of them expiring. He then checked his bank balance, 2,005,431.5 yuan. This amount was compensation from a car accident last year when his parents were killed by a wealthy second-generation heir, initially totaling 2.5 million. However, in pursuit of Su Qingqing, he had already spent over 500,000. Had he not been reborn, he would have spent all this money on her in the coming days. However, in this life, he would not be so foolish. This money must be used to purchase supplies. Nevertheless, even with this amount, it would not buy much. The duration of the apocalypse remained uncertain. If it persisted for long, 2 million might not suffice for sustenance. He needed to acquire more funds. First, he would resort to some online loans. After all, when the apocalypse came, no one would come looking for him to repay the money. With that in mind, Fang Luo began downloading various lending apps. He had previously been unaware, but upon searching, dozens of platforms appeared. 369, Dog East, Borrow It, and Ugly Group, among others. Fang Luo was immediately elated. His credit was generally high, allowing him to borrow thousands from each platform. Suddenly, tens of thousands would flow into his account. As for the interest, he did not even glance at it. Zhi. Just as he was lost in thought, Fang Luo's stomach began to rumble, prompting him to purse his lips. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not savored a single hearty meal, having given away all the supplies he had found to Su Qingqing's family. Reflecting on it now, he felt utterly foolish. If he possessed those provisions, what stunning beauties could he not attract? First, I shall dine at a hotel and procure some supplies. Fang Luo stepped outside and hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to Luoqing Grand Hotel. Oh, that's a 5-star establishment. Are you going there for work, young man? The driver raised an eyebrow. The Luoqing Grand Hotel boasted an average expenditure of over 1,000 kuai per person. No, I intend to dine. In his previous life, Fang Luo had endured the inhumane trials of the apocalypse, never once having had his fill. Now, having been reborn, he was determined to treat himself to a splendid meal. Ding-ling-ling. Damn it, who keeps bothering me with calls? While seated in the taxi, Fang Luo's phone rang again. Annoyed, he glanced at the screen, which displayed a name. Su Qingqing. Damn, it's that insufferable woman. Fang Luo hung up in frustration. Memories of how her family had treated him in his previous life filled him with an urge to explode with rage. However, she continued to call repeatedly, and overwhelmed by irritation, he answered the phone, unleashing a tirade. Are you out of your mind? Is this never ending? How does Fang Luo know my mother is ill? A woman's voice, steeped in the aroma of tea, resonated on the other end. Fang Luo, my mother just came out of the hospital. I'm about to take her to Luoqing Grand Hotel for a meal. She mentioned wanting to meet you to express her gratitude for your constant care. Chapter 2. The manipulative green tea thanked me? Upon hearing Su Qingqing's insinuation about introducing him to her family, Fang Luo could not help but scoff. Memories of his previous life flooded back to him. He had once believed Su Qingqing's words and hastily rushed to the Grand Hotel in Luocheng to meet her mother. He had anticipated receiving compliments and praise, with the prospect of Su Qingqing being promised to him. In his excitement, he had even purchased numerous gifts along the way. However, upon arrival, apart from a few polite exchanges while ordering, they had not once mentioned the nature of his relationship with Su Qingqing. Whenever he attempted to broach the subject, they deftly changed the topic. Only as they were nearing the end of their meal did they commend his youthful achievements, asserting that anyone who married him would undoubtedly find happiness. At that moment, he had been overjoyed, convinced that his union with Su Qingqing was secured, and he promptly settled the bill. Yet, in the aftermath, no news of marriage ever materialized. Now, Fang Luo realized that Su Qingqing had never intended to marry him. She had merely sought to have him cover the expenses. He vividly recalled that occasion when her family, a total of 18 people, had devoured over 100,000 yuan worth of food he had never even dared to sample before. They were trying to swindle me. Fang Luo felt a surge of anger swelling within him, prompting him to consider hanging up the phone. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he recalled how they had exploited him so egregiously in his past life and ultimately caused his demise. How could he simply let it go? Did they not intend to deceive him? Just wait. No problem. I shall come over right away. Fang Luo feigned excitement in his response to Su Qingqing, all the while plotting how to deal with her family. At the Grand Hotel in Luocheng, a woman with chestnut curls, a new LV handbag slung over her shoulder, and a striking appearance rated at 7 or 8 points, wore a smug smile. She was Su Qingqing, the very person who had brought about Fang Luo's downfall in his previous life. Surrounding her were a dozen relatives, curiously observing the five-star establishment, their astonishment eliciting disdainful glances from passers-by. Coming from ordinary families, they had never before set foot in such an upscale venue. Believing they would never have the opportunity until today, when a relative's visit to the hospital led them here for a meal, confidently proclaiming that someone would be treating. Ching, how about it? Is someone treating us? One of them inquired. Rest assured, he will be here shortly. Su Ching replied with confidence. Wow, I didn't expect Ching's boyfriend to be so impressive. We are truly benefiting from her connection today. He's not my boyfriend, just someone pursuing me. He only has a few million to his name. I need to test him further. Su Ching tossed her hair, relishing the envious glances directed her way. A quintessential gold digger. Su Ching harbored dreams of marrying a wealthy heir, aspiring to a life of luxury akin to that depicted in television dramas. Unfortunately, given her true looks and social circle, she had no access to genuine affluent heirs. Thus, she sought a better opportunity while maintaining her quality of life with the well-off and attractive Fang Luo, all the while dreaming of encountering a genuine second-generation rich heir. Indeed, our lovely Ching is so beautiful. How can we not put him to the test? Su Ching's mother, Li Dongmei, took great pride in this, boasting to her relatives, "Feel free to order whatever you like. If he cannot afford this modest sum, he can forget about marrying my daughter. Rest assured, Annie, we will certainly put him through his paces. We have watched Ching grow up. Any suitor must first earn our approval." He has arrived. At the entrance of the hotel, a young man, dressed modestly yet possessing an impressive physique and countenance, walked in. "Brother Fang Luo, over here." Su Ching, with practiced ease, flashed a sweet smile, calling out to Fang Luo in a tone reminiscent of a demure young lady, while playfully twirling a lock of her curly hair. In a past life, Fang Luo would have surely been captivated by such charm and praised her as a good girl. However, at this moment, he would have relished the thought of delivering a crushing blow to her head. Yet he restrained himself. After all, we still live in a society governed by law, and landing in prison would pose considerable difficulties when the apocalypse eventually arrives. "Ah, Ching, you remain as charming as ever." He feigned with a smile. "What did you say, Brother Fang Luo?" "Oh, nothing. I merely commented on your stunning beauty." "You truly know how to flatter," she replied playfully. "This must be Xiao Fang. I've heard so much about you from Ching, how you always look after her." "Thank you so much." Li Dongmei approached with a beaming smile, exuding an air of maternal kindness. Yet this was merely a facade, as her true nature would emerge once Fang Luo's utility waned. In a past life, when he no longer served a purpose, her ugly visage was laid bare, culminating in her gruesome act of taking his life with a brick, even resorting to cannibalism. A veritable vampire. "I shall also take care of you in the future," Fang Luo replied with a slight smile, concealing the murderous intent beneath. "When the time comes, I will ensure your affairs are managed, along with the 16 beasts accompanying you. Alas, today is not the apocalypse. Otherwise, I would relish the thought of seeing your entire family neatly dispatched. Xiao Fang, we have quite a few people. Let's find a larger private room." Su Ching's family entered a private room with a minimum spend of 100,000 yuan, engaging in light conversation with Fang Luo, feigning concern for his dining preferences. Their true aim was to compel him to foot the bill. "I want tea order. Choose whatever you like," Fang Luo replied with a forced smile. He then deliberately engaged in conversation with Su Ching, casually mentioning, "Ching, I've heard that red wine is beneficial for one's complexion. The more expensive, the more pronounced the effect. Is that true? Beneficial for beauty?" Su Ching's eyes brightened. She had always felt inadequate in her looks, believing that was why the most elite heirs overlooked her. "So, my perceived lack of beauty stems from not drinking red wine." She realized that she must develop the habit of drinking regularly to eventually attract a wealthy heir. Yet, her face radiated with a beaming smile as she praised Fang Luo, saying, "Brother Fang Luo, you possess such profound knowledge. I truly admire you." Indeed, Fang Luo was a young man of remarkable talent. Whoever married him would be deemed fortunate, as if they had earned it in a previous life. What are we waiting for? Bring the red wine. Everyone deserves a bottle to enhance their beauty. Upon hearing that red wine could beautify, Li Dongmei's expression widened in delight. The more expensive, the better. She eagerly placed her order with the waiter, requesting bottles of wine worth tens of thousands each for all 18 guests. She felt no hesitation regarding the cost, as she intended for Fang Luo to foot the bill, rendering her indifferent to the expense. In fact, she worried that the wine, priced at merely several thousand, might not sufficiently eradicate the blemish on her mouth. By the end of the meal, the total for food and drink exceeded 500,000, significantly more than in her previous life. Once the dishes arrived, they devoured them voraciously, using their hands to stuff their mouths, while the red wine was consumed with abandon. Such greed repulsed Fang Luo. He then, reminiscent of his past life, prepared to broach the subject of their relationship. Ching, when do you plan to? Fang Luo, why aren't you eating? Please dig in. Before he could finish, Li Dongmei feigned politeness, urging Fang Luo to eat, effectively drowning out his attempt to discuss their romantic involvement, just as in his previous life. Even a bill of 500,000 failed to stir her. I'm not hungry. You all enjoy. Fang Luo smiled meaningfully, then fell silent. Observing that Fang Luo had ceased his inquiries, Li Dongmei continued to gorge herself. With so many delectable dishes, she relished the idea of fewer mouths to feed, hoping Fang Luo would eat nothing. Fang Luo, of course, had no intention of eating, as he had never planned to pay. Having been given a second chance at life, he could not afford to be taken advantage of again. Thus, he refrained from ordering any food and even subtly encouraged them to order red wine. To his surprise, their greed surpassed his expectations, resulting in an order totaling over 500,000. I need to use the restroom, Fang Luo announced, noticing they had nearly finished their meal. He then stood and, under the pretense of heading to the restroom, left the hotel entirely. He was curious to see how they would handle the bill of 500,000. Chapter 3. Constructing a cold storage facility after leaving. Fang Luo chose another upscale restaurant, where he joyfully indulged in exquisite cuisine. Before long, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Su Qingqing. It was likely a call regarding the bill, and he couldn't help but wonder how they would react upon discovering his absence. Imagining their expressions upon seeing the 500,000 bill brought a surge of appetite, making the food taste even more delectable. How delightful! He ignored the incessant ringing, treating the sound as a beautiful symphony. The more urgent the calls became, the more he savored his meal. At the Grand Hotel of Luo City, in a private room, Su Qingqing paced back and forth, anxiously dialing the phone repeatedly. Fang Luo went to the restroom and has yet to return, prompting the waiter to request payment. Upon examining the bill, they were astonished to find it totaled 540,000, and that was after a discount. Have you managed to get through on the phone? Li Dongmei inquired. No one is answering, Su Qingqing replied, her heart racing. No one is answering? Didn't he just say he was going to the restroom? He would have run away, would he? That wretched man. If he lacks the funds, he shouldn't pretend to treat us to a meal. Li Dongmei was equally agitated, harboring deep resentment towards Fang Luo. She had assumed he would cover the bill, which was why she had come to dine here, even ordering 18 bottles of exquisite wine, each priced at several thousand. Now, with Fang Luo uncontactable, who would settle the bill? During the ordering process, she hadn't considered the prices exorbitant. In fact, she had perceived them as reasonable. Now, faced with a bill of 540,000, her head spun. Even selling herself wouldn't suffice to cover it. She contemplated calling the police, but soon realized that since Fang Luo had not ordered a single dish or consumed even a morsel of food since entering the private room, there was no justification for the police to compel him to pay. What? He ran away? Then who's responsible for the bill? It's over 500,000. The faces of Su Qingqing's relatives paled at the thought of having to settle the account themselves. Madam, how would you like to pay? The waiter, perceiving Su Qingqing's attempts to attract wealthy suitors only to be deceived, regarded her with disdain. He discreetly signaled to the security personnel to prevent any escape. How to pay? Su Qingqing and Li Dongmei turned ashen. Su Qingqing was merely a lowly clerk, accustomed to extravagant spending. With a monthly salary of 3,000, she would splurge on a 30,000 bag, living off her charm to deceive honest individuals. Where could she possibly find savings? She called upon other admirers, but upon hearing the figure of 500,000, they promptly hung up. Li Dongmei was unemployed, making her situation even more dire. As for escaping the bill, they were cowards in the face of adversity. While they dared to confront Fang Luo, facing genuine wealth would have them kneeling in submission. There was no way they would dare to escape the bill. We have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Su Qingqing's relatives, sensing the situation was dire, attempted to slip away. You can't leave, Li Dongmei shouted immediately. You all ate too. You must contribute to the cost of your meals. Why should we? You are the one who insisted someone was treating us, which is why we came. Exactly. Fang Luo was clearly trying to date Su Qingqing, and you kept interrupting him. Now he is angry and has left. Why should we be the ones to pay? The relatives protested vehemently. They began blaming Li Dongmei for not treating Fang Luo well enough. Li Dongmei, filled with regret, realized that her remorse was futile. In a moment of desperation, she pointed at her relatives and implored the waiter. They also dined here. Please don't allow them to leave. Li Dongmei, you heartless wretch. We came to the hospital to see you, and you're actually trying to have them detained. Upon hearing Li Dongmei's words, the relatives were instantly incensed, and several fiery-tempered women engaged in a physical altercation with her and her mother. The scene was utterly chaotic, with garments torn asunder. Fang Luo, having dined to his satisfaction, exited the restaurant, only to be met by the wailing sirens of police cars and the murmurs of pedestrians on the street. What could have prompted such a response? It was rumored that a family dining at the Luochang Grand Hotel found themselves unable to settle the bill, leading to a brawl among them. Such a sensational incident. Was there any footage? Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. Could this family be that of Su Qingqing? It was unexpected to witness such a fracas among them. He pondered the possibility of casualties. With a full belly and having dealt a blow to his adversaries, Fang Luo felt a surge of elation. His next endeavor was to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Previously, he had possessed 2 million. Subsequently, he borrowed over 500,000 from a lending platform, leaving him with more than 260,000. It was time to create a sustainable environment. Fang Luo contemplated how to judiciously allocate these funds. With the onset of the apocalypse, the immediate threat would be a relentless 30-day stretch of temperatures soaring above 60 degrees. In such conditions, a concrete high-rise would transform into a colossal steamer, potentially collapsing under the strain. During that period, countless individuals perished within their homes, rendered uninhabitable. In his past life, Fang Luo had barely survived that harrowing time, coming perilously close to death. It was nothing short of a nightmare. A nightmare he wished to avoid experiencing anew. Hence, he sought to secure a comfortable refuge. Fang Luo proceeded to rent a factory space online, spanning over 300 square meters for a rental fee of 20,000. He opted against renting a cold storage facility, as standard cold storage could not operate effectively in temperatures exceeding 60 degrees, even if it managed to function. The internal temperature would still reach a sweltering 40 degrees. Subsequently, Fang Luo contacted a refrigeration equipment company, expressing his intention to construct a top-tier cold storage facility, requiring double the usual amount of cooling apparatus. Rest assured, sir, standard refrigeration can only achieve a minimum of 30 degrees. However, our company has recently developed a cooling system capable of reaching a chilling 50 degrees. Fang Luo's heart leaped with joy. 50 degrees. This meant that even with the apocalypse upon them, the indoor temperature should not exceed 30. Excellent. I need it completed within 3 days. Sir, that timeline is rather tight. I will increase the payment. Chapter 4. The living generator. Fang Luo approached the refrigeration equipment company with the request to erect a premier cold storage unit. Initially, they indicated that installation would require at least 15 days. However, after Fang Luo offered additional compensation, they miraculously condensed the time frame to 3 days. Nevertheless, the cost had escalated significantly, now priced at 20,000 per square meter, with the total for the 300 square meters exceeding 6 million. This was somewhat beyond Fang Luo's budget, as he currently possessed merely 260,000. Fortunately, this project does not require a full payment up front. Fang Luo only needs to pay 1/3 of the total cost as a down payment, amounting to 2 million, while the remaining 4 million can be settled within a month. In the event of a breach of contract, they reserve the right to reclaim all equipment, and Fang Luo would also be liable for a penalty. However, Fang Luo remains unperturbed. After all, in 10 days, the apocalypse will arrive. Who would still concern themselves with penalties? He confidently assures them that there are no issues. Subsequently, they arrange to meet at a cafe to finalize the contract. The individual who arrives is a tall, slender man in his 30s, the manager of the company, named Wang Chong. Mr. Fang, you are truly a remarkable young man. May I inquire what business necessitates such a high-spec cold storage facility? Wang Chong inquires with a smile. This is his first encounter with a customer like Fang Luo, who would pay 3 times the price to expedite the cold storage construction, far exceeding standard specifications. Surely, he must be concealing something valuable. You needn't concern yourself with that, Fang Luo retorts, unwilling to divulge his intention of residing within the cold storage, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. Indeed, the man nods eagerly, yet his curiosity intensifies. Upon signing the contract, they commence construction that very night with remarkable efficiency. The cost quickly dwindles from 260,000 to merely 60,000. With the impending need to purchase food, water, and essential supplies, this amount proves insufficient, leaving Fang Luo in a state of distress. Most critically, although he has constructed the cold storage, the refrigeration equipment requires a power source to operate. In his previous life, during a prolonged heat wave, the power system in Luo City collapsed on the third day. Thus, he also requires a high-capacity generator to maintain the refrigeration equipment's functionality, which incurs yet another considerable expense. It appears that tomorrow he must resort to mortgaging his property and perhaps seek high-interest loans from private lenders. He wonders if the man will be able to provide such a loan. As he strolls in the cool evening breeze, Fang Luo approaches a nearby restaurant, intending to grab a bite before returning home to contemplate his loan options for the next day. Just as he is about to enter the restaurant, he suddenly hears the anguished cries of a cat. Following the sound, he discovers a child at the entrance, mercilessly swinging a tabby cat by its tail, causing the poor creature to wail in pain. The child, however, shows no intention of releasing the cat, laughing gleefully as he intensifies his grip. It is disheartening to witness such cruelty from a child raised in peacetime. No wonder the post-apocalyptic world is rife with those capable of cold-blooded murder. Though Fang Luo initially wishes to avoid interference, he is suddenly struck by the sight of the tabby cat's tail, which bears a striking pattern reminiscent of lightning. Is this the electric mother? Fang Luo's pupils dilate in shock. After the apocalypse, two new viruses emerged on Blue Star, one causing zombification and the other promoting evolution. These two viruses not only infect humans, but also permeate various flora and fauna, from majestic tigers and elephants to the most delicate flowers and grasses. Upon being infected with the evolution virus, these organisms similarly acquire extraordinary abilities. In a past life, there was a notably infamous creature in Luo City, a tabby cat that had succumbed to the evolution virus. This feline, a female, evolved to harness electrical powers and was thus dubbed Electric Mother. Yet, this was not the true source of her notoriety. The tabby gained her infamous reputation due to her ruthless nature. Electric Mother often launched surprise attacks, mercilessly hunting solitary humans, and, after each kill, would gouge out her victims' eyes with chilling cruelty. Consequently, many sought to hunt her down. However, Electric Mother was immensely powerful, especially with her electrical abilities, allowing her to flee with the swiftness of lightning, evading capture effortlessly. Moreover, she harbored a vengeful spirit. Anyone who dared to attack her would inevitably face retribution when they found themselves alone. Over time, she instilled terror in the hearts of many, with some claiming her threat to humanity surpassed that of zombies. Yet, there were those who recognized Electric Mother's origins. I knew that cat before the apocalypse. She was cared for by an elderly neighbor near my home. After the old man passed away, she became the target of cruel torment by local children, one of whom blinded her in one eye. Thus, upon awakening her powers, she began to exact revenge, initially targeting those who had tormented her. The most striking feature of Electric Mother was a pattern on her tail that resembled a lightning bolt. Could this truly be Electric Mother? A wave of shock washed over Fang Luo as he rushed forward to intervene, pushing aside the child who was tormenting her and gently lifting Electric Mother for a closer inspection. Indeed, she was a female, yet her eye remained unscathed. How wonderful! Fang Luo felt a surge of excitement. This was a cat destined to awaken electrical abilities. Although many deemed her methods brutal and her toll on human life staggering, it appeared that Electric Mother was merely enacting revenge, sparing the innocent. If I could secure her allegiance before the apocalypse fully unfolded, I would gain a formidable ally. Additionally, her electrical powers could resolve the issue of power outages in the post-apocalyptic world. She would be a living generator, just as Fang Luo was reveling in his thoughts. A middle-aged woman, her mouth smeared with grease, stormed into the restaurant, pointing an accusatory finger at him while shouting furiously. Fang Luo frowned at the spitting woman, irritated, and retorted, "Did you not witness your child tormenting this cat?" "I did, so what? Children play. He merely kicked it a couple of times. He didn't kill it." The woman snapped, hands on her hips. "Let me tell you, my son is hurt, and unless you compensate me today, you shall not leave. I merely push him away. He didn't even fall. How could he be hurt?" Fang Luo never anticipated that the other party would not only be audacious, but also attempt to extort him, leaving him both infuriated and amused. I said it exists, and it does. The stout woman was utterly unreasonable, blocking Fang Luo's path while shouting to those nearby, "Come quickly. This little hoodlum is bullying my son. There is truly no law left to uphold." The brat, feigning injury, began to wail dramatically. Fang Luo couldn't help but chuckle at such shamelessness. He had never encountered such brazen individuals before. Unfortunately, it was not the apocalypse yet. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to smash her head in. Chapter 5. Renovating the cold storage. Old hag, if you continue to prattle on, I shall make your mouth unrecognizable. Fang Luo realized that reasoning with someone so devoid of logic was futile. He shot them a fierce glare, then forcefully pushed the over 200-pound woman back a few steps before striding away. A person on the brink of death. Would they turn into roasted pork under the sweltering 60-degree heat? You dare to push me? Just you wait. The stout woman, a coward at heart, saw Fang Luo's defiance and dared not obstruct him further, though she continued to hurl threats his way. Fang Luo paid her no mind. What could a hefty woman do? Was she going to seek revenge by finding a wealthy suitor? He had no desire to linger any longer for a meal. Cradling the electric cat, he made his way home, ordering takeout and some cat food along the way. Once settled on the sofa, he propped the electric cat under his arm and examined her closely. Indeed, she was a female cat. Her fur was a rich brown-black, weighing nearly 10 kilograms. Quite heavy to hold. The most striking feature was a white patch at the tip of her tail, resembling a lightning bolt, almost identical to the rumored electric cat. The thought of soon possessing a cat with electrical abilities in the impending apocalypse filled Fang Luo with excitement. However, this cat was fierce and vengeful. He knew he had to tame her first. From now on, I am your master. Do you understand? Meow. The electric cat mewed, curling her tail around her private parts, seemingly indicating, I am a female cat. Is it truly polite for you to stare at my private areas? Fang Luo completely misunderstood, thinking she had acquiesced. Excitedly, he produced the cat food, saying, "Here, eat this, and then we shall work together." Upon seeing the cat food, the electric cat perked up and began to meow enthusiastically. "All right, on account of the cat food, I shall join you." A friendly agreement was reached between man and cat. The following day, Fang Luo left the cat at home and prepared to secure a loan. His house was over 130 square meters, valued at approximately 4 million yuan in Luo City. The bank could grant him a loan of 3 million yuan, but since Fang Luo requested the funds within 3 days, the interest rate was slightly higher than usual. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to the terms. In the apocalypse, who would still worry about repaying loans? After borrowing money from the bank, Fang Luo began to inquire about private lending. In Luocheng, there are 3 relatively large private lending organizations, along with several smaller ones. However, the interest rates for private loans are exorbitantly high, starting at an annual rate of 200, which is essentially highway robbery. Furthermore, these lenders employ violent collection methods. They are not afraid of your inability to repay, but rather of your refusal to borrow. When Fang Luo visited one lending company, he witnessed a man, unable to repay his debts, being beaten mercilessly. The thugs seemed to scrutinize Fang Luo, as if to convey that failing to repay would lead to such a fate. Yet, Fang Luo remained unperturbed. With the impending apocalypse, their survival was uncertain. Even if they survived, he had no fear. In due time, he would unleash his wrath upon them. Fang Luo explored every private lending option in Luocheng, but regrettably, when he inquired about the possibility of a loan for himself, he was met with disdainful glares. Ultimately, he secured a loan of just over 6 million. Fang Luo felt a sense of injustice. Why should men be denied the option of a bare loan? It was blatant gender discrimination. After tallying his finances, which included the previous bank loan of 3 million and his original 60,000, he now possessed roughly 10 million. He was uncertain if it would suffice. Having completed his borrowing, 3 days passed swiftly. Ring, ring. After a few days of absence from work, his department head, Chao Fang, called him. "Fang Luo, you're not coming to work again today? Do you still wish to keep your job? Come to my office immediately." Chao Fang, in her 40s, remained undeterred by age, desiring to exploit Fang Luo's good looks for her own gain. She often summoned him to fetch her tea and called him into her office for massages, implying that compliance would lead to promotions and raises. Fang Luo could no longer tolerate her advances. "Work? Send your daughter over, and I might consider it." With the world on the brink of collapse, who cared about work? He hung up the phone without hesitation. Xiao Fang, taken aback, couldn't he fathom when Fang Luo had become so assertive, speaking to her in such a manner. Typically, he would endure her whims. Frustrated, she attempted to call him again, only to discover he had blocked her. Furious, she vented her anger in their workgroup chat, and a sycophantic subordinate echoed her sentiments. Fang Luo, you need not return. Your position as team leader has now been handed over to Sun Jia. Fang Luo found it amusing. He had no interest in such a trivial role. He promptly exited the group chat. After a few exhausting days, Fang Luo reclined comfortably on the sofa, cradling the electric cat in his arms. Only 6 days remained until the apocalypse. Ring, ring. Soon after, he received another call. It turned out the cold storage facility had been completed. A surge of joy filled Fang Luo's heart as he prepared to go for the inspection. The cold storage facility, spanning 300 square meters, houses a quantity of equipment threefold that of a standard cold storage. Its refrigeration efficiency is unparalleled. Boss, what are you planning to store? I possess expertise in this area and can assist you in fine-tuning the equipment, Wang Chong inquired with a hint of curiosity, subtly probing what Fang Luo intended to stockpile in the cold storage. Fang Luo cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you know why dogs do not catch mice? Because dogs do not eat mice? Wang Chong replied, somewhat perplexed. However, Fang Luo paid him no further heed, and only when she had distanced herself did he realize that she was insinuating his meddlesomeness. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known. Wang Chong scoffed as he observed Fang Luo's retreating figure. With the cold storage now completed, the subsequent task was to stockpile supplies and enhance the facility's security. The impending apocalypse would unleash formidable zombies, creatures of immense destructive capability, rendering ordinary structures utterly defenseless against their assaults. Although Fang Luo possessed spatial abilities, she had yet to master any offensive techniques. Thus, she reached out to a security company, requesting the design of a protective system tailored to her cold storage, as well as the segregation of several areas for purposes such as a restroom and a living room. The personnel from a security firm promptly arrived for an assessment. Mr. Fang, constructing a restroom is feasible. However, your cold storage presents significant security risks and is highly susceptible to theft, Captain Xinhao remarked. He refrained from inquiring why Fang Luo required a restroom, adhering to the principle that in their line of work, they simply execute tasks without questioning the client's motivations. What do you mean? Fang Luo inquired, her demeanor growing serious. Observe here. Behind this equipment lies a concealed metal door that can be accessed from outside the cold storage at will. Additionally, beneath this apparatus is a special latch that, when fitted with specific wheels, allows for easy mobility, enabling unrestricted access for outsiders. Xinhao elucidated, identifying the vulnerabilities of the cold storage. Having previously served as a special forces operative, he possessed extensive reconnaissance experience. Fang Luo's heart raced with alarm. It was fortunate that she had engaged a security company to fortify the cold storage. Had this vulnerability gone unnoticed, it would have rendered her facility utterly insecure in a post-apocalyptic scenario. The very thought was unfathomable. Clearly, it was Wang Chong from the refrigeration equipment company who had deliberately left this entry point, likely having perceived her financial capacity and urgent need for such a high-end cold storage, contemplating theft of whatever precious resources she might be hoarding. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Fang Luo. Thank you. Please return tomorrow to commence the work. She expressed her gratitude to Xinhao. No problem, Mr. Fang. But completing the project within 3 days is rather tight, he replied. Increase the payment. Oh, and also sell me some weapons, Fang Luo insisted, handing the security company 5 million, requesting them to reinforce her cold storage within 3 days, as only 6 days remained until the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Fang Luo procured a selection of weapons, including daggers, electric batons, and riot shields. As for the reason behind not commencing construction today, Fang Luo had his own plans. The next step was to stockpile supplies. With the onset of the apocalypse, the first challenge was the relentless heat, soaring to 60 degrees Celsius for a continuous 30 days. Under such conditions, a single day without water could spell doom. In his previous life, the highest proportion of fatalities was attributed to dehydration. Hence, Fang Luo ordered mineral water worth 10 million. Due to the large quantity purchased, he secured a significantly lower price, totaling approximately 20 million bottles at 0.5 yuan each. As before, he paid a deposit of 3 million. Following that, he turned his attention to food, chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, cattle, sheep, rice, flour, and a variety of seasonal vegetables, all sourced from wholesalers. The total expenditure reached $5 million, divided among 3 different suppliers, with an initial payment of around $2 million. In an instant, his funds were depleted. Yet, there remained numerous supplies still to acquire, necessitating additional financing. The wholesalers delivered promptly, especially the mineral water, as there was a top-ranking local mineral water company in Luo City. The delivery arrived directly from the locality by evening, utilizing several semi-trailer trucks. "Boss Fang, your goods have arrived. Please sign for them," announced the lead driver, Wang Dazhuang, casually smoking a cigarette as he approached Fang Luo. "All right, please move them into the warehouse." Fang Luo replied. "We only handle deliveries, not unloading," Wang Dazhuang retorted. "However, when I made the purchase, the owner assured me that unloading would be complimentary." Fang Luo frowned. "Then have the owner come to unload," Wang Dazhuang scoffed, a smirk forming as he seized the opportunity to corner Fang Luo. "If you want unloaded, you'll need to pay for that service." They often employed such tactics, using various excuses to delay unloading for clients in urgent need, knowing that most would end up paying extra to expedite the process. This method had allowed him to acquire 2 apartments in Luo City. How much? Fang Luo was unwilling to waste time. Although he had the ability to transport the goods into his space, using his spatial abilities might raise suspicions, and he preferred not to reveal that aspect of himself. "Given the volume, it will be 10,000, Wang Dazhuang proclaimed, seeing Fang Luo's readiness to comply, his grin widening as he made an audacious demand. Fang Luo's expression immediately turned cold. They were deliberately trying to extort him. Unfortunately, he had no time to engage with these petty fools. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, he thought, 10,000, and I wonder if you'll even have the life to spend it later. Generous boss." Upon seeing the transfer, Wang Dazhuang's eyes gleamed with delight, and he swiftly led his team to move the supplies into the cold storage. After the unloading was completed, Fang Luo did not rush to leave. Instead, he stealthily concealed himself within the cold storage, seemingly waiting for something. As expected in the early hours of the morning, a faint rustling sound emerged from outside the cold storage facility. Shortly thereafter, the security company reported vulnerabilities in the cold storage infrastructure, which unexpectedly began to shift. Earlier that day, I witnessed the arrival of a mysterious package, cloaked in secrecy, undoubtedly containing some precious treasure. We must hasten our departure. Chapter 6. The billion-dollar warehouse. Wang Chong stealthily infiltrated the cold storage through a pre-established hidden entrance, accompanied by 3 imposing men. A seasoned criminal, he had often exploited opportunities to assist in constructing warehouses, subsequently sabotaging them to pilfer valuable items. His prior knowledge of the surveillance routes and the extremely discreet entrance had ensured his success, allowing him to amass considerable wealth. Initially, he intended to retire from this life of crime, but the peculiar behavior of Fang Luo rekindled his curiosity, and driven by greed, he set his sights on Fang Luo's cold storage once more. Thus, he prepared a concealed entryway in advance. Today, those surveilling Fang Luo observed him stockpiling several truckloads of supplies, prompting an immediate response that night. They sought to investigate the contents of the boxes. Wang Chong instructed his muscular accomplices to rummage through Fang Luo's cold storage. "Boss, it's all just bottled water," one reported. "Bottled water?" Wang Chong furrowed his brow. "How can that be? That guy spent millions to construct this cold storage just to hoard bottled water? What a fool." "Search again," he commanded. The men resumed their search. But as one burly man moved behind a row of boxes, a chilling dagger was suddenly pressed against his throat, rendering him breathless with fear. He cast a pleading glance at his assailant, silently imploring for mercy. Unfortunately, the dagger pierced his throat before he could utter a cry, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Fang Luo's gaze remained cold and unyielding. This cold storage, designed to ensure safety in a post-apocalyptic world, had been compromised by these intruders, posing a grave threat to his life. In this second life, Fang Luo vowed to leave no one who could endanger him unpunished. With murderous intent, Fang Luo focused on the remaining men rummaging through the storage. There were 3 left. Engaging them head-on would likely be futile. So he opted to remain concealed, biding his time until he could eliminate them one by one. Before long, Fang Luo seized an opportunity and dispatched 2 of them. This left only Wang Chong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Chong noted the unsettling silence that had enveloped the cold storage. His companions had vanished without a sound. "Tiger! Scar!" he called out breathlessly, but received no response. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation at his back, as if a dagger were poised against his waist. "Do not call for them. They are all dead." A voice as cold as death echoed behind Wang Chong. Trembling, he turned around to see a blood-stained dagger. Drops of blood falling to the ground with a rhythmic sound, resonating ominously within the silent cold storage, akin to the tolling of a death knell. "It's you." Following the dagger, Wang Chong's gaze fell upon its master. To his horror, he recognized the young man, Fang Luo, who had appeared harmless during the day, as the one who had slain his 3 companions. Instantly, beads of cold sweat began to form on Wang Chong's forehead. "How could you be here?" "This is my cold storage. Why shouldn't I be here?" Fang Luo regarded the trembling Wang Chong with an utterly indifferent tone. "It is you who has set up a hidden entrance in my cold storage. Would you prefer a swift death by the blade or a slow dismemberment? Spare me, spare me." Wang Chong, staring blankly at the crimson blade poised against his throat, fell to his knees in terror. He was accustomed to petty theft. He had never encountered a demon like Fang Luo, who could kill without a second thought. Regret consumed him. Despite having no need for money, why had he provoked such a fiend? "Do not kill me. I can compensate for your losses. 100,000, no, 200,000. Wang Chong desperately attempted to barter for his life, hastily retrieving his bank card and pleading with Fang Luo for mercy. "Do you think I need such a trifling sum?" Fang Luo's gaze remained icy. He would never allow a significant risk for a mere 200,000. "No, no, 1,000,000. I will return the entire deposit." Wang Chong continued to raise the stakes. He had already witnessed the bodies of his fallen comrades, and had no doubt that Fang Luo would not hesitate to plunge the dagger into him as well. "You appear to be merely a manager. How do you possess such wealth?" Fang Luo asked, somewhat astonished. When signing the contract with Wang Chong previously, Fang Luo had learned that he was merely a manager at the refrigeration equipment company, not the owner. This is all for my past thefts," Wang Chong chuckled awkwardly, revealing how he had previously collaborated with construction teams to build warehouses, later returning to commit thefts through hidden entrances. Upon hearing this, Fang Luo's eyes lit up with intrigue. "What warehouses are there?" Fang Luo inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. "The larger warehouses in Luo City. We have participated in their construction, such as the Huiyong Supermarket, Luo City Grand Hotel, and Luo Shui Mineral Water Factory." Wang Chong quickly listed several well-known local enterprises. Moreover, he possessed detailed blueprints that would allow him to evade surveillance with ease. Fang Luo felt a surge of excitement. With so many large warehouses, the value of the materials would undoubtedly exceed billions. If he could stealthily infiltrate and store all the supplies in a space, he would never have to worry about resources in the apocalypse. "No, for 10 lifetimes. Provide me with the layout and all the hidden entrances to these warehouses." Fang Luo immediately pressed Wang Chong for the information. Wang Chong, unable to conceal the truth, promptly divulged everything to Fang Luo. To ensure he was not fabricating his story, Fang Luo bound him and proceeded to one of the warehouses for verification. Indeed, a concealed entrance was discovered, and the surveillance layout aligned perfectly with the blueprints, remaining undetectable. Fang Luo's spirits soared with delight. However, he refrained from hastily retrieving the items, with 6 days remaining until the impending apocalypse. Should the police uncover any trace leading back to him, it would spell trouble. "Boss Fang, can you let me go now?" Wang Chong inquired timidly, fearing that Fang Luo might end his life with a swift stroke. "Let you go?" Fang Luo scoffed. The secret of the warehouse had been entrusted to him. Releasing Wang now would surely lead to suspicion once the items vanished. If he were to leak this information, countless adversaries would emerge. Only a fool would grant him freedom. Without hesitation, Fang Luo plunged a knife into Wang Chong, ending his life. Subsequently, he retrieved the deceased's phone and sent a message to his wife, informing her that he had been exposed, that the police were after him, and that he was seeking refuge abroad. He then checked Wang Chong's bank account balance, over 30 million. This man was indeed avaricious, leaving only a mere 1 million for himself before his demise. Fang Luo had no intention of seizing all the funds. He decided to leave a few million for the wife, ensuring she would not ponder too deeply over Wang Chong's disappearance or fear the presence of law enforcement. The remaining 20 million would be wholly appropriated for himself. Gazing at the 4 lifeless bodies, Fang Luo considered the potential exposure should they remain undisposed of, likely inciting police investigation. After some contemplation, He attempted to utilize his spatial ability to absorb them into a black hole space, discovering it was indeed feasible. Previously, he had tried to incorporate an electric entity into the space, but that had proven impossible. It seemed the realm could only contain inanimate objects. Once the bodies were managed, Fang Luo also absorbed all the bottled water into the space before returning home nonchalantly. The following day, the security company commenced fortifications on the cold storage, while Fang Luo, now in possession of over 20 million, began procuring supplies for the impending apocalypse. Chapter 7. To Southeast Asia for green tea with over 20 million at his disposal. Fang Luo first acquired several large generators along with fuel. Although he possessed an electric entity, it too required rest. Thus, the generators would alternate in operation. He was not the kind of heartless employer to exploit his workers around the clock. Subsequently, he purchased a variety of tools, axes, shovels, as well as daily necessities, toothbrushes, toothpaste, air conditioners, washing machines, computers, gaming consoles, and a spacious bed that could comfortably accommodate 10 people. Acknowledging that illness could strike even in an apocalypse, Fang Luo procured a substantial quantity of medications, including cold remedies and herbal supplements. He also acquired an assortment of clothing, suits, work uniforms, maid outfits, leather jackets, shoes, and an array of intimate apparel, including stockings and condoms, initially ordering 100 sets, despite the relentless heat of the apocalypse lasting for 30 days, compelling everyone to desire shedding their garments. The necessity of clothing remains after such sweltering days. In preparation for potential long journeys, Fang Luo acquired a civilian armored vehicle, the Dongfeng Mengshi, rumored to possess bulletproof tires, offering formidable protection against ordinary zombies. As for sustenance, Fang Luo inquired and discovered from Wang Chong that the warehouses he mentioned were abundantly stocked with food. Given that those supermarkets are responsible for supplying the daily needs of millions in Luo City, the only deficiency might be in gourmet prepackaged foods. Yet this posed no challenge for Fang Luo, who still had millions unspent. He promptly contacted a grand hotel in Luo City, placing an order for over 1 million in delicacies, including steak, fine wine, and lobster, requesting delivery to his residence in batches over the next 3 days. The only remaining preparation involved weapons. He procured a selection from security company, though they were merely standard daggers and anti-explosion rods, possessing limited lethality. It is essential to recognize that the apocalypse engenders not only zombies, but also humans endowed with extraordinary abilities. His spatial powers lacked combat efficacy in the early stages, rendering standard weapons inadequate against such foes. Should he face an assault, survival seemed bleak. With 5 days remaining until the apocalypse, Fang Luo contemplated a journey abroad. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, interrupting his thoughts. Upon opening it, he was confronted by a woman with brown curls and several crimson scratches adorning her face. "What brings you here?" Fang Luo asked, frowning at the sight of none other than Su Qingqing, the green tea woman from his past who had caused her demise. "Brother Fang, why did you leave so abruptly last time? I called you, but you didn't answer," Su Qingqing lamented, presenting an air of vulnerability. Previously, Fang Luo had departed the hotel amidst a scuffle ignited by her mother, Li Dongmei, and relatives, resulting in a chaotic brawl. Had she not hidden behind her mother's ample form, her visage would have suffered grievous harm. When the police arrived, they were detained for several days due to disturbing the peace. Ultimately, she promised to borrow money from her relatives to settle the hotel bill, accruing a debt of hundreds of thousands. Yet, she had no means to repay such an amount. In hopes of finding other suitors, she discovered that those who once pursued her had ceased all contact upon learning of her substantial debt. Who would invest 50,000 in a green tea woman? Thus, she was compelled to seek out Fang Luo, hoping to persuade him to cover her debts. "I am busy with work," Fang Luo replied coldly, contemplating whether to employ the same method he had used on Wang Chong to discreetly eliminate Su Qingqing. However, it was likely her mother was aware of her search for him, and should she vanish, the police would inevitably trace it back to him. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that she would not survive much longer anyway. "Fang Luoga, why did you not inform anyone of your affairs? I almost misunderstood your intentions." Su Qingqing spoke in a delicate tone, even going so far as to embrace Fang Luo's arm against her chest, an act she had never before displayed. It appeared she was genuinely anxious. Fang Luo scoffed inwardly. Now she realized the urgency, but what had she been doing when she kept him dangling? Indifferent. He focused on his phone, while Su Qingqing continued her relentless chatter. Fang Luo, your home is so tidy. I simply adore clean boys, she exclaimed. And why do you have so much food and red wine? It looks quite expensive. I would love to try some. I plan to use it for foot baths. Fang Luo replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Foot baths? Su Qingqing flushed with embarrassment, having just expressed a desire to drink. His remark implied she wished to sip foot-soaking water. Fang Luo, are you booking a flight for a vacation? Su Qingqing inquired, noticing him arranging tickets. Yes. Could you take me along? I promise to take care of you and won't spend extravagantly. This time, just one room will suffice. She quickly responded, subtly hinting at sharing accommodations, a departure from their previous habit of booking separate rooms during trips. Su Qingqing was clearly making a significant effort this time. Fang Luo regarded her with a discerning eye. Admittedly, Su Qingqing was quite attractive, with an oval face and, most importantly, a generous figure. Otherwise, he would not have been swayed by her charms. An idea suddenly struck him, and he grinned. Sure, let us bring your mother along too. That might not be appropriate. My mother is getting older, and her figure has changed. Su Qingqing's expression stiffened. I meant to take her on the trip, he clarified. Really? Su Qingqing's excitement was palpable. She thought perhaps Fang Luo had indeed had pressing matters last time. For today, he was willing to invite both her and her mother on this journey. I'll notify my mother right away, she exclaimed, promptly reaching out to Li Dongmei. Initially, Li Dongmei harbored resentment towards Fang Luo, but upon hearing this news, her demeanor transformed into one of warmth and friendliness. She believed Fang Luo would assist them in repaying the 500,000. Fang Luo decided on a Southeast Asian country. Proximity and a relatively lax security environment would facilitate the achievement of his objectives. Hand me your IDs and passports. I will book your hotel, he said to Su Qingqing and Li Dongmei, who, without suspicion, readily handed them over. Xiaofang, my health is not great. Please find me a nice room, Li Dongmei requested. Fang Luo, just 2 rooms. Let us not waste, Su Qingqing added, observing their duplicitous expressions. An imperceptible smile of cold amusement flickered in Fang Luo's eyes. After securing the reservations and exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, Fang Luo departed the hotel. Under the cover of night, he began to inquire about places to procure weapons. After several twists and turns, Fang Luo finally located the arms he sought. Subsequently, he promptly booked a flight to return to his homeland, for safety abroad had become a matter of concern. The thought of an untimely demise was rather unsettling. Fang Luo did not even bother to check into a hotel. Although he could have easily spent the night with Su Qingqing at the hotel, the very idea repulsed him. Given his current resources, he mused, what sort of companions would he not be able to acquire once the apocalypse struck? School beauties, lolas, nurses, flight attendants, and married women. Why should he settle for a mere green tea girl? Due to the existence of the black hole space, the weapons had remained undiscovered, allowing him to return home without incident. Once back, Fang Luo received a call from Su Qingqing. Brother Fang Luo, where have you been? Why didn't you come back last night? Su Qingqing's voice carried a hint of worry, fearing he had fled once more. However, upon inquiring at the front desk, she learned that he had booked the room for 5 days, which eased her anxiety considerably. I have some matters to attend to. So you all enjoy yourselves without worrying about me, Fang Luo replied, nonchalantly from the sofa, sipping red wine. He had left Su Qingqing and her mother in Southeast Asia, even taking their identification and passports with him. To prevent them from returning through alternative means, he intentionally reserved the room for 5 days, hoping to lull them into staying longer. It was likely that they would not have the opportunity to return to Luo City before the apocalypse descended. It was almost comical how blissfully unaware they were of the fate awaiting them. Southeast Asia, with its tropical climate, would see temperatures soaring to 70 degrees during the cataclysm, compounded by rampant lawlessness. Su Qingqing had no money on her, and it was doubtful they would survive more than 3 days there. The thought of the two of them crying for help brought a sense of satisfaction to Fang Luo. Days passed, and a call from a security company informed him that the safety measures for the cold storage facility had been installed. Fang Luo immediately went to inspect the setup. After reinforcement and modifications, the windows and doors of the cold storage had been replaced with specialized materials, significantly enhancing security. The walls were also equipped with advanced insulation, ensuring that even amidst external flames, the cold storage would remain intact. Coupled with the refrigeration equipment, his cold storage would maintain a temperature of around 20 degrees post-apocalypse, a state most comfortable for human beings. However, Fang Luo remained vigilant and conducted a thorough inspection to ensure he would not make the same mistake as Wang Chong by installing a hidden entrance in his cold storage. Only one day remained before the onset of the apocalypse. All the supplies he had ordered had been delivered, and he was now preparing for the final stage, raiding the warehouses. Chapter 8. The Warehouse Raid, March 31st, 2030. Only one day remained until the apocalypse. Fang Luo had gathered most of the supplies necessary for the cataclysm, and what remained was to infiltrate various warehouses and seize their contents for his final preparations. Previously, he had gleaned the locations of several large warehouses, hidden entrances, and surveillance routes from Wang Chong. After a well-deserved rest, rejuvenating his spirit, the clock struck midnight. As the night enveloped the world, Fang Luo donned his helmet and mounted the motorcycle he had meticulously prepared, embarking on a journey to various warehouses. Typically, shopping malls and supermarkets begin to close their doors after 11 p.m., and with it being a Sunday, the streets were nearly deserted, making his covert operations all the more convenient. Fang Luo's first target was the largest local chain supermarket, Huiyong Supermarket, renowned for its extensive array of goods, ranging from precious jewels to fresh produce. With a daily footfall exceeding 50,000, it supplied sustenance to 30 of the city's population. In a city with millions, its stockpiles were indeed staggering. Following the schematics, he accessed the warehouse through a concealed entrance and commenced his unabashed plunder of resources. His first quarry was food. Huiyong Supermarket was tasked with providing provisions for millions, and the warehouse's food reserves were measured in tons. Upon reaching the refrigerated section, he discovered an impressive stockpile of frozen meats, including chicken feet, duck paws, and chicken legs, amounting to several dozen tons. Without hesitation, he claimed it all. Fresh meats, including beef, lamb, and pork, were also swiftly gathered. He recalled the apocalyptic heat of over 60 degrees Celsius, which had rendered the meat supplies of various supermarkets and slaughterhouses putrid. Even so, the scarcity had incited frenzied looting. Fresh pork had become a rare dream. In the realm of seafood, he found a bountiful assortment: prawns, crayfish, grass carp, perch, bass, and even majestic king crabs, totaling dozens of tons. His eyes gleamed with desire. During the drought-ridden apocalypse, the world's rivers had nearly run dry. Anyone fortunate enough to possess a single crayfish could have dined with Marilyn Monroe herself. However, a diet solely of meat could lead to ailments such as constipation and halitosis. So vegetables were also essential. He gathered an ample supply of bok choy, napa cabbage, leafy greens, chives, along with his favorite potatoes and green peppers, again, dozens of tons. Staples were not to be overlooked, and he collected hundreds of tons of rice, flour, rice noodles, alkaline water dumplings, and various types of dumplings. With food secured, he turned his attention to beverages. In a post-apocalyptic world, mere water would not suffice. Chilled sodas were indispensable. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Wangleji, Yuanchi Forest, and a myriad of wine brands filled the shelves, an estimated count in the millions of bottles, enough to last him several lifetimes. He recalled a tale from his previous life, where a portly individual, hoarding a few cases of cola, had attracted a throng of young women eager to serve him as maids. At that moment, he had felt a pang of envy, and now the abundance before him was staggering. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where survival lasted a month or more, one must indulge in snacks. Spicy strips and potato chips were added to his bounty. After exhausting the food supplies, he surveyed other essential items: towels, toothbrushes, facial cleansers, and even lace lingerie. Fang Luo intended to procure several pairs of fresh undergarments for himself when he discovered that the nearby box was filled with black silk, white silk, and other fine fabrics. He decided to keep them, for one never knows when he might require a few maids. After all, he could not possibly cook for himself every day. That would be quite a chore. He also gathered pots, pans, and an expansive bed that could comfortably accommodate 10 individuals. After concluding his business at the Huiyong Supermarket, Fang Luo proceeded to his next destination, employing the same method of infiltration, incapacitating the security guards and seizing supplies. After approximately 3 hours, Fang Luo had emptied all the large warehouses across the city, accumulating resources worth over 10 billion. He had essentially secured everything that could be found in the market. Once his tasks were complete, it was past 4 in the morning, leaving less than 8 hours until the impending apocalypse. Upon returning to the cold storage facility, Fang Luo securely locked the doors and windows, then arranged a set of living essentials, transforming the cold storage into a semblance of a home, complete with a bed, linens, a television, a computer, a PS5 gaming console, a table, and chairs. He would reside here for at least a month. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Fang Luo felt weary and set a timer for the cold storage facilities before drifting into a deep slumber. On April 1st, 2030, a Monday, the weather was clear with a temperature of 15 degrees. People donned their coats, dragging their fatigued bodies to work as usual. Meanwhile, the morning news reported a significant theft. 5 large warehouses in the city had been completely looted overnight, with goods worth over 10 billion stolen, employing remarkably bizarre methods. The police were investigating, but had yet to uncover any leads. Early risers preparing to shop for groceries were expressing their frustration, lamenting the absence of fresh produce and pondering what they would eat that day. Concurrently, another news segment aired. At approximately noon, 2 large planets are predicted to collide 100 million kilometers away from Blue Star, and people will witness a brief flash of light. Please remain calm. However, this announcement failed to garner significant attention. As time passed, Fang Luo continued to slumber soundly on his large bed, wholly unconcerned with the events unfolding outside. At 12 p.m. on April 1st, 2030, while everyone was deliberating on their midday meals, a sudden flash of white light pierced the sky. This dazzling radiance transformed the already bright daylight into something blinding. What on earth is happening? Lightning during the day? Exclaimed one. That flash must exceed 240 volts. Are you an idiot? Haven't you seen the news? That's the light from the collision of 2 massive planets. Oh, does that concern my monthly salary of 3,000? Most people dismissed it, as similar news had been reported in the past, treating it merely as a spectacle. However, mere minutes later, the world began to undergo a transformation. The sudden surge in temperature is quite bewildering. The weather forecast had predicted a maximum of 15 degrees today, yet here I am, clad in a sweater, feeling as if the mercury has soared to over 40 degrees. I fear I may succumb to heat stroke. The news suggests that this phenomenon may be linked to recent solar activity, and that relief may soon follow. It is perplexing that in April, the weather surpasses even that of August's sweltering heat. On the streets, pedestrians, regardless of gender, are shedding their layers in a desperate attempt to alleviate the oppressive warmth. Chapter 9. The plea of Su Qingqing as the apocalypse descends. Global temperatures are rising at an unprecedented rate. At 12:03 p.m., in the coastal city of Luocheng, the air temperature has alarmingly reached 45 degrees and continues to escalate. By 12:30 p.m., it skyrockets to 65 degrees, while the concrete beneath us exceeds 100 degrees. Even the stray dogs on the streets seem to dance in discomfort, their paws scalded by the heat. It is no longer merely a matter of frying an egg. One could just as easily sear a steak on the pavement. This torrid situation is not confined to Luocheng alone. Northern cities are witnessing temperatures nearing 60 degrees, with remnants of snow now entirely melted away. In the tropics, the air temperature has surpassed 80 degrees. Faced with this abrupt and relentless heat, everyone finds themselves utterly beleaguered. The streets are a cacophony of chaos, as both humans and animals rush towards the scant shade, resulting in various stampedes. Meanwhile, Fang Luo lies comfortably on a lavish bed, snoring softly. Suddenly, an involuntary shiver jolts him awake. Damn it, electric mother, you've stolen my blanket. I'm freezing. He realizes that the refrigeration unit is operational, set to a chillingly low temperature. Despite the external heat of 65 degrees, the interior remains a frigid 10 degrees. It seems the end times have indeed arrived. Dressing in a warm coat, Fang Luo glances outside and hastily adjusts the temperature of the equipment, pouring himself a cup of hot milk to warm his body. He reclines on an opulent sofa. Indeed, worth over 800,000, it is a paragon of comfort. With a contented sigh, he retrieves his phone to peruse the internet, discovering that every website is ablaze with headlines about the extreme heat. The comments section is a frenzy. Curse this wretched weather. Why has it turned so hot all of a sudden? I returned home early only to find my wife playing cards with someone else. Woe is me. I was moving bricks only to realize they were too hot to handle, and now my hands are blistered. Thank you, high temperatures. I was about to go on a date with my goddess, but the heat melted her makeup. I was horrified to discover her true appearance. Just when exams were approaching, the school announces a holiday. Oh, how I adore this heat. Could this be the end of the world? Should I stockpile provisions? Yet, the sweltering heat outside dissuades me from venturing out to procure groceries. Will the apocalypse affect my modest monthly salary of 3,000? The internet buzzes with a cacophony of opinions. However, Most individuals seem to dismiss this sudden heat wave, perceiving it instead as a delightful vacation. Only Fang Luo understands the gravity of the situation. This oppressive heat will persist for a full month, during which all rivers will run dry, transforming the world into a veritable hellscape. Food will spoil, and a single bottle of water could incite fierce conflict among many. If precautionary measures were taken now, fewer lives would be lost. Fang Luo sighed, yet felt powerless in the face of it all. Even if he were to proclaim the impending apocalypse, no one would take him seriously. The only person he could manage was himself. Suddenly, his stomach growled, reminding him that he had not eaten since last night. Thus, Fang Luo began to select food from his supplies, opting for something that required no culinary skills. He retrieved the hot pot equipment. As for the ingredients, after much deliberation, he settled on several pieces of imported A5 grade Wagyu beef and Australian lobsters, along with crabs. The cost of these ingredients alone exceeded 10,000. A hot pot feast would surely be delightful. For beverages, a mere bottle of expensive red wine would suffice. He couldn't be too extravagant. Outside, the sun blazed at a sweltering 65 degrees, with everyone scurrying to find shade. Meanwhile, Fang Luo reclined in his cool storage room, clad in silk pajamas, savoring the delectable beef hot pot. Should a renowned chef discover that he was indulging in A5 Wagyu and lobster in such a manner, they would likely be incensed at such wastefulness. However, he knew he couldn't indulge in hot pot forever. Eventually, he would need to find a maid to handle his laundry and cooking. Fang Luo mused thoughtfully. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his delightful meal. The caller ID displayed Su Qingqing. Raising an eyebrow, he recalled that she was supposed to be in Southeast Asia, where temperatures soared to 70 degrees. What did she want? He answered with a hint of amusement. Fang Luo, where are you? Came Su Qingqing's raspy voice from the other end of the line. My accommodation is about to expire, and it's unbearably hot outside. I can hardly stand it. Previously, she had accompanied Fang Luo to Southeast Asia, intending to offer herself in repayment of her debts. However, when Fang Luo left her with 5 more days of lodging to enjoy on her own, she felt a sense of relief. She was pleased to avoid such a fate, preserving her first time for a wealthier suitor. During those 5 days, she delightedly explored the region with her mother, scarcely giving Fang Luo a second thought. Until noon today, the room was about to expire, and just as they checked out, the weather suddenly turned sweltering, soaring to a scorching 70 degrees. Su Qingqing and her mother stood at the hotel entrance, hopping in discomfort, clad only in their undergarments. Yet the heat was unbearable. At that moment, they remembered to call Fang Luo. Qingqing, when will Fang Luo arrive? My feet are blistering. Li Dongmei wailed on the other end of the line. Fang Luo felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing this. Now you know how to whine? In a previous life, I braved the sweltering heat and faced zombies to procure food for you. You didn't appreciate my efforts and even complained about my shortcomings, smashing your own head to seize your own abilities. Now, it's your turn to experience the scorching discomfort. Can't endure it? Don't you have hands? Solve it yourself. Fang Luo took a bite of the steaming beef, responding with a nonchalant tone. Solve it yourself? Su Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized Fang Luo's implication. Her voice turning mournful. Fang Luo, please don't joke around. I don't know why, but the weather here has suddenly become unbearable. Unbearable? Fang Luo wiped the sweat trickling down from the spiciness of the hot pot and nodded. Indeed, it is a bit hot. I'm sweating too. Fang Luo, please come pick me up. I can't, I'm busy right now. Can't you just come back on your own? But Fang Luo, my ID and passport are with you. Su Qingqing was parched, her once soft voice now raspy. She had initially planned to buy water, but all the nearby stores had been emptied of their supplies, leaving only expensive red wine, which she could not afford. Is that so? I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. But I'm currently in the country, and I can't come over. Why don't you come and collect them? Fang Luo, please don't joke. How can I possibly get there? Su Qingqing felt as though Fang Luo was toying with her mood heavy with sorrow. However, in this unfamiliar place, Fang Luo was her only source of support, and she dared not express her frustration. Therefore, she pleaded once more, Fang Luo, how about this? Could you extend my room for a few more days? Once the heat passes, I'll come and find you immediately. Her intentions were quite clear. You cover the room fee, and I'll repay you in kind. But would Fang Luo be interested in a woman who had previously caused him harm? Please, with his vast resources, what kind of woman couldn't he find? What did you say? The signal is poor. I can't hear you. Fang Luo abruptly hung up the phone. When Su Qingqing called again, Fang Luo ignored her, engrossed in his hot pot, letting the phone ring incessantly. The more frantic the ringing became, the more enjoyable his meal was. Eventually, Su Qingqing ceased calling, opting instead to send a message. Fang Luo, my mother has fainted. You must come help her. Accompanying her message was a photograph of Li Dongmei, sprawled on the ground, unconscious like a lifeless pig. It seems quite warm, to the point of smoke rising. Fang Luo clicked his tongue, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment, as he picked up a piece of beef and offered it to the electric mother, saying, "This beef is truly fragrant. It warms the body delightfully. Would you care to chase away the chill?" He held no sympathy for Li Dongmei's plight, even wishing she had perished more swiftly. That wretched soul, how she had tormented him in a past life. Fang Luo continued to indulge in the hot pot. As time passed, Su Qingqing grew increasingly anxious. Her mother had fallen ill, and in this unfamiliar place, she felt utterly helpless. It was at this moment she recalled how she had always relied on Fang Luo for a comfortable life. Her bags, clothes, and phone, all gifts from him. She was not foolish. She understood that Fang Luo was intentionally seeking revenge. Regret washed over her for having toyed with his feelings. Desperately, Su Qingqing inundated Fang Luo with messages, attempting to win back his affections. Her tone became increasingly bold. "Brother Fang Luo, you're still single, right? I'm currently unattached as well. What type of knowledge do you enjoy? Although it's my first time, I have a strong capacity for learning. What animals do you prefer, kittens or puppies?" Chapter 10. Extraordinary abilities. Su Qingqing incessantly bombarded Fang Luo with messages, each more desperate than the last. Now, it seemed she had become the devoted admirer of Fang Luo. He couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps Su Qingqing never imagined she would one day plead so fervently with him. Yet, in response to her entreaties, Fang Luo felt no pity in his heart. She had brought this upon herself. She deserved it. After finishing the hot pot, Fang Luo glanced out the window to observe the situation outside. It was Monday, and the vicinity of the warehouse was typically bustling with workers, yet now not a single soul was visible. Everyone had sought refuge in the shade. The heat was unbearable. The temperature on his phone displayed a staggering 65 degrees. In such extreme heat, merely lingering outside for a few minutes could lead to heat stroke or even death. Even indoors, with the air conditioning set to 16 degrees, the temperature would not drop below 50. Moreover, ordinary air conditioners would soon fail under such harsh conditions. In contrast, Fang Luo's cold storage utilized advanced refrigeration equipment, with a quantity 3 times that of comparable facilities, and the walls were reinforced with specialized materials. Inside, the temperature was a mere 10 degrees, making the heat feel non-existent, almost chilly, requiring a jacket. Fang Luo reclined comfortably on his 800,000 yuan sofa. The PS5 linked to a 100-inch television, and boredom led him to select a game to play. Nuclear Peace in Los Santos seemed quite engaging. As midnight approached, he finally began to feel weary, preparing to take a shower and retire for the night. Entering the meticulously crafted bathroom, I retrieved several buckets of water and poured them into the bathtub. This exquisite tub, equipped with a massage feature, was a fortunate find from Shopping Mall's warehouse. Rumored to be a limited edition worth hundreds of thousands. Indeed, sinking into its depths was a delightful experience. However, compared to a real masseuse, it fell slightly short. I would need to hire a professional for proper massage later. Beside me lay a bunch of imported grapes, and as I indulged in the fruit, I luxuriated in the warm bath. It was utterly blissful. Recalling my previous life, I remembered enduring the sweltering heat. While reclining in the bathtub, I perused real-time updates on my phone. Hours had drifted by, and the world had begun to undergo noticeable changes. Numerous trees were turning yellow, water levels were receding, and aging equipment was gradually failing. Alas, my household's power box had aged, rendering the air conditioning useless. What a predicament! It seemed hundreds of mice had sought refuge in my home from the heat. How distressing! Mice were certainly preferable to centipedes or cockroaches. Yet I was the one in need of rescue. Today, ambulances had been incessantly wailing, as it appeared many had succumbed to heat stroke. The environment had grown excessively harsh. Many elderly individuals had already perished due to the extreme temperatures. Nevertheless, the majority remained oblivious to the looming crisis, continuing to chatter as if nothing were amiss, even wishing for the heat wave to persist. Yet, I knew this was merely the calm before the storm. For now, conditions were not particularly dire. People still had access to water, electricity, and food. However, once the water and power were cut off, and sustenance ran low, their optimism would surely wane. Chaos would ensue, with no regard for law or order, as survival would overshadow all else. Furthermore, a viral outbreak would emerge, both a zombie virus and an evolutionary virus. Either strain would inflict catastrophic damage upon human society. The zombie virus, once contracted, would transform individuals into bloodthirsty creatures, driven solely by a desire to attack and destroy. The evolutionary virus, while not leading to a loss of rationality, would endow humanity with formidable strength. One should not perceive this as a boon. After gaining such power, would individuals adhere to the law? Consider the chubby woman and the unruly child I encountered while rescuing the electrical mother. Even a child of merely a few years exhibited a cruel demeanor during peaceful times. How much more perilous would adults be in a chaotic world? Those violent loan sharks, who had already resorted to physical intimidation during peacetime, would surely escalate their brutality after acquiring enhanced power. Would their thoughts then turn to protecting the vulnerable? No, they would only become more unabashed in their oppression. The number of lives lost at their hands would rival those claimed by the undead, and such individuals are far from rare. Even Fang Luo finds it challenging to guarantee that he will not become such a person. Will he succumb to the temptation of bullying the weak? However, this does not imply that Fang Luo should refrain from acquiring power. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is the sole means of survival. He must strive to attain strength. Power itself is not inherently wrong. Rather, it is the individual who seeks power that may falter. Fang Luo merely desires to survive. Although he possesses spatial abilities, he must still enhance his strength. Idleness is not an option. The abilities of supernatural beings are categorized into levels, ranging from 1 to 100. The higher the level, the mightier the powers. In his previous life, Fang Luo was merely a common level 1 supernatural being among the weakest, with combat capabilities indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. His initial spatial abilities offered no offensive means, merely a storage space. Unlike fire or electricity-related powers, which possess formidable combat prowess from the outset. To elevate his supernatural abilities, 2 methods exist. First, to absorb more evolution viruses. However, these viruses are exceedingly rare. Among 100 individuals, it is unlikely that even one would find them. Second, to slay zombies or other supernatural beings to absorb the enhanced crystals within their brains. This is the primary means of augmenting strength. Regrettably, in his previous life, Fang Luo lacked the ability to kill zombies and could not find more evolution viruses, ultimately unable to contend even with Su Qingqing's family. Yet, having been reincarnated, Fang Luo is determined not to repeat his past mistakes. He intends to gather a batch of evolution viruses in advance to swiftly bolster his strength. Moreover, the electric mother is presently by his side, yet she has yet to obtain any evolution viruses. Currently, she is just an ordinary mother cat. He is unaware of where she acquired the virus in her previous life. Fang Luo cast a glance at the mother cat snoring on the sofa. He yearns to locate these evolution viruses. Only with formidable abilities can he confront adversaries and powerful zombies, thereby ensuring his protection. With a resolute mind, Fang Luo immediately began to devise a plan. He recalls that the outbreak of the zombie virus occurred on the 5th night of the apocalypse. Thus, the evolution viruses likely emerged around the same time. Fang Luo first retrieved a map of Luo City, searching for the location where he was infected in his past life, as well as the possible areas where the electric mother roamed. After careful consideration, he pinpointed a rough direction. Time swiftly passed, and the 5th day of the apocalypse arrived. During these days, Fang Luo remained in the cold storage, as the virus had yet to descend, rendering early excursions futile. The weather outside was exceedingly hot. However, he did not remain idle. Instead, he utilized VR equipment to immerse himself in the world of Resident Evil, preparing himself for encounters with zombies and accumulating experience in combating them. Due to his intense focus, he played until 3 a.m. the previous night, resulting in a slumber that lasted until 7 p.m. the following evening. The temperature in the cold storage was exceptionally comfortable. After his adjustments, the indoor temperature consistently hovered around 18 to 20 degrees Celsius, the most comfortable range for human sensation. Had it not been for his hunger, the impending outbreak of the virus, and the need to seek the evolving pathogen, he would have preferred to remain in slumber. Was the 10-person wide bed uncomfortable? Alas, it felt somewhat desolate, lacking something essential. After stretching, Fang Luo rose to prepare himself a bowl of abalone and sea cucumber congee. It was ill-advised to consume overly greasy food on an empty stomach, so he set the steak aside, though his culinary skills were rather mediocre. The high-quality ingredients ensured that his dish remained delectable. He pondered the necessity of hiring a chef to prepare meals for him. As he savored the congee, he pulled out his phone. Su Qingqing had ceased messaging him. The last communication lingered from 10 p.m. the previous night. He speculated that she might have succumbed to the circumstances. After all, she was in Southeast Asia, where temperatures exceeded 70 degrees and resources were scarce. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as he perused the day's news. The temperature in Luo City had remained stable at 65 degrees. In just 5 short days, the reservoir's water level had plummeted by over 50 meters. Several small lakes had completely dried up. According to statistics from the water supply company, Luo City had consumed a staggering 100 million tons of water in the past 3 days, with daily usage exceeding 10 times the usual amount, not accounting for evaporation. The price of tap water had surged from approximately 3 yuan per ton to 3,000 yuan per ton, a 1,000-fold increase. Crucially, the water source for the supply company was no longer sufficient to meet the city's demands. Certain areas had begun experiencing water shortages, with supply restricted to the inner second ring of the city and affluent neighborhoods. The demand far outstripped the supply. Even wealth could not procure water. Moreover, under the relentless heat, numerous fires had erupted, leading to power outages in over half of the city. The only cooling option, air conditioning, had become ineffective. Over 80 of the elderly had not survived, and some younger individuals in poor health had also perished due to dehydration. News reports indicated that the death toll in Luo City's hospitals had surpassed several 100,000, not accounting for those who may have died at home or on the streets. Cumulatively, the number could exceed 1 million. It is worth noting that this was merely the 5th day. The zombie outbreak had yet to commence. Now, chaos reigned in the streets. Those who had previously enjoyed the comfort of their homes could no longer withstand the sweltering heat and were compelled to venture out in search of food and water. The crime rate in the city skyrocketed by 350. Incidents of robbery and brawls erupted on every street, overwhelming the police and firefighters on duty. Fang Luo's cold storage had also suffered a power outage. Fortunately, he possessed a generator and fuel, allowing him to generate electricity independently. The temperature in the cold storage remained unaltered, still exuding a sense of comfort. Fang Luo reflected on the situation with a heavy heart. In a previous existence, I too was ensnared in a relentless struggle, akin to a dog, fighting for water with others until the bitter end. Fortunately, in this life, I have prudently amassed provisions and constructed a cold storage facility, sparing myself the desperate plight of bartering my life for a mere loaf of bread. However, my fuel supply is finite. I cannot rely indefinitely on the generator for power. I must devise alternative strategies. Glancing at the slumbering power supply, I resolved to allow it 2 days of rest, after which it would be expected to serve me diligently. After savoring a bowl of abalone and sea cucumber porridge, the clock struck 8 in the evening. I calculated that less than 2.5 hours remained until the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse in my previous life. Driving to my destination would take approximately 1 hour, allowing for potential delays. If I departed now, I would likely arrive just in time for the initial wave of the virus's descent upon Blue Star. Equipped with a map and clad in protective gear, I prepared to embark on my journey. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the cold storage door. Frowning, I approached and peered through a specially designed window, discovering several men armed with tools, resolutely striking my door. "Brother Wang, are you certain there are supplies inside?" inquired one voice. Another, more rugged voice responded, "Of course. A few days ago, I delivered goods worth over 10 million in bottled water. If we seize this place, we won't have to worry about water for years. Moreover, I meticulously observed that this cold storage employs top-tier refrigeration equipment. The temperature inside cannot exceed 30 degrees. 30 degrees? That will be refreshingly cool. What are we waiting for? Let us pry it open." Chapter 11. Robbery at the entrance of the cold storage. The men displayed expressions of greed and desperation, wielding hammers and pry bars, laboriously assaulting the door. The sound of their efforts was incessant. My gaze turned icy as I recognized one of the men, Wang Dazhuang, a truck driver. He was the very individual who had delivered my order of 10 million in bottled water. Initially, the supplier had promised free unloading. However, upon Wang's arrival, he took advantage of the situation, extorting me for 10,000 yuan in unloading fees. I never anticipated he would now covet my cold storage. The relentless pounding continued, but the door remained impervious to their assault. Exhausted, they panted like dogs, their efforts proving futile. I couldn't help but scoff at their audacity. My cold storage had been fortified by a professional security firm at a cost of $5 million, with nothing but hammers in their hands. They could hammer away for a year without inflicting any damage. I had no cause for concern regarding their intrusion. My original intention had been to step outside. Now, these individuals obstruct the entrance, and venturing outside would inevitably lead to a confrontation, a clash that cannot be avoided. Should one simply wait for them to depart? However, time is a luxury I cannot afford. What do you intend to do? Fang Luo deliberately raised his voice, indicating that someone was inside, hoping to instill fear and prompt their retreat. Typically, petty thieves would scatter at the mere presence of another. Someone's inside. Quick, run. The few outside were startled, not anticipating the presence of anyone within the cold storage. A few timid souls immediately felt the urge to withdraw. Yet, Wang Dazhuang was not easily deterred. Is it Boss Fang? He pondered, moistening his cracked lips as he inquired. Do you remember me, old Wang, the one who delivered water to you? Be Boss Fang. Wang Dazhuang feigned a pitiful demeanor, weakly lamenting, the weather is scorching outside, and we run out of water at home. We are nearly parched to death. What does that have to do with me? Fang Luo's tone was icy. Wang Dazhuang was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Fang Luo's indifference. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. His impending thirst was of no concern to Fang Luo. After all, he was not his father. Moreover, he had previously swindled him out of money. It was fortunate that Fang Luo had not sought retribution. Boss, didn't you purchase a substantial amount of water previously? Could you spare us a few bottles? Wang Dazhuang pressed on, still unwilling to yield. His thirst was overwhelming. His throat felt as if it were engulfed in flames, rendering his voice hoarse. My water? Why should I give it to you? Fang Luo found the request amusing. How could he have the audacity to ask for water? Then we shall buy it. Your water is priced at 50 cents a bottle, correct? We'll pay you 2 yuan for a few. If you sell it to me, I want to charge you for unloading in the future. 2 yuan? Fang Luo could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, the retail price of a bottle of mineral water was 2 yuan, but this was the apocalypse. The price of tap water had skyrocketed from 3 yuan to 3,000 yuan per ton, with availability scarce. As for mineral water, a mere 500 milliliters bottle could fetch 100 yuan, and he thought he could procure it for 2? Such naive delusions. As for the unloading fee, he had already been swindled once. There was no chance he would sell water to him. I want to sell it. Get lost, and don't die on my doorstep. Fang Luo unceremoniously dismissed him. Wang Dazhuang was taken aback, not expecting such a blatant refusal from Fang Luo, already parched and exasperated. His face turned an angry shade of purple. He retorted, Boss Fang, do you possess no compassion whatsoever? We are on the brink of dehydration, merely requesting a few bottles of water. Must you curse us to death? Indeed, do you lack any semblance of kindness? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? You possess so much water. Sharing a little would not affect you. I have never encountered such a miserly person. The individuals behind him vehemently criticized Fang Luo, accusing him of lacking compassion and turning a blind eye to suffering. They spoke of righteousness and morality, conveniently forgetting that mere moments ago, they had been wielding hammers to smash his door. Just days prior, they had schemed to swindle him. Let me reiterate, you may perish wherever you wish, but do not die at my doorstep. Fang Luo categorically rejected their moral coercion. For as long as he held no moral obligation, they could not bind him. Thus, he warned them not to expect civility. Wang Dazhuang's expression grew increasingly menacing. What do you mean by not being polite? Fang Luo replied with a mocking tone. Boss Wang, while your door may be sturdy, it is not invulnerable. Wang Dazhuang's voice turned cold. We are 5, armed with an array of tools. A mere iron gate cannot deter us. You are but 1. With a sinister grin, Wang Dazhuang commanded, Brothers, let us smash it. With that, the group raised their hammers and crowbars, mercilessly assaulting the cold storage door. Initially, they had contemplated theft, but now, recognizing Fang Luo's vulnerability, they intended to resort to outright robbery. They had already observed that there were no witnesses around. Even if Fang Luo were to be killed, no one would know. Unmindful of their audacity, as Wang Dazhuang persisted in his assault, Fang Luo felt a surge of lethal intent. His initial aim had merely been to drive them away. He was not a killer, lacking the cold-bloodedness to disregard another's life. Yet, their intentions were unmistakably lethal, and Fang Luo could not remain passive. If one does not harm me, I shall not harm them. But if one dares to provoke me, I shall eradicate them. His gaze turned frigid. Silently, he opened his spatial portal, retrieving weapons acquired in Southeast Asia, then called out to those outside, "Cease your knocking. I shall open the door for you. Come in, and I shall send you on your way. You show some sense." Wang Dazhuang scoffed, inwardly relieved as he hastily set down his hammer. The sweltering heat of 65 degrees had drained his strength, and after wielding a heavy hammer, several of his companions had collapsed from exhaustion. Had they continued for another 2 minutes, even he would have considered surrendering. Fortunately, this young man had been intimidated by his imposing presence. Wang Dazhuang stepped back triumphantly, his eyes fixed on the cold storage door. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, and an exhilarating gust of cool air poured out from within. Wang Dazhuang shivered, his skin prickling with goosebumps. Having just endured the oppressive heat, he now faced a refreshing breeze of less than 20 degrees. The others, who had previously been fatigued, now wore expressions of astonishment and satisfaction. They could hardly believe such a cool haven existed in the world. The contrast between the inside and outside was stark, a veritable paradise juxtaposed against a hellish inferno. The chill in the air was palpable, the temperature barely seeming to reach 20 degrees. This fellow had been luxuriating in such a comfortable environment. How blissful. "Hurry inside, we must go in. Don't shove. Let me be the first. I've smashed the most." A group tumbled and scrambled, eagerly rushing into the cold storage, their faces betraying a greed that could not be concealed. Even as they stumbled, they sought to seize this place, to claim all the supplies within, wishing to reside there eternally. And as for the true owner of the cold storage, they could meet a fate far removed from their thoughts. However, upon their entrance, the first sight that met their eyes was a pair of size 44 boots, and when they looked up, they found themselves staring down the dark muzzle of the gun, aimed squarely at them. A chill ran through everyone. Chapter 12. Do not tempt me. Wang Dazhuang felt the refreshing coolness and greedily surged forward, only to trip over the few who had halted in front of him, landing hard and drawing blood from his nose. "Damn it, why are you all stopping? Get inside," he bellowed in anger, but his companions remained frozen, gazing ahead in astonishment. He too turned his gaze forward. Before them stood a tall, handsome young man clad in green combat attire, wielding a weapon with a peachwood stock. This was something he had seen on television. It was called an AK-47. If memory served. Goodness, Wang Dazhuang could hardly believe it. Such a weapon, usually confined to the realm of screens, how could it be in Fang Luo's possession? This was in a land of fire. Acquiring such a thing was far more difficult than earning $1 million. After a moment of shock, calm quickly settled over him. "It must be a fake. Humph, you little brat. Do you think a toy gun can intimidate me?" Wang Dazhuang sneered at Fang Luo. Then he kicked a few of his dazed companions. "What are you fools doing? This is the land of fire. How could he possibly have a real gun?" It was only then that they began to grasp the situation. Indeed, in the land of fire, firearms were banned. Ordinary people would never encounter them. This toy gun looked astonishingly realistic. He nearly fell for it. A renewed sense of mirth spread among them. Embracing the comfortable temperature of the cold storage, they beheld the lavish furnishings surrounding them, their eyes alight with fervor. "Goodness, I've seen this sofa on television. It must cost over 800,000. And that television, 100 inches with the latest PS5, not to mention the exquisite wine, likely worth thousands per bottle." They had been sweltering outside like dogs, while this lad reclined on a genuine leather sofa, watching a 100-inch television, sipping wine worth a fortune. Was he on vacation? This entire setup must be worth millions. It was nothing short of paradise. If only a few beautiful maidens were there to attend to him, he would gladly die on the spot. What are we waiting for? Let us break this brat's legs and toss him out. He was just so brazen moments ago. Wang Dazhuang greedily surveyed the surroundings, then sneered at Fang Luo. "Indeed. Damn it, he obstructed us for so long, leaving me sweltering like a dog. Watch how I deal with you." The others, upon hearing this, immediately approached Fang Luo menacingly, their expressions fierce. Fang Luo silently observed these men, his gaze devoid of any fear, only resolute bloodlust radiating from him. A bald man was the first to advance, brandishing a crowbar towards Fang Luo. Just as he was about to swing it violently at Fang Luo's thigh, a sudden bang echoed throughout the cold storage. On the sofa, the previously lazy and slumbering electric cat sprang up 3 meters high in shock. Meow. Curiously, she glanced over. There lay a man whose once round head was now missing a substantial chunk, resembling a smashed watermelon. The ground was stained with a mixture of crimson and milky white fluid. The electric cat stared in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping. Her master was far too ruthless. Compared to him, she felt like a mere kitten. It seemed she would have to behave herself in the future. Meow. Wang Dezhuang and the others were equally dumbfounded, their bodies frozen like ice sculptures, pupils constricted in sheer terror. After a moment, one man could no longer contain himself and vomited violently, but his stomach was empty, leaving him retching painfully. The gun was indeed real. Wang Dezhuang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Fang Luo coldly scoffed, leveling the gun at Wang Dezhuang. No, please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Faced with the dark muzzle of the weapon, Wang Dezhuang was instantly engulfed by fear, kneeling and weeping, his head repeatedly striking the ground until his forehead was a bloody mess. In the face of death, what was dignity worth? Guarantee you just about to break my legs? Fang Luo observed Wang Dezhuang, who was now bowing like a chick pecking at rice, with an utterly indifferent expression. I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. Wang Dezhuang wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. He usually only bullied the weak, preying on honest people. He had initially thought Fang Luo was just an innocent lamb. Who would have guessed that Fang Luo was a heartless demon? Now, he was filled with regret. Had he known this would happen, he would never have dared to deceive Fang Luo or attempt to rob his cold storage. Please don't kill me. I have a wife and daughter. Don't use your mother and daughter to tempt me. I might lose control. Fang Luo coldly squeezed the trigger. At 9 p.m., much of the city was already plunged into darkness, the streetlights extinguished. Only a towering armored vehicle, resembling a fierce beast, emitted cold white headlights, barely illuminating the path for Fang Luo. Meow. A cat's meow echoed, prompting Fang Luo to glance at the electric mother beside him, who was panting heavily with her tongue lolling out. Clearly, the heat was unbearable. The temperature outside soared to an oppressive 65 degrees. Even Fang Luo was drenched in sweat, contrasting sharply with the frigid environment of the cold storage. Were it not for his quest to locate the evolutionary virus, he would have preferred to remain indoors. Fortunately, he had previously stored a fair amount of ice water. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed. He retrieved 2 bottles of water from his space, gulped down one eagerly, and opened another for the electric mother. Meow. The electric mother expressed her gratitude with a soft call. Fang Luo turned his gaze back to the scene outside the window. The streets were filled with individuals desperately searching for supplies, their bodies nearly bare and their faces etched with despair. Upon spotting Fang Luo's vehicle, several of them approached, their expressions turning to one of thirst as they noticed the bottled water. Water. A disheveled man fixated on the half bottle of ice water in Fang Luo's possession, his palm incessantly striking the window. Water. Please, give me water. Fang Luo remained indifferent. The man continued to plead, I beg you, give me water. I will offer you my wife, and my daughter too. They are both beautiful. Please. Numerous women also abandoned their husbands, declaring that if Fang Luo granted them water, they would fulfill any of his desires. Just give me water, and I can be your little cat, some of them boldly proclaimed, including a notably attractive influencer whom Fang Luo remembered watching during her live streams. She appeared quite innocent, yet here she was uttering such desperate words. This was the reality of the apocalypse. Continuing his drive, the clock struck 10 as Fang Luo arrived at the area where the virus had initially spread in his previous life. This was a residential community in the 3rd district, now devoid of power, bearing a desolate appearance. He parked the car and scrutinized the sky, anticipating the arrival of the virus. He recalled that in his past life, the zombie virus outbreak commenced around 10:30 in the evening. Chapter 13. Enhanced abilities. Leaning against the car, Fang Luo's gaze remained fixed on the sky, fearful of missing any detail. Yet, even in the night, the air temperature reached a staggering 60 degrees. Soon, his mouth felt parched. Beside him, the electric mother was also vocalizing her discomfort, having attempted to exit the car, only to recoil as her paw touched the ground, scorched by the heat. It was prudent for her to remain inside, lest she be cooked alive. Fang Luo swiftly grabbed the scruff of the electric mother's neck and tossed her back into the car, providing her with a bottle of ice water and a can of cat food. He, too, indulged in a chilled cola, immediately feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, Fang Luo's expression shifted to one of astonishment as his eyes fixated on the sky. A luminous object was gracefully descending. The evolutionary virus. Fang Luo suddenly came to his senses, his face lighting up with joy as he calculated the location of the fallen object and dashed towards it. Soon, he successfully obtained the evolution virus. It resembled an irregular crystal, roughly the size of a peanut, entirely transparent and emanating a purple glow. It appeared somewhat different from what he had discovered in his previous life. Upon closer inspection, he recalled that the one he had found back then was white, not purple. Could it be that there is more than one type of evolution virus here? Such a possibility certainly existed. When Fang Luo had found the evolution crystal in his past life, it was approximately the 10th day of the apocalypse. By that time, most of the evolution crystals had already been claimed by others, and he had only managed to find one with great difficulty. In this life, he had arrived at the scene first, without anyone else having discovered it. How wonderful! Fang Luo felt even more exhilarated. This meant he could find more crystals. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. As he did, a painful groan escaped his lips, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The process of utilizing the evolution virus was incredibly agonizing, as it forcibly altered the host body. If the host body could not endure the transformation and the overwhelming power, there was a significant risk of it exploding. Out of 10 ordinary people, only one could survive the transformation induced by the virus, making the danger level comparable to that of the zombie virus. Finally, after several minutes, Fang Luo felt the transformation of his body complete. He distinctly sensed that he had become significantly stronger and had gained a new ability, spatial flickering. He tested it out and found that he could now jump around 3 meters, able to traverse walls with ease. How splendid! With this ability, why fear being caught off guard? Fang Luo was elated. Although this was not an offensive skill, it was undoubtedly an exceptional life-saving one. What could be more important than survival? Suddenly, a cat's shrill cry echoed in his ears. Fang Luo's brow furrowed in concern. Was it the electric mother? Had something gone awry? Could it be zombies? He hurriedly dashed towards his vehicle. Upon reaching it, his eyes instantly filled with fury at the sight before him. Surrounding his car were 3 individuals, a man, a woman, and a large-headed child. All 3 appeared disheveled, their faces smeared with grime, and they emanated a foul odor as if they had crawled out of a sewer. They appeared to be a family. The man was of short stature, his frame resembling that of a thin bamboo pole. Fang Luo recognized the woman and the child. They were the very same individuals who had previously abused the electric mother. The trio was currently dividing Fang Luo's leftover half bottle of cola, as well as the mineral water and cat food meant for the electric mother. The remnants of food lingered on their lips, and they unhesitatingly picked up the crumbs that had fallen to the ground, reluctant to waste a morsel. To their astonishment, they discovered a chilled cola, an absolute delight. It was baffling to witness a vehicle providing mineral water for a cat. What a waste. Countless souls suffer without access to water. It's truly heartless. Dad, save a sip for me. It's not good for children to drink cola. Let your father have it. Soon, the 3 greedily divided the provisions left by Fang Luo, their faces reflecting a lingering desire for more. In recent days, they had subsisted on spoiled and foul food, and their water source had been nothing but filthy drainage, resorting to drinking each other's urine to survive. The icy cola and cat food were, to them, exquisite delicacies. Inside the vehicle, the cat mother glared furiously at the individuals who had robbed her of her sustenance, emitting a low growl filled with rage. She recognized them, particularly the mischievous child who had tormented her before, hatred blazing in her eyes. How dare you scratch me, you beast? What does it matter if I take a little food? Can a worthless life compare to mine? Lu Zhuang shot a glare at the cat mother. Beside him, his wife, Li Xiaomei, observed the plump feline and suggested, "Why don't we kill it for meat?" "Mom, I want to eat cat meat." What a splendid idea. The family of 3, their eyes glinting with greed, reached out to seize the cat mother, intent on skinning and dismembering her. Yet, the cat mother was no easy prey. She lashed out with her claws, leaving them with numerous scratches. "How dare you scratch me? I'll crush you." Lu Zhuang picked up a stone, ready to throw it at the cat mother. "Stop right there." A voice as cold as ice resonated behind them. They turned to see a strikingly handsome man staring at them, his gaze brimming with an ominous intent that made the child cry out in fear. "Who the hell are you?" Lu Zhuang bellowed, incensed by his son's tears. "This is my car." "Your car?" Lu Zhuang scoffed. "You claim it's yours, but I could just as easily say it's mine." Call out to him and see if he responds. "Get lost, or I'll smash you." Lu Zhuang waved his thin arm, bewildered at how a hefty woman like him could have produced such a large-headed child. "Wait." At that moment, Li Xiaomei scrutinized Fang Luo, seemingly recalling his identity, and shouted, "You little brat. You know him?" Lu Zhuang asked in confusion, his mind racing with suspicion. Could he be his wife's lover? He was too handsome. No wonder their son didn't resemble him. "Not only do I know him, But he is the one who bullied our son and pushed me, Li Xiaomei proclaimed, hands on her hips like a shrew. Dad, he is a bad guy. The large-headed child cried even louder, pointing at Fang Luo. Gao Ni Ma, how dare you strike my son? Listen here, if you don't compensate for the medical expenses today, you shall not leave. Lu Zhuang and Li Xiaomei, rolling up their sleeves, surrounded Fang Luo with an intimidating presence. 100 boxes of water. Don't even think of denying it. You just had water for the cat. I demand cola. The chubby child cried and clamored. The family resembled a cacophonous flock of ducks, wailing and fussing, driving Fang Luo to the brink of exasperation. Truly, they were an extraordinary family. Fang Luo gazed coldly at these individuals. The elation he had just felt from acquiring the evolution virus had vanished in an instant. He retrieved an AK from his space, preparing to send this family off in an orderly fashion. However, at that very moment, the child's cries abruptly ceased. Chapter 14. Zombies, April 5th, 2230. The planetary virus descended upon Blue Star, unleashing the zombie contagion. The true apocalypse had officially commenced. In the city, two men simultaneously discovered a bottle of mineral water and engaged in a fierce struggle over its possession. Ha! You scrawny twig, dare to compete with me? Prepare to meet your end. The burly man delivered a punch, knocking his opponent to the ground, reveling in his victory, preparing to relish his spoils. Yet, in the next moment, the defeated, frail man suddenly convulsed, emitting bizarre, gurgling sounds from his throat, and then, as if transformed, lunged at the robust man. In a shocking turn of events, he bit through the neck of a man whose size surpassed his own by more than double. Such occurrences transpired globally, with the potential for anyone, whether impoverished victims, billionaires, or well-trained military forces, to become a zombie or be bitten to death. In sweltering 65-degree heat, with power outages, water shortages, spoiled food, and mutated zombies, the world descended into utter chaos. No one could guarantee how long they might survive in such a dire environment. Meanwhile, Fang Luo observed from a distance. The chubby child ceased his cries and suddenly began to convulse, rolling his eyes back and emitting eerie gurgles. Son, what is wrong? Lu Zhuang and Li Xiaomei, who had been surrounding Fang Luo, also noticed their son's strange behavior and rushed over. Rabies? Did he just get scratched by the cat? Damn it, you little rascal, hurry up and pay me. Lu Zhuang, holding his son, mistakenly believed it to be rabies and sought to extort money from Fang Luo once more. However, at that moment, the chubby child in Lu Zhuang's arms suddenly contorted into a grotesque visage and bit fiercely into his father's neck. The chubby child had transformed into a zombie. Lu Zhuang's eyes widened in horror as he attempted to struggle free. Yet, despite being only 7 or 8 years old, the child's strength and speed had drastically changed post-transformation. With the assistance of his wife, who weighed over 200 pounds, Lu Zhuang struggled to detach his son from a gruesome scene. As he gazed over, he noticed his son gnawing on a sizable chunk of flesh. Meanwhile, a portion of Lu Zhuang's own neck was grotesquely missing, with blood vessels starkly exposed. Before he could even lament his fate, a ruptured trachea caused him to collapse to the ground, clutching his neck in a futile attempt to stave off death, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He could not fathom why his own son would turn against him. On the other side, Li Xiaomei stood in shock. Her son had fatally bitten her husband. But what horrified her more was the sight of her eldest son, baring his teeth menacingly at her. Lu Zhuang had been too emaciated to be appetizing. Yet this robust woman was undoubtedly a tempting feast. Stay away. Get back, you little beast. I am your mother. Li Xiaomei shrieked, hurling her son away and attempting to flee. However, it was too late. Her eldest son leaped onto her back, sinking his teeth into her flesh, exposing her white bones in a horrific display. In less than 2 minutes, this couple lay lifeless on the ground, victims of their own son. Fang Luo, witnessing this macabre spectacle, was profoundly shaken. It was evident that the undead harbored no familial bonds. Even parents were not spared. He had not anticipated that this eldest son would be the first to succumb to the zombie virus. It seemed likely that during their recent encounter with the electric mother, he had sustained an injury that allowed the virus to invade. Truly, one reaps what one sows. The eldest son continued to tear into the corpulent woman, feasting without a care for Fang Luo, who looked on in disgust at the grotesque scene. Drawing a weapon from his spatial realm, he prepared to eliminate the zombie. However, to his surprise, a tabby cat suddenly positioned itself in front of him. The electric mother? Fang Luo regarded her with curiosity, uncertain of her intentions. Yet, as he observed her peculiar demeanor closely, His eyes widened in astonishment. The electric mother had awakened her supernatural abilities. At that moment, her tail crackled with electrical sounds, accompanied by sparks that danced in the dark night sky, resembling a firework display. It appeared that while Fang Luo had just departed, an evolutionary crystal had also descended in this vicinity. Cats possess superior night vision and are drawn to luminous objects, so it was likely that she had descended to investigate and had unwittingly become infected. Do you wish to take matters into your own hands? Fang Luo inquired tentatively. Meow. The electric mother was notorious for her vindictive nature. In her previous life, she had methodically eliminated those who wronged her, having endured mistreatment. Her awakening of powers spurred a desire for personal vengeance. You truly embody the principle of retribution, which I admire, Fang Luo chuckled, appreciating her resolve. The notion of repaying kindness for cruelty was something he could not endorse. It was a disingenuous act. True nobility lies in avenging wrongs. Go forth, but be cautious of bites. The childlike figure of Big Head Sun has now transformed into a zombie. Yet Fang Luo feels no pity for him due to his former innocence. To spare him would only lead to more victims being bitten. Meow. The electric mother, aware of the situation, swiftly darted towards the zombie, her tail crackling with a flicker of electricity as she propelled herself forward. With a resounding crack, the zombie that was once Big Head Sun collapsed to the ground, charred and lifeless, utterly vanquished. Fang Luo stood in stunned silence, astonished by the electric mother's formidable prowess. In his past life, he had only heard whispers of her might, never imagining she could dispatch a zombie with such ease. Had he been in her place, devoid of weapons, he would have surely struggled to eliminate a zombie so effortlessly. The most astonishing aspect was that the electric mother had only just awakened her powers. It was evident that awakened animals possessed a combat strength superior to that of humans. Fang Luo felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he was the electric mother's master and had treated her kindly. Otherwise, with her vindictive nature, she might have retaliated against him with lethal consequences. Electric mother, from now on, I shall offer you double portions of dried fish. You must remember to be grateful, he said, casting a hopeful glance at her. Meow. The electric mother tilted her head, her tail raised high, and let out a meow, playfully shaking her head as if to say, with my current strength, your offer is hardly sufficient for my services. I demand more. It seems she was quite aware of her own prowess. You're quite the demanding cat, Fang Luo quipped. Exasperated, without further ado, he grasped the electric mother by the scruff of her neck and unceremoniously tossed her into the vehicle. Do you not know who your master is? Meow, she protested, her expression one of indignation, yet she endured for the promise of dried fish. Chapter 15. The plan. Fang Luo glanced once more at the lifeless zombie, retrieving a long blade from his spatial pouch. With a single stroke, he plunged it into the creature's skull. This was not due to a penchant for brutality or a desire to torment the dead. Rather, Fang Luo sought to extract the enhancement crystal from its brain. Regardless of whether it was the evolution virus or the zombie virus, an enhancement crystal would manifest within the brain after infection. These crystals bestowed immense power upon living beings. By absorbing these crystals, one could significantly amplify their own abilities, mirroring the effects of the evolution virus. The enhancement crystals emitted light of varying intensities depending on their potency. The brighter the light, the stronger the energy contained within, directly correlating to the increase in strength. This particular zombie had only recently mutated, and the crystal within emitted a faint white light, indicating that its energy was quite meager. Fang Luo proceeded to absorb it. During the absorption process, he experienced a mild tingling sensation throughout his body, far more pleasant than the previous absorption of the evolution virus. However, the energy difference was stark. This enhancement crystal contained only about 1% of the energy compared to the evolution virus. 1 unit of the evolution virus could equal the power of 100 freshly mutated zombies. In pursuit of more evolved viruses, Fang Luo resolved to act. The viral outbreak had only just begun, and the remarkable nature of the evolved viruses had yet to be uncovered. Should he delay, the discovery by others would render the search for these viruses increasingly arduous. Furthermore, as time passed, the zombies would grow stronger, becoming more formidable adversaries. Fang Luo scoured the vicinity, but regrettably only found a solitary evolution crystal. However, he did encounter several zombies, not just of human origin, but also some cats and dogs. Fortunately, he had previously equipped himself with weaponry. These newly mutated zombies posed no significant threat to him. With a series of gunfire from his AK, the zombies swiftly lost their combat capabilities. It appeared that this area would yield no more evolved viruses, necessitating a change of location for his search. Fang Luo pondered which places from his past life might harbor evolution crystals. The rarity of these crystals was notable in his previous existence. The entire city of Luo contained merely a few thousand superhumans scattered throughout various locales. He could only vaguely recall the general regions where several renowned superhumans had contracted their viruses. Even so, the search would prove cumbersome, as evolution crystals were diminutive, roughly the size of peanuts. An idea suddenly struck him. He could enlist the help of Electric Mother. Although small, evolution crystals possess a distinctive characteristic. They emit light. Electric Mother, being a cat, inherently possessed superior night vision compared to humans and exhibited a particular curiosity towards luminous objects. With the city largely plunged into darkness due to power outages, her assistance in locating these crystals was exceedingly apartment wake up. Don't sleep any longer. It's time to work. Fang Luo gently roused the slumbering Electric Mother, who had recently aided him in dispatching zombies, expending considerable energy in the process. The powers of superhumans are not limitless. They deplete the host's stamina. Thus, individuals of robust physique tend to be more formidable and enduring than their slender counterparts, though this is not an absolute rule. In his previous life, Fang Luo had encountered a frail woman with a limp, yet her prowess far surpassed that of ordinary superhumans. At that time, he had found himself encircled by a horde of zombies when this limping woman fortuitously passed by, effortlessly eliminating dozens of zombies and rescuing him. Had it not been for her, he would not have survived beyond 30 days. Regrettably, she had said nothing and departed immediately. Later, Fang Luo sought information about her and learned that she had once been a student at Luo City University, though her current whereabouts remained unknown. If given the chance, Fang Luo would very much like to recruit her before she awakened her powers, compelling her to serve him. He resolved to search near the university. Meow. Electric Mother, awakened by Fang Luo, shot him an unwilling glance. Can't you see I'm off duty? Overtime work requires overtime pay. Fine, let us add a little extra. As Fang Luo gazed at the Electric Mother, who had once again reclined, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Truly, she would not work without remuneration. Meow. That was more like it. The Electric Mother wagged her tail in satisfaction, then opened her round, glistening eyes to scrutinize the scene outside the window. Fang Luo made his way toward Luoqing University, intent on locating the girl from his previous life who had saved him, while also searching for the evolution virus. The streets were in disarray. Individuals who had been scavenging for supplies suddenly transformed into zombies, beginning to gnaw at other survivors. As Fang Luo emerged from his residential complex, he witnessed a beautiful young woman, clad only in her undergarments, frantically fleeing for her life. Unfortunately, the zombies moved with alarming speed, and she ultimately found herself ensnared by 3 male zombies, who tore at her with ravenous intent, leaving her scant clothing in tatters. Even in death, these zombies exhibited a shocking lewdness. Fang Luo's indignation surged as he observed the zombies targeting the woman's flesh with grotesque fervor, blood splattering everywhere. As he passed by, the zombies even climbed onto Fang Luo's vehicle, relentlessly pounding and gnashing their teeth against it. Thankfully, Fang Luo's ride was an armored Dongfeng warrior. Although it was a civilian model, its tires and windows were ballistic-proof. The ordinary zombies' bites left no marks on his vehicle. Rather, they shattered their own teeth in vain. Without further ado, Fang Luo retrieved an AK from his spatial storage and dispatched the zombies through the shooting port. However, the gunfire attracted even more zombies, encircling his vehicle in a manner that left no escape. Their incessant howling created a scene of utter horror. The Electric Mother beside him was visibly agitated. Fortunately, Fang Luo had mentally prepared himself for such chaos. He reflected that had he not encountered zombies in his previous life and trained rigorously in VR zombie games for several days, he might have been paralyzed with fear in the face of such carnage. It was truly terrifying. Nonetheless, he felt secure within the confines of his vehicle. Continuing to wield his firearm, he fired at the zombies through the port, grateful for his ample supply of ammunition. Otherwise, he would never have been able to eliminate them all. During a prior trip to Southeast Asia, he had purchased millions of dollars worth of weaponry, which included hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. After a grueling 10 minutes, Fang Luo finally eradicated all the zombies. However, his vehicle was now surrounded by corpses, making it a challenge to open the door and exit. Once he managed to disembark, he methodically dispatched the remaining zombies, aiming for their heads. The numerous crystal cores they possessed were worth a single evolution crystal. He could not afford to waste them. After half an hour, Fang Luo had collected over 100 zombie cores. He resumed his journey, driving the armored vehicle over the fallen bodies of the zombies, splattering their fluids under the weight of the several-ton armored truck. Chapter 16. Lin Zijing. Fang Luo pressed onward toward Luoqing University. The streets, ravaged by the zombies, had become even more chaotic, littered with the remnants of dilapidated vehicles, refuse, and crumbling houses that had collapsed under the impact of out-of-control vehicles. There was scarcely a place left to set foot on the road. Fortunately, Fang Luo was driving an armored vehicle with a high chassis and strong shock absorption, allowing it to easily crush both zombies and stones alike. In contrast, a regular vehicle would struggle to navigate through such obstacles. Luo City University, the largest university in Luo City and a key national 985 institution, boasts a student population exceeding 30,000, gathering scholars from all corners of the nation. However, the prolonged days of scorching heat, power outages, water shortages, and spoiled food have rendered the campus far from its former vitality. Nonetheless, a number of students, unable to return home due to the halted transportation caused by the extreme temperatures, remained on campus. Fang Luo drove directly into the university grounds. Security personnel attempted to block his path, but these guards had succumbed to the zombie plague. It seemed the school had also fallen, proving that no place was immune to this catastrophe. With a sigh, Fang Luo pondered the whereabouts of the limping woman. He did not know her well. After she had rescued him in a previous life, she simply vanished, leaving him to learn only that she was a student at Luo City University. He decided to head to the female dormitory first. As he drove the armored vehicle over the bodies of the security zombies, he sped towards the dormitory. Outside the female dormitory, a group of girls trembled in fear within their room. Are those zombies outside? What are we going to do? The recent upheavals had shattered their understanding of the world. First, the sudden heat wave, then the loss of water and electricity. Just moments ago, they had heard a chilling scream from the neighboring dormitory. Peering out, they were horrified to see a zombie dragging a female body, with an arm hanging from its mouth. Was it her roommate? Panic surged through them. What can we do? Are you suggesting we lure the zombies away? Scoffed a haughty woman clad only in revealing underwear. Nana, don't joke. How could I possibly outrun a zombie? A petite girl replied with an embarrassed smile. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she leaned closer to Nana and whispered, "Why not send Lin Zijing? She often runs errands for others and delivers packages. She must be quick. Besides, even if she doesn't distract the zombies, we would have one less person to share our food with, perhaps allowing us to survive until help arrives." Her? Nana glanced at a girl in the corner, sporting short hair and a cheap white t-shirt. What a fool. Wearing a t-shirt and long pants in this heat. Why be so conservative? She had always looked down on Lin Zijing, an orphan, a penniless wretch, whose part-time job left her smelling unpleasant, forcing Nana to spray perfume every time they crossed paths. Moreover, Lin Zijing always hoarded cheap bread and bottled water in their dormitory, leaving no space even for yoga mats. She was a cunning schemer, always playing the innocent flower, drawing the attention of the wealthy elite while neglecting Nana. After all, Nana believed her own looks and figure surpassed that of this unsophisticated girl. The suggestion, however, was not without merit. Nana nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy. This isn't quite right, is it? Another bespectacled girl hesitated. The food we are consuming was purchased by Lin Zijing. The petite girl scoffed. So what if it was hers? Were it not for our agreement to allow her to stack her belongings in the restroom? Would she even possess these items? Why not you go and distract the zombies for her? The bespectacled girl fell silent. How could she possibly lure the zombies away? Excellent. Nana smiled with satisfaction, then turned to the bewildered Lin Zijing. Lin Zijing, after our discussion, we have decided to entrust you with a task. A task? Lin Zijing looked at Nana in confusion, wondering if they were requesting her to clean the restroom again. We are all trapped here. We cannot simply wait for death. You are the fastest runner among us. Go outside and draw the zombies away to create an opportunity for our escape. Nana commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Draw the zombies away? Lin Zijing felt a surge of terror. She was no fool. Just listening to the sounds of zombies banging on the door outside made it clear that they were not to be trifled with. Going out would be tantamount to signing her own death warrant. How could she perish when she still had a younger sister to care for? I won't go. Although Lin Ziqin was usually meek and compliant with their directives, she stood resolute against this unreasonable demand. You must go whether you like it or not. Li Nanofa, stepping forward to grasp Lin Ziqin. However, Li Nano was merely a decorative figure. Aside from her makeup and yoga practice, she had never engaged in any meaningful exercise. In contrast, Lin Ziqin, though slender from her part-time job delivering food, possessed significantly more strength than Li Nana and easily pushed her to the ground with a struggle. You scheming witch, you actually shoved me. You all better hurry up, Li Nana exclaimed in exasperation, directing the petite girl to subdue Lin Ziqin. Unfortunately, they still could not contain Lin Ziqin, who retaliated with several slaps. What are you waiting for? She glared at the bespectacled girl. You should act quickly. The bespectacled girl hesitated. If you don't expect to share the supplies later. Li Nana Skufa. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled girl no longer wavered. Her own life was undoubtedly more precious than Lin Ziqin's, and she quickly forgot about the food Lin Ziqin had previously shared with them. Ziqin, don't hold it against me. I just want to survive. Under the combined pressure of the three, Lin Ziqin was inevitably subdued and, with a face full of despair, was forcibly pushed out the door. She couldn't comprehend why, in a time when they lacked food and water, they would treat her this way after she had extended her hand to help them. Did they possess no shred of conscience? Quickly go and lure the zombies away. Li Nana slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Outside, the zombies that had initially intended to wander off, upon spotting Lin Ziqin, immediately exhibited a bloodthirsty expression and lunged towards her. Lin Ziqin was taken aback. Although her legs felt weak, the instinct for survival compelled her to flee urgently. She could not allow herself to perish. Her younger sister awaited her. Without her, how could the 16-year-old survive? Lin Ziqin dashed away, but the sheer number of zombies surrounding her soon cornered her into a dead end. Despair etched across her face. Was this the end? She glanced at the nearby window. Her dormitory was on the 3rd floor, less than 10 meters from the grass below. Perhaps if she jumped, there might still be a chance to escape. Even if she were to fall to her death, it would be preferable to being consumed by those loathsome creatures. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ziqin decisively leaped out the window. Meanwhile, Fang Luo drove the armored vehicle to the girl's dormitory, intending to ascend the building. Suddenly, the electric cat beside him began to meow frantically, its paw pointing urgently at a spot. Confused, Fang Luo followed its gaze and spotted something on the grassy area in front of the dormitory, radiating a faint glow. An evolution crystal? A surge of excitement coursed through him as he hurried towards the glowing object. Sure enough, on the grass lay a crystal the size of a peanut, shimmering with brilliance. He hadn't expected it to be so easily found. However, just as he was examining the crystal, a graceful figure plummeted from the sky towards him. Chapter 17. Rescuing Lin Ziqin. Just as Fang Luo was reveling in his fortune, a piercing scream echoed above him. He looked up in confusion, only to see a well-rounded posterior descending towards his face. Bewildered, he instinctively stepped back and caught the falling girl. She was soft and bouncy, a pleasant sensation in his hands. Curiously, he took in the girl in his arms, her naturally black short hair, delicate earlobes peeking through her strands, inviting him to brush aside her hair and gaze upon her perfection. Her peach blossom eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, conveying a sense of nervousness and fragility that tugged at Fang Luo's heartstrings. Particularly, her cherry-red lips, soft and inviting, made him want to savor them. What astonished Fang Luo even more was that this nearly 170 centimeters tall figure felt as light as a feather in his grasp. He could encircle her waist with a single hand. It was you. Upon recognizing the girl in his arms, Fang Luo's mouth fell open in surprise, a wave of joy surging within him as he held her tighter. This girl was none other than the limping girl from his past life, the one he had saved, whom he had been desperately searching for. But how had she fallen from the sky? Suddenly, he recalled the evolution crystal he had found. Could it be? A smile involuntarily spread across Fang Luo's face. He likely understood how Lin Ziqin awakened her extraordinary abilities in her previous life. It must have been during her desperate escape from the relentless pursuit of zombies, when she leapt from a height and fortuitously landed upon an evolution crystal, triggering her awakening. It was also then that her leg was injured. His presence in this lifetime had spared her from the misfortune of a broken leg. Feeling a tight embrace, Lin Ziqin gradually opened her eyes, only to discover an unfamiliar man before her. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively sought to free herself from Fang Luo's grasp. She had never been held by a boy before, especially not by one whose hands were firmly gripping her, allowing her to feel the warmth of his palm. To her dismay, he occasionally squeezed her. It was utterly embarrassing. With her parents long deceased, Lin Zijing had grown up with her grandmother, who instilled in her a sense of self-love and compassion from a young age, adhering to traditional values. She had never encountered a rogue like Fang Luo, who would so boldly touch her. However, the strength of Fang Luo was beyond her ability to escape. Her struggles only resulted in a more intimate proximity, leaving her blushing profusely. "Let go of me," she said, a mix of shyness and anger evident in her tone. All right," Fang Luo replied with a smile, reluctantly releasing her, secretly enjoying the sensation. "Thank you." Lin Zijing finally expressed her gratitude, her heart relieved that this young man had come to her aid. Otherwise, even if she had not met her demise, she would have certainly suffered a fracture. Her earlier impulsiveness now filled her with trepidation. "Right? We must hurry. There are zombies upstairs." Lin Zijing suddenly recalled her perilous situation and, disregarding her embarrassment, seized Fang Luo's arm to flee. However, upon glancing ahead, she was confronted by an even greater horde of zombies, leaving her with no avenue for escape. "It's over. I'm going to die." Lin Zijing felt a wave of despair wash over her. "Follow me." Fang Luo, having spotted the encroaching zombies, swiftly scooped Lin Zijing into his arms and dashed toward the armored vehicle. With so many zombies around, lacking vehicular protection, even he could risk being bitten. "Is this your vehicle?" Lin Zijing gasped in astonishment at the imposing armored truck, a sight she had only ever seen on television. Who was this handsome young man? Was he perhaps a soldier? Her curiosity about Fang Luo's identity piqued. Suddenly, while she was assessing him, a zombie lunged at the vehicle's window, gnashing its teeth against the metal, startling Lin Zijing and causing her to instinctively shrink back into Fang Luo's embrace. "Do not fear. I am here," Fang Luo assured her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. In her previous life, he had trembled in fear, surrounded by zombies, only to be rescued by her. Now, it was she who sought refuge in his arms. This masculine instinct brought a secret delight to Fang Luo, as he observed the zombies swarming around them. Fang Luo discreetly retrieved a gun from his space, ruthlessly eliminating the beautiful zombie foes before them. Upon witnessing the firearm, Lin Zijing was utterly astonished. However, as she observed Fang Luo vanquishing the zombies, a sense of security began to blossom within her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Nana, who had been hiding in the dormitory upstairs, also heard the gunfire. She looked out the window and beheld a massive armored vehicle emitting a white light, steadfastly stationed below. It was the military. Lin Nana's heart soared with joy. Someone had come to rescue them. Finally, salvation was at hand. What a relief. Had she known this would happen, they should not have pushed Lin Zijing out. Yet, having done so, it could only be said that her fate was unfortunate, and they were not to blame. Lin Nana pouted, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the armored vehicle in such perilous times. Only the presence of such a vehicle could provide her with a sense of safety. Minutes later, Fang Luo had eradicated all the encroaching zombies, the ground strewn with severed limbs and remains. Lin Zijing cast a glance, feeling her stomach churn. Times had changed. She would need to acclimate to such scenes in the future. Fang Luo gently patted her back, and Lin Zijing felt somewhat better, gazing at him with curiosity. Would the world continue like this indefinitely? Perhaps Fang Luo was uncertain himself, at least for the next few years. Things would not revert to how they once were. "Years," Lin Zijing exclaimed, a look of concern crossing her face. When would she be able to rescue her sister? "Thank you," she said after a moment, turning to Fang Luo once more. "No need for thanks," Fang Luo replied with a smile. In their past lives, she had saved him. It was only right that he return the favor. Moreover, his assistance was not without merit. "What made you think to jump down from the third floor?" Fang Luo inquired, puzzled. Not everyone possessed such courage. Lin Zijing hesitated, then recounted the events that had transpired, her face reflecting her sorrow. She had genuinely regarded her roommate as a friend, and it was unexpected that things had turned out this way. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the vehicle as three girls of varying heights excitedly approached. "Are you part of the military?" Lin Nana and her companions arrived at the vehicle, knocking on the window and lamenting. "Why did it take you so long to arrive? Do you have any idea how close I was to death?" "Tapdidibuit, Lin Nana. Hurry and open the door. It's sweltering out here. Listen quickly. With all these repulsive corpses, been utterly terrified. This will leave us with psychological scars. Your efficiency is abysmal. How is it that you've only just come to rescue us? Don't you realize we were on the brink of being devoured by zombies? I want to file a complaint. The girls chimed in, each taking turns to implore Fang Luo to hasten and allow them into the vehicle. Fang Luo couldn't help but smirk internally. It seemed these women had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the apocalypse, mistaking it for merely an ordinary disaster that would soon pass. She wondered what gave them the audacity to speak to him in such a tone, considering he was armed and had just single-handedly dispatched dozens of zombies. If one were to encounter a heartless individual, should they not first engage in a certain manner before proceeding further? One might have assumed this to be an era of peace and contentment. Moreover, setting aside the fact that I am not a soldier, even if I were to vanquish the zombies in this place and save them, they ought to express gratitude rather than complain about my tardiness. How dare they be so choosy? As Fang Luo prepared to depart, she turned her head and noticed that Lin Zijing's expression was rather unsettling, a mix of fear and anger in her eyes. Was it they who had pushed you out of the dormitory? Fang Luo pondered. Indeed. Lin Zijing nodded gently, glancing at Linana and her companions. Her relationship with these individuals was far from amicable. They treated her like a servant during their time in the dormitory, frequently demanding that she serve them tea and food, while she alone bore the burden of cleaning the restroom and the floors. Furthermore, they often spoke ill of her behind her back. On one occasion, upon returning to the dorm late from her part-time job, she overheard them calling her a scheming wench, berating her for engaging in such business, and even using her towel to wipe the floor. This infuriated her. However, having finally gained admission to university, she wished to avoid conflict and thus attempted to befriend them. Even after the apocalypse commenced, she shared the majority of her provisions and water with them, never anticipating such treatment in return. Do you wish for revenge? I can assist you in eliminating them, Fang Luo offered. Lin Zijing had saved her in a past life, and Fang Luo felt it was her duty to repay that kindness. Huh? Lin Zijing gazed at Fang Luo in astonishment. While she did indeed desire to teach Linana and her group a lesson, hearing Fang Luo nonchalantly speak of murder startled her. She was no saint or demon, merely an ordinary university student, and the thought of killing was utterly shocking. Fang Luo opened the car door and stepped out, her gaze cold as she regarded the three girls. Why'd you take so long to open the door? Did you hear what we said? Which military unit are you from? I want to file a complaint, shouted one of the shorter girls, hands on her hips, visibly enraged. She exuded an atrocious odor, her sweat a dark hue, evidently having gone days without bathing. Get lost. With a swift motion, Fang Luo slapped her, causing the short woman to spin in place. Momentarily stunned. How filthy. Fang Luo wiped her hand, realizing the woman had not bathed in days. She should have anticipated this. Quickly, she retrieved a bottle of mineral water to cleanse her hands. The other two women, witnessing their companion's transformation into a disheveled mess from a single slap, were on the verge of anger but were left speechless as Fang Luo proceeded to wash her hands with mineral water. Fang Luo. At that moment, one of the tall, alluring girls clad in black lace lingerie recognized Fang Luo's features and gasped in surprise. Fang Luo glanced over, and as she discerned the identity of the person before her, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. It was none other than Linana. The family of Su Qingqing comprised 18 members, and this Linana was Su Qingqing's cousin, who had previously encountered Fang Luo at a hotel. In her past life, Linana had repeatedly deceived Fang Luo. After fleeing from school, Linana found herself trapped in a perilous situation and under the duress of Li Dongmei. Fang Luo risked her life to rescue her. However, during the escape, they unwittingly encountered zombies, and in a bid for her own survival, Linana callously tripped Fang Luo, causing her to fall and become surrounded by the undead. It was at that moment that Lin Zijing appeared and saved Fang Luo. Upon their return, Linana expressed no gratitude or remorse. Instead, she merely awaited Fang Luo's return with supplies, while disparaging her behind her back, claiming that Fang Luo was inept and that the food she procured was insufficient even for her to nibble on, urging Su Qingqing to swiftly find a new boyfriend. She was indeed a master manipulator. To Fang Luo's astonishment, Lin Zijing had also fallen victim to her schemes. Having just dealt with Su Qingqing, she was troubled by the inability to locate others, when unexpectedly, she encountered Linana. In her past life, Linana had contributed to the demise of her entire family, and Fang Luo vowed not to spare a single one of them. Linana regarded Fang Luo with a mix of surprise and delight. The surprise stemmed from her prior perception of Fang Luo, as introduced by her cousin Su Qingqing, who portrayed her as merely an ordinary worker with a modest savings of several million. Li Nana had looked down upon her cousin's choice, believing her taste to be lacking for settling for someone so unremarkable. However, she was taken aback to discover that Fang Luo possessed such an imposing armored vehicle, which must have cost over $1 million, not to mention the firearms. If he were not a scion of a mysterious, powerful family, how could he possibly acquire such assets? It seemed her cousin had intentionally concealed this information, likely out of fear that her own beauty would rival that of Fang Luo, thus competing for Fang Luo's affections. It was no wonder her cousin had traveled with Fang Luo. She was indeed a cunning woman. Li Nana felt a pang of jealousy. Simultaneously, she experienced a sense of exhilaration. The unprecedented weather changes and the emergence of terrifying zombies had wrought tremendous devastation upon the world, leaving her profoundly shaken. Having attended university, Li Nana understood the extent of the destruction and the horror of the zombies. The return to a normal society would require an exceedingly long time, if it were possible at all. If that were the case, even if the military came to rescue them, she would be treated no differently than the two commoners beside her, possibly even sharing quarters with the homeless. With her beauty, how could she endure such a fate? Yet Fang Luo was different. As her cousin's husband, he would surely treat her, his sister-in-law, with greater favor than others. This would elevate her status. If she could manage to win Fang Luo away from her cousin, leveraging his armored vehicle and weaponry, she could secure her safety, regardless of whether the world remained in chaos. Even capable of accomplishing tasks ordinarily deemed impossible, she felt an innate confidence in her abilities. Her physique and appearance surpassed that of her cousin, and most crucially, she was young, a university student. Fang Luo, is it really you? Have you come specifically to pick me up? Li Nana exclaimed, her face illuminating with a flirtatious smile as she eagerly wrapped her arms around Fang Luo's, clinging tightly, as if to conceal their relationship from her roommates, deliberately raising her voice. Chapter 19. Do you even deserve this? As anticipated, upon hearing Li Nana's words, her two roommates turned to her in astonishment, their eyes glimmering with envy. Sister Nana, is this your boyfriend? They queried, casting envious glances at Li Nana and the imposing figure beside her. Fang Luo, I apologize for earlier, the petite woman, who had been previously humiliated, now dared not utter a word of defiance. The other girl present wore a face of eager appeasement. Li Nana, filled with pride, reveled in her perceived superiority, resolved to claim Fang Luo from her cousin. Fang Luo, is this car yours? Where are we headed now? She asked, swaying her body in an exaggeratedly flirtatious manner while clinging to his arm. It must be said that Li Nana, as the cousin of Su Qingqing, bore a striking resemblance to her, her beauty rated around 8 out of 10, with a notably voluptuous figure, especially in the warm weather. She donned only a lace lingerie set, her long legs exposed, enhancing her allure. The sensation of her touch was unmistakable. Where to? Fang Luo mused coldly, internally mocking. To the underworld, of course. However, sending them away so easily seemed too lenient for Li Nana. He intended for her to experience despair. Let us head home, he replied. All right, Li Nana, oblivious to Fang Luo's sinister intentions, nodded excitedly and sweetly added, I'll need you to take care of me. Fang Luo smiled silently. Care for you? Rest assured, I shall ensure you experience life and death in equal measure. He intended for her to grasp a fleeting glimpse of hope before plunging her into despair, a burden too heavy to bear. As Fang Luo entered the vehicle, Li Nana eagerly dashed to the front passenger seat. Upon opening the door, she was startled to find someone seated inside. Lin Zijing, what are you doing here? Li Nana frowned, dismayed that this wretched girl had survived, having been saved by Fang Luo. Unhappily, she commanded, this seat, isn't yours. Get out. Lin Zijing, her head bowed in melancholy, prepared to exit, hoping to leave discreetly. However, just as she was about to disembark, a strong hand grasped her arm. Stay seated, Fang Luo asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Lin Zijing was bewildered. Was Fang Luo supposed to be sitting with his girlfriend? Why was he preventing her from leaving? Fang Luo, Li Nana castionat, aquali perplexa. Get in the trunk and don't dirty my car. Fang Luo coldly gestured behind him. What? Li Nana stood in bewilderment, questioning whether she had misheard. How could Fang Luo possibly ask her to go into the trunk? Brother Fang Luo, you must be joking. She inquired. What? Do you need me to repeat myself? he replied. Reluctantly, Lin Nana hesitated, wanting to voice her objections, but upon seeing Fang Luo's unyielding expression, she fell silent. In this perilous apocalyptic world, as a fragile flower vase, she dared not defy him. In this realm, strength ruled above all. Resignedly, she and her two roommates climbed into the trunk. Though irritation simmered within her, she dared not direct it towards Fang Luo. Instead, she channeled her resentment towards Lin Ziqin. It must be that scheming vixen who spoke ill of her. As dawn approached, the search for evolution crystals would become exceedingly arduous, and after a long night, Fang Luo felt fatigue settling in. Even the electric mother appeared somewhat listless. Fang Luo decided to rest in the cold storage for a while. Satisfied with the bountiful haul of 3 evolution crystals, hundreds of zombie core crystals, and the discovery of Lin Ziqin, the electric mother, exhausted, dozed in the back seat, while Nana and her companions in the trunk emitted a foul odor. Meow. The electric mother complained, wondering why her master had allowed these individuals into the vehicle. Enough of the complaints, Fang Luo said as he retrieved a piece of salmon from his space and offered it. Salmon. Thank you, brother Fang Luo. In the trunk, Lin Nana initially thought the salmon was meant for her, her excitement growing as she reached out to accept it. For days in this apocalypse, she had subsisted on nothing but dry, hard bread. Even in peacetime, she seldom indulged in such a delicacy as salmon. Beside her, the petite girl and the bespectacled girl couldn't help but swallow hard, their faces reflecting envy. However, just as Lin Nana was about to take the salmon, a tabby cat snatched it away, giving a disdainful look at the bewildered Lin Nana. What are you staring at? Did you think this was for you? Do you even deserve it? Chapter 20. Paradise, you wretched cat. After the electric mother seized the salmon and treated her with a condescending glance, Lin Nana's frustration boiled over. Already angry with Lin Ziqin, she was now infuriated, eager to vent her anger on the electric mother. But who was the electric mother? Having just awakened her electric powers, she could easily dispatch a lowly zombie. Even Fang Luo, unarmed, might struggle against her. And what could a defenseless flower vase do? The electric mother was not one to let grievances slide. As Lin Nana lunged to grab her, the electric mother retaliated with swift claws, leaving several clear scratch marks on Lin Nana's arm and chest. She cried out in pain, yet still unwilling to back down, she advanced again. This time, she was met with a jolt of electricity. ZZT, a sound of intertwining electricity resonated, prompting Lin Ziqin to curiously turn her head. Upon witnessing Lin Nana, whose mouth was emitting black smoke and whose hair resembled a disheveled nest, she was momentarily taken aback. Beside her, 2 petite girls, both bespectacled, had also endured a similar fate. What had happened to them? Lin Ziqin gazed at Fang Luo in astonishment. Nothing to worry about. Electric Mother is rather hospitable. She merely invited them for a little electrotherapy. Fang Luo chuckled lightly, feeling pleased with Electric Mother's performance and contemplating a late-night snack. This cat? Lin Ziqin was slightly bewildered, but, being astute, she began to piece things together. It could release lightning? Indeed, Fang Luo shrugged, finding no reason to conceal the truth. In a few days, everyone would be aware of the existence of supernatural abilities, so he thought it prudent to inform Lin Ziqin in advance, allowing her to mentally prepare. He also intended to awaken her abilities shortly. Lin Ziqin felt a jolt of shock. However, recalling the previous encounter with the shambling zombies, it no longer seemed so difficult to accept. Will they be okay? She inquired with a hint of concern. They will be fine, Fang Luo reassured her, shaking his head. Electric Mother was judicious, aware that he did not wish for them to be harmed at this moment. Hence, she had spared their lives, albeit not without inflicting some hardship. After a while, Lin Nana gradually regained her composure, her eyes filled with sheer terror as she stared at Electric Mother, keeping a half-car distance from her. This cat could indeed emit electricity. A few drops of urine had escaped her in fright. Brother Fang Luo, she pleaded, gazing at him with pitiful eyes. Is it yours? My pet, he confirmed. A pet. Lin Nana's mind was blown. Fang Luo was astonishingly formidable, possessing armored vehicles and firearms, and now, a cat that could generate electricity. Her respect for him deepened significantly. She dared not harbor any resentment towards Electric Mother, and in fact, the more Electric Mother tormented her, the more elated she felt. For it signified Fang Luo's immense strength, ensuring her own safety. Once she became Fang Luo's woman, she would also be the mistress of this cat, and the thought of wielding such power thrilled her. With that in mind, she cast an endearing glance at Electric Mother. May the cat's sister bring fortune. Fang Luo observed this scene with a cold smirk. This woman was indeed audacious. The more she was treated well, the more she looked down upon others. While the more she was mistreated, the more she idolized him. Perhaps she had some peculiar inclinations. Fang Luo drove to the cold storage. The clock striking 6 in the morning. Brother Fang Luo, is this your home? Upon seeing that what Fang Luo referred to as home was merely a warehouse, Linana furrowed her brow slightly. She had envisioned his residence to be a lavish villa with a private pool, only to discover it was this dilapidated place. Disappointment welled up within her, mirrored by her two roommates. They had expected someone of Fang Luo's caliber, given the armored vehicles and weapons, to reside in grandeur, only to find him living in a warehouse. They yearned to escape, yet outside lurked an abundance of zombies, rendering any attempt to depart tantamount to courting death. Thus, they were compelled to endure their current predicament, hoping to find a better refuge in the future. If Fang Luo were privy to their thoughts, he would surely scoff at their naivety. Oh villa. In this sweltering heat of 65 degrees, even in a villa with the air conditioning at full blast, the interior temperature would hardly dip below 50 degrees. Moreover, the entire city was plunged into darkness due to a power outage. Conventional air conditioning units had long ceased to function. Coupled with the presence of zombies, ordinary walls and doors offered little to no defense against them. How many wealthy individuals in their previous lives had sought sanctuary in villas only to meet grisly fates at the hands of the undead? In stark contrast stood their cold storage facility. While its exterior might appear unremarkable, it was equipped with state-of-the-art refrigeration technology and numerous high-capacity generators. The furnishings within were all high-end brands, supplemented by enhanced security measures from a professional security company. Not even a zombie could breach its defenses. Such short-sightedness was truly pitiful. Beside her, Lin Zijing remained silent. She hailed from a humble background and had lived in makeshift shelters, rendering the warehouse no different than a villa in her eyes. Fang Luo disregarded Linana's remarks, striding over to open the door. Instantly, a rush of frigid air, barely above 15 degrees, enveloped them. Linana, who had been complaining moments ago, found herself momentarily stunned. With global temperatures soaring, Jiangsheng had reached a sweltering 65 degrees, and many had succumbed to the heat. During her days in the dormitory, she had worn nothing but her underwear, yet still felt as though she were burning. The refreshing coolness was something she had never even dreamed of experiencing. As they stepped into the cold storage, a dazzling array of furniture greeted their eyes, leaving them utterly astounded. Was that a custom-made Hermes sofa? Like Su Qingqing, Linana was also a materialistic girl, often indulging in the study of luxury goods. Upon seeing Fang Luo's sofa, her jaw dropped in disbelief. She recalled that it cost over 800,000. The coffee table, crafted from redwood, was worth at least several $100,000. The chandeliers and carpets were all high-end brands. To her astonishment, an entire wall was lined with exquisite red wine, worth thousands, which she had only tasted at a 5-star hotel. Linana estimated that the value of these items easily exceeded 10 million. This was extravagance personified. Her legs trembled with excitement. This was not merely a cold storage. It was akin to paradise. She had never anticipated such opulence hidden behind an unassuming facade. She felt utterly foolish for almost leaving just moments ago, nearly making a decision she would regret for a lifetime. Resolute now, Linana was determined to become Fang Luo's woman, to claim her role as the mistress of this splendid domain. She would seize Fang Luo for herself at the earliest opportunity. The petite girl with glasses was equally exhilarated, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, filled with a yearning to behold everything in sight. They had never encountered such an array of high-end luxury goods before. In her heart, she was grateful to know Linana. Otherwise, where would they find such a comfortable place to reside? Simultaneously, she fantasized about how splendid it would be if Fang Luo could take an interest in them. Fang Luo, may I take a seat? Linana exclaimed with excitement, gazing at the sofa valued at over 800,000 yuan, pondering the sensation of sitting on such an extravagant piece. No. Chapter 21. Taking turns to bathe with a resounding bang, Fang Luo shut the cold storage door, then turned to Linana with an icy demeanor. Fang Luo. Linana had just perched on the edge of the sofa, her body suspended in uncertainty as she looked at Fang Luo, bewildered by his sudden fierceness. Was he afraid she might soil the sofa? Surely that was it. After several days without a bath, how could she dare to sit on such an expensive piece of furniture? Fang Luo, Linana approached him, clinging to his arm and playfully pouting. Could you help me take a bath? It's been ages, and I can't quite reach the back. A bath? Fang Luo observed how Nana was blatantly enticing him, even expecting him to assist her in scrubbing her back. He couldn't help but scoff internally. This woman still naively believed she was destined for a better life. Let her experience the glimmer of hope for now. All right, but let me bathe first. Fang Luo headed toward the bathroom. Fang Luo, may I join you? Water resources are so precious these days. We shouldn't waste any. Nana attempted to follow him in, but Fang Luo slammed the door shut, leaving her dazed and starry-eyed. Rest assured, I won't waste any. Fang Luo filled the bathtub with water and sank comfortably into it, finally able to relax after a night of toil. He retrieved the evolution crystals. He had discovered 4 in total that evening, using 1, leaving him with 3, as he absorbed the energy from another evolution crystal. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The process of energy absorption was immensely draining. If the human body were a bucket, then abilities were akin to the water within it. Enhancing strength was like pouring more water into an already full bucket. If it could not withstand the pressure, it would burst. Minutes later, Fang Luo felt his limbs growing weak. However, his abilities had indeed been enhanced, and he had now ascended to the rank of a level 2 ability user. His spatial flicker distance had increased to approximately 7 or 8 meters, and he had acquired a new skill, the spatial barrier. Fang Luo could now establish a barrier around himself, effectively shielding him from all external attacks. This meant that when he ventured outside, he could activate the spatial barrier and remain oblivious to the scorching heat, without the slightest concern for the zombie virus. How wonderful! Fang Luo was overwhelmed with joy today as he ventured outside in search of evolution crystals, but the heat proved unbearable. Now, with the spatial barrier in place, he found solace. After more than half an hour, Fang Luo emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, having just finished a shower. Nana promptly approached him with enthusiasm. Although Fang Luo had accidentally bumped her head with the door moments earlier, she bore no resentment, for his strength and wealth rendered him infallible in her eyes. Brother Fang Luo, Nana exclaimed, having gone several days without a shower. She felt equally uncomfortable and was prepared to enter the bathroom. Despite knowing the water had been used by Fang Luo, she felt no aversion. I'm going to take a shower now. Wait, Fang Luo called out, momentarily pausing her. Brother Fang Luo, Nana's heart fluttered, thinking he might invite her to join him. She mused. After all, with her alluring beauty, how could any man resist her charms? However, Fang Luo's next words left her stunned. First, help me bathe Electric Mother, he instructed, gesturing towards the filthy cat sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep. Previously, Fang Luo had always bathed Electric Mother himself, but with Nana now present, he had no intention of doing so again. Did he truly bring her along for her enjoyment? Dream on. Fang Luo merely needed a maid, and given Nana was his adversary, he sought to exact some form of retribution. Bathing her first? Nana's expression soured slightly. To wash the cat before herself implied that she would not only be using Fang Luo's bathwater, but also that of a cat, suggesting her status was beneath that of the feline. Reluctant, Fang Luo shot her a glance. Of course, Nana forced a smile, reassuring herself that at least she was not the last to bathe. After Electric Mother, it would be her turn, and soon Lin Zijing and the others would also use her bathwater. With this thought, her mind found some semblance of balance. Taking a deep breath, Nana prepared to lift Electric Mother, but the cat, having just settled down, was in a foul mood. As Nana scooped her up, the cat instinctively discharged a jolt of electricity. Nana coughed up black smoke. Once she recovered, she finally managed to carry Electric Mother to the bathroom and began to wash her. It must be said, Nana possessed a commendable technique. Electric Mother appeared quite comfortable in the bathtub. Meow. Suddenly, Electric Mother's expression froze. Oh no, she thought, having overindulged in her evening meal. She couldn't hold back. Stealing a glance at Nana, she worried that this girl might have noticed. If she told the master, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, the water would soon be drained, and her secret should remain concealed. Feigning nonchalance, Electric Mother ceased her bath and made a hasty exit. Nana exhaled in relief. Finally, it was her turn to shower. Yet, as she gazed at the murky water resembling yellow wine, she found it hard to accept. This cat was exceedingly filthy. After some contemplation, she exited the bathroom and timidly addressed Fang Luo, who was leisurely sipping red wine on the sofa. Brother Fang, the water has become a bit dirty. Could you please refill it? Change the water? Fang Luo replied. Did you not just mention conserving water? Make do with what you have. Nearby, the electric mother, who had been feigning indifference, widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing Fang Luo's words. Not changing the water? She had just succumbed to temptation moments ago. Glancing at Li Nana, she pondered how her counterpart would respond. If she decided not to wash, that would be quite the predicament. All right then, Li Nana nudda, chastising herself for her earlier words and now facing the consequences. However, the thought of not being the last to endure this ordeal, knowing that others would also bathe in the same water later, brought her a sense of equilibrium. She was content as long as she felt superior to others. Meow. Watching Li Nana stride towards the bathroom, the electric mother was further perplexed. Are you really going to wash? Impressive. Inside the bathroom, Li Nana reclined in the murky bathwater, inadvertently gulping some in the process. She quickly spat it out, exclaiming, "What are these residues in the water? Is that fish?" After finishing her bath, Li Nana emerged, and Fang Luo turned to her other two roommates. You may go now. Yes. The petite girl and the bespectacled one eagerly nodded and hastened towards the bathroom. Li Nana, reveling in the misfortune of others, cast a glance at Lin Zijing, realizing that she would have to use everyone else's bathwater. Lin Zijing sighed softly, a bitter taste in her heart. Yet, she bore no resentment towards Fang Luo, for he had once saved her life. Her grandmother had taught her the importance of gratitude and repaying kindness. Once the other two had exited the bathroom, Fang Luo stood up again and proceeded to the bedroom. When Li Nana, filled with curiosity, approached, she was astonished to find the bathtub filled anew with fresh water, adorned with an abundance of rose petals. Chapter 22. The scheme. Wow, these are champagne roses. Upon seeing the bathtub brimming with rose petals, Li Nana's eyes sparkled with delight, unable to suppress her admiration. These roses were no ordinary red ones. Their petals possessed a delicate champagne hue. She had seen such exquisite roses in magazines, and a single stem of this quality would easily cost over 1,000 yuan. The tub must contain at least 100 petals, which could amount to a staggering 100,000 yuan. Spending 100,000 yuan just to take a bath? How extravagant! She thought to herself that she would willingly disrobe and immerse herself in such luxurious rose water, even in the middle of the street. Nevertheless, a sense of confusion washed over her. Why did Fang Luo change the water and add rose petals, preparing it with such elegance? For whom was it meant? Was there someone else yet to bathe? Ah, Lin Zijing. Could it be that Fang Luo prepared this for Lin Zijing? No, that seemed implausible. Lin Zijing was supposed to use the bathwater already utilized by everyone else, wasn't she? She is but a rustic girl, unworthy of such precious rose water. Brother Fang, who is this meant for? Li Nana inkita tantatibeli. Does it concern you? Fang Luo snorted coldly, then walked into the living room, turning to Lin Zijing with a gentle smile. Zijing, the water is ready. Come wash up. Boom! Fang Luo's words struck like thunder. Not only Li Nana, but even the short girl with glasses stood frozen, seething with indignation as they recalled having bathed in foul-smelling water while Fang Luo prepared rose water worth 100,000 yuan for Lin Zijing. The disparity in treatment was simply too vast. Even Lin Zijing felt somewhat at a loss, taken aback. Thank you, she said, touched as she gazed at Fang Luo. During these apocalyptic days, she had lived in constant fear, experiencing the malice of humanity. Fang Luo was the kindest person to her. In her heart, she silently vowed to repay him no matter what. What are you thanking me for? Hurry up. Aren't you waiting for me to scrub your back? Fang Luo teased with a smile. No, I don't need that. Lin Zijing quickly waved her hand, her face flushed as she rushed into the bathroom. As a young lady, she could hardly bear such remarks. Fang Luo was truly admirable, kind-hearted, tall, and handsome though. Observing Lin Zijing's shy demeanor, Fang Luo lay back on the sofa, sipping a glass of red wine worth over 100,000. Brother Fang. Watching Lin Zijing enjoy her lavish bath, Li Nana felt a mix of envy and resentment. Why should a rustic girl enjoy such luxuries? Are you tired? Would you like someone to massage your shoulders? Li Nana cooed as she sat beside Fang Luo. However, Fang Luo's previously gentle expression turned icy upon seeing Li Nana inch closer. He slapped her face. Stay away from me. Brother Fang? Li Nana was taken aback, bewildered by his sudden hostility. Curious about where your cousin has gone? Fang Luo teased, looking at Li Nana. Where has she gone? Li Nana sensed something was amiss, her voice trembling. Fang Luo grinned. She's in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia. Li Nana gasped, knowing the region was fraught with chaos and high temperatures. Why would her cousin go there? A sense of dread washed over her as Fang Luo's cold smile deepened. Your family conspired against me, so of course I must retaliate. Su Qingqing is probably buried under 3 meters of grass by now. What? Li Nana's voice quivered in fear. Brother Fang, I know nothing of your issues with my cousin. It has nothing to do with me. She hurriedly distanced herself from Su Qingqing, terrified that Fang Luo would turn his wrath upon her. It has nothing to do with you? Fang Luo let out a cold laugh. In his past life, he had risked his life to save you. Yet you deliberately tricked yourself to attract zombies? After enduring countless hardships to bring food home, not only do you show no gratitude, but you also choose to insult me? Fang Luo had sworn that he would exact revenge on these 18 vile creatures. Chapter 23. Despair of Li Nana, there's no point in discussing this with me. Go speak to your cousin instead. With that, Fang Luo struck Li Nana across the face. She rolled on the ground, her towel slipping away. You can't kill me. Murder is against the law, Li Nana exclaimed, desperately attempting to threaten Fang Luo with legal implications. Fang Luo scoffed. Law? We are in the apocalypse now. Who still abides by the law? Li Nana's face turned pale. Fang Luo was right. The chaos outside was rampant, with killings and robberies occurring every moment. Law had become a mere joke in this world. Even if Fang Luo were to take his own life, no one would seek justice for him. Yet, she truly did not wish to die. Fang Luo grasped Li Nana's neck, her face turning crimson as she struggled frantically. Panic set in. Please don't kill me. I beg you. I'll apologize on behalf of my sister. With the instinct for survival overwhelming her, Li Nana pleaded, my sister shouldn't have treated you this way. I can make it right. My sister and I look quite alike. You can take your revenge on me however you wish. Treat me like a dog. To spare my life, please. Oh. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow, noting the resemblance between Li Nana and Su Qingqing. The memory of her haughty demeanor in his past life ignited a surge of anger within him. However, simply killing her would indeed be too lenient. Yet, what your family has done has greatly angered me, Fang Luo declared. Li Nana immediately understood his implication and knelt down in submission. Wait. Suddenly, Fang Luo picked up a bottle of red wine nearby. Didn't you say you liked red wine? Li Nana hesitated, but nodded in agreement, desperate to preserve her life. Afterward, Fang Luo reclined comfortably on the sofa, observing Li Nana in her disheveled state, kneeling on the ground with her hair in disarray and her voice hoarse. A sense of satisfaction from revenge washed over him. Weren't you once so arrogant, always berating me and resenting the food I brought home as insufficient? Master, are you satisfied? Li Nana gazed at Fang Luo in terror, recalling how he had appeared like a demon, indifferent to her pain. Yet, to have salvaged her life. She felt an immense sense of relief. Not satisfied, Fang Luo retorted with a cold smile. Such a trivial punishment would not suffice to let her off the hook. It would be far too lenient. It would also betray the life he had lost to her family as treachery. He retrieved the collar and tossed it to Li Nana. Since you wish to be treated like a dog, I shall grant you that opportunity. However, should you fail to meet my expectations, well, yes, she replied hastily. Li Nana was engulfed in terror. From Fang Luo's gaze, she could discern that he was indeed capable of murder. Is this how a dog speaks? She thought, but Fang Luo merely chuckled. He then glanced at Li Nana's 2 roommates, inquiring, and what about you two? The women were filled with dread. They had witnessed the unsettling exchange between Fang Luo and Li Nana, and it left them shaken. We bear you no ill will. You cannot treat us this way. We wish to leave, they timidly protested. Just moments ago, they had envied Li Nana, but now, all they desired was to distance themselves from this fiend. In a world so vast, how could they allow themselves to perish of hunger? Furthermore, the nation was undeniably strong. Such calamities would soon pass. Why should they endure such indignities? Oh, Fang Luo nodded and swung the door open. No problem, go ahead. The 2 women hastily made their way outside. However, before they had taken more than a few steps, a horde of zombies surged forth, tearing them to shreds. Li Nana had intended to flee as well. But this gruesome sight paralyzed her with fear, leaving her unable to move as she collapsed to the ground, her legs giving way. To remain here meant enduring Fang Luo's torment. Yet to leave would mean facing the ravenous undead. Despair filled her eyes. At that moment, Lin Ziqin emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and more enchanting than ever. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, with droplets of warm water gliding over her flawless collarbone. Her porcelain skin seemed almost fragile, and most striking were her long, shapely legs, perfectly proportioned and elegantly elongated. Lin Ziqin noticed Li Nana kneeling on the floor, alongside her missing roommates, and was perplexed by the scene. They left, she remarked. Fang Luo smiled. Oh, Lin Ziqin nodded, mistakenly believing her friends had simply departed the premises, unaware of the grim fate Fang Luo had alluded to. Suddenly, a growl erupted from her stomach, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. You must be hungry, Fang Luo observed, feeling a twinge of hunger himself. Utilizing his powers, or evolution crystals, demanded considerable energy, necessitating a substantial intake of food to replenish it. I'll fetch you something to eat, though I must confess, I am not a skilled cook. If it turns out poorly, please don't hold it against me. I can cook, Lin Ziqin declared. Chapter 24. The Culinary Virtuoso. Wow, I never anticipated your culinary skills were so exceptional. Fang Luo had intended to prepare a meal himself. However, upon Lin Ziqin's insistence, he allowed her to showcase her talents. To his astonishment, she presented a bountiful spread of delectable dishes that tantalized the senses. Fang Luo could hardly contain his drool. Even the once sleeping electric cat perked up and scampered over, drawn by the aroma. Before the apocalypse, Fang Luo had amassed an impressive stockpile of supplies, countless chickens, ducks, fish, and various exquisite ingredients, but he had never been adept at cooking. Delicacies like abalone and lobster were simply tossed into a hot pot. Daily consumption has led to a certain degree of discomfort. However, with the arrival of Lin Ziqin, Fang Luo's culinary dilemmas have been splendidly resolved. With this exquisite chef at hand, a delightful variety of dishes awaits each day, a true stroke of fortune. Nearby, Li Nana, who had been lost in thought, found herself salivating at the sight of the delectable dishes: steamed abalone, braised turtle, and garlic butter lobster. How did Fang Luo acquire such an abundance of food? These delicacies were beyond her reach even under normal circumstances, let alone in this apocalyptic era. For several consecutive days, she had subsisted on nothing but hard bread, to the point where relief had become a challenge. With longing eyes, she gazed at Fang Luo, hoping for a morsel of meat to be tossed her way. Yet, Fang Luo paid her no mind, even offering scraps to the electric mother in her presence. She felt less than a meerkat. The anguish was palpable, and Li Nana felt tears welling up, utterly perplexed as to how she had offended Fang Luo to warrant such torment. Across the table, Fang Luo and Lin Ziqin indulged in their sumptuous meal, Lin Ziqin feeling a mix of joy and shyness. Stealing glances at Fang Luo, she admired his tall stature, refreshing short hair, and the sunlit aura he exuded, marked by a hint of determination and a touch of rebelliousness. Lin Ziqin found herself quite fond of Fang Luo's demeanor. Most importantly, he displayed the qualities of a gentleman. Although he had initially pinched her when rescuing her, he had not made any further advances nor taken advantage of her vulnerability, keeping his desires in check. This was precisely why she had chosen to accompany Fang Luo to the cold storage. Had he made any inappropriate demands or shown undue eagerness from the outset, Lin Ziqin would have resolutely departed, never allowing herself to develop any affections for him. Yet, if Li Nana, who sat on the ground drooling, were to learn of Lin Ziqin's assessment of Fang Luo, she would surely be infuriated. A gentleman, not tempted by her body? Little did she know that he had just been quite hands-on with her, indulging in playful antics. Furthermore, he had insidiously plotted against her cousin while deliberately feasting in front of her, tormenting her in the process. A gentleman? He had taken her in out of desire, and once he stripped her bare, she would have cause for lamentation. Your culinary skills are remarkable. Who taught you? Fang Luo casually conversed with Lin Ziqin while savoring his meal, not even casting a glance at Li Nana. Apart from being aware of Lin Ziqin's abilities, he remained largely unaware of her other facets. My grandmother taught me, Lin Ziqin replied. Being of a more introverted nature, she seldom interacted with boys, but her growing fondness for Fang Luo prompted her to share openly. She recounted her life story, how she lost her parents, was raised by her grandmother, and, after her grandmother's passing, became inseparable from her younger sister, while discreetly gauging Fang Luo's reaction, anxious that he might look down upon her. Fortunately, Fang Luo did not harbor such thoughts. Moreover, she learned that Fang Luo's parents had also passed away unexpectedly, which stirred within her a sense of shared sorrow. This brought her closer to Fang Luo. Fang Luo, too, reflected upon the harshness of fate, noting how misfortune often targets the most unfortunate among us. Lin Ziqin's destiny was indeed tragic. However, it had forged her into a resilient character, capable of enduring hardship. Fang Luo speculated that this very aspect might be the source of Lin Zijin's formidable abilities, a blessing hidden within calamity. Do you have a sister? Yes. She attends school at Luoqing No. 1 High School. I wonder how she is faring now. Mentioning her sister cast a shadow over Lin Zijin's expression, as she worried about her sister's current situation, being her only remaining family. Do not worry. I shall visit her this evening, Fang Luo reassured, gently patting her shoulder. As the virus had just begun to spread, Fang Luo had been discreetly searching for evolution crystals while others were unaware. And this presented an opportunity to check on Lin Zijin's sister as well. Yet the presence of so many zombies outside posed a significant danger. Lin Zijin, having been saved by Fang Luo once, felt immense gratitude and did not wish for him to take further risks. What is there to fear? I am a man, armed with a gun. I can shoot any zombies that come my way, Fang Luo chuckled. Lin Zijin recalled Fang Luo's earlier display of bravery, when he wielded a gun to eliminate a horde of zombies, which eased her concern somewhat. She felt even more appreciative of his kindness. How could she ever repay him? After conversing for a while longer, fatigue soon enveloped them both. Lin Zijin had been on edge for days and had scarcely slept, while Fang Luo, having been busy all night and having absorbed 2 evolution crystals, was utterly exhausted. Let us retire for the night, Fang Luo yawned, addressing Lin Zijin. Where will I sleep? Lin Zijin blushed at his words. She had assessed the cold storage earlier, which, though expansive at 300 square meters, contained only 1 room, implying that she would have to share a bed with Fang Luo. At just 20 years old, and having had little interaction with boys throughout her life, the prospect of sleeping together was daunting, especially since Fang Luo had not yet confessed his feelings to her. Fear not, my bed is quite large, accommodating up to 10 people, Fang Luo teased, sensing her apprehension. What? Are you afraid I might take advantage of you? And no, that's not it. Lin Zijin quickly waved her hands in denial. Oh, Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. So, do you wish for me to take advantage of you then? Lin Zijin's face flushed crimson, feeling that no matter what she said, she was at a disadvantage. Fang Luo was clearly teasing her, prompting her to shoot him a playful glare. Seeing Lin Zijin's bashful demeanor, Fang Luo could hardly contain his amusement. Her adorableness was irresistible. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you. If anything, I fear you might take advantage of me. Fang Luo candidly acknowledged his penchant for desire. Yet he adhered to his own principles regarding matters of love and attraction, always subscribing to the notion of mutual consent. However, exceptions existed. If the counterpart were an adversary or the beloved of an enemy, the rules shifted, regardless of willingness. Upon hearing Fang Luo's words, Lin Zijin exhaled in relief, though a tinge of disappointment lingered. Did she lack allure? Regardless of a woman's innocence, all women grapple with insecurities regarding their appearance, and Lin Zijin was no exception. As Fang Luo guided Lin Zijin towards the room, he cast a glance at the dazed Li Nana before entering. Go wash the dishes. And remember to clean the litter box for the cat. Behave yourself, or else I'll toss you outside to fend off zombies. Li Nana felt a surge of indignation. Not only was she denied food, but she was also tasked with washing dishes and cleaning up after the cat. Just end me with a single stroke. Yet, she lacked the courage to meet such a fate, haunted by the memories of her 2 roommates' tragic demises. Reluctantly, she complied with the orders. Chapter 25. The Twin-Tailed Girl in the Evening. Fang Luo was roused by an enticing aroma. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Lin Zijin holding a steaming bowl of shrimp congee, ready to awaken him. Brother Fang, it's time to eat. Lin Zijin cast a shy glance at Fang Luo. Although his bed was spacious enough for 10 companions without feeling cramped, Fang Luo had a rather vexing habit of tossing and turning in his sleep. Just as Lin Zijin began to drift off, she felt a sudden difficulty in breathing, only to find Fang Luo sprawled atop her. Startled, she initially contemplated resistance, but recalling Fang Luo's numerous acts of kindness and her growing fondness for him, she ultimately refrained from opposing him. However, just as her anxiety peaked, she heard a series of snores, realizing that Fang Luo was merely asleep. Relieved, she did not push him away, fearing it might awaken him. She remained under his weight until half an hour prior, when she finally rose to prepare breakfast. A vivid, human-shaped red mark now adorned her chest. Regrettably, Fang Luo remained oblivious to it all. Had he known that slumber had caused him to miss an extraordinary opportunity, he would undoubtedly have felt remorse. How could he have slept so soundly at such a moment? Yet, there would be future opportunities. Wow, it smells delightful. I am indeed fortunate to have you around. Fang Luo exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the shrimp congee. His eating habits had been erratic in recent days. While others lacked provisions, his laziness had been the culprit. Now, with Lin Zijing embodying the role of a devoted wife, he need not worry about such matters. After finishing his meal and taking a brief respite, Fang Luo prepared to venture out in search of evolution crystals, while also hoping to locate Lin Zijing's sister. Be careful, Lin Zijing expressed her concerns, yearning to rescue her sister, yet fearing for Fang Luo's safety. Rest assured, he replied, waving his hand dismissively as he opened the cold storage. Perhaps due to the influence of the two women from yesterday, a horde of zombies lingered outside, mistaking the location for a perpetual buffet. Upon witnessing Fang Luo opening the door, they lunged forward, frenzied and clawing. However, these minor nuisances were insignificant in the face of firearms. They were swiftly dispatched. Subsequently, Fang Luo drove away in the armored vehicle, arriving at Jiangxi No. 1 High School. After the outbreak of zombies the previous night, the chaos had only intensified over the course of a day. The streets were strewn with dismembered corpses, a gruesome sight indeed. Human activity had dwindled significantly, with most individuals seeking refuge. Nevertheless, he stumbled upon 5 evolution crystals along the way, a fortuitous find. Where could Lin Yu be? Fang Luo surveyed the school. Lin Zijing had mentioned her sister's name and appearance, describing her as a charming girl of 160 centimeters, adorned with twin ponytails, dressed in a little pink dress and white knee-high socks. He drove into the school grounds. To be honest, the likelihood of Lin Yu still being there after so many days seemed rather slim. The school lacked food, and if she were alive, she would surely be out searching for sustenance. After a thorough search, he found no trace of her within the school, but encountered several ponytailed zombies instead. To ascertain whether any of them resembled Lin Yu, Fang Luo reluctantly examined their cuteness, only to conclude that none possessed any charm. So were even gnawing on severed limbs, rendering them far from adorable. To prevent them from frightening others, he was compelled to eliminate these ponytailed zombies one by one. He hoped fervently that Lin Yu had not met with misfortune. Fang Luo opened his map, seeking nearby supermarkets or shopping malls. If Lin Yu was alive, she would undoubtedly be in pursuit of food. A medium-sized supermarket lay 800 meters away, and he pinpointed its location. Before the apocalypse, Fang Luo had emptied the city's large supermarkets and warehouses. However, some smaller ones remained untouched. Presently, these smaller establishments were likely to be the densest with people. He immediately drove towards it. As he approached, a cacophony of voices reached his ears, as if a heated debate was underway. You little brat, how much food can you possibly eat? With so many of us, how dare you try to claim half for yourself? Isn't that utterly inhumane? Who says I'm the only one eating? Retorted a ponytailed girl, hands on her hips in indignation. I have an elderly grandmother above me and a 20-year-old sister below, not to mention all these hungry sisters behind me. Claiming half the food is entirely reasonable. Inside the supermarket stood a girl in a white t-shirt and a pink JK skirt, one hand on her hip and the other wielding a watermelon knife, fiercely guarding several bags of rice and bottled water. Even in the presence of a dozen adults several times her age, the girl in the pink skirt displayed no fear. Beside her stood several high school students of similar stature. Little girl, I am on the brink of starvation, and you dare to monopolize such an abundance of food all to yourself? Did your school not teach you the values of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Indeed, which institution are you affiliated with that breeds such a lack of civility? Once this calamity passes, I shall lodge a complaint against you, advocating for your expulsion. There is but one Jiangxi No. 1 High School nearby. It must surely be you from there. It is disheartening to witness such scoundrels emerging from a prestigious institution. Across the way, a dozen individuals stood paralyzed by the glint of the watermelon knife in the girl's hand, hesitant to approach and snatch the food. No one wished to be the first to provoke her wrath, particularly after witnessing her stab someone moments ago. Despite her tender age, her ruthlessness was palpable. She was indeed a little delinquent. Yo-yo, perhaps we should distribute some of this food. There's far too much for us to consume alone, and we could find ourselves expelled from school, which would be quite unfortunate. Behind Lin Yo-yo, a girl of unremarkable appearance was visibly intimidated. Unlike Lin Yo-yo, who struggled academically, she was an exemplary student, one who dared not make even the slightest mistake, let alone face expulsion. Wu Yu, do not be swayed by their empty threats. Lin Yo-yo rolled her eyes, While her academic performance was lackluster, she was not a fool. The terrifying zombies outside, the extreme heat, and that peculiar supernatural ability had already thrown the world into chaos. All these changes served as a stark reminder that returning to a semblance of normalcy was virtually impossible. The world would only descend further into disorder, leading to more casualties. Expulsion? By then, the school may no longer exist. What is there to fear? In comparison, it is far more prudent to focus on surviving in the present. Thus, they must gather sufficient supplies to endure in such a hostile environment. Respect for the elderly and cherishing the young? Lin Yo-Yo placed her hands on her hips, scoffing, "I am but 18, while you are on the verge of the grave. Where's your respect for youth? If you wish for food, seek it out for yourselves. I discovered this first, and it belongs to me. If you are not afraid of death, come and try to take it from me." Having grown up without parents, Lin Yo-Yo had always played the obedient daughter in front of her sister, yet had cultivated a rebellious spirit outside, often engaging in fights. Faced with this confrontation, she felt no fear. Yo-Yo is right. Why should we relinquish the food we have found? Yo-Yo, I stand with you. If they intend to harm you, they must first contend with me. Beside Lin Yo-Yo, a handsome young man brandished a watermelon knife, stepping protectively in front of her. "Thank you, Zhao He." Lin Yo-Yo regarded him with newfound respect, surprised that the usually studious Zhao He had the audacity to position himself before her in such a perilous situation. This is what a man ought to do. Flattered by Lin Yo-Yo's praise, Zhao He beamed with excitement. He had long pursued her, though she had consistently rebuffed his advances, stating that she was not interested in romance. Now, having taken a stand for her, surely she would reconsider. He stepped forward with the calculated assurance that the group before him, comprised of elderly individuals, possessed neither the strength nor the weapons to pose a threat, ensuring his own safety in any potential altercation. As anticipated, the elderly men and women merely resorted to verbal insults, lacking the courage to confront him directly. Zhao He, brimming with pride, envisioned a scene in which Lin Yu would embrace him, leading to a passionate kiss. At that moment, a boisterous laugh pierced the air. A bespectacled youth, clad in an armor of indeterminate origin, emerged from the crowd, accompanied by several companions. "Yu, it's been a few days, yet you remain as beautiful as ever. Especially those long legs, so fair, slender, and captivating. Imagine if you wore black stockings on one side and white on the other while I carried you on my shoulder." He leered, his crude tone directed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu frowned, recognizing him as Lu Yang, an inconspicuous classmate known for his mediocre academic performance and introverted demeanor. She was taken aback by the repugnant words escaping his lips. Indeed, the apocalypse seemed to awaken the darkest facets of human nature, igniting her simmering anger. "Damn it, Lu Yang, who gave you the audacity to speak to Yu like that?" Zhao, he seethed, feeling protective of Lin Yu, the object of his affections. "Yu, allow me to teach him a lesson." With that, he brandished a watermelon knife and strode toward Lu Yang, having often looked down upon him in the past. "What? Do you intend to threaten me?" Lu Yang scoffed, regarding Zhao He with disdain. "Do you think I'm still the same pushover from before?" Lu Yang hailed from a modest background, his academic performance average, and his appearance marred by acne, which had fostered deep-rooted insecurities and a lack of friends, rendering him a frequent target for bullying. Lin Yu, the most beautiful girl in school, with her vibrant and affable personality, was the embodiment of his dreams. Yet, he lacked the courage to confess his feelings, often retreating to colorful websites to indulge in fantasies where she would be wholly devoted to him. However, just yesterday, while foraging for food, he stumbled upon a glowing stone, which bestowed upon him an extraordinary ability. He discovered he could magnetically attract all metallic objects towards him and manipulate them into various forms. Superpowers? Lu Yang, an avid fan of fantasy novels, immediately realized the implications, his excitement propelling him to leap in exhilaration. Was he destined to be a protagonist in a story? The child of fate, with his latent powers awakened? He fashioned himself in armor and set out to confront those who had once bullied him, compelling them to become his followers. As he gazed down at his classmates, who lay submissively beneath him, Lu Yang felt an intoxicating sense of superiority. His thoughts drifted to his idol, Lin Yu. Typically, he lacked the courage to utter a word to her, only daring to fantasize about her appearance while watching videos. Yet now, sensing himself as the protagonist, Lu Yang was filled with newfound confidence and eagerly sought Lin Yu, yearning to charm her with a devilish smile, compelling her to serve him as depicted in the videos and novels. He had heard she had an older sister, and the mere thought of it further twisted his expression into something more lascivious. Not just her sister, but all women in the world were to bow before him. He was the sovereign of this realm. Chapter 27. Shifting into fifth gear, flooring the accelerator with an air of self-satisfaction. Liu Yang indulged in various fantasies of extraordinary prowess. Many who awakened their powers believed themselves to be the central figures of the universe, effortlessly obliterating adversaries and courting all manner of beauties. Such is human nature. Power intensifies the innermost desires of the heart, and no one contemplates the ramifications of legality. Zhao He, witnessing Liu Yang's dismissive demeanor and lewd grin, struck him with a knife. However, clad in armor, Liu Yang emerged unscathed. How dare he challenge the protagonist? With a wicked smile and a flick of his wrist, Liu Yang unleashed his magnetic powers, drawing the knives from Zhao He and Lin Yuyu's hands into his own grasp. He then manipulated the knives, decapitating the elderly bystanders around him, turning the scene into a river of blood. Zhao He and Wu Yu stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the spectacle. Was this man human or demon, capable of commanding knives with such ease? How had he conjured them to his hand? The sheer brutality of his actions, killing more than a dozen people in an instant, was beyond comprehension. It was horrifying. Boss is magnificent. Boss is incredible. Zhao He and Wu Yu marveled at Liu Yang's bizarre and ruthless display. Liu Yang reveled in their astonishment, proclaiming, "You see, Yu, this is my power. I'm a chosen one. As long as you stand by my side, you shall be the woman of the protagonist." With pride, he looked at Lin Yuyu, convinced that his overwhelming presence had captivated her. However, Lin Yuyu regarded Liu Yang, reminiscent of an overly dramatic youth, with disgust. Did he truly believe he was the only one endowed with powers? Foolish boy, wearing armor in this sweltering heat. Was he attempting to turn himself into a grilled delicacy? As for becoming his woman, never. Lin Yuyu looked at him as one would at an imbecile, unafraid of Liu Yang. For she too had awakened her own powers, the wind element. This was also the reason she remained in a t-shirt while others stripped to nearly nothing in the sweltering heat. She could generate a current of air around her, and her perceived temperature was now merely 50. What did you say? Liu Yang was taken aback, despite his impressive display of strength, having eliminated all adversaries for her. Lin Yu still showed him such disdain. Anger and humiliation welled within him. "You, go fetch her for me, or else face death." Liu Yang sneered, pointing at Zhao He. He was aware of Zhao He's affections for Lin Yuyu and desired to see him deliver the woman he adored to his bed, thus satisfying his twisted desires. Zhao He stammered, hastily nodding and bowing. Though Lin Yuyu was undeniably beautiful, he had no wish to meet his end. Em sorry. But Yangge has taken a liking to you. With his prowess, you'll be well taken care of. Zhao He approached Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu's gaze was icy. She had underestimated him, mistakenly believing he was a decent individual. "Oof, you think you can capture me? Not a chance." With a cold snort, Lin Yuyu grasped her friend Wu Yu's arm, preparing to flee. She possessed wind-based abilities, allowing her to move at speeds far surpassing that of an ordinary person. This was why, even amidst relentless hordes of zombies, she had managed to survive. However, just as she was about to escape, Wu Yu held her tightly. "Zhao He, hurry," she asked, trying to run. Wu Yu clung to Lin Yuyu, urgently calling out to Zhao He. Although they were friends, their bond was superficial. Wu Yu had only befriended Lin Yuyu because of her fighting skills, which deterred others from bullying her. What truly mattered was her infatuation with Zhao He, who was enamored with Lin Yuyu, leaving her feeling resentful. Now that an opportunity had arisen, she was determined to betray Lin Yuyu. Wu Yu, Lin Yuyu, feeling her speed hindered, turned in bewilderment towards Wu Yu. She was trying to save her. Why was she betraying her instead? Was this what friendship meant? Anger surged within her, and she struck Wu Yu several times, yet the latter held on even tighter. At that moment, Zhao He had arrived, seizing her arm, rendering her utterly immobile, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "You all!" Lin Yuyu's eyes were filled with despair. Just moments ago, the three had stood united, but under Liu Yang's threat, they had splintered. She regarded them with loathing, particularly Liu Yang, whose foul language was utterly repugnant. Though she often rebelled, she had never engaged in any truly outrageous behavior. The thought of falling into this man's hands filled her with dread. In her heart, she vowed that if Liu Yang intended to violate her, she would rather bite her tongue and perish than allow such a wretch to possess her. Regrettably, she had no idea where her sister was, so fragile and vulnerable. "Haha, splendid. I permit you to become my loyal hounds." Liu Yang laugid heartily, relishing the scene of treachery unfolding before him. With a subtle smirk, Liu Yang sauntered towards Lin Yu, his gaze lecherously admiring her exquisite legs, his mind already conjuring up 18 different scenarios. Little did she know, while she usually disregarded him, she would soon find herself beneath him. Before Liu Yang could articulate his intentions, an imposing armored vehicle suddenly crashed through the supermarket's entrance, sending him sprawling to the ground. The onlookers were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend how such a vehicle could intrude upon their midst. My apologies, something caught my attention, and I inadvertently shifted into fifth gear, flooring the accelerator. Came a nonchalant explanation as the armored vehicle's door swung open. A tall young man emerged, casting a teasing glance at the bewildered Liu Yang. Fang Luo approached Lin Yu, scrutinizing her closely. She possessed bright, large eyes, sported twin ponytails, and donned a delicate pink dress complemented by white stockings. "Are you Lin Yu?" Fang Luo inquired, observing the still-dazed Lin Yu. "Who are you?" Lin Yu replied, her expression one of confusion, primarily due to the dramatic entrance of Fang Luo just moments ago. She had contemplated despair, only to be interrupted by the sudden arrival of an armored vehicle. Moreover, the man before her was strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a character from a fairy tale. "Lin Ziqin sent me to find you," Fang Luo smiled, noting the slight resemblance between Lin Yu and Lin Ziqin. Though their demeanors were markedly different, Lin Ziqin exuded gentleness and tranquility, while Lin Yu appeared vivacious and charming. Brother-in-law? The thought unexpectedly flitted through Lin Yu's mind. Perhaps influenced by Fang Luo's towering stature and the heroic manner in which he had arrived, subconsciously fostering an affinity for him. Fang Luo paused, bemused by Lin Yu's rapid association, but found it amusing nonetheless. "Who the hell is this fool who dared to run me over? Seeking death, are we?" Chapter 28. The extraordinary sisterhood. Liu Yang had been lost in fantasies about how to enjoy Lin Yu's company when an armored vehicle burst onto the scene, leaving him disoriented. Fortunately, he was clad in protective gear, and due to the magnetic forces at play, the impact merely rendered him breathless for a moment, sparing his internal organs from destruction. After regaining consciousness, he stood once more, seething as he glared at the unexpected intruder, Fang Luo. It was evident that this young man was from wealth, possessing an armored vehicle even in these apocalyptic times. Liu Yang held a particular disdain for individuals like him, who, with their superior looks and affluence, seemed to claim all the goddesses for themselves. However, in the face of his extraordinary abilities, such individuals were nothing but mere adversaries awaiting humiliation. Liu Yang once again summoned his magnetic power, directing a nearby watermelon knife towards Fang Luo. "Brother-in-law, watch out!" Lin Nana, the first to notice the impending danger, seized the opportunity while Wu Yu and Zhao He were momentarily stunned, breaking free from her restraints and lunging towards Fang Luo, narrowly helping him evade the lethal blade. Originally, it was exceedingly simple for Fang Luo to evade the watermelon knife, owing to his ability to flicker through space, enabling him to leap a distance of 7 or 8 meters at will. Furthermore, he possessed a spatial barrier, which not only insulated him from the searing temperatures outside, but also thwarted incoming attacks. Not to mention the watermelon knife. Unless one were to bombard him with artillery, he would remain unscathed, an impeccable defensive skill. The reason he didn't dodge was that he noticed Lin Yu rushing towards him and wished to prevent her from falling flat on her face. Gazing at the delicate girl nestled in his arms, Fang Luo was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with excitement. Lin Yu's recent movements appeared somewhat peculiar. Could it be that she possessed wind-based abilities? The young lady before him had awakened to wind manipulation, although not the mightiest of powers. Wind abilities were among the most comfortable skills to possess in a post-apocalyptic world. This is because wind manipulation could accelerate the movement of air around oneself, significantly mitigating the sensation of heat. Unlike fire or electricity, which, despite their formidable offensive capabilities, left one feeling unbearable in sweltering temperatures. Moreover, wind abilities excelled in speed, rendering them nearly unparalleled in matters of survival, save for space and electric powers. As long as sustenance was available, one was unlikely to meet their demise. It was a Tier 1 ability. What a remarkable pair of extraordinary sisters. The elder sister boasted potent fire-based capabilities, while the younger had awakened wind abilities. Additionally, they were exceptionally beautiful, the elder gentle and graceful, and the younger spirited and charming. What thrilled Fang Luo even more was the prospect that such enchanting sisters might serve him in this bleak world. Life in this apocalypse was simply too comfortable. Sister-in-law. Lin Yu gazed at Fang Luo with wide eyes. Though they had only just met, she felt a favorable impression of him. Lin Yu understood her sister well. Despite being pursued by many suitors, her sister seldom engaged with boys and would never mention her younger sibling in front of them. Their family was a modest means, and the two sisters relied on each other, making them vulnerable to the attention of unscrupulous individuals. However, the fact that her sister confided in this young man and sought his aid signified that he had passed her sister's judgment, perhaps even establishing a deeper connection between them. Another reason for her budding affection was Fang Luo's entrance and his playful banter, which resonated with her rebellious spirit. Brother-in-law, could you please let go my hand? I feel as though I'm being suffocated, Lin Yu lamented, pointing at Fang Luo's hand that was tightly clasping her waist. It turned out that when Lin Yu had leaped into Fang Luo's embrace, he instinctively held her tight, and upon realizing her wind abilities, his excitement compelled him to grip her even more firmly. My apologies, my apologies. Fang Luo quickly released his grip and offered an awkward smile. What a blunder. The other party could very well become his future sister-in-law. How infuriating. You two dare to engage in flirtation? You shall pay. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, observing the couple entwined together, was consumed by envy and resentment. Not good, brother-in-law, we must flee, Lin Yu exclaimed, eager to escape with Fang Luo. Although she possessed unique abilities, she was not particularly adept in combat. In contrast, the magnetic abilities of their opponent, while lacking later on, exhibited formidable strength in the early stages. There's no need to panic. Fang Luo waved his hand, and, while Lin Yu was distracted, he swiftly retrieved an AK from his spatial pocket. This opponent harbored a crystal within his mind. Although his powers were disappointing, even a mosquito is still flesh. How could one let such an opportunity go to waste? Goodness, brother-in-law. From where did you pull that out? Lin Yu's eyes lit up as she reached out to touch it, discovering it was indeed a real firearm. Fang Luo felt a bead of sweat trickle down. What should have been a normal action suddenly felt peculiar after Lin Yu's embellishment. A gun. Lu Yang was taken aback as well. The intimidation factor of firearms was considerable, causing him to feel a twinge of fear. Without further ado, Fang Luo aimed and fired. Lu Yang's heart raced as he quickly employed his magnetic abilities to deflect the bullet. However, the power of the gun was overwhelming, and he could barely mitigate its force. Although he survived due to his armor defense, he had been weakened. I am clad in armor, the destined one. Firearms are ineffective against me, Lu Yang boasted with a smug expression. Fang Luo frowned slightly. It was the first time firearms had failed since the apocalypse. Indeed, the limitations of guns were overshadowed by supernatural powers, especially in later stages. Improving one's abilities remained paramount. Armor? Fang Luo scoffed derisively. While armor may seem impervious to blades and bullets, in reality, it was merely a moving coffin. Ordinary elements, such as water, fire, or electricity, could easily lead to his demise. Could the armor withstand water? Flames would turn him into a sizzling delicacy. And as for electricity, metal is a conductor. Brother-in-law, what should we do? Lin Yu asked, anxiety creeping in as their opponent began to manipulate the bullets Fang Luo had shot, preparing to retaliate. Fear not. Fang Luo smiled gently, snapping his fingers. At that moment, a tabby cat leapt down from the armored vehicle, clearly impatient. Electra, go. Electra rolled her eyes, thinking, do I really need to handle such a trivial matter? Remember to help my rations. Cut. Lu Yang burst into raucous laughter, mocking. A meerkat thinks it can defeat me? It might as well scratch my back. Even Lin Yu appeared puzzled. Fang Luo grinned widely. Go ahead, Electra. Meow. Electra glared at Lu Yang, sensing his disdain. Had he never experienced a shock therapy? Suddenly, the electric mother conjured the most formidable current, directing it towards Lu Yang. Initially immersed in laughter, Lu Yang was caught off guard by the sudden surge of electricity, leaving him no time to evade. He was struck directly. Clad in iron armor, which enveloped him tightly, the electrical current coursed through the metal, electrifying every pore of his body. He was rendered thoroughly charred on the outside, yet tender on the inside. In the air, a subtle aroma of roasted flesh wafted about. Until his last breath, he could not fathom why a meerkat could generate electricity. Wasn't he who possessed extraordinary abilities, the true protagonist? Chapter 29. The harvest among those present, aside from Fang Luo, the others, Lin Yu, Zhao He, and Wu Yu, were utterly dumbfounded. This cat could indeed discharge electricity. Furthermore, with a single strike, it had obliterated Liu Yang, who had just moments ago seemed invincible. A truly astonishing feat, their gazes towards Fang Luo transformed into one of profound admiration. This cat appeared to be highly obedient to Fang Luo, implying that Fang Luo might be even more formidable than this feline. Brother-in-law, do you also possess extraordinary abilities? Lin Yu, displaying her astuteness, quickly deduced that Fang Luo must indeed have powers. Otherwise, he would not have remained so composed in the face of Liu Yang's abilities, nor been able to tame such a powerful cat. Fang Luo shrugged, tacitly affirming her suspicion, yet refrained from disclosing the nature of his powers. It wasn't that he lacked trust in Lin Yu, but rather that his current strength was still too feeble. Should the existence of his spatial abilities come to light, it would inevitably lead to comparisons with the supermarket thefts that occurred before the apocalypse. With resources worth hundreds of billions at stake, he would become a coveted target, subject to countless attempts at robbery. Though he was armed, he was not invulnerable. With Liu Yang and Lin Yu having awakened their powers, it was evident that others had likely done the same. Being besieged by numerous ability wielders was not something Fang Luo desired. Thus, he needed to exercise utmost caution. Fang Luo approached Liu Yang's lifeless body and picked up a watermelon knife from the ground. Brother-in-law, what are you going to do? Lin Yu inquired. Curiosity piqued as she approached. Fang Luo offered no reply, instead swiftly severing Liu Yang's head, causing blood to spatter everywhere. Lin Yu gasped in shock. While Zhao He and Wu Yu were so startled they soiled themselves. Was Fang Luo not satisfied with merely killing? Did he now intend to desecrate the corpse? Would he not also cleave his own head? However, as Lin Yu regained her composure, she noticed Fang Luo extracting a luminous crystal from Liu Yang's severed head. Brother-in-law, what is this? An enhancement crystal, Fang Luo replied with a slight smile, having intentionally performed the act in her presence. Firstly, Lin Yu was still a young girl, albeit rebellious. Her heart remained too kind, often hesitating to act ruthlessly. Fang Luo aimed to prepare her in advance, exposing her to such scenes. Secondly, while Lin Yu had awakened her powers, she was still unaware of how to enhance them. Enhancement crystal? Lin Yu asked, her expression one of confusion. Indeed, Fang Luo nodded, acknowledging the reality that supernatural abilities had emerged in the world. It was not just you, Liu Yang. Many individuals have likely awakened their powers by now. Each person's abilities vary in strength and nature, and to enhance one's power, one must continuously absorb energy. The source of this energy is the enhancement crystal. Every supernatural being, as well as the zombies, possesses such a crystal within their heads that can augment their strength. Do I have one in my head as well? Lin Yu exclaimed with astonishment, having been completely unaware of these matters, her admiration for Fang Luo deepening. Her brother-in-law was indeed knowledgeable, imparting such wisdom to her. Indeed, but you must exercise caution. Others may attempt to kill you and extract your crystal, Fang Luo cautioned. I understand. I must grow stronger, Lin Yu replied, trembling at the thought of potentially being killed for her crystal. She resolved not to let anyone harm her. Observing her reaction, Fang Luo could not help but admire her quick understanding. He had expected it would take her much longer to grasp the situation. Yet she had swiftly recognized the necessity of strengthening herself. Brother-in-law, you wouldn't actually behead me, would you? Lin Yu asked with a playful blink, seeing her mischievous demeanor. Fang Luo grinned and replied, Yes, I've already severed your sister's head. What? Lin Yu's face turned pale, her legs trembling. I was just teasing. Fang Luo chuckled at her terrified expression. After all, she was still a child, displaying even the brightest intellect alongside a vulnerable side. Brother-in-law, you're awful. Lin Yu huffed, playfully punching Fang Luo, though a hint of worry lingered about her sister's fate. Where's my sister? I wish to see her. All right, we'll return home shortly. Fang Luo nodded, yet the dawn had not yet arrived, and he intended to continue searching for evolution crystals, unwilling to waste time. With others awakening their abilities, the availability of these crystals would diminish significantly, making them increasingly difficult to find. Understood, Lin Yu agreed, glancing at the Zhao He and Wu Yu beside her. Brother-in-law, what will happen to them? What do you wish to do? Fang Luo inquired, curious about her decision. Lin Yu cast a deep glance at the two, feeling a surge of anger as she had considered them friends, only to have them betray her moments ago. In that instant, she had wanted to eliminate them. Yet, Being human meant having emotions, and they had once shared camaraderie. Let them fend for themselves, Lin Yu ultimately decided, refraining from directly killing them. Very well. Fang Luo nodded slightly, his approval evident. This decision did not surprise him. Although he desired Lin Yu to be decisive and unyielding, he found himself somewhat apprehensive at the thought of her being entirely devoid of sentiment. Fang Luo feared that such a person might ultimately betray him, showing no mercy in their actions. He could not tolerate the presence of someone so heartless. It was not without reason that Fang Luo was stringent. After all, his previous life had been fraught with suffering, and he was unwilling to traverse that path once more. Nonetheless, the reason Fang Luo chose to let her off so easily was due to the imminent threat of a horde of zombies approaching, rendering their need to kill unnecessary, as death awaited them regardless. Fang Luo maneuvered the armored vehicle out of the supermarket, while the zombies outside gnawed at his vehicle. After losing a few teeth, they abandoned their efforts and turned back towards the supermarket. Upon leaving the supermarket, Fang Luo did not return directly to the cold storage, but continued his search for evolution crystals outside. Throughout this endeavor, Lin Yu sought his guidance on various subjects, and Fang Luo graciously imparted his knowledge, leading to her growing admiration for him. She affectionately referred to him as brother-in-law, their bond deepening with each passing moment. With Lin Yu's involvement, their efficiency in locating evolution crystals significantly improved. Remarkably, by the end of the night, they had discovered over 50 evolution crystals. However, among them were individuals like Liu Yang, who fancied themselves as chosen ones and attempted to rob Fang Luo, only to be swiftly countered by him and Lin Yu. As dawn approached at 6 o'clock, both Fang Luo and Lin Yu felt fatigued and decided to return to the cold storage. Chapter 30. The Pig-Raising Plan, April 7th. It was now the 7th day of the apocalypse. Initially, people remained indifferent, perceiving the end of the world as a mere extended holiday, attributing the changes to a rise in temperature and even feeling a sense of joy. However, by the third day, water and electricity began to be cut off in various locations, and human communication systems gradually collapsed, plunging the world into panic as governments worldwide scrambled to organize rescue efforts. Within a few short days, global assets worth trillions evaporated. On the 5th day, the virus erupted and zombies emerged. Rescue teams and military forces became infected. These physically formidable soldiers, once fully armed, transformed into even more powerful and challenging zombies, rendering firearms ineffective against them. The military was overwhelmed, and the final measures for rescue fell apart. The population, initially at 10 billion, plummeted to less than 2 billion, with this figure continuing to decline sharply. By the 7th day, some individuals awakened their abilities, disregarding the law, resulting in a complete collapse of social order and a definitive farewell to civilized society. No one remained naive enough to believe that this catastrophe could be weathered easily. Throughout these days, Lin Yu lived in constant fear. Despite her cheerful disposition, she was, after all, an 18-year-old girl. Upon seeing her only remaining relative alive, she could not help but rush into her sister's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Sister, I thought I would never see you again," Lin Yu cried, her tear-streaked face buried in Lin Zijing's embrace. Fang Luo looked on with envy. "Yuyo, it's wonderful that you are safe," Lin Zijing exclaimed with great excitement. After the passing of her parents, her only solace lay in her little sister. "It was my brother-in-law who saved me." Lin Yu wiped her tears and pointed at Fang Luo. "Brother-in-law?" Lin Zijing was taken aback, her face flushing crimson. What was this girl saying? Brother-in-law? She cast a worried glance at Fang Luo, anxious to discern any displeasure on his face. Although Lin Zijing was beautiful, she harbored a tinge of insecurity due to her humble background. She often wore t-shirts that cost mere tens of yuan and had to earn her own living expenses and tuition while also caring for Lin Yu, whom she considered a burden. In contrast, Fang Luo was tall and handsome. In this chaotic apocalypse, possessing such a lavish cold storage filled with delectable food and an arsenal to ensure safety, his allure would undoubtedly attract even the most famous of celebrities. Could a mere Cinderella like her ever be worthy of him? He had rescued her, helped her deal with her bullying roommate, taken her in, and now saved her sister. She felt she could never repay Fang Luo's kindness in this lifetime. "Thank you." Lin Zijing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "What is our relationship to warrant thanks?" Fang Luo replied with a gentle smile. Lin Zijing's cheeks flushed again. What did he mean by that? Was he hinting at something? "You should take Yo to bathe and prepare some food. After these days outside, she must be famished, Fang Luo suggested to Lin Ziqin. Okay, Lin Ziqin nodded obediently. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Yuyo chirped excitedly, calling Fang Luo her brother-in-law. Lin Ziqin's face flushed once more, and she hurriedly led Lin Yuyo to the bathroom. Returning to his room, Fang Luo began absorbing crystals to enhance his abilities. Today had been remarkably fruitful. He had discovered 56 evolution crystals and over 200 zombie enhancement crystals. If he were to absorb all of these, who knew to what heights his powers could soar? Perhaps he might acquire new offensive capabilities. However, it would take time to absorb such a considerable amount. The absorption of evolution crystals was a strenuous endeavor, consuming energy akin to a night of relentless exertion. Absorbing too many at once could yield adverse effects. Fang Luo took out an evolution crystal and commenced the process of absorption. In the bathroom, the two sisters, having survived their ordeal, clung to one another even while bathing, sharing their experiences. What? You're saying he's not your brother-in-law? Lin Yuyo's face fell at her sister's words, her disappointment palpable. Sister, you're being utterly unambitious. Fang Luo is wonderful. He is charming, has a great personality, and, most importantly, he is incredibly capable. Where else could you find such a man? You don't, by any chance, dislike men, do you? Ah, no wonder you always bathe with me. Chapter 31. Lin Yuyo's instigation. Where did you learn such things? Is it appropriate for you to speak of your sister in this manner? Lin Ziqin chided, her gaze tinged with envy. Clearly, her younger sister was 2 years her junior, yet her physique was nearly on par with her own. If this continued, she would likely surpass her in no time. Sister, do you have feelings for brother-in-law? Lin Yuyo giggled playfully, splashing the water with her hand. I. Upon being asked this question by her sister, Lin Ziqin shyly lowered her gaze. Do you like Fang Luo? Undoubtedly, she did. He was exceptional and had assisted her greatly. However, it seemed that Fang Luo had little interest in women. Lin Ziqin recalled how Li Nana had brazenly attempted to seduce Fang Luo, yet he had rebuffed her advances time and again. Impossible. Lin Yuyo was unconvinced. When he saved me earlier, he even touched my waist. How could he not be interested in women? Lin Yuyo recalled how she had leaped into Fang Luo's arms to save him, and how he had held her tightly. Lin Ziqin was taken aback. Realizing she had misspoken, Lin Yuyo swiftly changed the subject. Sister, as the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a veil between them. Did you not mention that someone was trying to seduce brother-in-law? If you do not take the initiative, he might be snatched away. Just imagine, if she succeeds in her endeavor, how she might torment us. Will we still be able to enjoy the cool air, sip red wine, and feast on steak? Eventually, we would be left to wander the streets. Can you bear to see me, your sister, starving and drenched in sweat? If you truly cannot manage, then I shall take matters into my own hands. I understand, Lin Ziqin quickly replied, unwilling to see her sister suffer. Yet, the thought of having to actively pursue Fang Luo made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She, who had never been in a romantic relationship, was to take the initiative in her very first romance. With this in mind, Lin Ziqin playfully scolded her sister, and the two girls frolicked in the bathroom, playfully wrestling. Meanwhile, Fang Luo remained oblivious to Lin Yuyo's instigation of Lin Ziqin to pursue him. Had he known, he would have certainly praised her, affirming that rescuing her had been worthwhile. He had successfully absorbed another evolution crystal, enhancing his strength once more. The distance of his spatial flicker had increased to approximately 10 meters. The spatial barrier could now withstand a pressure of 1 ton. Additionally, he had acquired a new skill, spatial mark. The function of a spatial mark resembled that of a surveillance-equipped time bomb. He could preemptively place a mark in a location, allowing him to observe the scene at any time and detonate the mark when desired, inflicting damage within a certain radius. However, this function was highly energy-consuming, and Fang Luo could currently only place 3 marks. Nonetheless, the utility of this ability was immense, enabling him to gather crucial intelligence by strategically placing marks in significant locations. To comprehend the current state of affairs, one must acknowledge that all communication devices across the globe have ceased to function, leaving the transmission of information solely reliant on spoken words and physical movement. This skill is nothing short of extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Fang Luo suddenly conceived an idea to raise pigs. Each psychic possesses a unique crystal within their mind, the energy of which escalates in tandem with the individual's strength. A person of remarkable aptitude undoubtedly harbors more energy in their crystal than one who has merely evolved. Thus, a distinctive method to enhance one's power has emerged. First, seek out an exceptionally talented individual, facilitate their awakening of psychic abilities, nurture their growth, and ultimately, eliminate them to seize the crystal embedded in their mind. In a previous life, a formidable individual adeptly lured those unable to secure sustenance to his side with resources, only to subsequently eliminate them and acquire their crystals. This approach swiftly catapulted him to the ranks of elite power. At that time, Fang Luo nearly fell victim to this scheme, but was fortunate enough to receive a warning from a comrade, allowing him to escape the clutches of danger. Contemplating the possibility of employing this tactic on Nana, Fang Luo prepared to proceed. Due to the sweltering temperatures, Nana had discarded her clothing, leaving her clad only in undergarments. Having gone several days without food and succumbing to the cold of the refrigeration unit, she had already fainted in a corner. If left unattended, she would surely meet her demise. With urgency, Fang Luo retrieved a bottle of water from his space and splashed it across her face. Nana stirred awake with a soft sound, instinctively licking the droplets that fell onto her body. She was overwhelmed by a profound sense of cold, hunger, and thirst. After regaining her senses, she spotted Fang Luo and immediately burst into tears. "Master, I'm so sorry. Please, I beg you, grant me something to eat." Attempting to rise, she found herself utterly devoid of strength, resorting to crawling to Fang Luo's side, clinging to his leg and pleading desperately. She was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 32. Nana's demise consummate. Fang Luo casually produced an evolution crystal. Nana, lacking the strength to resist, submitted to her fate. The conditions for awakening psychic abilities were notably stringent, demanding a high level of willpower. With 10 individuals attempting to harness an evolution crystal, it was fortunate if even one succeeded. Fang Luo observed Nana, uncertain of her potential to awaken. Upon utilizing the crystal, Nana's body was soon engulfed in excruciating pain, prompting involuntary cries of agony. She felt as if her body were being filled to the point of rupture. Convulsing and writhing helplessly on the ground, her expression fraught with panic. She feared Fang Luo had intentionally poisoned her. Would she perish? Fang Luo raised an eyebrow, waiting with bated breath. Yet, after a few minutes, her convulsions ceased, and with a resounding pop, her head exploded. Was this truly her end? Fang Luo curled his lips, initially believing that Nana might awaken, but was taken aback by her utter failure. He glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, tidied up, and disposed of it outside, not wanting to frighten Lin Zijing and the others later. After a brief wait, Lin Zijing and her sister emerged from the bathroom, both clad in sleepwear, resembling two exquisite blossoms. "Brother-in-law, what happened to that woman?" Lin Yuyu inquired with a puzzled expression. "She has left," Fang Luo replied calmly. "Just like that? She dared to bully my sister, and I haven't even had the chance to confront her." Lin Yuyu waved her delicate fists in indignation. Having been busy all day, and with Nana's recent demise, Fang Luo felt somewhat grimy himself. He made his way to the bathroom to fill a tub with fresh water and indulge in a bath. Meanwhile, Lin Zijing, ever diligent, headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The cold storage housed several freezers filled with abundant ingredients, allowing Lin Zijing to choose at her leisure. By the time Fang Luo emerged from his bath, he was greeted by a table laden with delectable dishes. Yet upon seeing the spread, he wore a slightly peculiar expression. Sea cucumber porridge, steamed oysters, and stir-fried lamb kidney. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. Having just utilized the evolution crystal, he was ravenous, and he eagerly began to feast. Lin Zijing's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. After the meal, he suggested, "Let us retire for the night." The bed was spacious enough that even with 3 people, they wouldn't be cramped. "No way. I haven't completed my game yet," Lin Yuyu protested, shaking her head while engrossed in a PS5 game controller. Fang Luo found no reason for surprise. It was understandable for a young girl to indulge in games. However, Lin Zijing was well aware that Lin Yuyu's reluctance stemmed not from a love for gaming, but from a desire to avoid being a third wheel. Upon seeing the two enter the room, Lin Yuyu chuckled to herself, promptly discarding her controller and hiding by the door to eavesdrop on the happenings inside. In the room, Fang Luo, as before, lay down in his designated spot and closed his eyes, seeking to empty his mind. However, after consuming such nourishing food, he began to feel a restless heat coursing through his body. Tossing and turning, Sleep eluded him. Regrettably, Lin Nana was gone. Just then, he sensed the presence of another person beside him. Turning his head in confusion, he discovered Lin Zijing had somehow crawled from the corner of the bed to his side. "Thank you for saving my sister." Lin Zijing expressed her gratitude softly, her voice trembling slightly. "It is nothing. It is our duty to protect the flowers of our homeland." He replied, "Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Zijing suddenly asked. Outside the door, Lin Yu crouched, her face flushing crimson upon hearing the heavy breaths emanating from within. She hadn't anticipated her sister's intuitive understanding, but how impressive her brother-in-law was. As evening fell, Fang Luo stretched languidly and cast a glance at the disheveled figure on the bed, her hair in disarray and a rosy blush gracing her cheeks. With a gentle smile, he planted a tender kiss on her face. "I didn't expect you to appear so obedient," he teased, eliciting a playful jab from Lin Ziqin. "Wasn't this your request?" Fang Luo chuckled, reflecting momentarily before inquiring, "Would you like to awaken your supernatural abilities?" "Supernatural abilities?" Lin Ziqin questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice. Fang Luo proceeded to elucidate the concept to her. "Your sister possesses supernatural abilities as well. Is it truly possible?" Lin Ziqin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Of course." Fang Luo replied with a smile, producing a crystal of evolution from his possession. He felt assured that Lin Ziqin would not meet the same tragic fate as Lin Nana. For Lin Ziqin had awakened her abilities in her past life. "Thank you, my dear husband." Lin Ziqin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. As she utilized the crystal, a bead of sweat formed on her forehead. Chapter 33. Lin Ziqin awakens her supernatural abilities moments later. Lin Ziqin finally awakened her fire-based supernatural ability, classified as T1 level. T0 abilities are typically mental in nature, such as charm and hypnosis. Though these abilities may seem lacking in combat prowess, a powerful mentalist can command countless other ability users. No matter how formidable one may be, if controlled, even the mightiest becomes compliant. The potential for growth is immense. However, such abilities are exceedingly rare, with few ever awakening them. T1 abilities predominantly encompass elemental powers like water, fire, and electricity. These abilities possess considerable combat strength in their early stages and also boast high growth potential. Those who awaken such powers often rise to prominence as formidable figures. T2 abilities are enhancement-based, focusing on attributes like strength, speed, and defense. While these abilities have some initial combat capability, their later potential is somewhat limited, yet they are still uncommon. T3 abilities consist of various eclectic powers, such as magnetism, which are useful in the early stages but generally lack value in later development. They're the most commonly awakened type. Additionally, there exists a category of abilities that transcends these classifications, spatial abilities. Although initially weak in combat, even inferior to T3 abilities, spatial powers exhibit exponential growth potential. With each level gained, the enhancement is monumental. Once fully developed, every skill can unleash cataclysmic destruction, brimming with limitless possibilities. Spatial abilities are exceedingly rare. Indeed, Fang Luo had never heard of anyone else acquiring such powers. Despite having anticipated Lin Ziqin's formidable talent, he was still in awe as he witnessed the flame she conjured. Having just awakened her abilities, she could already form a fireball with a diameter of 10 centimeters, reaching a scorching temperature of 1,000 degrees. Such extraordinary talent was nothing short of astonishing. Fang Luo felt it would be a challenge to surpass Lin Ziqin. However, confronting others would be a different matter entirely. Just moments ago, Lin Zijing was pleading for mercy. Lin Zijing, still a mere 20-year-old girl, possessed a frail physique. The awakening of her extraordinary abilities demanded an immense amount of energy, causing her to drift into slumber. Fang Luo chose not to disturb her. As he pushed open the door, a girl tumbled before him. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Yu. She had been lingering at the doorway, her face flushed with shyness as she listened intently. However, who would have anticipated that after 10 hours of Fang Luo's presence, she had fallen asleep amidst the discourse? She held a profound admiration for Fang Luo, marveling at his prowess. Her decision, it seemed, was indeed correct. Her sister would undoubtedly find happiness in his company. "What are you doing here?" Fang Luo chuckled, instantly discerning her intentions. This girl was truly whimsical. Good morning, brother-in-law. I was just about to call you for a meal." Lin Yu, caught red-handed, blushed with embarrassment and hastily conjured an excuse. "Where's the food?" Fang Luo glanced at the empty table and jested. Are you suggesting I feast upon you? With your meager frame, I doubt it would suffice. As Fang Luo grew closer to Lin Zijing, he began to view Lin Yuyu as a younger sister as well, their conversation flowing more naturally than before. Pervert! Lin Yuyu huffed, playfully indignant at being exposed. She reclined on the sofa, her mind wandering as she contemplated the absurdity of his remark. Did he truly wish to consume her? And deemed her too slight? Are you eavesdropping as well? Fang Luo rolled his eyes but felt no anger. Instead, a sense of joy enveloped him. Humans are inherently social creatures, and even the most solitary among us experience moments of loneliness. The presence of these two sisters in the cold storage breathed life into the otherwise desolate space. Without anyone around, even possessing vast resources would render life monotonous, blurring the line between existence and mere survival. As Lin Zijing was unable to rise and prepare a meal, Fang Luo took it upon himself to cook. After dinner, he prepared to venture out once more in search of evolution crystals. Today marked the third day since the onset of the virus, and the existence of supernatural abilities had become apparent to the public. Many were actively seeking evolution crystals, and their numbers were dwindling rapidly. In just a couple of days, the task of finding them would become even more arduous. In this post-apocalyptic world, aside from essential supplies, evolution crystals held paramount importance as they signified strength. Accumulating a sufficient quantity of these crystals would allow one to cultivate a formidable force. For instance, if Fang Luo possessed 10,000 evolution crystals, even if he refrained from utilizing them himself, he could foster 1,000 loyal superhumans, rendering him nearly invincible. In a certain sense, evolution crystals eclipsed even food in their significance. Chapter 34. Outing brother-in-law, I want to go too. Upon seeing Fang Luo prepare to leave, Lin Yuyu rushed over. With her naturally spirited and rebellious nature, the acquisition of her powers sparked a desire to venture forth and engage in battles against the undead. Very well, Fang Luo pondered, concluding that having more companions would indeed enhance their chances of locating evolution crystals. Lin Zijing had just been engaged in a duel with him when she fell asleep. So Fang Luo chose not to wake her. He drove the armored vehicle, carrying Lin Yuyu and the electric cat, venturing outside. The apocalypse had now persisted for 8 days. Those who survived were either individuals with exceptional physical prowess or astute gatherers of resources from the early days of the catastrophe. In tumultuous times, heroes emerge. There still exist many intelligent individuals in this world. Fang Luo was not so conceited as to believe that his stockpile of resources worth billions rendered him invincible. The streets were devoid of life. Lin Yu gazed out the window, her expression tinged with melancholy. Once, this street had bustled with activity, with vendors setting up stalls every evening. Now, it was rare to glimpse a human figure, as the streets were largely populated by zombies. Fang Luo remained silent. He had already experienced this in his previous life and found little reason for sorrow. Brother-in-law, where are we headed? Lin Yuyu inquired. Fang Luo contemplated, considering which renowned ability users had awakened their powers later in the previous life. Luocheng was a first-tier coastal city with an expansive area, and Fang Luo had only explored less than 10% of it thus far. He had gathered over 70 evolution crystals, a considerable haul. It was important to note that in his past life, there were only a few thousand known ability users in Luocheng, scattered throughout various locations. As for any hidden crystals, he remained uncertain. Let's south head to Kunying Street. Fang Luo recollected a particular place and promptly drove there. Kunying Street. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yuyu's brow slightly furrowed, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Kunying Street had once been a bustling hub for extracurricular tutoring classes, teeming with students. In his previous life, it had given rise to several Tier 2 ability users. Yet, he wondered whether the evolution crystals still remained. Upon arriving at Kunying Street, which used to be lively with students studying until 10 at night, he found it now shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. The vehicle cannot enter. Let us proceed on foot. Fang Luo parked the car in a safe spot and disembarked. This was a pedestrian street, narrow and filled with obstacles, necessitating travel by foot. Electric cat, keep your eyes sharp, Fang Luo urged, realizing that the quest for crystals depended largely on this tabby cat. Meow. The electric cat extended a paw, seemingly demanding its due payment, ever the pragmatic creature. What's the rush? Am I the kind of unscrupulous employer who withholds wages? Fang Luo flicked its forehead playfully, then turned to Lin Yuyu with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? You seem downcast. Lin Yu, usually vibrant and chatty, had grown unusually quiet. It's nothing. She shook her head, pondering that those people were likely dead now. Seeing her regain a semblance of a smile, Fang Luo nodded in understanding and followed the electric cat in search of crystals. Before long, they discovered one. It seems that the individuals here have yet to discover the crystals, which is splendid news. Fang Luo's excitement was palpable. There were no less than a dozen crystals present. Dianmu, splendid work, keep it up. Fang Luo tossed a fish to Dianmu and continued searching. Are you certain you saw a glimmer over here? Indeed, Brother Zhang. We were in the classroom and observed it quite clearly. Excellent. As long as we find the crystals, you shall serve me well tonight, and I will reward you with a whole bottle of mineral water. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Thank you. Outside, 7 or 8 individuals were making their way towards Kunying Street. Among them was a man, referred to as Brother Zhang, who was bare-chested, with a woman on either side, one a woman in her 30s, and the other a youthful student. What is that armored vehicle doing here? Suddenly, Zhang Yang spotted a tall, armored vehicle parked in a concealed spot along the street. He immediately approached it, gazing in awe at its size. What a massive armored vehicle. If I could drive it, walking would be a thing of the past. The relentless heat had rendered ordinary vehicles nearly obsolete, leaving only bus number 11 as a means of transport. He attempted to open the door, but it was locked tight, and the windows were bulletproof, rendering his efforts futile. Brother Zhang, the exhaust pipe still has gasoline. It must have been driven here recently, remarked the 30-something woman. Oh, Brother Zhang's eyes lit up. No wonder you are a teacher. Your knowledge is invaluable. I will reward you handsomely upon our return. You are insufferable, the woman replied, her expression a mix of shyness and disdain, internally grappling with the sight of him, a stout man, akin to a pig. That fellow is surely inside. Perhaps he shares our objective of seeking the evolution crystals. We must intercept him at once. Brother Zhang immediately led 4 of his underlings to scour the street. He had awakened a latent ability, a T2 level defensive power, and had uncovered the secret of the evolution crystals. Thus, upon hearing that the 2 women nearby might have encountered the crystals, he hastened to their location. Chapter 35. The bullying of Lin Yu boss, over there. Upon hearing the call, Zhang Yang rushed forward and, as anticipated, discovered a man accompanied by 2 women. The man was holding several recently uncovered evolution crystals, and greed gleamed in Zhang Yang's eyes. With so many crystals, absorbing them all would greatly enhance my strength. Shifting his gaze, he noted the 2 women beside the man, one tall and voluptuous, with captivating eyes and a beauty rating of at least 8, while the other was petite and adorable. Her features exquisitely crafted, boasting a figure that could easily score a 9. They were leagues above the married woman and the student near him. Damn it, this fellow has such luck. Zhang Yang's heart swelled with envy as he immediately plotted to seize both the crystals and the women for himself. Such a beautiful woman deserves to be possessed only by a formidable individual like myself. Lin Yu. At that moment, a female student beside Zhang Yang seemed to recognize the girl across from them. You vile creature, you're still alive. Yu Lily gazed at Lin Yu, whose hair flowed gracefully and whose attire was pristine, devoid of any blemish. In stark contrast, she herself appeared disheveled, having gone nearly a week without brushing her teeth or washing her face, flooding her heart with an overwhelming jealousy. How is it that this lowly girl leads a life better than my own? Do you know her? Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. She used to be in our tutoring class, an orphan, surviving solely on her sister's efforts to ensnare wealthy men and sell herself. You lie. Lin Yu trembled at the insult directed at her sister, a mix of fear and anger coursing through her. What is happening? Fang Luo frowned. For Lin Zijing was his woman, and he could not tolerate such defamation. Lin Yu, feeling deeply wronged, began to recount her story. Though her family was impoverished, her sister, Lin Zijing, took great care of her, scrimping and saving to enroll Lin Yu in tutoring classes for the sake of her education. However, Lin Yu's background made her an easy target for ridicule. Yu Lily, who often neglected her studies and mingled with unsavory characters, took advantage of Lin Yu's beauty and ordinary lineage to bully her out of jealousy. She frequently tore Lin Yu's books and, in more egregious acts, would ambush her with accomplices, slapping her and forcing her to kneel. Rumors circulated that Lin Yu's sister could only afford her tutoring due to selling herself, claiming her family's poverty rendered such education unattainable otherwise. Desperate, Lin Yu sought help from the tutoring class teacher, Lu Feng, a married woman who stood beside Zhang Yang. However, Lu Fang was indifferent, even uttering the absurdity of why she only bullied Lin Yuyu and not others. This only emboldened Yu Lily further. Left with no choice, Lin Yuyu began to skip classes. Yet, her tormentors continued to pursue her, even waiting for her at school. To protect herself and shield her sister from repercussions, she felt compelled to associate with delinquent students. Unfortunately, these schoolmates were no match for the thugs from outside. On several occasions, Lin Yu narrowly escaped being assaulted by those thugs, leaving her with emotional scars. Upon hearing Lin Yuyu's plight, Fang Luo was instantly engulfed by a wave of fury. Initially, he had assumed her involvement in fights stemmed from a lack of parental guidance, which led to her rebellious nature. Little did he know, she was a victim of bullying, and her association with unsavory peers was merely a means of self-defense. It was unfathomable that a girl of merely a decade or so, without the protection of parents, and with teachers choosing to ignore her plight, could endure such torment. The sense of helplessness must have been profound. Had Lin Yu possessed even a hint of fragility, she might have chosen to take her own life. Bullying in schools is a scourge that must be eradicated. Fang Luo harbored a profound loathing for such matters. How many blossoms have been irrevocably damaged in their lifetime? Furthermore, the one who suffered was Lin Yuyu, who was now his sister. Fang Luo had always been a staunch protector of those dear to him. He wished for this shadow to never linger in Lin Yuyu's heart. Do not fear, for I am here. No one shall bully you, he reassured, gently patting the trembling back of the agitated Lin Yu, his gaze filled with compassion. Upon feeling Fang Luo's warmth, Lin Yuyu was suddenly enveloped in an unprecedented sense of safety. For years, she had endured torment, never once having someone stand before her, declaring that no one could harm her. Today, Fang Luo stood before her, and her spirits were immediately lifted, her heart touched. Chapter 36. The toad aspires to court the swan across the way. Zhang Yang had discerned the unfolding situation. He was well acquainted with Lily, having associated with her since middle school, leveraging their notoriety to intimidate fellow students. It was likely that this beautiful girl had also been a victim of Lily's bullying. Zhang Yang glanced at Lily and then at Lin Yuyu. In terms of both appearance and demeanor, they were worlds apart. Moreover, Lin Yuyu appeared to be a pure and innocent maiden, likely experiencing this for the first time. If he could incite affection in this girl, and subsequently win her over, it would surely be a delightful endeavor. With this thought, Zhang Yang smiled broadly at Lin Yuyu, asking, "My dear classmate, has this woman ever bullied you?" Lin Yuyu shot him a glance, puzzled by the meaning behind the words of this burly figure. "I have always detested bullying in school. Should I have known she was such a person, I wouldn't have intervened. Come with me. Tell me how she tormented you, and return the favor tenfold. If she dares to resist, I shall support you," Zhang Yang said with a grin. "Brother Zhang, you on the side?" Lily stared at him in disbelief. "You never spoke this way when we were in bed. Moreover, you were an accomplice in my bullying others." She had begun to realize Zhang Yang's intentions. Clearly, he was attracted to Lin Yuyu's beauty and sought to gain her favor. This only fueled Lily's resentment towards Lin Yuyu. Why should she toil so hard to garner a modicum of assistance from him, while Lin Yuyu, without uttering a word, receive his unsolicited attention? How she regretted not marring Lin Yuyu's face back when, knowing full well she was adept at alluring men. Silence. Zhang Yang gloated at Lily, his voice low and menacing. "If you ruin my chances, I shall treat you as I did last time." He understood Lily well. She was not only vain, but also fearful for her life. Previously, when she had implored him for support, he had lashed her with a whip, and she had endured it. Now, with the apocalypse looming, she was even less likely to defy him. Lily was left speechless, terror-stricken, with the scars from that encounter still fresh upon her. In her heart, she harbored an intense resentment towards Lin Yuyu, convinced that the latter was mocking her and would soon exact a fierce revenge. Lin Yuyu's facade of purity was merely a disguise. She, too, was seeking to sell herself for glory, just like everyone else. How despicable. "So Lin, considering how perilous it is outside, with zombies lurking about, I could offer you my protection," Zhang Yang said with a grin as he turned to Lin Yuyu. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Lin Yuyu was repulsed. Having already discerned his intentions, with his rotund visage, how could he even dream of courting her? "No need for your protection. I have someone else," she retorted, instinctively leaning closer to Fang Luo, feeling a sense of safety in his presence, likely due to his previous actions. "That guy, a mere pretty boy?" Zhang Yang snitted dismissively at Fang Luo. "Lin, You must understand that out there are zombies, and only those with special abilities like mine can survive in this apocalypse. Do you comprehend what special abilities are? He brandished a watermelon knife, stabbing it repeatedly between his legs, yet emerged unscathed. See, I am invulnerable, he boasted. A smug grin plastered across his face. Moreover, with resources so scarce, I wager you Haven Tea had a satisfying meal in quite some time. Come to my place. I have several boxes of bottled water and rice to feast upon. What do you say? Since awakening his abilities, Zhang Yang had been riding high. Previously, he was just a common thug in a gang, bullying students. Now, he was a pivotal figure within the gang, enjoying bottled water and rice. Commanding several underlings, life was indeed comfortable. He believed that with his advantages, Lin Yuyu would find it impossible to refuse. After all, who would turn down a hearty meal? Just moments ago, Lu Fang and Yu Lily had agreed to his demands for a mere bottle of water. Fool! Lin Yuyu rolled her eyes. I possess wind abilities. Why would I covet your pathetic skills? Unlike Lin Zijing, Lin Yuyu was straightforward and unreserved, unafraid to express her thoughts and feelings. And she didn't hesitate to voice her disdain. Fang Luo watched with admiration. He appreciated her forthright nature. Why should one suffer in silence when they could speak their truth? You filthy wench, what did you say? Zhang Yang seethed with rage at her unrelenting insults. Are you deaf? I said you're like a toad yearning for a swan. Infuriated, this was the first time since awakening his powers that he had been so insulted. He couldn't help but smile in anger. I had no intention of resorting to force, but you leave me no choice. I will grant you one more chance. You, hand over the crystal and kneel to bow your heads, then leave. You will obediently return with me tonight, or else. Chapter 37. The Ocean Gang. Zhang Yang brandished the watermelon knife in his hand, his face contorted in a menacing threat towards Fang Luo. Beside them, Yu Lily, who had been apprehensive about a potential retaliatory strike from Lin Yuyu, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. What a fool! Such a splendid opportunity to follow Brother Zhang. Yet she chose to hide behind a pretty boy. Now, once Brother Zhang has subdued you all, won't you be at my mercy? Ha! Fang Luo cast a glance at him, displaying no trace of fear, and merely remarked, all right, come and take it. I shall give it to you. You are quite perceptive. Zhang Yang laughed triumphantly. He was not at all concerned that Fang Luo might pull a trick, for he possessed defensive abilities. Indeed, just a pretty boy. Yu Lily felt further reassured, a disdainful smile creeping across her lips. Lu Fang, who had remained silent until now, also exhaled a sigh of relief. Although she had not bullied Lin Yuyu, she had refrained from intervening during Lin's tribulations, previously fearing retaliation from her. Whereas the crystal? Hurry! Zhang Yang approached Fang Luo, extending his hand in query. Fang Luo replied, Crystal? Did you not say you would give me the crystal if I came over? You dare to deceive me. Zhang Yang's expression darkened. I said I would give it to you, but I never mentioned a crystal, Fang Luo said with an amused expression. Zhang Yang frowned. What do you mean? However, as his gaze followed Fang Luo's towards the ground, he spotted the ominous barrel of a gun. A gun? Zhang Yang was instantly taken aback. Where had Fang Luo produced that firearm? It dawned on him that when Fang Luo said he would give him something, it meant a bullet for him. He immediately contemplated fleeing. While he was unafraid of the watermelon knife, he certainly feared bullets, but it was too late. I am quite curious to see which is harder, your gun or mine, Fang Luo grinned, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot echoed, followed by the sound of liquid splattering onto the ground, red and yellow pooling at Zhang Yang's feet. Clearly, this newly awakened ability user was unable to withstand the bullet's force. Zhang Yang collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, his screams piercingly tragic. Behind him, 4 or 5 of his underlings felt a sudden chill between their legs. Just moments ago, they had envied Zhang Yang's ironclad defenses, but that admiration had vanished. Yu Lily and Lu Fang stood in stunned silence. They had expected the empowered Zhang Yang to decimate his opponent. Yet they were met with the dramatic twist of him being swiftly incapacitated by a single shot. Reflecting on their past actions towards Lin Yuyu, they could not help but tremble in fear, uncertain of how Lin would retaliate against them. In contrast, Lin Yuyu was elated. These were the very individuals who had bullied her. She was far from a saint, feeling no sympathy for them. In fact, it was a source of great satisfaction. This group had undoubtedly caused misery to countless young girls. Her brother-in-law was undeniably handsome, and she adored his audacious demeanor. Now, Fang Luo approached Zhang Yang, a smile gracing his lips as he said, It is time for me to demand the crystal. No, please don't. Zhang Yang exclaimed, terror etched across his features. Despite Fang Luo's smile, to him, it resembled that of a demon. Unditeret, Fang Luo piket ab Zhangyang s watermelon knife. Zhangyang was an ability user, albeit at the T2 level. However, the crystalline energy within his mind surpassed even the purest evolution crystal energy. You cannot kill me, he shouted frantically, glancing at the knife so close at hand. Oh, do enlighten me, Fang Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I am a member of the Ocean Gang. The mention of the Ocean Gang shifted Fang Luo's expression to one of seriousness. In his past life, he had heard of this gang. The Ocean Gang was once a lone shark organization in Luo City, and after the apocalypse, many of its members awakened their abilities, forming a significant group of ability users. This gang was notorious for its nefarious deeds, wielding their powers to rob and extort, demanding protection fees. Should they encounter other ability users who did not submit, they would eliminate them and seize the crystals within their minds. In a past encounter, Fang Luo had once found a bottle of water, only to have it snatched away under the guise of a protection fee. Fortunately, he had not revealed his abilities at that time. Otherwise, he would have surely faced dire consequences. Kid, are you beginning to feel fear? Zhangyang boasted, regarding Fang Luo with arrogance. Our Ocean Gang boasts a total of 18 ability users, and our leader possesses formidable fire abilities. Even the army would steer clear of us. Can your mere gun contend with an army? He paused, savoring his moment of power. However, I can offer you a chance. If you kneel and admit your fault, I shall let you go. Zhangyang attempted to intimidate Fang Luo, convinced that if Fang Luo spared him, he would never uphold his end of the bargain. After all, he had lost his lifeline. How could he possibly let Fang Luo off the hook? Oh, is that so? I'm utterly terrified, Fang Luo scoffed disdainfully. With a swift motion, he cleaved through Zhangyang's skull, leaving him to die with unblinking eyes. In his final moments, Zhangyang could not fathom Fang Luo's audacity to stand against the Ocean Gang. Fang Luo promptly extracted his crystal. This crystal shone with a brightness exceeding that of an ordinary evolution crystal by more than double, indicating an energy capacity that surpassed expectations. One was worth two, indeed. Fang Luo then turned his gaze to Yu Lily and Lu Fang. At this moment, the two women were rendered speechless by the brutality they had just witnessed. Fang Luo's ruthlessness exceeded their wildest imaginations. They were certain he would kill them without a second thought and without remorse. Yet, they were unwilling to meet their demise. Yu Lily was the first to react. She dropped to her knees, scrambling to Fang Luo's feet, her face a mask of obsequiousness. Please don't kill me. I could be your dog. I possess much knowledge. You can do with me as you please. She understood that her life and death were in Fang Luo's hands. Chapter 38, The Kill. Yu Lily had mingled in society since middle school, having encountered countless men and honing her skills in reading people's expressions to a fine art. Sensing danger, she immediately knelt before Fang Luo, pleading with a sweet voice. In the past, whenever she had offended someone formidable, this act would suffice to elicit their mercy, and at worst, she would only endure a few slaps. However, Fang Luo remained utterly unmoved. Though not a saint, he had his own preferences and was not one to be easily swayed by just any woman. Yu Lily, in fact, was inferior even to Linana, a mere plaything for petty delinquents. Fang Luo had no interest in the likes of her. Do not beseech me. It is she who has the power to grant you mercy, Fang Luo remarked, turning his gaze towards Lin Yuyu. The bullying inflicted upon Lin Yuyu had left her with psychological scars, and it was only through her own resolution that she could erase those shadows. Hearing Fang Luo's words, Yu Lily glanced at Lin Yuyu, her eyes betraying a sense of unwillingness. The very person she once tormented was now the one she needed to plead with. What a humiliation! Yet, the fear of death loomed large. Thus, she crawled over to Lin Yuyu, forcing a sycophantic smile as she implored, Sister Yuyu, I was wrong before. Please, strike me however you wish. I will not resist. As she spoke, Yu Lily even slapped her own face with a resounding smack, evidently putting her all into it. Lin Yuyu regarded her with cold indifference. Once, Yu Lily had surrounded her and compelled her to kneel, striking her face. Now, the tables had turned, and Yu Lily knelt before her. All of this was orchestrated by Fang Luo, deepening Lin Yuyu's admiration and affection for him. It felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck for her and her sister to have encountered such a man. Alas, a man like him was destined not to remain hidden away. He would venture into a broader world, surrounded by a myriad of women. She could only hope he wouldn't forget her sister. I shall not strike you. Spare yourself the effort, Lin Yuyu replied coldly. Yu Lily was taken aback. What did this mean? Not to strike her? Did that imply a desire to kill her instead? Panic surged within her, nearly bringing her to tears as she clutched Lin Yu, desperately attempting to grasp her hand to inflict pain upon herself. Sister Yu, I truly regret my actions. Please, strike me. I will bow to you. Just do not kill me. I do not wish to die. Lin Yu broke free of her grasp. I do not strike you because I refuse to become a person like you. A person like me? Yu Lily questioned. Indeed, I have endured the torment of bullying in school. You may think that bullying others grants a sense of achievement, but I do not share that sentiment. I refuse to be someone who finds pleasure in the suffering of others. Then, you will not kill me? Yu Lily asked tentatively, a glimmer of hope beginning to surface on her face. Evidently, Lin Yu's words did not instill any sense of remorse in Yu Lily. Her only concern was her own survival. As long as she could endure, she would continue to bully others. Lin Yu shook her head, stating, I will not strike you, but I will take your life. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she unleashed her wind-based abilities, a blade of wind slicing through her opponent's throat. Yu Lily collapsed to the ground, breathless. The scene left Lu Fang in utter shock, while Fang Luo stood momentarily astonished, having anticipated that Lin Yu would show mercy and let her go. Instead, she chose to extinguish her life. Upon reflection, this choice became clear. Lin Yu did not wish to become a bully like those who tormented her, yet she harbored no intention of forgiving the pain inflicted upon her. With resolute clarity and decisive action, Lin Yu turned her gaze towards the petrified Lu Fang. Please do not kill me. I have not bullied you, Lu Fang implored, bewildered by the transformation in Lin Yu, who seemed so benign before yet now was capable of such ruthlessness. Was this the nature of an honest person driven to desperation? She appeared as a witch. Indeed, you did not bully me, but you abetted the transgressions, Lin Yu replied coldly. When she was tormented by Yu Lily, she had sought Lu Fang's assistance multiple times, only to be met with indifference and the infamous retort questioning why she, and not others, was targeted, urging her to introspect. I was also compelled by circumstance. I am merely a teacher, Lu Fang lamented. I had contacted her parents previously, but they did not respond, and even complained about me for defamation. I could only turn a blind eye. Otherwise, I risked losing my job, and I have a family to support. Lu Fang pleaded her case to Lin Yu. Lin Yu paused, acknowledging the reality of Lu Fang's predicament. In this era, teachers, whether from external institutions or within schools, held little authority. A complaint could lead to dismissal or, at the very least, a tarnished future. This was the reason behind the negligence of many educators. Securing employment was exceedingly challenging. To ignore such realities could be deemed a lack of professional ethics, yet it did not necessarily render Lu Fang malevolent. She had merely chosen her family over her students. Though Lin Yu acted with lethal resolve, she was not devoid of understanding. The principal instigator was already dead, and there was no necessity to eliminate another unwitting participant. You may leave, she declared, waving her hand, allowing Lu Fang to escape. In such chaotic times, how long could a woman like her survive? Thank you, Lu Fang exclaimed, overjoyed as she prepared to flee. Yet, hesitating, she turned to Fang Luo and added, we came here with 8 people. One had to stop for the restroom and arrived later than us. He has yet to arrive, and it is likely that he has discovered your involvement in the deaths of the members of the Sea Gang. He may have already gone to inform others. You should escape swiftly. Chapter 39. Encirclement. Has someone alerted them? A jolt of anxiety pierced through Fang Luo's heart. Despite having eliminated everyone, there was still a critical oversight. Although Fang Luo was not afraid of the Sea Gang, Lin Yu was still present. According to Zhang Yang, they had 18 supernatural beings among them. Being besieged by such a multitude of extraordinary powers posed a significant threat. As Fang Luo contemplated fleeing, a deep voice resonated from a street. Turning to look, he saw at least 30 individuals approaching, armed with various weapons, their demeanor menacing. To Fang Luo's astonishment, each of these individuals had awakened supernatural abilities, with several having reached Tier 2. Evidently, the Sea Gang had recruited more supernatural beings during this time. This was troublesome. With more than 30 extraordinary beings, even with his spatial abilities and firearms, he could not eliminate them all. At most, he could hope to preserve his own life. The battle prowess of spatial abilities in the early stages was far too weak. How dare they alert others? Despicable scoundrels, they deserve to perish. A burly man strode up to Lu Fang, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of flames. Fire-based ability, Tier 1. Lu Fang was engulfed in flames. crying out in agony as she rolled on the ground. Yet the flames showed no sign of extinguishing. In less than 2 minutes, she was left unrecognizable, reduced to a charred corpse. The cruelty of the act was staggering. However, the man displayed no trace of compassion. A smile danced at the corners of his mouth as he seemingly reveled in the sounds of her suffering. Deviant, Lin Yu muttered a curse under her breath, instinctively retreating behind Fang Luo in fear. Kid, you look rather familiar. After dispatching Lu Fang, Fu Dahai shifted his gaze to Fang Luo, feeling a sense of recognition. Boss, I remember him. He borrowed money from us before, 200,000. A subordinate of Fu Dahai remarked. Oh, Fu Dahai raised an eyebrow, his tone a blend of mockery and cruelty. Kid, your fate is indeed unfortunate. In this apocalyptic world, your debt might have been rendered moot, yet here you are, encountering me and having killed members of the Sea Gang. According to our rules, I should take your life as a tribute to my fallen brothers. Fu Dahai's tone shifted. However, I can offer you another chance. What chance? Join the Sea Gang. Is it that simple? Of course not. Fu Dahai grinned broadly. First, surrender all the supernatural crystals you have acquired to repay your debt of 200,000. Secondly, I want that woman. Let us entertain ourselves with her, as a tribute to our deceased brothers. But fret not. I shall return her to you once we are done. Fu Dahai's gaze fixated on Lin Yu. It must be said that in this desolate apocalypse, Lin Yu's beauty had only intensified, radiating an even greater allure. Because now, 99 of people are disheveled and unkempt, and even the most beautiful face loses its charm in such surroundings. Yet she, with her immaculate appearance and fair, smooth skin, is captivating enough on her own. Thus, even Fu Dahai, the leader of a group surrounded by numerous beautiful women, finds it hard to resist Lin Yu's allure. Lin Yu's face turns pale. Having never experienced love herself, she cannot entertain such thoughts, preferring death instead. Fang Luo's expression also grows cold upon hearing this. To surrender all the evolution crystals and deliver Lin Yu to the other party is utterly unacceptable. The significance of the evolution crystals is one matter. But Lin Yu is his sister-in-law, a member of his family. If he were to act in such a manner, Lin Zijing would loathe him for eternity. Moreover, he cannot exchange the life of the woman he loves for a mere chance of survival. He is not that type of person. What if I refuse? Fang Luo said coldly. Refuse? Then death is your only fate. Fu Dahai sneered, his demeanor one of satisfaction. Although Fang Luo still wielded a gun, Fu Dahai regarded him with disdain. He had encountered many armed individuals in recent days, even clashing with solitary soldiers and police officers. And what was the outcome? He remained alive and well. He had seen too many like Fang Luo. Initially, they all put on a brave front, only to yield after a beating, eventually losing any rebellious thoughts once they tasted the sweetness of submission. Such is human nature. However, he underestimated Fang Luo and misjudged him. In the face of familial loyalty, Fang Luo would never compromise. Fine, I agree. Come and take it. Fang Luo feigned a struggle as he spoke. He discerned that several individuals with awakened defensive and magnetic abilities stood near Fu Dahai, clearly there to protect him. In a direct confrontation, it would be difficult to eliminate Fu Dahai with a firearm. The moment he raised his hand, Fu Dahai would likely be shielded, and then he would be attacked. Umph. You think you can trick me, treating me like that fool Zhang Yang? Fu Dahai scoffed, disdainful of Fang Luo's old tactics. Stay where you are and throw the crystals to the ground. Fang Luo appeared as though his scheme had been uncovered, sighing in resignation as he reluctantly tossed an evolution crystal towards them. Chapter 40. The trap. At least you are perceptive. Watching Fang Luo throw the crystal, Fu Dahai smiled with satisfaction, yet he did not retrieve it himself. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to do so. Go pick it up. Yes. A subordinate with defensive abilities stepped forward. Observing this action, even Fang Luo couldn't help but secretly commend his cautious thinking. After all, it is a mark of a leader to avoid falling into traps, much smarter than the earlier Zhang Yang. However, if he believed that this would allow him to evade Fang Luo's attack, he was sorely mistaken. The younger brother picked up the crystal, ensuring there was no danger before handing it over to Fu Dahai. Indeed, it was a crystal of extraordinary abilities. Upon receiving the crystal, Fu Dahai examined it closely, and after confirming its authenticity, he let out a hearty laugh and casually tucked it into his pocket. Witnessing this scene, Fang Luo couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This was something he had placed there himself. Young man, as long as you deliver this woman to us, all our grievances will be erased. Moreover, you can join our high gang, where you will receive a bottle of mineral water and a bowl of rice daily. The women in the gang will be at your disposal. Rest assured, you will not suffer any losses by following us. Fu Dahai's face beamed with smug satisfaction, his gaze shamelessly appraising Lin Yuyu, as if she were already his possession. Not a problem, Fang Luo chuckled, moving closer to Lin Yuyu. He then seized her delicate hand, seemingly intent on dragging her to Fu Dahai. Lin Yu looked at Fang Luo, yet her heart remained unperturbed. She would never believe that Fang Luo would hand her over to someone else. True to expectation, Fang Luo grasped Lin Yuyu and began to flee. Damn it! He thinks he can escape. Chase him! Fu Dahai shouted, immediately pursuing Fang Luo. However, as he took his first step, an explosion erupted, and Fu Dahai let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Yuyu turned in confusion, only to see Fu Dahai, who had just moments ago been lively, now lying pitifully on the ground, his lower limbs a gruesome sight, likely rendering him unable to walk again for the rest of his life. She couldn't help but admire Fang Luo, fully aware that this was undoubtedly his doing, though she remained oblivious to the method behind it. Her brother-in-law was indeed a remarkable man. It was indeed Fang Luo's handiwork, and the method was quite simple, a spatial mark. The spatial mark can be inscribed anywhere, serving as a monitoring function to observe the surrounding dynamics in real time, and it can also function as a bomb. Triggered by mere thought, it can detonate and cause immense damage. The crystal Fang Luo had tossed to Fu Dahai had been marked with a spatial imprint. Originally, Fang Luo intended to detonate it while in Fu Dahai's possession, but he had not anticipated that Fu Dahai would simply place it in his pocket. Ah, this old fox has played me. Fu Dahai lay on the ground, his body mangled, his expression a horrifying blend of pain and rage as he glared at Fang Luo's fleeing figure, vowing that he would not let him off the hook. Don't mind me, catch him. I want his skin. Fu Dahai urged his subordinates. Understood. Over 20 subordinates immediately set off in pursuit of Fang Luo. They are chasing us. What should we do? Lin Yu noticed the approaching ability users, her face filled with concern, recognizing that among them were those with speed abilities. Let us hide and look for an opportunity to take them down one by one. In a head-on confrontation, Fang Luo found himself unable to simultaneously contend with so many awakened individuals. Though armed, firearms were not invincible. Some adversaries bore no fear of them, and they too possessed weapons. While he might find an opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, Lin Yuyu would not be so fortunate. However, Fang Luo was undeterred by the prospect of guerrilla warfare. With his spatial abilities, he could effortlessly traverse walls and launch ambushes on his foes, rendering them defenseless. Electric Mother, go and lure a couple of them here, Fang Luo instructed Lin Yuyu as he swiftly took refuge in an alley. Meow. In the face of serious matters, Electric Mother maintained her focus, forgoing her usual whims, and promptly complied. Fang Luo felt no concern for her. Cats were inherently swift, and with Electric Mother having awakened her electrical powers, no one could hope to capture her. Brother-in-law, why do we need to draw them here? Lin Yuyu questioned, watching Electric Mother depart, her confusion palpable. Shouldn't they be devising a means of escape instead? Of course, we must eliminate them. Do they not covet the evolution crystals? Each one of them harbors such a crystal within their very minds, Fang Luo replied with a chilling smirk. Brother-in-law, what are you planning? Lin Yuyu observed as Fang Luo suddenly crouched down, pressing his palm against the ground. Fang Luo smiled mysteriously. You shall soon discover. He then led Lin Yuyu to a house adjacent to the alley, separated only by a wall. After a brief interval, Electric Mother successfully attracted 3 awakened individuals. Damn, where's that cat? She just urinated on my head, and I'll flay her skin. The 3 adversaries snarled as they lunged toward her. However, midway through their advance, an explosion erupted beneath their feet, rendering their lower limbs utterly incapacitated, leaving them bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Fang Luo grinned as he emerged with Lin Yuyu. The sight left her momentarily stunned. She was utterly perplexed, with no windows or line of sight. How could Fang Luo have known the enemies were approaching and triggered the explosion? Could it be that her brother-in-law possessed the ability of X-ray vision? Chapter 41. Injured Ah. The thought of Fang Luo possibly having such an ability caused Lin Yuyu to exclaim in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around her chest. What are you doing? Fang Luo questioned, bewildered by her sudden action. Brother-in-law, do you have X-ray vision? Lin Yuyu ventured cautiously. X-ray vision? Fang Luo was momentarily taken aback before realizing what Lin Yuyu meant. She was puzzled by how he could perceive the approaching enemies through the wall. In truth, his spatial mark was somewhat akin to X-ray vision. If he embedded his mark within another's body, he could observe their internal state. Something like that. Fang Luo nodded affirmatively. Ah, brother-in-law, you mustn't look at me. Enough of that. The recent explosion will likely attract others. We must hurry. Fang Luo diverted the conversation, first extracting 3 crystals from the minds of the ability users, and then, accompanied by Lin Yuyu and the Electric Mother, proceeded to the next location. Subsequently, employing a similar tactic, Fang Luo instructed the Electric Mother to lure individuals towards them while he meticulously set traps, successfully eliminating nearly 10 members of the Ocean Gang's ability users. How insidious this old six is. He consistently lays traps, waiting for our people to walk into them. And the most frustrating part is that we cannot discern his schemes. The members of the Ocean Gang, upon witnessing the corpses of their comrades, each with their heads severed, felt a chilling dread. This individual is both cunning and merciless. What shall we do? Should we pursue? Pursue what? Can we really chase Old Six? If we go after him, we might as well be courting death. What about avenging the boss? It is the boss who has been rendered incapacitated, not you. A mere few $100 a month. What's the point of risking our lives? The Ocean Gang suffered significant losses, and no one was willing to sacrifice their lives further, effectively abandoning the thought of pursuing Fang Luo. Fang Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Setting spatial marks was immensely energy-consuming. Having cast 5 marks in succession, he was now utterly exhausted. If the adversaries were to pursue him again, it would indeed be challenging to eliminate them. Nevertheless, today's haul was commendable. With over 30 ability crystals acquired, besides the slain ability users, he had also discovered more than 10 while traversing the area. Essentially, this region had been thoroughly searched for crystals. Today's objectives have been satisfactorily fulfilled. They've left. Let us return for the vehicle, Fang Luo remarked to Lin Yuyu. The two gradually made their way towards the armored vehicle, yet Fang Luo harbored concerns about whether they would be waiting nearby for his return. However, as they approached the armored vehicle, Fang Luo heard the sounds of a skirmish. He leaned closer to observe and was astonished to find the Ocean Gang, who had just pursued him, engaged in a confrontation with another group. Among them stood a striking couple, seemingly lovers, both possessing T1 level abilities, one wielding earth powers and the other wood powers. It appeared that this group was vying with the Ocean Gang for possession of his armored vehicle. A dog-eat-dog scenario? Fang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Having initially worried about being ambushed, he now saw an opportunity to seize the armored vehicle amidst the chaos. You quietly approach the street. I will drive the armored vehicle, Fang Luo instructed. Given his current strength, he was unable to utilize spatial flickering to transport others, so he could only approach the armored vehicle by passing through walls. Lin Yuyu, possessing wind abilities, was more than capable of executing this task. As they moved, Fang Luo used spatial flickering to navigate through the buildings, and in no time, he successfully seated himself in the armored vehicle. He immediately started the engine and drove towards Lin Yuyu's position. The roar of the vehicle's engine quickly drew the attention of others. The man endowed with earth-based supernatural abilities attempted to wield his powers to manipulate stones in an effort to obstruct Fang Luo's path. However, he could only manage small stones, which were utterly insufficient to impede the armored vehicle. Cursing under his breath, he soon noticed Lin Yuyu, who was waiting for Fang Luo. A malevolent glint flickered in his eyes as he directed the stones toward her. Lin Yuyu swiftly evaded, yet the sheer number of stones was overwhelming, and one struck her delicate white leg with great force. A cry of pain escaped her lips, but she gritted her teeth and persevered, making her way towards Fang Luo and successfully boarding the armored vehicle. Wuyu, she's just a child. How could you be so ruthless? The woman beside him scolded her husband upon witnessing the scene. In this chaotic world, does it matter whether one is an adult or a child? Clearly, they are in cahoots with those ruffians. Your prolonged stint as a doctor has rendered you too soft-hearted. This benevolence may lead to dire consequences. Wuyu shrugged nonchalantly, unfazed. Is it wrong to save lives? She has not harmed us, Liu Su huffed, choosing to ignore her husband thereafter. On the road, Fang Luo navigated the armored vehicle towards the cold storage facility, reflecting on how the world had descended further into chaos. In less than 10 days, supernatural beings had begun to attack one another, and such occurrences were bound to multiply. What's wrong? Suddenly, Fang Luo noticed Lin Yuyu beside him, her complexion pale. Upon closer inspection, He observed that her thigh was slightly contorted and oozing blood, indicating a clear fracture. What happened? Fang Luo's brow furrowed deeply. Lin Yuyu, somewhat weak, recounted how she had been struck by the stone. What? Fury ignited within Fang Luo. He immediately contemplated turning the vehicle around to exact vengeance upon the assailant. Yet, Lin Yuyu, injured and in no condition for delay, was his priority. Damn it, I cannot bear to encounter them again. Fang Luo resolved to remember the appearances of the man and woman, vowing to seek retribution when the opportunity arose. I will tend to your wounds. From the supplies in his space, Fang Luo retrieved some medications to staunch Lin Yuyu's bleeding. Thank you, brother-in-law. Chapter 42. Concern Lin Yuyu's leg injury was grave. Not only had her muscles been lacerated, but the bone had also fractured. Mere medication would not suffice for her recovery, especially with the rampant zombie virus outside. As her wound was exposed to potential infection, Fang Luo could only apply a temporary bandage, knowing that professional medical treatment was essential for the broken bone. Yet, in these tumultuous times, where could one find a skilled doctor? Thank you, brother-in-law. You have saved me once again. Lin Yu gazed at Fang Luo, who was diligently bandaging her wound, a warm surge of gratitude swelling within her heart. Fang Luo was the best man she had ever known, surpassing even her father in kindness throughout her life. First, disregarding the impending danger, he ventured to the school to seek her out. Then, amidst the perils of the supermarket, a hero emerged to rescue her. Recently, he aided her in seeking vengeance, and now he was tenderly attending to her wounds, as though he were her guardian angel. How, then, could she express her gratitude towards him? As Fang Luo meticulously bandaged her wounds, he glanced up at Lin Yuyu, whose countenance was pale and on the verge of fainting. He recalled having watched a scientific video online, which asserted that when a patient is gravely injured, it is imperative to prevent them from sleeping, as it could lead to cerebral death. To combat this issue, physicians often engage in conversation with their patients during treatment to maintain their attention and alleviate their suffering. Thus, Fang Luo intentionally initiated dialogue with Lin Yuyu. How could she repay Fang Luo? Lin Yuyu pondered. In retrospect, Fang Luo had rescued her twice. The first time, to show her gratitude, she facilitated a union between him and her sister. But what about this time? Everything she consumed, drank, or utilized was provided by Fang Luo, including her only sister. It appeared she had nothing left to offer in return. Wait, she realized she still possessed one last thing. Could it be? A sudden image flashed in her mind, and she quickly shook her head. It was utterly absurd. After completing the bandaging, Fang Luo administered some antibiotics and glucose water to bolster her strength before hastily driving back to the cold storage. He cradled Lin Yuyu as he opened the door. Lin Ziqin, having just awakened, turned pale at the sight before her. Darling, what has happened to you? Just moments prior, she had shared an intimate moment with Fang Luo, reveling in sweetness, only to be startled by this alarming scene. Fear not, my dear. You know well what I am capable of, Fang Luo reassured her. Sister, should you be more concerned about me? I am the one who is injured. Lin Yuyu, nestled in Fang Luo's arms, observed her sister's immediate concern for him instead of herself. She inwardly mused, indeed, a married sister is akin to water that has been spilled. What is the matter with Yuyu? Lin Ziqin's face flushed as she looked anxiously at her sister. Fang Luo's expression darkened as he recounted the events. She is not in immediate danger, but her leg injury is troubling. Simple medication will not suffice. She requires a specialist. If we cannot find one, she may become lame. Fang Luo sighed. In his previous life, Lin Ziqin had been a cripple. Now, it seemed a misfortune might befall Lin Yuyu. He recalled the two culprits, a man and a woman. He vowed never to let them escape justice. Lame? Lin Ziqin's heart quivered. Her sister, so beautiful, would see her entire life ruined if she were to become a cripple. Rest assured, I will find a doctor for Yuyu immediately. Fang Luo consoled Lin Ziqin, embracing her. No, Lin Ziqin hurriedly intervened, wrapping her arms tightly around Fang Luo. I cannot bear for you to encounter any danger. If Yuyo's leg cannot be healed, then so be it. I shall care for her for a lifetime. But if something were to happen to you, rest assured, I will be fine, Fang Luo replied. Touched by Lin Ziqin's concern, he smiled softly, thinking how he could not bear to see such a beautiful sister-in-law become a cripple. After assuring Lin Ziqin of his safety multiple times, Fang Luo exited the cold storage to seek out a doctor. Chapter 43. A silver tongue in the luxurious residential area of Luoshui, Jincheng. Lu Su, her face flushed with anger, pushed open the villa door and slammed it shut behind her. At 28, Lu Su had always been the pride of her family, the only belle at school, with countless suitors vying for her attention. After earning her doctorate, she became the head of surgery at the Luochang Hospital before turning 30, marrying a wealthy heir from a third-rate family, inciting envy in many women. However, all of this changed. The relentless heat had led to an overflow of patients in the hospital, leaving her overwhelmed and criticized for her perceived lack of dedication amidst the chaos of care. Then, the hospital was suddenly besieged by zombies, and she narrowly escaped with her life. With the hospital's closure, she lost her job. Recently, both she and her husband awakened latent abilities, but her husband underwent a drastic transformation. Once gentle and refined, he became violent, consorting with thugs and engaging in brutal fights. In just a couple of days, he had killed dozens, and most recently he had mercilessly attacked a teenage girl, an act that deeply unsettled Lu Su, who was accustomed to saving lives. Yet, that was not the worst of it. The husband, once devoted, had now become lecherous, brazenly bringing another woman home and proclaiming that in this world, a strong man ought to have multiple women to perpetuate superior genes. Enraged, she stormed out, wishing for him to regret his actions. Hours passed, and as noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely, intensifying the oppressive heat. Fang Luo drove around, searching for a doctor, ultimately arriving near the Luo Shui Jinsheng Villa District. Just as he thought he would return empty-handed, he spotted several individuals with their arms wrapped in bandages. A flicker of hope ignited within him. In this apocalyptic world, it was remarkable that they still bore bandages, and the manner in which they were wrapped indicated that only trained medical personnel could have done so. Fang Luo immediately drove over. The group was scavenging for supplies when they suddenly noticed a towering armored vehicle approaching, causing them to tense up. The recent turmoil had not only brought zombies, but also a plethora of survivors from other regions eager to pillage. Their injuries were a result of violent encounters, and their homes had been taken over. Had they not surrendered their savings, they might have been killed. Fang Luo stepped out of the vehicle, taking a moment to assess the group before him. What do you intend to do? We have run out of supplies. The slightly older middle-aged man instinctively shielded his wife and their 7- or 8-year-old daughter behind him. The man, somewhat portly yet possessing an air of distinction, clearly had been affluent before the apocalypse, but now found himself in a state of disarray. I harbor no ill intentions, Fang Luo remarked with a warm smile. I merely wish to inquire about the bandage on your arm. Who administered it? It was Sister Lu who bandaged us, the little girl exclaimed with wide eyes, speaking before her father could respond. Little dear, the middle-aged man immediately covered his daughter's mouth. He was unsure of Fang Luo's intentions and suspected he might not be injured. It would be unfortunate if he were seeking trouble with Dr. Lu. Recently, Dr. Lu's husband had offended many, and confrontations occurred almost daily. It was presumed that those individuals, unable to confront Wu Yu directly, sought to target Dr. Lu instead. Although Wu Yu was not virtuous, the man felt indebted to Dr. Lu and could not jeopardize her safety. Sister Lu, can you tell me where Dr. Lu is? Fang Luo promptly inquired of the middle-aged man. I mean no harm. A friend of mine has been injured and requires medical attention. She is also a little girl, and if her condition is not treated properly, she may become crippled in the future. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, hesitating, as Fang Luo's expression appeared sincere. However, what if it were a ruse? Human nature can be treacherous. Despite the armored vehicle, they did not appear to be military personnel, which raised suspicions that it might have been commandeered from the army. I do not know any Dr. Lu. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave, he replied, shaking his head, and began to pull his daughter and wife away. Fang Luo felt a surge of urgency. It was evident that they possessed knowledge, yet they were unwilling to share it. She swiftly obstructed their path. What do you intend to do? The middle-aged man, startled, felt his voice tremble slightly. Do not misunderstand. I truly harbor no ill intentions. Fang Luo refrained from resorting to force, and instead produced a steak and a bottle of mineral water. Your daughter must not have eaten in quite some time. As a father, you would not wish to see her suffer from hunger. Simply inform me of Dr. Lu's location, and this steak shall be yours. Gazing at the appetizing steak and the refreshing mineral water, the middle-aged man's throat tightened. Since the onset of the apocalypse, his family had been scraping by, often drinking contaminated water, and he sometimes had to resort to drinking his daughter's urine. Clean mineral water was worth more than $1 million to him. He glanced at his daughter, who was wide-eyed and staring at the steak, nearly drooling. His heart ached for her. Do you truly mean no harm? The man asked, his resolve wavering. Fang Luo nodded earnestly. I do not. Very well, I shall tell you. Thus, under the temptation of a steak and mineral water, the middle-aged man's previously resolute heart regarding Dr. Lu shattered irreparably. Thank you. Upon receiving the position, Fang Luo expressed his gratitude. Thank you, big brother. My name is Mi Lu. What is your name? The little girl, clutching her steak and drooling with curiosity, inquired of Fang Luo. For so many days, he was the first to provide them with sustenance, unlike others who raided her home, seized her belongings, and even assaulted her father. Milu. The name intrigued Fang Luo, who replied, My name is Fang Luo. Chapter 44. Revenge is a must after leaving home. Lu Su encountered an injured individual on the road. She promptly retrieved the bandages she carried and, utilizing her abilities, began to render aid. Having studied medicine since childhood, her mentor had instilled in her the principle that a doctor should heal the sick and save lives. Thus, even in this apocalyptic era, despite losing her profession, Lu Su remained steadfast in adhering to this tenet. Taking a breath, Lu Su wiped the sweat from her forehead and addressed the man before her. Your injury is nearly healed, but it's nothing serious. If you experience any issues, feel free to return tomorrow. She had already tended to over 10 individuals that day, and her abilities were waning. Facing her was a man with an injured arm, whose malevolent gaze appraised Lu Su before he suddenly seized her arm. What are you doing? Lu Su exclaimed, panic rising as she attempted to extricate herself from his grasp. However, she found herself devoid of strength and abilities, unable to break free. Doctor, my hand is fine, but my leg is a bit swollen. What do you suggest? The man grinned lasciviously. Your leg isn't swollen, is it? Lu Su observed his perfectly intact legs. I'm not referring to that leg. Rather, the man chuckled wickedly, his expression lewd. Doctor, as the saying goes, one should see things through to the end. Why not treat my leg as well? Realizing his intentions to violate her, Lu Su's fury ignited. You scoundrel, I just treated your wounds, and you repay me with ingratitude and shamelessness. She had never anticipated that her act of saving him would lead to such treachery. She had been too naive. Even in peaceful times, conflicts between patients and doctors could arise, leading to dire consequences. How much more so in this chaotic apocalypse? I am indeed shameless, but I am currently feeling unwell and must borrow the doctor's body for treatment. The man leered and lunged toward Lu Su. No, she cried out, despair flooding her heart. Yet, after a brief moment, the foul body she had envisioned did not descend upon her. Upon opening her eyes in confusion, she found the man who had intended to assault her now lying lifeless on the ground. Before her stood a tall, handsome young man, looking down at her with an air of authority. Thank you. Lu Su exhaled, feeling a sense of relief akin to that of a survivor after a calamity. However, she soon noticed the peculiar angle of the other person's gaze. Lowering her head, she discovered that the collar of her garment was slightly askew, allowing the individual above her to catch an unobstructed glimpse of her fair skin. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. She hurriedly adjusted her attire and stood upright, mortified at being exposed to a man so much younger than herself. How embarrassing. Humph. No need for pleasantries. As long as you repay me, that suffices. Fang Luo had actually recognized Lu Su at first glance, recalling her as the woman associated with the man who had injured Lin Yuyu the previous night. To his astonishment, the doctor he sought was, in fact, his adversary. What a small world it was. Just last night, he had been contemplating how to avenge Lin Yuyu once he found these two. He had not anticipated encountering them so soon. Fang Luo scrutinized Lu Su once more. Clad in a white dress, her features were remarkably elegant, her long legs fair and slender. At 28, she was at the pinnacle of a woman's allure and maturity. The man from yesterday had injured his sister-in-law's leg. Surely, it would not be unreasonable to seek a bit of compensation from his wife. Compensation? Lu Su's heart raced, fearing Fang Luo might make an excessive demand akin to that of the previous man. She quickly responded, No problem, my home is nearby. I can have my husband provide you with supplies. I have no need for supplies, Fang Luo replied dismissively, for his own space contained resources worth billions. What could he possibly want? Lu Su swallowed hard, her heart pounding with trepidation. Having evaded one peril, she now found herself in another. Do you remember the girl your husband injured last night? Girl? Lu Su suddenly recalled, astonished that he had sought revenge so swiftly. I sincerely apologize for what happened last night. I will ensure your girlfriend is treated, she exclaimed. Cured? Fang Luo scoffed. That is your duty. But what are the pains she endured? Lu Su was rendered speechless. What do you propose to do? Your husband hurt her. Should I not inflict a little pain upon you as well? That seems only fair, Fang Luo sneered, leaning closer. No, Lu Su gasped. The pain you speak of cannot possibly compare to what that girl suffered. I will heal your girlfriend. I beg you. Spare me. I'm already married. Lu Su was on the verge of tears, utterly frustrated with her husband for injuring that girl, which now placed her in such a predicament. Married? Fang Luo chuckled. Is that not a bonus? He paused. Although he intended to teach Lu Su a lesson, he had no desire to engage in such activities in public. He could address that matter later in private. Where is your husband? Fang Luo inquired. What do you intend to do? Of course, I will kill him. I am a person of little heart, who believes in repaying enmity with enmity, Fang Luo huffed. Lu Su thought, what you have is not revenge. It is something else entirely. Chapter 45. A gracious acceptance, it is futile. My home is heavily fortified, and my husband possesses extraordinary abilities. If you proceed, you will only meet your demise, Lu Su advised. I have never been one to meet my ends so easily, Fang Luo retorted with a cold smile. Speak quickly, or I shall deal with you right here and now. Lu Su felt a twinge of fear, yet she was unwilling to let Fang Luo carry out such an act in the open. Thus, she reluctantly divulged her address. What are you doing? Suddenly, Lu Su saw Fang Luo produce a rope from seemingly nowhere. What do you suppose I am doing? It is quite evident. Fang Luo shot her a disdainful glance before binding Lu Su and tossing her into her vehicle. Subsequently, she began to stealthily approach Lu Su's residence. Hours passed, and Fang Luo's abilities had largely recovered. She was now capable of spatial flickering, covering approximately 10 meters and ignoring walls. No one was aware of Fang Luo's presence. In a mere moment, she had stealthily infiltrated Lu Su's villa. The estate was vast, spanning at least 1,000 square meters, equipped with generators sustaining partial power. Numerous ability wielders guarded the perimeter, yet none detected Fang Luo's silent entry. Fang Luo refrained from alarming the guards. She had meticulously observed the villa, noting that there were at least 50 individuals, half of whom were endowed with powers and armed with firearms. Should she be besieged by them? Even if Fang Luo managed to escape, she could sustain injuries. In a post-apocalyptic world, wounds are perilous. One misstep could lead to becoming a zombie. Thus, Fang Luo prioritized her safety. Cautiously, she navigated through the various corners of the villa in search of Wu Yu's location. This fellow possesses quite the stockpile. Utilizing her spatial flickering, she materialized within a room filled to the brim with an assortment of supplies. Hundreds of bags of rice and thousands of bottles of mineral water. It appeared they were all looted by that individual, who had attempted to seize her armored vehicle just the day before. The door to the room was locked. Aside from Wu Yu himself, it seemed no one could gain entry, thus ensuring Fang Luo's undetected presence. Consider this your contribution to my sister-in-law's medical expenses, Fang Luo scoffed, executing her spatial abilities to collect the supplies one by one. Just as she gathered items from a concealed corner, she unexpectedly discovered a metal box, secured tightly with several locks. Yet, Fang Luo could still perceive a faint glow emanating from within. What would this be? She mused, inspecting the box. Recognizing that forcibly opening it could attract outside attention, she opted to inscribe a spatial mark upon it, employing the mark's monitoring function to examine its contents. Upon glimpsing the contents within, Fang Luo was momentarily taken aback, for it was an entire trove of evolution crystals, at least a dozen by his estimation. It is worth noting that Fang Luo had been aware of the crystal's purpose beforehand. He began his search on the very first day and had since managed to gather approximately 100 crystals. Yet this individual had remarkably discovered a dozen or more. However, considering that the other party was comprised of dozens, while Fang Luo was but one, accompanied only by a cat, the disparity was evident. Fang Luo had contemplated recruiting some subordinates, yet he remained cautious. His current strength was not particularly formidable, leading him to set high standards for any potential allies. He wished to avoid the betrayal he had experienced in his previous life. Thus, he had refrained from taking action, and presently, his only companions were the Lin sisters. He would not entertain the thought of leaving any resources for this individual, intending to seize all their supplies. After thoroughly depleting the opponent's stock, Fang Luo proceeded to the next location in search of Wu Yu's whereabouts. Upon reaching the top floor of the villa, he faintly heard a series of sultry gasps. Following the sound, he found himself peering into a room where several men and women were gathered. Wu Yu, aren't you concerned about your wife being out? A woman inquired seductively. What is there to fear? Wu Yu scoffed. In the past, her family held significant power, and I feared she might divorce me. So I could only indulge in secret. Now, with the apocalypse upon us, her family's supermarket has been plundered of billions worth of goods, their fortunes in decline. If she were to leave me, she would likely starve within days. Just wait and see. She will return of her own accord. Women are fickle by nature. Wu Yu, you are truly impressive, having tamed the esteemed Dr. Lu so thoroughly. Two other women beside him praised. Indeed, Wu Yu grinned with pride, addressing the two women. Once we're done here, I shall reward each of you with a bottle of mineral water. A bottle? The women's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Chapter 46. The female leads the outside. The male remains within? Such a display. Observing the scene within the room, Fang Luo could not help but scoff at the sight. This man's wife was out tending to the sick while he reveled in debauchery. Truly despicable. With a disdainful huff, Fang Luo's thoughts turned to the injury Wu Yu had inflicted upon his own sister-in-law the previous day, and his gaze darkened with murderous intent. Retrieving a firearm from his space, Fang Luo concealed himself in the shadows, aiming for Wu Yu's head. Seizing the moment of distraction, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed, instantly provoking startled cries from both men and women within the room. Fang Luo furrowed his brow. Just as the bullet was fired, Wu Yu had fortuitously switched positions with the woman beneath him. The shot struck her instead, yet the bullet pierced through her frame, striking Wu Yu as well. He let out a wretched scream before collapsing, though Fang Luo could not ascertain whether he was dead. Gunfire. It came from the third floor. Something had happened to the boss. The gunfire startled the extraordinary individuals in the courtyard, prompting a group to rush upstairs. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Fang Luo immediately utilized his spatial flicker to appear at the foot of the villa, narrowly brushing past the extraordinary beings entering the house. Regrettably, he thought to himself, had he been a more seasoned marksman, having only recently acquainted himself with firearms in this post-apocalyptic world, he could have anticipated their movements. Soon after, Fang Luo returned to the side of Lu Su, who was visibly agitated. She had heard the gunshots emanating from within the villa, and upon seeing Fang Luo return unscathed, an unsettling feeling gripped her heart. Unfortunately, her mouth was obstructed by Fang Luo's underwear, rendering her unable to articulate her thoughts, only able to utter muffled sounds. Upon removing the obstruction, she exclaimed, "What have you done? What have you done to my husband?" Fang Luo replied with a scoff, "What happened? Did you not hear the gunfire? He has been killed." "What?" Lu Su felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as tears streamed down her face. Despite their recent quarrel, he was still her husband. Hearing such dreadful news made her feel as though the world had come crashing down around her. "Why? I promised to help you heal your girlfriend. Why did you have to kill him? Why must you be so cruel?" Lu Su attempted to lash out at Fang Luo, but she was bound and unable to move. In response to her words, Fang Luo sneered, "Healing him was your duty, but your husband inflicted suffering upon me, and thus he deserved to die. If I were to stab you and then heal you, would your husband simply let it go?" Lu Su was rendered speechless. Before the apocalypse, she would have readily agreed, but now, in recent days, we had been embroiled in battles with other factions, seizing resources, and had already killed dozens. Her efforts to heal others stemmed from a desire to earn merit for Wu Yu. Yet, the pace at which she accumulated merit paled in comparison to the havoc Wu Yu wreaked. Nevertheless, he was still her husband, and Fang Luo's act of killing him ignited a fire of hatred within her. Fang Luo regarded Lu Su with a smirk. "Do you know what your husband was doing while I ended his life?" Lu Su looked on in confusion. Fang Luo grinned, jesting, "It's rather amusing. While you were sweating profusely outside, healing others, your husband was sweating at home, diligently administering injections to 3 women. It's no wonder you are a couple, embodying the healer's benevolence, with you as the breadwinner and him as the homemaker." Lu Su's face drained of color. She had long been aware of this situation, which was precisely why she had left home, hoping her husband would repent. He had merely been influenced by the apocalypse, causing a change in his disposition. He was not always like this. Lu Su continued to defend her husband. In truth, compared to her husband, Lu Su had no significant flaws. She had simply fallen for a scoundrel. Unfortunately, she had become entangled with Fang Luo. Otherwise, bringing Lu Su on board as an ally would have been a commendable choice. Lu Su possesses wood-based supernatural abilities and is also a physician. In a post-apocalyptic world, aside from the scarcity of food, the greatest concern is sustaining injuries. For once injured, one risks infection by a virus that could transform them into a zombie, a fate for which there is no cure. Should a doctor be present, wounds can be swiftly treated, averting such dire consequences. Fang Luo contemplated this and decided it was time for Lu Su to see her husband as true nature. "Would you like to know what your husband uttered while engaging in those acts with other women?" she inquired. "What?" Lu Sui's brow irrit, a sense of trepidation creeping in as she anticipated the shocking revelations Fang Luo might disclose. "Your husband claimed that your family was once powerful. Fearing that you would leave him, he dared only to indulge in secret affairs. Now, with the apocalypse upon us, he believes you cannot survive without him for more than 3 days and feels no real concern that you might actually leave him. Impossible. You are lying. My husband would never say such things." Lu Su's anger surged as she processed Fang Luo's words. She believed that her relationship with her husband was one of mutual respect and affection, and she could not fathom him being the type of person Fang Luo described. She was convinced that Fang Luo was merely slandering him. "Am I a shameless villain?" Fang Luo chuckled. Having merely spoken the truth in an effort to unveil Wu Yu's true character, yet being branded a villain instead. She found herself unwilling to engage with someone so blinded by love. Retrieving her underwear, she stuffed it into Lu Su's mouth. Unsatisfied with her previous actions, she removed her socks and added them to the gag. Chapter 47 Wu Yu Luo, Shui Jin Sheng. "Damn it, which scoundrel attacked me? Where is he? Why isn't he even caught yet?" Wu Yu's chest bled profusely, and he grimaced in pain. Fortunately, the woman had somewhat mitigated the bullet's impact, and with his earth-based powers, his defenses were greater than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to this gunshot. "Boss." Wei searched the entire villa area and found no suspicious individuals. One of his subordinates reported, "No one. How can that be? Is it possible that an adept marksman took aim at me from 800 meters away?" Wu Yu's anger flared. "Boss, could it be someone from the gang Wei recently offended?" Wu Yu's heart sank. It was indeed a possibility. If they could not confront him openly, they resorted to ambush tactics. Wu Yu's family was originally a third-rate clan, with members involved in underground activities. After the apocalypse, he quickly expanded his influence using these enforcers, seizing vast amounts of resources and swiftly rising to become a second-tier gang in Luo City. However, acquiring resources inevitably led to making enemies. The question remained, which gang had sent assassins after him? There were numerous gangs in Jiang City, and originally, Luo City was dominated by 3 prominent families, Li, Lu, and Shun. His wife was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. Ordinary people believed it was Lu Su who had climbed the social ladder by marrying into wealth. In truth, only a handful of individuals were privy to the fact that they had employed cunning to win over Lu Su's affection, having overstepped their bounds. Regrettably, prior to the apocalypse, her family's assets were pilfered, and the subsequent cataclysm dealt a devastating blow, leaving her kin's whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Presently, the most formidable and influential factions in Luocheng are the Li and Shen families, whose extensive enterprises allowed them to amass a considerable number of henchmen in the aftermath of the disaster. It was unwise to offend them. The remaining forces comprised second- and third-rate families, forming the Sanjiang Gang and the Evil Tiger Gang. Moreover, just last night, he had clashed with a minor gang, seizing a substantial amount of their supplies. Unfortunately, 2 members managed to escape in an armored vehicle, leaving him with only a wounded female adversary. Could it be that they sought refuge with another major gang and were now seeking retribution against him? Damn it, let me uncover their identities. Wu Yu cursed inwardly, then turned to his subordinates, inquiring about his sister-in-law. They had yet to locate her, and he was in agony. Following his injury, he had promptly dispatched someone to find Lu Su, hoping she could tend to his wounds. Yet, nearly half an hour had passed without any news. Could it be that she truly left? "Boss, we found several individuals carrying stakes. Upon questioning, they revealed that not long ago, someone had been inquiring about the whereabouts of your sister-in-law, suggesting she may have been abducted." "What?" Wu Yu sprang to his feet, alarmed. His wife had been taken? Lu Su was unlike any other woman. Aside from her breathtaking beauty, she was his wife. What might others do to such a stunning woman? The mere thought was unbearable. Wu Yu instantly felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. "Bring those individuals to me." In a fit of rage, he slammed his palm down on the table, shattering it into pieces. He had always been the one to betray others. How could anyone dare to betray him? Soon, a middle-aged man, a young woman, and a little girl were brought before him. "Damn it, Mi Hung, so it's you." Wu Yu recognized the middle-aged man and immediately demanded to know who had been inquiring about his wife and what they looked like. "Speak quickly." Daddy, don't say anything. The little girl, Mi Lu, rushed forward to cover her father's mouth, her innocent voice pleading. Damn. Enraged. Will you kick Mi Lu away? You dare kick my daughter? She is only 7 years old. I will never divulge that information. Just wait for Dr. Lu to be defiled. Upon witnessing his daughter being hurled aside, Mi Hengis Theudi ignited. Initially, he had considered revealing the truth out of respect for Dr. Lu, but now, that was not an option. Oh, so you have some backbone. Hearing the threat regarding his wife, Wu Yu's fury reached a boiling point, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he turned his gaze to the young woman beside him. My wife is to be defiled? Huh. Let me see whose wife will be the first to suffer such a fate. The woman's terrified screams filled the air as she urgently called for help from her husband. Stop. I say. He is Fang Luo, strikingly handsome, driving an armored vehicle. Upon witnessing his wife being sullied, Mi Heng hastily divulged Fang Luo's identity, for he was not well acquainted with him. Their interaction had merely been a transactional one. There was no way he would stand idly by and allow his wife to be dishonored for Fang Luo's sake. Indeed, it was those two ruffians from yesterday. Fang Luo, dispatch someone to search for that armored vehicle and ascertain its current location. Upon hearing about the armored vehicle, Wu Yu realized that it was the two individuals who had escaped the previous day that had abducted his wife, infuriating him to the point of pounding his chest in anguish. He even suspected that the assailant who had shot him was also this Fang Luo. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yu winced as the pain from his gunshot wound surged with the movement, fueling his animosity towards Fang Luo. I hope you do not dare to harm my wife, for if I catch you, I shall make your woman suffer. Wu Yu cursed inwardly, recalling that there had been a woman beside Fang Luo yesterday. He then glanced at Mi Heng and commanded one of his subordinates, take him outside and execute him. Not only has he caused my wife to be abducted, but he has also cursed me with infidelity, seeking death. As for that woman, I shall keep her for my own enjoyment. Boss, what about this girl? Wu Yu cast a glance at the unconscious Mi Lu, whom he had kicked, and dismissively tossed her aside. I'm only interested in mature, alluring women. Chapter 48. Where have all my supplies gone? Soon, Mi Lu and Mi Heng, father and daughter, were unceremoniously cast out, while the remaining young woman cried out and struggled. Yet, in this chaotic apocalypse, no one showed her any compassion. Wu Yu examined his wound, realizing that given the circumstances, he lacked the inclination to engage in any other matters. He needed to tend his injury first. Regrettably, with his wife abducted, he could only head to the storage room to find a traditional medical kit for first aid. However, upon arriving at the storage room, he was struck dumb with disbelief. The once vast storage room was now utterly barren. All the supplies, including rice, bottled water, and more, had vanished without a trace. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No, it must be that I opened the door incorrectly. Wu Yu exited the storage room and re-entered, yet remained devoid of any items. Damn it, where are my supplies? I had so many provisions. Wu Yu's anguished roar echoed through the air. He had not been this furious even when his wife was taken. These supplies were worth at least 100 billion given the current market prices. Furthermore, they were vital for survival. Without them, how could he endure? Would his subordinates still heed his commands? Who the hell has stolen my supplies? With his wife captured, betrayed, and his resources plundered, a cascade of misfortunes overwhelmed Wu Yu, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in sheer rage. Fang Luo returned to the cold storage entrance, laden with triumph. Not only had he located the doctor, but he had also avenged his grievances, acquiring over a dozen evolution crystals in the process. Darling, are you all right? Lin Zijing rushed forward, anxiously checking Fang Luo for any signs of trouble, fearing he might have sustained an injury. Rest assured, you are well aware of my capabilities. I am unharmed, Fang Luo reassured her, gesturing towards the back seat of the car. Look, I have brought the doctor back. Splendid. Lin Zijing's heart leaped with joy, yet her expression shifted to one of confusion upon seeing Lu Su, her mouth stuffed with undergarments and her limbs bound in peculiar positions. Why is she tied up? Fang Luo scoffed. She is the spouse of the one who injured Yu Yu yesterday. What? Lin Zijing's gaze turned hostile as she regarded Lu Su. Lu Su, however, was clear in her moral compass. Upon learning that the injured party was Lin Zijing's sister, her eyes conveyed a hint of remorse as she met Lin Zijing's gaze, unperturbed by the hostility directed toward her. Yet, her expression towards Fang Luo was one of utter disdain. This man had two wives, who were sisters no less, and he had dared to harm her. Fang Luo noted her contempt but paid it no heed. He yanked the undergarment from her mouth, deeming it still suitable for use after a wash. Since you're in this room, it would be wise not to play tricks, or I shall not hesitate to end you. Fang Luo threatened without reservation. Humph, do you think I am as vile as you? Lu Su retorted, turning her head away. Though she did not refuse Fang Luo's command, despite her deep-seated animosity towards him, she felt an obligation as a physician to ensure the recovery of the girl injured by her husband. Seeing that Lu Su did not appear to be deceptive, Fang Luo silently acknowledged her integrity. Indeed, Lu Su was a kind-hearted individual with firm principles, befitting her profession as a doctor. Upon entering the room, they found Lin Yuyu lying exhausted on the bed, already asleep. The once pristine white bandages on her legs were now completely soaked with blood. So severe? Lu Su furrowed her brow, her expression turning grave, as guilt for her husband's actions weighed heavily on her conscience. The girl on the bed was strikingly beautiful, likely around 18 years old, at the blossoming age of youth. If she were to become a cripple, it would be a tragic waste of potential. Doctor, will she recover? Lin Zijing inquired with concern. It will be challenging, Lu Su pondered before responding. She has a comminuted fracture. Even with my expertise and advanced apparatus, I could only guarantee that she would walk normally again, but a full recovery seems unattainable. Unfortunately, we currently lack the necessary instruments. What shall we do? Lin Zijing's heart sank at the thought that her sister might forever be disabled, filling her with despair. She glanced at Fang Luo, uncertain if he would still want both sisters if one were to be a cripple. Fang Luo gently comforted her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, then turned to Lu Su, his voice low and grave. I recall that you possess wood-type abilities. Surely, you can employ them for healing? Indeed, wood-type abilities are capable of healing. However, facing Fang Luo, Lu Su wore a rather displeased expression. Unfortunately, I am completely drained of energy at present, and even in my prime, I would be unable to mend such severe injuries. With a sardonic laugh, she added, if I cannot heal her, do you wish to take my life? You may do as you please. Lu Su held her head high, appearing indifferent to Fang Luo's authority. She was not one to cower in fear of death. Chapter 49. If I don't wear it, then I'll where are you threatening me? Fang Luo's demeanor turned icy, yet he realized that he could not simply eliminate Lu Su unless Lin Yuyu's leg were truly beyond saving. According to Lu Su, conventional medical methods would be utterly ineffective for Lin Yuyu's leg injury. Even if treated, there could still be hidden damage, preventing complete recovery. Only the healing capabilities of wood-type powers could ensure her full restoration. Should he take her life, finding another wood-type ability wielder would prove exceedingly difficult. Such talents are not as common as cabbages. You are the one threatening me. Lu Su huffed, casting a glance at the slumbering Lin Yuyu. A flicker of compassion crossed her heart, prompting her to soften her tone. If she does not receive treatment within 5 days, even with wood-type abilities, it will be too late for her. While I cannot heal her now, my powers can extend the window for her treatment. Are you still willing to assist her? Fang Luo was taken aback, having anticipated that Lu Su might use this opportunity to threaten him, seek revenge, or demand something in return. He discerned that her willingness to help Lin Yuyu was genuine, not born from his intimidation. You killed my husband, and I harbor deep resentment towards you, wishing nothing more than your demise. Lu Su glared at Fang Luo with disdain. However, debts must be settled with their rightful parties. This girl, though she is your girlfriend, is innocent. I hold no grudge against her. As a doctor, I will do my utmost to save her. Hearing her words, Fang Luo felt a swirl of complex emotions. He was surprised by her magnanimity, causing his expression to soften as he ceased his harsh words towards Lu Su. Human emotions are indeed contagious. Living in a tumultuous environment can gradually transform even the gentlest souls into irritable beings. Conversely, a person with a quick temper may find serenity when living alongside someone untroubled by worldly affairs. Very well, restore your energy first, and then proceed with her treatment. Fang Luo patted Lin Zijing's shoulder. Prepare something to eat and make plenty of it. The best way to rejuvenate one's abilities is through nourishing the body, as the source of such powers lies in tapping into one's physical potential. The better the food consumed, the quicker the energy replenishes. Lin Zijing nodded obediently. A few individuals emerged from the bedroom. It was only then that Lu Su earnestly scrutinized the cold storage room. She discovered an array of facilities within. Not only were there water and electricity, but also a television, a gaming console, and even a cat shelter. To her astonishment, There remained a half-eaten tuna in the cat's food bowl. Originally, her husband had amassed billions prior to the apocalypse. However, in the aftermath, they were reduced to merely subsisting on stale bread and pickled vegetables, hesitant even to drink more than a sip of mineral water. Yet this man possessed an entire wall dedicated to a wine cabinet, filled with premium brands, and treated his cat to tuna. Good heavens, was this truly the apocalypse? Moreover, the cool temperature within the cold storage starkly contrasted with the sweltering heat outside. It was no wonder that, after sweating profusely in the car, she felt no warmth upon entering the cold storage. How had this man managed to create such a comfortable refuge amidst the apocalypse? Could it be that he had foreseen the impending disaster and had constructed this cold storage in advance? Lu Su gazed curiously at Fang Luo. He was indeed handsome and possessed formidable strength, yet he was excessively lecherous and violent. Furthermore, he had slain her husband, and they were sworn enemies. Lu Su silently surveyed the cold storage, refraining from engaging in conversation with Fang Luo. He, in turn, paid her no heed and indulged himself in a soothing hot bath. Since the previous night, he had not closed his eyes and had expended considerable energy. Fatigue had long since settled upon him. Before long, Lin Zijing had prepared a lavish spread of food. "Dinner is ready," she announced. Upon hearing this, Fang Luo donned a bathrobe and emerged from the bathroom. Fang Luo, clad only in a bathrobe, exposed his upper body to the air. Lin Zijing and Li Nana were unfazed, having seen him in more vulnerable states. However, Lu Su's face flushed crimson upon witnessing him. "How can you come out without any clothes on, you rogue?" she scolded, hastily turning her head away. Yet inwardly, she marveled at the sight. Despite his seemingly slender frame, he possessed six-pack abs and a well-defined chest. "This is my home. I shall dress as I please. It matters not if I choose to remain unclad. Are you going to bite me?" Fang Luo dismissed her with indifference and took a seat at the dining table. Lu Su huffed in annoyance, then defiantly lifted her chin. "Whether you choose to dress or not is irrelevant. It is not I who should feel embarrassed," she retorted, turning her gaze away from Fang Luo, determined to act as if she were unfazed, like Lin Zijing and the others. Approaching the dining table, Lu Su gazed in awe at the extravagant feast laid before her. Lobsters, king crabs, abalones, sea cucumbers, and caviar. These were not foreign to her. Her father once operated the largest chain of supermarkets in the city, with assets in the hundreds of millions, and her husband had also possessed wealth in the billions. Yet now, in this post-apocalyptic world, where rivers ran dry, plants withered, and prices soared thousands of times over, how many were willing to sell their bodies for a mere bowl of white rice? The lavish spread of dishes prepared by Fang Luo could likely entice 1,000 young women to sell their bodies. It is no wonder that he is surrounded by such a multitude of beautiful women, including a pair of striking sisters. "Hurry and replenish your energy. We need to tend to you shortly," Fang Luo said to Lu Su, as he himself began to devour the food ravenously. Lu Su swallowed hard. Although she was somewhat displeased with Fang Luo's demeanor, she too began to eat. After the apocalypse, she had not savored such exquisite cuisine, and having overexerted her abilities earlier, she was on the verge of a stomach cramp from hunger. Nevertheless, this moment of indulgence did not alter her intent. She still harbored thoughts of killing Fang Luo. The more she consumed, the faster her energy replenished. With the bountiful spread before her, combined with the rarity of the dishes, Lu Su's energy was recovering at a remarkable pace, far surpassing the sluggish rate at which she replenished her strength with mere bowls of plain rice at home. Under normal circumstances, it would take her several meals, approximately 10 bowls of rice over 2 days, to fully restore her energy. Yet now, one meal was nearly sufficient to accomplish that. She marveled inwardly. Given Fang Luo's living conditions, his sustained combat capability likely exceeded that of other ability users by at least 5-fold. She, lacking combat prowess, feared she might never find an opportunity for revenge. Although she contemplated leveraging Lin Zijing or Lin Yu to threaten Fang Luo while his guard was down, her character would not allow her to resort to such despicable tactics. Chapter 50. Persuasion. Lu Su felt her chances of exacting revenge on Fang Luo were exceedingly slim. Yet she did not abandon the thought of retribution. The vendetta for her husband's death was not one to be taken lightly. Even if it cost her life, she would ensure that Fang Luo met a similar fate, for to betray her vow would be. After dinner, Lu Su's strength had mostly returned, and Fang Luo did not delay her rest. He instructed her to assist Lin Yu with her injuries first. I know. No need for you to remind me," Lu Su replied with a huff. Although still somewhat fatigued, She could not bear to see the girl inside continue to suffer. Thus, she proactively entered the room to begin using her wood-based abilities to aid in Lin Yuyu's healing. Lin Yuyu's injuries were severe with her current capabilities. Lu Su could not fully heal her, but could alleviate some of her pain. She dedicated a full hour to the treatment. This was the first time Fang Luo truly observed Lu Su. At 28 years of age, perhaps due to her extensive education or long hours spent in hospitals, Lu Su exuded an air of grace combined with warmth. The temperature in the cold storage was quite low, yet Lu Su, having expended so much energy, was drenched in beads of sweat on her forehead. Warm droplets cascaded from her oval face, trickling down her neck through her dark, flowing hair. It was evident that she was genuinely putting forth her utmost effort. Fang Luo's expression softened slightly. Faced with the family of an enemy, Lu Su's dedicated efforts to heal were commendable, prompting him to admire her noble character. It is likely for this reason that Lu Su chose to study medicine, ultimately becoming the head of surgery at a first-class hospital at the tender age of 28, earning the affection of many. It is a pity that such a dignified and kind woman married a man of such questionable character. Go take a shower. I've already drawn the water for you, Fang Luo said to Lu Su, his tone markedly less cold than before. Lu Su noticed this change, yet she refrained from commenting, holding steadfast to her desire for revenge against Fang Luo. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu, reclining on the bed, beamed with a radiant smile. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she gazed at Fang Luo. She had heard from her sister about Lu Su's background and was astonished that her brother-in-law had gone so far as to bring the wife of his enemy to their home for her sake. He was truly too good to her. There's no need for formality. Your sister repaid me yesterday. We are now family, Fang Luo replied with a smile. How annoying. Don't say that. Lin Zichin's cheeks flushed at the memory of Fang Luo's actions from the previous day, and she playfully pinched his waist, feeling embarrassed that he would speak of such matters in front of her sister. Nevertheless, she felt deeply touched by his kindness towards her. Fang Luo felt wronged, thinking how could she fear her sister knowing when she had eavesdropped on their conversation the day before. Lin Yuyu observed the playful banter between Fang Luo and her sister and, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of discomfort, instinctively wishing to avert her gaze. Changing the subject, Lin Yuyu said, brother-in-law, I think Lu Su seems quite nice. Why does she look at you as if she wants to kill you? Surely you haven't done anything to her, have you? Upon hearing this, Lin Zichin ceased her playful teasing and looked at Fang Luo with curiosity. What could I have done? It's just that. Fang Luo recounted how he had discovered Wu Yu playing mahjong in the villa and had seized the opportunity to ambush him. I killed her husband, of course. She wants to kill me in return, he shrugged. Oh no, what should we do? Lin Zichin exclaimed anxiously. She possesses abilities and will surely seek revenge. Yet, she is so kind. Just tell her that her husband was a scoundrel, Lin Yuyu suggested. Fang Luo shook his head. That won't work. I've spoken to her, and she thinks I'm slandering him, calling me a shameless villain. How could she be like this? Lin Zichin felt a surge of anger, perceiving Lu Su's good intentions as misplaced. That is to be expected, Fang Luo replied nonchalantly. If someone spoke ill of me in front of you, what would you do? Of course, I wouldn't believe them, Lin Zichin declared firmly. Exactly. Fang Luo smiled tenderly as he wrapped his arms around Lin Zichin's slender waist, which was so delicate that he could almost encircle it with a single hand. This woman truly does not appreciate what she has, Lin Yu remarked, pouting, cautiously expressing to Fang Luo. Killing her is not an option, yet sparing her seems equally unfeasible. How about this, brother-in-law? I find this woman quite attractive, with an exquisite figure and medical skills, truly an exceptional beauty. Isn't it said that to win a woman's heart, one must first engage in other matters? You should persuade her. That way, she won't harm you. Fang Luo's lips twitched slightly. Was this truly the utterance of an 18-year-old girl? Such audacious words. Persuade her indeed. Yo-yo, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Zichin reproached her younger sister with a glance. Are you trying to publicly embarrass your sister? I had no idea my sister was so whimsical. Is my sister feeling a twinge of jealousy? Lin Yo-yo teased, gazing playfully at her sister. Me? Not at all. Lin Zichin replied, her cheeks flushing. Though she claimed otherwise, she certainly did not wish for Fang Luo to be entangled with other women. Sister, with such a remarkable and handsome brother-in-law, many women are bound to be drawn to him. You might have plenty to be jealous about in the future. Upon hearing her sister's words, Lin Zichin felt a pang of melancholy. She too sensed Fang Luo's exceptional qualities. Must she grapple with jealousy over every woman? All right, what are you babbling about? Fang Luo playfully flicked Lin Yoyo's forehead. I don't just fancy anyone. Your sister is so beautiful that my standard have been elevated. Anyone who doesn't team match her beauty is simply not on my radar. How many women do you think could surpass your sister's allure? However, upon reflecting on Lin Yoyo's comment, Fang Luo found himself recalling Lu Su's beauty. It must be said, Lu Su's looks were hardly inferior to Lin Ziqin's. In fact, Lu Su possessed a mature and alluring charm that, in certain respects, was even more captivating than a youthful girl like Lin Ziqin. Feeling flattered by Fang Luo's praise, Lin Ziqin felt a sweet sensation in her heart. That's true. Lin Yoyo nodded before turning to ask brother-in-law, who is prettier, me or sister? Fang Luo paused, recognizing the peril of such a question. Honestly, the two sisters bore a striking resemblance. If the lights were dimmed, one might struggle to tell them apart. Thus, he evasively replied, you are both beautiful, each excelling in your own right. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Su emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed. Fang Luo encouraged Lin Ziqin to take her turn, while Lin Yoyo, having just undergone treatment, was exhausted and drifted back into slumber. He settled onto the bed, preparing to enhance his own abilities. His recent days have been spent searching for evolution crystals, and his progress had been somewhat sluggish, hardly surpassing that of Wu Yu. However, Fang Luo had now gathered over 120 evolution crystals, sufficient to elevate his strength significantly without further excursions. As many were now aware of the existence of supernatural abilities, the evolution crystals had been nearly depleted, making it increasingly challenging to find them outside, which was a waste of time. Therefore, Fang Luo resolved to dedicate the upcoming time to honing his strength. Once the zombies outside had evolved, he would venture out to augment his power by vanquishing them. As time progresses, the strength of the zombies will grow at a terrifying pace. Some even evolve to possess extraordinary abilities. At that point, the energy from the zombies' enhancement crystals would be no less than the current evolution crystals, perhaps even exceeding them. Hence, Fang Luo finds no necessity to squander time excessively searching for evolution crystals. Chapter 51. Enhancement. Fang Luo took out the crystal for use. His current ability level hovered around level 2, with a teleportation distance of 10 meters, a spatial barrier defense strength of approximately 800 kilograms, and the capacity to simultaneously cast 3 spatial marks. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his powers, the quantity of crystals he could employ at once had increased compared to before. When he had just awakened his abilities, using a single crystal would leave him utterly exhausted. Now, he could utilize 3 in succession before feeling fatigued. Half an hour passed. Fang Luo successfully absorbed 3 evolution crystals, gaining no new abilities but experiencing an enhancement in strength. The teleportation distance increased from 10 meters to 12. The spatial barrier's defense escalated from 800 kilograms to 1 ton, and the number of spatial marks grew from 3 to 4. After bolstering his power, fatigue washed over him, and having not slept since the previous day, he succumbed to slumber. Lin Ziqin emerged from her bath, adorned in the attire Fang Luo had specifically chosen for her. Upon entering the room, her gaze immediately fell upon the peacefully sleeping Fang Luo. Swiftly, she approached the bedside, gently draping a blanket over him. Her eyes filled with both affection and concern. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for all that Fang Luo had done for her. Believing she could never fully repay him, she had fallen deeply in love with him. Lying beside him, she gazed dreamily at his handsome face, recalling her sister's earlier words. Her sister was right. In the future, more women would undoubtedly surround Fang Luo, and they would become increasingly exceptional, just like the woman outside, including her own sister. In contrast, although she had awakened her powers, she felt she could do little to assist Fang Luo aside from cooking for him. Even her pride in her beauty seemed futile in this apocalyptic world, though Fang Luo did not seem to mind. Lin Ziqin gently kissed Fang Luo. The sensation of her lips stirred Fang Luo from his slumber. Ziqin, you become mischievous, sneaking up on me. He chuckled playfully. I did not. Lin Ziqin's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. Honey, she hesitated momentarily before continuing. I want to become stronger to help you. Fang Luo was taken aback, unsure how Lin Ziqin suddenly harbored such thoughts. However, upon reflection, he surmised it must be influenced by Lin Yuyu's injury. Speaking of which, Lin Ziqin's fire-based abilities were, apart from Electric Mother, among the strongest in this cold storage facility in the early stages. All right, to his beloved, Fang Luo exhibited no reluctance, presenting a crystal to Lin Zijing. Witnessing Fang Luo's willingness to part with such a precious ability, Crystal stirred deep emotions within Lin Zijing. After utilizing it, she felt a slight enhancement in her strength. "Darling, I have grown stronger," she exclaimed. "Is that so? Shall we spar a little?" Fang Luo replied with a mischievous grin. Lin Zijing, flustered, cautioned, "Not like that, Yu Yao is still here." She glanced at Lin Yu Yao, who was peacefully asleep, her breathing steady, which brought Lin Zijing a sense of relief. Nonetheless, she playfully shot a glare at Fang Luo. "Keep your voice down. You should be the one to lower your volume," he retorted. Lin Yu Yao, having sustained injuries, had just begun to awaken from her slumber after receiving treatment, feeling discomfort. Chapter 52. Verdant grass. Having slept soundly until noon the next day, Fang Luo experienced his most restful slumber in days. As the two emerged from the bedroom, Lin Zijing headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Life felt blissfully leisurely. As Fang Luo surveyed the surroundings, he noticed Lu Su seated on the sofa, her face marked by fatigue and dark circles under her eyes, clearly having spent the night awake. "You didn't sleep last night?" Fang Luo asked, popping open a bottle of ice-cold cola and settling onto the sofa. Lu Su shot him an annoyed glance, thinking, "As if I could sleep while you two were battling for hours." It was impossible, especially with all that noise. "You weren't eavesdropping, were you?" Fang Luo inquired with a teasing smile. "Absolutely not," Lu Su retorted, her indignation akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You were the one making such a racket. Even if I overheard, I wouldn't mind," she added dismissively. "Why are you wearing those old clothes again?" "Didn't I give you new ones yesterday?" Fang Luo questioned, perplexed. "You didn't with the bed, did you? How dare you say that? These are my husband's purchases, and I enjoy wearing them. Is that a problem?" Lu Su's expression stiffened as she recalled the events of the previous night, her frustration boiling beneath the surface. It was all Fang Luo's fault. His volume was excessive. However, she could never let Fang Luo know the true reason for her vexation, so she hastily conjured a retort. "You truly treat your husband well. I find myself somewhat envious of him," Fang Luo mused inwardly. Lu Su was a remarkable woman, both in character and beauty, and her status as a married woman only added to her allure. It was hard to imagine a man who wouldn't be captivated by her. Perhaps. Fang Luo's tone shifted as he sat beside Lu Su, gently caressing her delicate chin. "What if you were to join me?" Lu Su's cheeks flashed crimson. She immediately felt the urge to slap him, questioning what he took her for. Yet, as her hand lifted slightly, hesitation crept in. Given Fang Luo's formidable strength, confronting him directly felt nearly impossible. The thought of abducting Lin Yu Yao or Lin Zijing was utterly out of the question. She pondered throughout the night, yet no solution emerged. However, a revelation from Fang Luo sparked an idea for revenge. This Fang Luo, known for his indulgent nature, was now expressing interest in her, a strikingly beautiful woman, particularly appealing as a mature lady favored by men. If she seized this opportunity to draw closer to him, thereby lowering his defenses, would it not be exceedingly simple to eliminate him? Yet, such a course of action would betray her husband. But then again, wasn't this act in itself a means of avenging him? With this thought, Lu Su suddenly beamed with a smile, playfully winking at Fang Luo, appearing demure as she said, "All right, huh?" Fang Luo was taken aback. Having prepared himself for a tirade from Lu Su, he was astonished by this unexpected outcome, which seemed uncharacteristic of her. In truth, Lu Su's original disposition would never allow her to entertain such thoughts. The root of her newfound perspective lay with Fang Luo. Since yesterday, he had introduced her to such experiences more than once. Especially last night, which lasted several hours, Lu Su felt her cheeks flush merely from listening. Coupled with a sleepless night, her mind was in disarray, and under these circumstances, she began to perceive such matters as inconsequential. In a moment of heated impulse, she conjured the idea of employing her beauty as a stratagem. "Are you serious?" Fang Luo regarded Lu Su with a peculiar expression. She shyly nodded yes. "Very well then. Come kiss me," he urged, raising an eyebrow while pointing to his lips, discreetly activating his protective barrier. He was skeptical that Lu Su's animosity could dissipate in just one night, especially considering he had taken her husband's life. Although it was said that to win a woman's heart, one must first enter her affections, Lu Su had merely eavesdropped last night. He had yet to make any real advances. Fang Luo was not so narcissistic as to believe he could conquer a woman solely through voice. He was intrigued to see what trick Lu Su intended to employ. Lu Su hesitated, reluctant at first. However, the thought of avenging her husband steeled her resolve. Gradually, she approached Fang Luo, rising on her toes, her soft, rosy lips inching closer to him. Meanwhile, on a street in Luo City, dozens of superpowered individuals were marching towards a specific destination. Have we confirmed the armored vehicle's presence in this vicinity? Wu Yu inquired of a subordinate beside him. Yes, boss. That individual is in a cold storage facility. I used to live nearby and witnessed it firsthand. Cold storage? Wu Yu smirked coldly. At last I found you. You damned fool, daring to abduct my wife. You're courting death. He cursed, scratching his head in irritation. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, water had become the most precious of resources. Not only was there no water for washing hair, but even drinking water was scarce. Most people now neglected basic hygiene, resulting in a pervasive stench. Boss, there's a piece of grass stuck in your hair. Grass? Wu Yu took a glance and remarked, Indeed, this grass is quite resilient. No wonder it itches. I never expected that amidst this sweltering heat, the trees would wither while the grass remains vibrant. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Boss, Wu Yu arrived. That's the cold storage. After several minutes, Wu Yu and his companions finally reached the entrance of the cold storage. Locked? Allow me to break it open. Wu Yu sneered, harnessing his earth-based powers to manipulate a massive stone weighing over 100 pounds, hurling it towards the cold storage door. Inside the cold storage, Fang Luo was locked in an embrace with Lu Su. Lu Su initially intended to seize the moment, while Fang Luo was distracted by their kiss, preparing to launch a surprise attack with her wood-based abilities. However, inexplicably, when Fang Luo pressed his lips against hers, she suddenly lost her strength, her mind going blank. She struggled to break free but found herself utterly powerless. What trick is Fang Luo playing? What should I do? Just as Lu Su feared she would sacrifice her innocence in vain, a tremendous crash echoed from the entrance, followed by a familiar male voice. Fang Luo, get out here. A massive stone struck the cold storage door with a resounding bang. Fang Luo, who had been savoring Lu Su's soft lips, initially thought she was attempting a cunning maneuver. To his surprise, there was no further action from her. Adhering to the adage of taking advantage when possible, Fang Luo chose to indulge. Yet, he was unexpectedly interrupted by the sound of someone breaking in. Releasing Lu Su, he furrowed his brow at the shouts outside. Who could it be? They even know my name and dare to assault my door. The voice seemed somewhat familiar. Hubby, what is wrong? The commotion startled Lin Zijing in the kitchen, who rushed over without even removing her apron. It's nothing, just go check on Yuyo, Fang Luo replied, shaking his head. He heard movement. Likely Lin Yuyo trying to rise in response to the noise. Fang Luo, return my wife to me. The man's voice rang out once more. At last, Fang Luo recalled why the voice sounded so familiar. It was Lu Su's husband, Wu Yu. He could hardly believe this fellow had survived after taking a bullet from him. But how did he find this place? Hubby, hearing the voice outside, Lu Su was initially incredulous. She thought her husband had been killed by Fang Luo. Once she realized he was alive, excitement surged within her, and she made to dash outside. However, before she could take even 2 steps, Fang Luo seized her arm. What nonsense is this? Letting her go out to let the man rush in? He said firmly, You shall not leave. What are you doing? Lu Su glared at Fang Luo. Didn't you say my husband was dead? You liar. Reflecting on the past, when she had once impulsively kissed the adversary in a misguided attempt to avenge her husband, Lu Su felt a wave of shame wash over her. She believed that Fang Luo had deliberately deceived her, waiting for her to entice him so that he could take advantage of her. Such a scoundrel. Overwhelmed by a torrent of indignation, Lu Su conjured a vine and lashed it towards Fang Luo. This strike, infused with her immense fury, was executed with remarkable speed. Fortunately, Fang Luo had anticipated Lu Su's nefarious intentions and had activated a spatial barrier beforehand, rendering her attack utterly harmless. I knew you harbored ill intentions, Fang Luo remarked, delivering a sharp blow to her backside before producing a length of rope to bind Lu Su. You scoundrel! Lu Su glared at him, brimming with wrath. Fang Luo, however, paid her no heed, his gaze fixed firmly upon the door. Luckily, the door was reinforced, and the individuals outside lacked the requisite strength to breach it. Curse it! What is this door made of? No matter how hard I slam against it, it remains unyielding. Outside, Wu was drenched in sweat, having reduced a large stone to rubble, yet the door remained impervious. given his current ability to control stones weighing up to 100 kilograms. The force he exerted against the door was at least 500 kilograms. Stop wasting your efforts. You cannot open it. Fang Luo coldly addressed the outside. Are you Fang Luo? Hearing the voice, Wu Yu paused to catch his breath. How do you know my name? Fang Luo inquired gravely. He recalled that he had not revealed his identity. How could the other party know? Had anyone else been informed? Suddenly, he remembered his earlier inquiries about Lu Su's whereabouts, during which he had spoken to a middle-aged man. Before departing, he had inadvertently disclosed his name to a little girl, whose name he distinctly recalled. It was Milu. Was it Milu's family that informed you? You are quite astute. Indeed, it was they who told me. You were rather generous, treating them to steak. After killing Mi Hong, Wu Yu had seized that steak for himself, and had savored the finest meal he had eaten since the onset of the apocalypse. Yet, he pondered whether Fang Luo still possessed supplies. His urgency in finding Fang Luo stemmed not only from a desire to rescue his wife, but also from the intention to seize Fang Luo's resources. Once he accessed Fang Luo's cold storage and eliminated him, everything within would belong to him. What have you done to them? Fang Luo inquired coldly. Although the other party had not kept his secrets, they had nonetheless aided him, and he wished to ascertain their fate. Oh, you are quite concerned for them. Wu Yu grinned. Allow me to enlighten you. I killed the man, and the little girl. I kicked her unconscious and discarded her. She is likely dead by now. As for the young woman, she initially resisted, but upon learning that her husband and daughter had perished, she attempted to ingratiate herself with me, hoping to find an opportunity to kill me. However, I saw through her intentions. I must admit, she was rather alluring. Wu Yu spoke eloquently, as if this were a matter worthy of boasting. However, Fang Luo listened with a somber expression. She was taken aback by the revelation of this man's cruelty, capable of harming a girl as young as 7 or 8. Is this truly your esteemed husband? Fang Luo cast a glance at the pale-faced Lu Su, a surge of anger swelling within her. Lu Su was left speechless, unable to comprehend the transformation of her husband into such a brutal individual, leaving her feeling profoundly estranged. Had he truly been pretending all along? Listening to Wu Yu's repugnant rants from outside, Fang Luo let out a cold laugh, deciding to reciprocate his vile demeanor. That woman truly is enticing? Of course, Wu Yu mistakenly believed Fang Luo was angered. Yet, unexpectedly, Fang Luo retorted with a smirk. In truth, your wife is equally alluring. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's expression abruptly froze, as if a chill coursed through him. He caught sight of his subordinates behind him, all of whom were stifling their laughter. Enraged, Wu Yu felt as if he might explode. How outrageous! You bastard, what did you just say? He bellowed, hurling a stone at the cold storage door. Did you not hear clearly? Fang Luo continued. Your wife's lips are quite soft. Just moments ago, she even initiated a kiss with me. You're talking nonsense. That's impossible. Wu Yu's anger began to wane as he reflected on his wife, a paragon of virtue, who cherished her purity and would never engage in such behavior. Don't believe me? Ask your wife if she kissed me just now. Come, tell your husband, did you kiss me? Lu Su's face turned a mixture of crimson and pallor at such an embarrassing inquiry. She perceived Fang Luo as a devil, wicked to the core, yet possessing a refined demeanor. She yearned to clarify the situation to her husband, but found herself at a loss for words, for she had indeed kissed Fang Luo, an undeniable truth. Additionally, she harbored an aversion to explaining her feelings regarding Wu Yu's actions towards the Mi Lu family, which filled her with disappointment. Lu Su hesitated, ultimately conceding I did kiss him. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu felt as though he might go mad. Among the 3 most intolerable grievances for a man are the murder of his father, the theft of his wife, and the humiliation of his manhood. In contrast, the betrayal of a wife strikes at a man's final shred of dignity. What enraged Wu Yu further was that in the month since their marriage, Lu Su had rarely been home, even spending their wedding night in the hospital performing surgery, and they had scarcely shared any intimacy. Yet, astonishingly, in just one day, she had already initiated contact with another man. Wu Yu felt an overwhelming wave of bitterness wash over him. You shameless woman, pretending to be so dignified. And yet you betrayed me within a day. Wu Yu roared, his voice likely carrying hundreds of meters away. You dare to insult me. Listening to Wu Yu's scornful words, Lu Su felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. In the past, Wu Yu had treated her with utmost gentleness, regarding her as a princess, never daring to raise his voice at her, let alone berate her so loudly. Her affection for Fang Luo was solely to assist Wu Yu in seeking vengeance. Moreover, Had he not disregarded her feelings before, bringing other women home? Why outright did he chastise her? Despite her usual demeanor of grace and gentility, Lu Su, being a wealthy heiress, harbored an innate pride that could not tolerate such humiliation. Her anger surged, even more intense than when confronting Fang Luo. Why do you have to scold me? Outside, Wu Yu dismissed her outrage. Do you still consider yourself the young mistress of the Lu family? Your family's supermarket has suffered a theft worth billions, and your father is nowhere to be found. How dare you betray me? What is wrong with scolding you? I might even strike you. Wu Yu's motivations for marrying Lu Su extended beyond her beauty. Her family's prestige was a significant factor. The Lu family was one of the 3 prominent families in Luo City, possessing assets worth billions. Otherwise, who would wish to wed a goddess to keep at home? However, after their marriage, he received no assistance from the Lu family, instead paying a dowry of millions, all while maintaining a facade of virtue in front of Lu Su, cooking for her and seeking her favor, fearful of inciting her family's wrath. He felt like a mere dependent. Now that the Lu family had fallen from grace, he no longer feared them, especially with his newfound formidable abilities and a band of followers at his command. Thus, he ceased his pretense, boldly bringing other women home in front of Lu Su. He had assumed she would remain silent, yet to his astonishment, she had betrayed him. This was a blatant act of revenge. Not only was he furious with Lu Su, but if she were before him, he might even strike her. You scoundrel! Lu Su listened to Wu Yu's words, her face paling. She never imagined that Fang Luo's earlier assertions were true. Everything Wu Yu had shown her was merely a facade. The gallant hero and the modest gentleman were nothing but illusions, with his true intentions focused solely on her family's wealth. Her disappointment in Wu Yu ran deep. Fang Luo, observing the unfolding drama, felt a peculiar sensation. What had Wu Yu just said? The Lu family's supermarket had billions in stolen goods? A jolt ran through him. Could this be his doing? Before the apocalypse, he had emptied several supermarkets in the city. It was indeed plausible. In that moment, Fang Luo's gaze toward Lu Su shifted, realizing he had not only stolen from her family, struck her husband, kissed her, but now had orchestrated her divorce. Even Fang Luo, with his hardened heart, felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, he had no intention of foolishly confessing his misdeeds or apologizing to her. He is not the type of rigid, self-righteous gentleman. He has never portrayed himself as a paragon of virtue. For the sake of the resources at hand, I shall assist you in exacting revenge on your scoundrel of a husband, thought Fang Luo to herself. At this moment, Lu Su had fallen silent. She no longer wished to have any connection with Wu Yu and had relinquished any thoughts of avenging herself through Fang Luo. Her sole desire now was to heal Lin Yu. If Fang Luo was willing to let her go, she would seek her family. If not, she would choose to end her own life. Outside, Wu Yu was seething with rage, his temper flaring to the point where he longed to storm in and eliminate Fang Luo, the man who had betrayed him. Unfortunately, his strength was insufficient to breach Fang Luo's door. Meanwhile, he found himself exhausted under the sweltering heat, having expended a considerable amount of his powers, feeling utterly drained. Damn it, if you have the guts, open the door. Don't be a coward. Wu Yu cursed vehemently. Listening to his frantic outburst, Fang Luo could hardly contain his laughter. Why should he venture out to confront them when he was comfortable in the cold storage? With a scoff, Fang Luo remarked, "It seems someone is like a cowardly turtle. TSK, how soft-spoken a lady is. Alas, she didn't sleep well last night, and now she has dark circles under her eyes. It pains me to see." Beside him, Lu Su felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Here was Fang Luo, who had done nothing with him. Yet he spoke as if they had spent the entire night together. The irony was that she indeed had dark circles, and he was not lying. However, her disappointment in Wu Yu had reached its peak, and she no longer wished to explain anything. Wu Yu, unaware of the truth, assumed they had spent the night together, causing him to feel an overwhelming sense of fury. Yet, to maintain a semblance of dignity, he feigned indifference and, suppressing his anger, declared, "She's just a woman. With my abilities, I could have any woman I desire." "Oh, your abilities?" Fang Luo raised an eyebrow, ready to provoke him further. "Indeed, as a practitioner of earth-based powers, your defenses are formidable, and as a cowardly turtle, combined, you are nothing more than a simpleton." Lu Su, observing Fang Luo's mischievous demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, Fang Luo's taunting of Wu Yu was a source of amusement for her. This was the first time since entering the cold storage that she found Fang Luo somewhat less detestable. Wu Yu was on the verge of a breakdown. "Can't you say anything else?" Something else? That can be arranged, Fang Luo grinned, pondering aloud. I wonder how much supplies you have hoarded during this apocalyptic time? Mind your own business, Wu Yu retorted, momentarily taken aback by Fang Luo's abrupt change of topic. He initially intended to dismiss it, but upon reflection, he quickly remembered the incident involving his stolen supplies. His eyes widened in shock as he demanded, Did you steal my supplies? Let me calculate. 251 bags of rice, 1282 bottles of mineral water, and 18 evolution crystals. Fang Luo did not respond directly. Instead, he loudly counted the numbers on his fingers. However, as soon as Wu Yu heard this, he immediately recognized what Fang Luo was tallying. Those were undoubtedly the supplies he had lost. You scoundrel! Wu Yu was nearly blinded by rage, his fury threatening to explode. First, his wife was abducted. Then he suffered a surprise attack. Afterward, his supplies were stolen. And now, his wife was being unfaithful. Each of these grievances was sufficient for him to take Fang Luo's life. Yet, the most infuriating aspect was that he could not open the cold storage door, rendering him powerless to exact revenge on Fang Luo, unable even to hurl insults at him. He felt utterly suffocated, teetering on the brink of an explosion. Chapter 55. Barbecue Wu Yu, in a frenzy, commanded his subordinates to mercilessly batter the door. Before the apocalypse, he was a wealthy heir worth billions. After the collapse, he had become the leader of a second-rate gang, possessing Earth-based abilities, and had never suffered such a tremendous loss. It was utterly outrageous. Fang Luo, however, remained unperturbed, for he knew that this group of individuals lacked the strength to breach the cold storage door. The noise they made was merely an inconvenience. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Fang Luo approached the television, switched it on, and activated the audio system to play music. This sound system, imported from the Karma brand in the Netherlands, was valued at over 2 million, delivering an unparalleled auditory experience. As he played the song Digging, 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 the sounds of Wu Yu and his men hammering on the door became inaudible. Outside, Wu Yu was fervently assaulting the door when suddenly, a melody reached his ears. In the small garden, digging, 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 he was nearly driven to the brink of a stroke, infuriated by Fang Luo's audacity. Did he think that hammering on the door was akin to gardening? Damn it, Wu Yu could hardly bear it any longer. The thought of him laboring to break down the door while Fang Luo was inside the cold storage listening to music with his wife filled him with a desire to tear Fang Luo apart. Boss, this door is impossible to break open. Perhaps we should reconsider, one subordinate suggested. No, I must kill this damn scoundrel. Wu Yu's hatred for Fang Luo had reached its zenith. Surrender was not an option. Boss, I understand your urgency, but allow me to propose an alternative. Why must we force our way in? If they do not come out, we can simply wait at the door until their supplies are depleted. They cannot remain inside indefinitely. After all, your sister-in-law has already been unfaithful. What difference would a few more days make? What did you say? Wu Yu roared, seizing the other's neck. What did he mean by letting her sleep a few more days? Clearly, he was not the one wearing the green hat. Moreover, they had stolen all his supplies. By the time he ran out, his wife would be irrevocably changed. Yet, he could not conjure a better plan. Damn it. It seemed he had no choice but to hope that Fang Luo's supplies would run out quickly. Thus, Wu Yu, exhausted from his futile attempts to breach the door, chose to squat by the cold storage entrance, awaiting Fang Luo's emergence. How infuriating. I am starving. Bring forth the food, he lamented. After incessantly banging on the door and depleting much of his supernatural energy, Wu Yu now felt lightheaded from hunger and promptly instructed his subordinate to fetch a piece of whole wheat bread. Meanwhile, the other lackeys unearthed rice, spreading it on the ground to fry. With no water available, there was no opportunity to prepare steamed rice. All food was either laid on the ground or dry-fried on an iron plate. Whole wheat bread had become a luxury. Inside the cold storage, Fang Luo remained blissfully unaware that Wu Yu was outside, waiting for his supplies to dwindle. Had he known, he would have surely laughed, for he possessed resources worth billions. By the time Wu Yu's provisions ran out, Fang Luo mused, your wife would have given birth to a second child. No, she would be surrounded by grandchildren. Hearing the commotion outside cease, Fang Luo lowered the volume and switched to a more melodious tune. Good days. Lu Su, observing from the sidelines, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Was he intentionally playing such a song to further irritate Wu Yu and his men? Yet, she felt no sympathy for Wu Yu. In fact, she found Fang Luo's actions rather commendable. Having no lingering feelings for Wu Yu, she bore no hatred towards Fang Luo. On the contrary, reflecting on her previous misconceptions about Fang Luo, where she had labeled him a shameless villain, now left her with a twinge of guilt. Setting aside her prior biases, Lu Su reassessed Fang Luo and discovered he was, in fact, quite admirable. Though he had his vices, he had never forced himself upon her. The soul kiss they shared had been initiated by her. While he had tied her up, it was in response to her earlier accusations and attacks against him. Before all this, he had even prepared a change of clothes for her, showing a considerate side. Furthermore, Fang Luo expressed great care for his women. When Lin Yu was injured, he risked himself to find her a doctor and, in pursuit of revenge for her, boldly infiltrated Wu Yu's villa to confront him. Though equally lustful, Fang Luo clearly exhibited a more gentlemanly demeanor compared to Wu Yu. Unbeknownst to Fang Luo, the very Lu Su who had once vowed to kill him due to Wu Yu's influence now bestowed upon him the title of a gentleman. Feeling a bit hungry, he had intended to eat but was delayed by Wu Yu's antics, prompting him to mentally curse the entire female lineage of Wu Yu's family. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Fang Luo returned to his room, intending to summon Lin Zijing, who was cradling her younger sister. Both wore expressions of concern, but upon seeing Fang Luo, their hearts were instantly at ease. "Brother-in-law, I've caused you trouble," Lin Yu said apologetically. "It's nothing," Fang Luo replied. "You must be hungry. Let us prepare a meal." "Yes, I will start cooking right away," Lin Zijing eagerly nodded. "Today, let us not cook," Fang Luo suggested. "Eating every day can become rather monotonous." "Then what shall we eat?" Lin Zijing inquired, somewhat puzzled. Fang Luo pondered for a moment, glanced at Lin Zijing, and suddenly brightened with an idea. "Let us have barbecue," he declared. Lin Zijing had just awakened her fire-based supernatural abilities. Although her talent was formidable, she lacked experience in manipulating flames. Just yesterday, she nearly burned herself. Barbecuing required precise control of heat, making it an excellent practice for her, as it would also enhance her skills when confronting zombies in the future. Moreover, it spared her the task of cooking, truly a win-win situation. "Barbecue? I'm not very skilled at it," Lin Zijing admitted, but she did not wish to decline Fang Luo's invitation, so she nodded in agreement. "Brother-in-law, I want to grill too." After yesterday's treatment, Lin Yu's injuries had improved slightly. Although she could not get out of bed, Fang Luo could prepare a wheelchair for her. As for the barbecue equipment, Fang Luo had everything necessary. The barbecue grill and ingredients were all at hand. Soon, Fang Luo set up a grill in the spacious cold storage. Then he pondered what food would be best to grill. After 2 days of feasting on crayfish, they were all quite tired of it, and consuming too much could lead to gout. They needed to have some staple food instead. "Let us start with a whole lamb." Fang Luo retrieved a Xinjiang sheep from his base, its succulent meat perfect for roasting. Once everything was prepared, Lin Zijing took a seat nearby and began to use her fire abilities to perform a fire treatment on the lamb. At first, she struggled with the flame's temperature and size, nearly scorching it. Fortunately, under Fang Luo's guidance, she began to evolve into a proficient barbecue chef. Roasting a whole lamb would take some time. During the intervals, feeling somewhat bored, Fang Luo set up a table and laid out a fruit platter to whet their appetites. In the cold storage, the three of them and a cat shared a harmonious moment. Chapter 56. Entertainment outside the cold storage. Wu Yu squatted, his legs beginning to tingle. He couldn't sit down. The air temperature was a sweltering 70 degrees, and the concrete ground had long surpassed 100 degrees. If he sat on the ground, he would surely suffer from severe discomfort. He could only squat or stand. "Damn it, don't let them come out, or I'll make you pay." Wu Yu bit into the whole wheat bread in his hand, dry and unappetizing, especially in the heat, as the scant moisture had evaporated, making it akin to chewing on a rag, truly difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, it was certainly preferable to the fried rice his subordinates were limited to. Suddenly, a peculiar aroma wafted to Wu Yu's nostrils, and as he sniffed, his throat involuntarily convulsed. How delightful! Is it the scent of roasted lamb? Is someone barbecuing lamb? It seemed impossible. Surely, they were merely hallucinating from hunger. What normal cattle or sheep could still be found outside? They were either dead or had transformed into zombie sheep. Entirely inedible. But no, it was indeed real. The aroma was emanating from the cold storage. Wow, it really does smell like roasted lamb. Someone is grilling inside. The entrance of the cold storage became a hubbub as the previously occupied supernatural beings, who had been nibbling on fried rice, flocked to the gaps in the cold storage door, eagerly inhaling the enticing scent wafting from within. It was simply too aromatic. Since the apocalypse, animals have either succumbed to the heat or been infected by viruses, transforming into the undead. Even the meat stored in cold storage has spoiled due to power outages and sweltering temperatures. Let alone lamb. Even the meat of mosquitoes has eluded us for days. Instantly, their eyes glimmered with longing. If only they could savor a piece of meat now, they would be willing to serve as dogs. Wu Yu drooled, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? How could Fang Luo possess lamb? He distinctly remembered that his own supplies did not include lamb. Where could this fellow have procured it? The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air left Wu Yu feeling deeply unsettled. Why should he, a wealthy heir, be left outside gnawing on dry whole grain bread while Fang Luo, a mere commoner, indulged in roasted lamb within the cold storage? Moreover, he was feasting with his own wife. Damn it! Wu Yu was consumed by envy, jealousy, and greed. This guy not only possessed an armored vehicle, but also lamb, and could stealthily pilfer his supplies. He must harbor secrets unknown to others. He needed to uncover this mystery. Yet, he could not open the cold storage door. And without Fang Luo's emergence, he was left powerless, merely watching the other enjoy his fortune with his wife. I refuse to believe there are no flaws. Wu Yu scoffed coldly to himself. This cold storage was not invincible. Once he grew stronger, he would infiltrate it. Ah, it smells so good. Wu Yu could not help but salivate again, joining his little brothers at the door, savoring the delightful aroma wafting out. However, he vaguely heard sound from within the cold storage. Inside Wangjia, Fang Luo held a powerful hand, with 4 twos, promptly finishing the round. Grinning at the women before him. I won again, cheers. The roasted whole lamb was a bit slow. In the midst of boredom, Lin Yuyu suggested playing some games. Perfectly timed, as Fang Luo had various card and dice game props collected in his space. Lin Zijin was busy roasting meat. Thus, Fang Luo, Lin Yuyu, and Lu Su began a game reminiscent of Landlord. Losers faced either dares or drinking challenges. However, the women simply could not match Fang Luo's skill. Winning was exceedingly easy for him. His spatial abilities were unmatched. Brother-in-law, are you cheating? How come you always have 2 jokers? Lin Yuyu pouted, her face flushed with frustration at her poor hand. Less chatter, you can't drink. It's a dare for you. Fang Luo chuckled, this ISNT cheating. It's a special ability, you know. Humph. Lin Yuyu pouted, playfully glancing at her sister. Sister, you now owe brother-in-law 9 kisses. Lin Zijin, who was roasting meat, felt utterly speechless. Every time Lin Yuyu lost, she had to bear the punishment, and 9 kisses, she wondered if she could endure it. No more drinking, no more drinking. I'll take a dare. Lu Su, unable to withstand the effects of alcohol, had lost 8 rounds in a row and was already quite tipsy. Upon hearing that more drinks were on the way, she instinctively shook her head in protest. Adare. Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly added, since it's a dare, everyone should partake. You should kiss your brother-in-law too. What? Lu Su was taken aback, feeling flustered. Although she harbored no ill feelings towards Fang Luo, it hardly seemed appropriate to offer a kiss so casually. Yet, as she gazed at the full glass of red wine before her, she found herself in a quandary, unable to drink anymore. Listening to Lin Yuyu's words, Fang Luo felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lin Yuyu was indeed much more assertive than Green Sister. However, the old adage rang true. Sisters-in-law often serve as their brothers-in-law's comforting companions. She was certainly not shy about seizing an opportunity for his benefit, and her affection had not gone unnoticed. Lin Zijing shot her sister a reproachful glance, recognizing her sibling's mischievousness. Nevertheless, she refrained from commenting further. Having come to terms with her feelings the previous day, she resolved that rather than succumb to jealousy, she would strive to enhance herself and become indispensable to Fang Luo. What's the matter? Are you afraid you can't handle it? Lin Zhou Yo Dongti Chalingjing Lu Su. If you can't, then it's no trouble. I want to push you. Me? Unable to handle it? Lu Su, a proud daughter of a wealthy family, who had excelled academically throughout her life, bristled at the insinuation. After a moment, Lin Zijing cheerfully interjected, the barbecue is ready. Come and eat. This shifted the focus of the conversation. The group, already famished, eagerly began to indulge in the lamb. While the cat meow meow scampered over, the cold storage was filled with lively chatter. Outside, however, poor Wu Yu and the other ability users were left at the entrance, yearning for the tantalizing aroma wafting from within, receiving pitying glances from their peers. Frustrated, Wu Yu resumed banging on the door. Chapter 57. The rise in strength inside the cold storage. Laughter and merriment abounded, while Wu Yu and his companions stubbornly pounded on the door outside. Their attempts to breach the entrance continued. Lin Yu pouted, clearly displeased, likely due to the tantalizing scent of roasted meat that had left them ravenous. Fang Luo smiled slightly and said, "Here, hand me the leftover bones. Once they have bones, they one team make a sound." He took the remnants of their meal and tossed the bones out the window, promptly shutting it again. The noise of banging ceased immediately. The ability users outside rushed towards the bones, excitement palpable as they scrambled to gather them. "Look, there is still some meat on these," they exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of salvaging a morsel. "What are you doing?" Wu Yu glared at his subordinates, furious. "Do you think you're dogs, fighting over bones? Stop that. Hand them over to me." Days passed, and for a week, Wu Yu and his companions remained steadfastly stationed outside the door. Occasionally, when they banged on it, Fang Luo would toss a few leftover bones, which would momentarily silence them. Yet, they showed no signs of departing. Fang Luo could hardly be bothered by them. In this post-apocalyptic world, he believed it was essential to indulge in pleasures, listening to music, playing games, engaging in a game of cards, and occasionally enjoying a bottle of soda while flirting with the ladies. For several days, Fang Luo did not step outside, for he had amassed a sufficient quantity of evolution crystals and deemed it unnecessary to waste time venturing out. His primary focus now was to enhance his strength, as it would not be long before the zombies outside evolved, some even acquiring supernatural abilities, making them immune to conventional firearms and necessitating the use of extraordinary powers for combat. When that time arrived, the energy crystals obtained from defeating these empowered zombies would yield greater energy than the evolution crystals he currently possessed. Presently, Fang Luo could absorb 5 evolution crystals each day, resulting in a rapid augmentation of his power. Over the course of 7 days, he absorbed 35 crystals, leaving him with approximately 80 in reserve. The distance of his spatial flicker had reached 20 meters, while the defensive strength of his spatial barrier had increased to 3 tons. The number of his spatial imprints had grown to 8, and the explosion radius had expanded to 10 meters. Furthermore, Fang Luo had acquired a new skill, an offensive ability known as the spatial blade. He could summon an invisible blade at any moment, able to strike enemies within a 50-meter radius with a force surpassing that of a standard rifle, leaving discernible marks on stainless steel. In addition to these supernatural powers, Fang Luo's physical constitution had also been significantly enhanced. He could now effortlessly lift weights of up to 500 pounds, achieve a maximum running speed of 20 meters per second, and maintain endurance for 78 hours. Lin Zijing was astounded with his current prowess. He could easily confront Wu Yu and his entourage alone and emerge victorious. During these days, others, including the Electric Mother, were not idle and were also striving for self-improvement. The Electric Mother's method of enhancing her abilities differed markedly from that of humans. While humans absorbed crystals, she required none. Instead, she dedicated herself to generating electricity daily, depleting her energy, and subsequently indulging in a feast of dried fish before resting. This routine resulted in substantial gains in her power. Now, her speed exceeded 50 meters per second, allowing her to dart about like a shadow, evading Fang Luo's spatial flicker. Additionally, her electrical strikes were formidable. Fang Luo had measured her output with a voltmeter, which was obliterated at 2,000 volts. The thought of such power coursing through a human was almost unfathomable. Fang Luo recalled that the Electric Mother had not been this formidable in her previous life, likely due to her frequent struggles with hunger, whereas now, within the comfort of their quarters, she had no such concerns and could focus entirely on enhancing her abilities. This represented a true opportunity for her. Moreover, Lu Su dedicated her days to healing Lin Yu, gradually improving her mastery over her powers. Simultaneously, Fang Luo provided her with some ordinary zombie enhancement crystals to boost her strength, facilitating Lin Yu's swift recovery. She was not adept at offense, possessing only a single vine as her means of attack. However, her physical prowess had already surpassed that of an average man. Lin Ziqin had now ascended to the rank of a level 2 supernatural being, yet lacked practical combat experience. Thus, Fang Luo had her practice daily by roasting meat to hone her fire abilities. Her innate understanding was remarkable. Within merely 7 days, she had gained a proficient command over flames. It is likely that she was the sole individual in this post-apocalyptic world to refine her fire abilities to an extraordinary level through the art of barbecuing. Currently, her flames could reach a scorching temperature of 1,800 degrees, easily melting iron. Apart from Fang Luo, she was the most formidable person in the cold storage. Consequently, She was immensely grateful to Fang Luo, often finding opportunities to repay him while Lin Yuyu was asleep. Whether Lin Yuyu was genuinely asleep remained a mystery to all. Due to Lin Zichin's training, Fang Luo indulged in barbecued meats daily, whether it be whole lambs or suckling pigs. On one occasion, the group expended so much energy that they devoured an entire cow. Fortunately, Fang Luo's resources were ample. Otherwise, they would have faced severe shortages. This was also the reason for the rapid enhancement of their abilities. Other supernatural beings were reluctant to expend their powers recklessly, as once depleted. There was little food available to replenish their energy. In contrast, Fang Luo and his companions utilized their energy to the fullest each day, feasting on barbecued meat without cost. And within a day, they were reinvigorated. Their training regimens surpassed that of others by tenfold, a remarkable pace indeed. This also benefited Wu Yu and his companions, who enjoyed daily access to free bones. Fang Luo contemplated his current strength, realizing he was more than capable of dealing with Wu Yu and his group. It was time to send them on their way. He prepared to clear the trash from the entrance. Outside, Wu Yu appeared gaunt and weary. His group experienced both comfort and suffering. The comfort came from having bones to gnaw on each day, although devoid of meat. It was far more flavorful than mere fried rice. The suffering stemmed from the sweltering heat outside, leaving them with no place to sit, forcing them to crouch while they slept. Moreover, the presence of numerous zombies outside posed a constant threat, as they were often drawn to the aroma of the roasting meat. Exhausted in body and spirit, they were further burdened with the task of assisting Fang Luo in dispatching the zombies. In recent days, several comrades had perished, and the remaining members lamented, expressing a desire to withdraw from the gang. Wu Yu had grown somewhat numb to it all. While Fang Luo reveled in the cold storage with his wife, relishing barbecued meat, listening to music, and playing cards, Wu Yu stood guard, listening to various strange sounds each night and battling zombies attracted by the enticing aroma of meat. What was the purpose of his vigil? At last, he could endure no longer. Perhaps it was best to leave to enhance his strength before returning. Wu Yu no longer wished to remain there and prepared to depart. However, just as he turned to leave, a horde of zombies approached once more. Wu Yu was infuriated, cursing under his breath. Once again, he had to assist Fang Luo in battling zombies. Fortunately, they were merely zombies. He had dispatched countless of them in recent days, and their combat prowess was rather feeble. He held no fear. However, his confidence wavered when, upon confronting a zombie, he witnessed the horrifying scene unfold before him. In Chapter 58, Enhanced Zombies, a splatter of blood struck Wu Yu's face, leaving him in disbelief at the scene that transpired. A zombie, which he could ordinarily slay with ease, had effortlessly crushed the skull of a defensive ability user with a single slap. Fragments of his subordinates' shattered cranium tumbled to the ground, coated in a gruesome mixture of red and white matter. How could this be possible? It was well known that this subordinate was unafraid even of a watermelon knife. How could a zombie possess such formidable strength? The ability users, engaged in combat with the zombies, were equally incredulous. Since awakening their powers, they had faced numerous zombies. Though they had suffered casualties, those zombies had merely been slightly quicker and stronger than an average human. With the right timing, they could easily sever a zombie's head with a watermelon knife. Yet, today as zombies rendered their weapons ineffective, the blades barely scratched their necks, even dulling the edges. Some defiant subordinates raised a pistol salvage from a fallen police officer. Bang! The bullet struck the zombie's head, yet it remained unscathed. In retaliation, the enraged zombie lunged at the shooter, sinking its teeth into his neck, leaving him lifeless, eyes wide open in disbelief. Not even bullets could harm them. Panic ensued among the ranks. Wu Yu, though somewhat rattled, composed himself. As a leader, he quickly harnessed his abilities and launched an attack on the zombies. With a swift motion, he struck one zombie, shattering an arm with a stone. Use your abilities, everyone, quickly, he commanded. Typically, even when facing zombies, they refrained from utilizing their powers due to the preciousness of their energy, which was diminished by their scarce food supply. However, with danger looming, they had no choice but to act. Upon hearing the command, all began to engage in battle using their abilities. Unfortunately, most possessed only low-level powers, many lacking offensive capabilities. And with their energy nearly depleted from hunger, they stood little chance against the formidable horde of enhanced zombies. The entrance to the cold storage quickly transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, limbs and severed parts flying in every direction, accompanied by the relentless cries of the fallen. Inside the cold storage, Fang Luo, who had initially intended to confront Wu Yu, witnessed this alarming spectacle through the window, his expression turning grave. Enhanced zombies had appeared ahead of schedule. Just as ability users could level up, so too could zombies evolve over time, much like a cold virus. Frequent treatment with medication diminishes its effectiveness in the future. Due to the evolution of the cold virus, it has developed a resistance to cold medications. The same applies to the zombie virus, which has progressed to an even more advanced state. Since the outbreak of the zombie plague, over 10 days have elapsed, during which countless individuals have succumbed to zombie bites, while zombies have also been eradicated by humans. In their quest for survival, the zombie virus gradually undergoes self-evolution, enhancing its resistance to the weapons that previously annihilated its kind. Throughout this period, humanity's methods of combating the virus have predominantly involved cold weapons like knives or modern firearms. As the number of slain zombies increases, the next iteration of the virus will adapt to mitigate the damage inflicted by these weapons. This elucidates why Fang Luo previously asserted that the efficacy of guns against zombies would diminish over time. It is not a matter of firearms lacking power. Rather, it is precisely their overwhelming strength that leads to the highest mortality among zombies, thus augmenting the immunity of subsequent zombies to gunfire. Ultimately, the damage inflicted by firearms may even pale in comparison to that of a mere fist. This phenomenon mirrors a certain MOBA game that Fang Luo has played, where the player dealing the highest damage is marked with a hate chain. Zombies fear firearms, hence the association of firearms with such a chain of enmity. This serves as one of the reasons why the military has been unable to eradicate zombies. The damage inflicted by weapons has waned. Furthermore, the evolution of zombies is not limited to this method alone. Another, far more terrifying type of zombie arises from the transformation of psychic zombies. These creatures not only retain the abilities of their psychic predecessors, but also the means by which those abilities were enhanced. They prioritize attacking psychics, with more powerful psychics becoming prime targets for psychic zombies. This is because they can siphon energy from the crystals within the brains of psychics, with stronger psychics yielding greater energy. In their perspective, ordinary humans are akin to plain rice, while psychics resemble a lavish feast, akin to the grandest of banquets for someone like Fang Luo. The method by which these zombies replenish their energy is both straightforward and brutal. Consuming a psychic's brain restores their vitality instantaneously, rendering them almost like perpetual motion machines. Should a formidable psychic fall victim to the zombie infection, it would spell a catastrophic disaster for humanity. If one day Fang Luo were to become a zombie, the world would be faced with a terrifying entity capable of employing space jumps, barriers, marks, and blades to eliminate anyone at will. At that juncture, no one would be able to vanquish him. Contemplating this, Fang Luo bore a peculiar expression. If he were to become a zombie, would it not make the unification of the world significantly easier? However, upon further reflection, he concluded that it would be best to avoid such a fate. Becoming a zombie would mean losing consciousness. Thus, the sight of a beautiful woman would no longer evoke mere desire, but a grotesque urge to consume her. Such a thought was utterly repugnant. A man who does not admire beauty finds little joy in conquering the world. Fang Luo certainly did not wish for that. The howling sound from outside startled several women in the cold storage. "Husband, what is happening?" Lin Zijing inquired with concern. "It is the zombies. They are battling them," Fang Luo replied. Understanding dawned on them, and Lin Zijing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. During this period, Wu Yu and others had frequently assisted Fang Luo in dealing with the zombies outside the cold storage, alleviating much of his burden, so they had grown accustomed to it. However, this time was different. Fang Luo shook his head. "These are enhanced zombies." "Enhanced zombies?" The women were puzzled. Fang Luo moved aside the reconnaissance window to reveal the scene outside. Wu Yu was still engaged in combat with the zombies, though the battle was nearing its conclusion. His dozens of subordinates had all perished. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and the blood had dried into a dark, grim mass under the scorching sun. Wu Yu himself was covered in blood, with wounds inflicted by the zombies all over his body. He attempted to break through the encirclement, but surrounded by dozens of zombies. His Earth-based abilities could not allow for spatial flickering, rendering escape impossible. Using his last ounce of strength, he struck at one zombie before collapsing helplessly to the ground. How are these zombies so formidable? Lu Su's face turned pale. As a doctor, she had seen various corpses, but this scene made her feel somewhat nauseous. "These are enhanced zombies," Fang Luo explained the situation regarding the enhanced zombies to the women, urging them to exercise extreme caution when confronting zombies in the future. The women nodded solemnly. None wished to become the monstrous beings outside or to have their brains devoured. Thud, thud, thud. With Wu Yu and his companions now deceased, the zombies caught the scent of Fang Luo and the others in the cold storage, relentlessly pounding on the heavy door. The strength of these zombies was significantly greater than that of Wu Yu and his group before. The door emitted a deafening sound, and Fang Luo felt the ground tremble beneath him. His expression turned grave. These zombies were relentless, if allowed to continue their barrage indefinitely. Even the sturdy cold storage could eventually be shattered. What shall we do? Lin Zijing asked anxiously. We must eliminate them, Fang Luo replied gravely. However, with his solitary strength, eradicating so many zombies would be exceedingly challenging. He glanced at the women. Lin Zijing and the others had significantly enhanced their abilities, at least comparable to Wu Yu's. Chapter 59. Extermination of Zombies. Fang Luo prepared to enlist the help of Lin Zijing and the others to eliminate the zombies outside. He had stated from the outset that he would not shelter those who contributed nothing. When he first encountered Lin Zijing, it was her fire-based powers that drew his attention. Thus, he aimed to help her elevate her strength as well. Some might perceive Fang Luo as heartless, exploiting the women around him and labeling him a scoundrel. Yet, such is the nature of the world. No one expends considerable energy on those deemed useless, especially in an apocalyptic scenario. Certainly, Fang Luo would not abandon Lin Zijing simply because she lacked utility. He was not a true scoundrel. Once he had claimed her, he would bear responsibility to the end. However, he could no longer dedicate vast amounts of energy and resources to her development, as resources were finite and could only be allocated to those who excelled. Husband, allow me to assist you. Before Fang Luo could voice his intentions, Lin Zijing proactively offered her help. From a young age, she had been remarkably independent, adapting swiftly to her environment. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, she was no longer the frightened girl who trembled at the sight of zombies. Moreover, she had already clarified her goal, to remain by Fang Luo's side. The method to capture his attention was to aid him, fostering a dependence upon her. Thus, she had been diligently honing her abilities during this period. Now presented with the opportunity to assist Fang Luo, she would not let it slip away. Fang Luo nodded, his heart swelling with satisfaction for Lin Zijing. Indeed, he had not misjudged her. As for Lu Su, Fang Luo held her in high regard as well. She possessed good character, beauty, and a T1 level ability. Although some misunderstandings had previously arisen, they were now resolved. If she could be of use to him, Fang Luo would nurture her potential. However, she was primarily a support-type ability user, lacking in combat prowess. Please wait a moment. Let us go out in a few minutes, Fang Luo instructed, glancing at the zombies blocking the door. They were congregated at the entrance, and once the door was opened, they would surge into the cold storage, creating chaos that would render it inconvenient for combat. Fang Luo was unwilling to see his painstakingly crafted cold storage ruined. Therefore, he planned to utilize his spatial abilities to leap outside the cold storage and divert the zombies away. He agreed with Lin Zijing that they would exit in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Fang Luo discreetly employed his spatial flicker to escape the cold storage while the women were preoccupied, making his way to the front door. Lin Zijing was unaware of Fang Luo's method of departure, as they had no understanding of spatial abilities and assumed he had taken the back entrance, a route Fang Luo favored. Rar. Upon noticing Fang Luo's presence, the zombies charged at him with ferocious intent, as if they wished to strip him bare. Fang Luo's expression hardened, and he quickly activated his spatial flicker to evade, luring the zombies several dozen meters away from the cold storage. Once the zombies had vacated the vicinity, Lin Zijing immediately opened the door and stepped outside. Fang Luo was engaged in combat with the zombies, who exhibited formidable strength. Each individual zombie possessed a striking power exceeding 800 kilograms, with a more powerful one surpassing 1,000 kilograms per punch, capable of shattering a human skull. Fortunately, Fang Luo's spatial barrier could withstand forces of up to 3,000 kilograms, ensuring that as long as he had energy, the zombies could not harm him. A hollow-eyed zombie, devoid of its eyeballs, lunged towards him. Fang Luo swiftly coalesced a spatial blade and struck at its neck, causing its head to sever and roll upon the ground. However, soon dozens of other zombies surged forward, utterly unafraid of death, relentlessly attacking. Darling, Lin Zijing had already arrived and immediately unleashed a fireball, crashing into the horde of zombies. Fire-based abilities were among the most formidable in the early stages, delivering explosive damage, and the scorched zombies began to wail in agony. Let us eliminate them together. Fang Luo smiled faintly, feeling a deep sense of gratification at Lin Zichin's obedience and diligence. Electric Mother also joined the fray, unleashing a torrent of over 10,000 volts, stunning 4 or 5 zombies instantly. Her damage output was indeed formidable. Fang Luo, Lin Zichin, and Electric Mother, 2 individuals and 1 feline, embarked upon a massacre of the zombie horde. In merely a few minutes, the zombies were wholly eradicated. Fang Luo exhaled in relief. Although the encounter was relatively effortless, it had drained a considerable amount of energy. Without Electric Mother and Lin Zichin, he would not have managed so easily. Surveying the ground littered with corpses, he noted there were at least 100, a sight both daunting and exhilarating. For within each of these bodies lay a crystal. Disregarding his disgust, Fang Luo began to sever the heads of the corpses to extract the crystals. The ability users, like Wu Yu, were manageable. A watermelon knife sufficed to cleave through them. However, zombies posed a greater challenge, exhibiting resistance to both knives and firearms. Only abilities could penetrate their defenses. Due to the considerable energy expenditure, he prioritized the heads of the ability users. Half an hour passed, and Fang Luo had acquired over 30 crystals. Ultimately, he approached Wu Yu. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. This man had not only wounded Lin Yu, but had also murdered a 7- or 8-year-old girl, committing unspeakable atrocities. Regrettably, he had not been able to deliver the fatal blow himself. Raising his knife, he aimed for Wu Yu's head when suddenly, Lu Su let out a startled cry. Chapter 60. Crisis. Upon hearing Lu Su's delicate exclamation, Fang Luo instinctively furrowed his brow. Was she reluctant to allow him to sever Wu Yu's head? It seemed she still harbored feelings for him. This thought irked Fang Luo. Yet, as he pondered, a fragrant, soft body suddenly collided with him, causing him to stagger back. In the next instant, Wu Yu, who had been lying on the ground, sprang up with a grotesque expression, lunging towards Fang Luo and Lin Zichin. Fang Luo's pupils constricted as the realization dawned upon him. Wu Yu had transformed into a zombie. Previously, during combat, he had sustained multiple bites from the undead. However, he is, after all, an Earth-type supernatural being possessing a significantly higher physical defense than the average person, making it far from easy for him to be decapitated or dismembered. Wu Yu's body remained intact even in death, while Fang Luo was engaged in battle with other zombies. The zombie virus within Wu Yu began to erode his body, transforming him into a zombie. Lu Su had been stationed at the cold storage door. Having discovered Wu Yu's corpse early on, she recalled Fang Luo's previous assertion that supernatural beings could also become zombies, though she was uncertain whether Wu Yu would indeed succumb to this fate, prompting her to observe closely. Just as Fang Luo prepared to sever Wu Yu's head, she noticed his fingers twitch suddenly, leading her to deduce that he might be on the verge of becoming a zombie. In a moment of panic, she instinctively lunged towards Fang Luo in an attempt to push her away. At that moment, Fang Luo felt an immense relief. Had Lu Su not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. Wu Yu was an Earth-type supernatural being, his body far more resilient than that of other supernatural entities, making it impossible to cleave through his skull with mere knife work. If he were not dispatched, the proximity to the zombie Wu Yu would result in a perilous encounter with his biting jaws. Moreover, having just closed her spatial barrier to conserve energy, she found herself defenseless at such close range, with no means to evade. The thought of becoming a zombie sent a chill down Fang Luo's spine. As she beheld the lunging Wu Yu, alarm bells rang in her mind, and she immediately contemplated using spatial flicker to evade. Yet having just battled dozens of zombies, her energy reserves had dwindled to less than 10%. The spatial flicker was exceedingly energy-intensive, and given her current state, she lacked the power for such displacement. Especially with another person in her arms. Would she really be bitten by this creature? No way. She would rather be bitten by her wife than by a man. Quickly regaining her composure, Fang Luo realized that while she could not teleport, she could activate her spatial barrier, which required minimal energy and could withstand up to 3,000 kilograms of force. She promptly summoned her spatial abilities, turning to shield Lu Su, bracing herself for the oncoming assault from zombie Wu Yu. Boom! Wu Yu's strength was immense. Upon becoming a zombie, his power surged to 1,500 kilograms. Although Fang Luo's barrier could absorb 3,000 kilograms of force, her own physical form could not withstand such a heavy blow. The impact of 500 kilograms sent Fang Luo, weighing a little over 150 pounds. And Lu Su hurtling backwards, crashing into the ground more than 5 meters away, their bodies entangled. Lu Su let out a delicate cry, seemingly colliding with something. Fang Luo's expression turned grim. The force of Wu Yu's strike had completely depleted her remaining energy, and as they fell, the impact with the ground was jarring, compounded by Lu Su's weight pressing down on her, leaving Fang Luo feeling as if her ribs had cracked. Fang Luo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he seized the opportunity to hastily consume some food, attempting to replenish his energy. However, replenishing energy is not akin to swallowing a blue pill. The effects are not instantaneous. As he observed the zombie, Wu Yu charging towards him, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. It seemed he might meet his end today. Darling, Lin Zijing, who had been momentarily startled awake, immediately unleashed a flame towards Wu Yu. Yet, her energy reserves were nearly depleted, and given Wu Yu's earth-based abilities, he had a natural resistance to fire. The attack barely harmed him. Just then, fortunately, Electric Mother made her timely appearance, channeling all her energy to unleash a surge of electricity towards Wu Yu, momentarily immobilizing him. Seizing the moment, Fang Luo swiftly pulled Lu Su and dashed into the cold storage. Safety could only be found within its confines. With a resounding thud, they burst through the door, and Fang Luo promptly secured it behind them. However, Wu Yu, having regained his mobility, began to pound furiously on the door, perceiving Fang Luo as a delectable feast. Fang Luo's expression grew grave. Transformed into a zombie, Wu Yu's strength, speed, and abilities were exponentially greater than before, and he showed no fear of pain. Exhibiting a terrifying combat prowess. This was the most formidable zombie Fang Luo had encountered since the apocalypse. In a full power contest, Fang Luo would not have feared him and could have potentially defeated him. However, with all his energy exhausted, he was no longer capable of fighting back. As for Lin Zijing and Electric Mother, their abilities were wholly countered by Wu Yu's, rendering them unable to unleash their full potential. There exists a hierarchy of elemental dominance among abilities. For instance, water extinguishes fire, and fire consumes wood. The only ability that remains unaffected by others is the spatial ability, as it possesses no elemental attribute. Yet, spatial abilities come with their own drawbacks. Their energy consumption is double, or even more, compared to other abilities, and their rate of replenishment is slower, requiring significantly more energy. Fang Luo's energy was entirely depleted, and to return to peak condition, he would need to consume dozens of kilograms of food and at least 10 hours to recover. Fortunately, he had ample supplies and need not worry about food. Conversely, those lacking resources, even if they awakened spatial abilities, would be unable to sustain such powers. In Fang Luo's previous life, without resources, even a few ordinary individuals were unable to contend, ultimately waiting for death. It is indeed a double-edged sword. Thud, thud, thud. A more powerful impact resonated from the door, and the cold storage vibrated ominously as Wu Yu unleashed his abilities against it. This is not good, Fang Luo thought grimly, while the cold storage door was incredibly sturdy. Continuous assaults for several hours would inevitably lead to its collapse. What should we do? Lin Zijing inquired anxiously. Is there a way to stop him? If I were at my peak, I could have slain him. Fang Luo's tone was heavy, yet my energy has been utterly depleted. To fully recuperate, I would require at least 10 hours, which is simply unattainable. A sharp pain surged through Fang Luo's chest, eliciting an involuntary groan of anguish. Darling, what is the matter? Lin Zijing immediately inquired, alarmed. Fang Luo waved his hand dismissively, signaling that all was well. It's merely a fractured rib, nothing serious. A fracture? Lin Zijing's eyes filled with concern. Let me assist you in your healing. Lu Su quickly interjected, having not participated in the battle, her abilities still in their prime, and she could easily aid Fang Luo in mending his minor fracture. Very well, Fang Luo nodded, instructing Lin Zijing to swiftly prepare some food for him. He then retreated to his room, seizing the opportunity to rest and replenish his energy. He could not afford to merely await his demise. In Chapter 61, The Source of Life, within the confines of the room, Lin Yu was already in a state of anxious turmoil, her legs still incapacitated and unable to move. Brother Fang Luo, you are injured? It's nothing serious, just a minor wound, Fang Luo reassured her, attempting to alleviate her worries before lying down on the bed to rest. Truth be told, there was still a degree of pain. Lu Su, being a doctor, was acutely perceptive to subtle expressions. Noticing the slight twitch of Fang Luo's eyelid as he reclined, she recognized that he was putting on a brave front. Guilt welled up within her. She was more aware than anyone of how Fang Luo had sustained his injuries. Through their days of interaction, Lu Su had come to understand Fang Luo's character, recognizing him as someone who, despite an outwardly indifferent demeanor, possessed a core of innocence and kindness. Guided by his own principles. This was evident from his recent act of protection. Had the situation involved Wu Yu, he likely would have fled, potentially using her as a shield, showing no inclination to protect her. Lu Su sensed that Fang Luo's guarded nature stemmed from a profound betrayal, one that had left him scarred, hence his constant vigilance towards others. Even in the presence of Lin Zijing, it seemed he was hesitant to fully reveal his cards. What manner of betrayal could provoke such a response? Lu Su felt a burgeoning curiosity towards Fang Luo, and prior to grasping the full context, she found herself unwilling to see him meet his end. "Why are you staring at me? Do you wish to kiss me again?" Fang Luo remarked, noticing Li Su's unwavering gaze, teasingly. "Do you desire my kiss?" Lu Su unexpectedly retorted, leaving Fang Luo momentarily taken aback. However, since she seemed unperturbed, he answered candidly, "What purpose would that serve? Your zombie husband is outside, pounding on the door, and may burst in at any moment. I should focus on regaining my strength, lest my brain be devoured. There is no time for kisses. Let us save that for another day. He's not my husband." Lu Su huffed, thoroughly disillusioned with Wu Yu, feeling a profound sense of shame regarding her past experiences. Had I heeded the counsel of my father or my master back then, I would not have found myself in this predicament, nor would I have become estranged from them. Believing in the virtue of Wu Yu, I remain uncertain of their current well-being and safety. Once this ordeal passes, I shall seek them out. Fang Luo shrugged and began to close his eyes to rest. "You." Lu Su regarded Fang Luo, hesitating before speaking. "Actually, I possess a method to help you swiftly regain your strength. You have a way." At her words, Fang Luo's eyes widened with intrigue. "Indeed, Lu Su nodded. My special ability can facilitate this. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Please, assist me in restoring my power." Fang Luo hastily sat up, but his sudden movement caused pain to flare in his chest once more. However, he paid it no mind. The formidable mutant zombies lurked outside, and he needed to recover his strength post-haste. "Well," Lu Su hesitated, feeling a flush of embarrassment as she contemplated the peculiar and unconventional method she had in mind. She was reluctant to proceed in such a manner. Yet, upon observing Fang Luo's desperate gaze, her heart softened. "Very well, let this be my final act of gratitude and atonement before departing," she thought to herself. "First, you must send Yu Yu outside," Lu Su instructed, not wishing for anyone to witness her unconventional healing method. "Why?" Fang Luo queried, puzzled. "Are you going to remove your clothes?" He was not particularly concerned about being seen, but after a moment's reflection, he acquiesced to Lu Su's request and instructed Lin Zijing to take Lin Yu Yu outside. Lin Zijing, too, was perplexed, but upon seeing Lu Su's flushed countenance, a notion began to form in her mind. The room was left with only Fang Luo and Lu Su. "What method do you propose?" Fang Luo asked urgently. Rather than providing a direct answer, Lu Su inquired, "Do you know about the source of life?" "The source of life?" Fang Luo was at a loss. "Are you referring to water?" "Close enough." Lu Su nodded awkwardly before continuing. "Trees possess an extraordinarily lengthy lifespan, often living for hundreds or even thousands of years. Even when severed, they can regrow branches. This is due to their ability to retain a portion of their essence during growth, which they utilize to accelerate nutrient absorption when on the brink of death. This essence is the source of life." "Are you suggesting I chop down a tree?" Fang Luo felt a sense of disappointment, thinking this was some ingenious method. "But the weather is so hot. All the trees must be dead by now." "Not quite." Lu Su shook her head, conflicted. "In truth, humans also possess essence, though it lacks such miraculous properties. However, once one awakens the wood-type ability, the source of life becomes effective." "How do you know all of this? Is such knowledge imparted in medical school?" Fang Luo found it hard to believe, pondering what essence he might possess to rival that of a tree. "Lu Su, my master taught me. He is a descendant of ancient Chinese medicine. The source of life. Surely it does not require one to sever a limb or something of that nature. If that is the case, then I shall forego it." According to Lu Su, the source of life is exceedingly rare, and Fang Luo does not wish to aid himself through brutal means. "Not necessary." Lu Su shook her head. "What is it then?" "First, close your eyes Lu Su's face flushed, her breathing quickening. Must I still close my eyes? Fang Luo was utterly perplexed, yet complied and shut his eyes. Lu Su, feeling it was still not secure, produced a cloth from somewhere and blindfolded Fang Luo. Only then did she feel reassured. However, Fang Luo found it all the more peculiar. Must one be blindfolded to receive treatment? Is it ready? Fang Luo inquired. Came Lu Su's barely perceptible reply, followed by a sudden rustling sound that left Fang Luo even more bewildered. As his mind wandered, Lu Su playfully commanded, "Open your mouth." Fang Luo instinctively obeyed. The Source of Life. Chapter 62. Resolving the zombie crisis at the dining table. Fang Luo consumed an astonishing amount of food, letting out a satisfied burp. His energy rapidly replenishing, all thanks to Lu Su's Source of Life. He observed the now neatly dressed Lu Su across from him, adorned in a flowing white chiffon gown. Her delicate arms reminiscent of lotus roots, cascading hair reminiscent of a waterfall, and her exquisite cheeks radiating a gentle flush, exuding an innocent beauty. Regrettably, he had just been blindfolded. Nonetheless, Fang Luo was not so shameless as to take advantage of the moment. After all, she was a healer tending to him. So he remained focused on absorbing the Source of Life, entirely absorbed and free from distractions. To his astonishment, it even had the effect of aiding digestion. Fang Luo's expression turned peculiar. After consuming the Source of Life, his digestive capabilities had significantly improved. Previously, it would have been utterly impossible for him to consume dozens of pounds of food in one sitting. No wonder he could swiftly recover his strength. In just 3 hours, Fang Luo had returned to his peak condition, and the wounds on his ribs had healed completely. If he were to consume this daily, he would surely soar to new heights. Seemingly guessing Fang Luo's thoughts, Lu Su shot him a playful glare. Still wish to consume it daily? Do you truly believe yourself to be some casual woman? The reason she had done this was not only due to her own involvement in the matter, but also because she did not want Fang Luo to meet a tragic end. Moreover, condensing the Source of Life was an arduous task. What she had just given Fang Luo was already her entirety. To gather more, she would need at least half a month, if not longer. Shouldn't you hurry and eliminate the zombies? Lu Su rolled her eyes and glared at Fang Luo. Hee. Fang Luo chuckled. That zombie happens to be your husband. Are you so eager for me to slay him? Continue like this, and I shall be angry. Lu Su's expression turned stern. Although influenced by Fang Luo during this period, she has engaged in behavior that deviates from her previous character. Yet this does not imply that she is a fickle woman. Wu Yu is her husband, but she was deceived by him. Furthermore, their marriage is merely nominal. At that time, due to her father's disapproval of her marrying Wu Yu, they made an agreement during their dispute. If Wu Yu did not err and maintained his integrity for 6 months, her father would consent to their union. However, during this time, she was not to act out of line, to which she acquiesced. Thus, on their wedding night, she went to the hospital instead of spending the evening with him. In the following days, whenever he brought it up, she often found excuses to be away from home. Initially, she felt a twinge of guilt, thinking she would make it up to him in the future. Little did she know that within just a month, problems would arise. Now, it seems that Fang Luo has taken a portion of her peach, and all of it has been attributed to him. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that Fang Luo appeared, allowing her to see through it all. Otherwise, her life would have been ruined. Enough said. Fang Luo nodded earnestly, noticing that Lu Su had completely lost her affection for Wu Yu, which brought him an inexplicable sense of delight. He paused momentarily, wondering if he truly harbored some strange penchant for usurping others' wives and deriving satisfaction from it. He quickly shook his head. Such a notion was utterly sinful. I shall resolve this matter now. Fang Luo rose, preparing to confront the zombie Wu Yu. This was the first ability-enhanced zombie he had encountered, and both its combat experience and the crystal within its mind were invaluable to him. Be careful, Lin Zijing urged urgently. She had already gauged the strength of this zombie, which boasted a power of 1,500 kilograms and a defensive capacity of at least 300 kilograms. Moreover, it possessed earth-based abilities. Once activated, its defense soared to at least 1,000 kilograms, and it could manipulate boulders weighing 500 kilograms, projecting them with a force exceeding 2,000 kilograms. If struck by one, it would likely reduce a person to mere pulp. Rest assured, Fang Luo replied with a grin. After this replenishment, not only had he restored his energy, but his strength had also increased, making the defeat of zombie Wu Yu entirely feasible. Although the zombie Wu Yu is immensely powerful and nearly impervious to blades and firearms, He had a significant weakness, his bulkiness. Fang Luo's spatial abilities, on the other hand, were exceptionally agile, rendering him untouchable. He simply needed to wait for the zombie to exhaust its energy before delivering a decisive blow. Thud, thud, thud. At the door, zombie Wu Yu continued to pound relentlessly. Inside the cold storage, there were 4 ability users along with an ability cat, making the allure of the enhanced zombie overwhelming. Unless a more powerful ability user than Fang Luo was nearby, there was no way zombie Wu Yu would depart from this location. Fang Luo directly opened the door to the cold storage. Outside, the once door-banging zombie, Wu Yu, lost his balance and collapsed before Fang Luo, resembling a dog that had just tumbled in a most undignified manner. Fang Luo regarded him with a mixture of pity and disdain. This unfortunate soul had once been a loyal guardian, tirelessly eliminating zombies at the cold storage entrance to protect his wife, only to succumb to the very fate he fought against. He had nearly succeeded in taking Fang Luo's life, but was saved by his wife, who also aided him in regaining his strength. Yet, there was an undeniable cruelty in Wu Yu, having mercilessly slain a young fawn, displaying a profound lack of humanity. Fang Luo vowed not to let him escape unpunished. With a growl, the zombie Wu Yu, devoid of reason, perceived Fang Luo as a delectable feast and lunged forward. Let me personally deal with you using the energy bestowed by Lu Su, Fang Luo sneered. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared behind Wu Yu, conjuring a spatial blade aimed at the back of the zombie's skull. The blade struck, but alas, Wu Yu's earth-based powers enveloped him in a formidable layer of stone, rendering Fang Luo's attack nearly impotent. Enraged, the zombie pivoted to charge at Fang Luo once more. Come and chase me, green-haired turtle, Fang Luo taunted with a grin, beckoning him with a flick of his fingers before darting away from the cold storage. Engaging in combat indoors was unwise. Every piece of furniture was a luxury item worth a fortune, and the thought of damaging them was unbearable. Zombies with special abilities often pursued the strongest individual nearby for the greater energy contained within their crystalline minds. Thus, even as Fang Luo fled, Wu Yu opted to chase the more powerful Fang Luo rather than targeting Lin Zijing and the other women. Chapter 63, A Wealth of Gains Soon. A game of cat and mouse ensued outside the cold storage, with Fang Luo and the zombie Wu Yu engaged in a relentless chase. However, Fang Luo's ability to teleport over 20 meters with ease rendered Wu Yu, the cumbersome Earth-type zombie, incapable of keeping pace. After several twists and turns, Wu Yu, frustrated by his inability to catch Fang Luo, let out a furious roar. Driven by his primal instincts, he summoned all his might, commanding a multitude of stones to rain down upon Fang Luo. Dozens of heavy rocks, each weighing at least 100 pounds, hurtled toward him. Should they connect, even an armored vehicle would be crushed under their weight. Inside the cold storage, Lin Zijing and the other women watched in horror, their hearts racing. Had their energy reserves not been depleted, they would have rushed out to shield Fang Luo, urgently calling out, "Be careful." Yet, their warnings were unnecessary. Just as the stones were about to strike Fang Luo, he appeared behind the zombie Wu Yu in the blink of an eye, seizing the perfect moment to plunge another spatial blade into the back of his head. After enduring such prolonged combat, Fang Luo had been skillfully evading attacks, conserving his energy. In contrast, the zombie Wu Yu, while relentlessly pursuing Fang Luo, was indiscriminately utilizing his supernatural abilities, having just exhausted his powers controlling the stones. Wu Yu's defenses had significantly diminished, rendering him vulnerable at his weakest moment. With a swift strike, Fang Luo's blade pierced through Wu Yu's skull, causing his brain matter to splatter. How astonishing! In the cold storage, the women observing Fang Luo's battle were left utterly speechless, unable to comprehend how he had deftly avoided the barrage of boulders and positioned himself behind Wu Yu to deliver a fatal blow. It was simply beyond belief. They vowed that Fang Luo was undoubtedly the fastest man they had ever witnessed in the world. Could it be that her brother-in-law possessed speed-related powers? No. Lin Yu shook her head in contemplation. Although he had been evasively quick, akin to speed abilities, the manner in which he had attacked the zombie was clearly not indicative of such powers. He had wielded a knife moments ago, yet was now absent, resembling her own wind-related abilities. Perhaps his blade was a manifestation of wind. However, his proficiency with wind abilities appeared to far surpass her own. He truly was remarkable. Lin Yu mused that they shared the same supernatural powers, a perfect match indeed. Wind abilities? Lin Zijing felt a swell of pride. Over the past few days, She had learned much alongside Fang Luo and had developed an understanding of which abilities were formidable and which were not. Her partner not only possessed impressive wind powers, but could wield them with such excellence. It was truly marvelous. On the other hand, Lu Su harbored a secret disdain. Wind abilities? Fang Luo should have awakened the powers of a thief instead. Yet, she could not help but admire his prowess with a single strike. He had cleaved Wu Yu's head in two. Meanwhile, Fang Luo overheard the women's conversation and found himself secretly amused. He was not wielding wind powers, but rather the rare and precious ability of space. Although his combat style bore a striking resemblance to wind abilities, the difference in combat effectiveness was substantial. However, it was no fault of theirs for failing to discern the truth. Space abilities were exceedingly rare. Since the apocalypse, they had encountered hundreds of supernatural beings, yet none had awakened space powers. It was likely the same for others. As long as he refrained from disclosing his ability, no one would suspect the existence of space powers. They would simply categorize him as possessing wind or speed abilities. This misconception alleviated considerable trouble for Fang Luo. His current strength was insufficient, and if his space powers were revealed, others might connect them to the theft of resources prior to the apocalypse, leading to a collective assault against him. Moreover, given that the stolen resources belonged to Lu Su's family, she would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. With a single blow, Fang Luo had dealt with the zombie Wu Yu, restoring tranquility to the cold storage. As he extracted the crystal from Wu Yu's skull, a radiant light emanated from the surroundings. The radiance of this crystal surpassed that of all the evolution crystals found by Fang Luo. He estimated that this singular crystal was worth at least 10 or more evolution crystals. Indeed, it was far more fruitful to vanquish zombies and garner energy. Outside, there were dozens of zombie corpses. Coupled with the crystals extracted from the heads of several ability users, today's haul amounted to nearly 100 crystals. However, the energy exceeded 100, at least around 300 units. A windfall. Fang Luo surmised that should he absorb all the energy, his strength would more than double. If only he could encounter a few more evolved zombies. Come over and lend a hand, ladies. Fang Luo called to Lin Zijing and Lu Su to assist in severing the heads of the remaining zombies. Yes, darling, Lin Zijing replied with joy, feeling an indescribable sense of pride witnessing her man's prowess. Lu Su sighed, glancing at the corpse of the zombie Wu Yu. This chapter of misfortune was finally at an end. It also signified that she would soon seek out her father and master. Oddly, she felt a twinge of reluctance to depart. Was it the comfort of the cold storage? Indeed, it was not only cool, but also provided food and drink, arguably the most comfortable place in the world. I want to help too, Lin Yu insisted from her wheelchair, eager to contribute. Fang Luo shot her a disapproving look. You're injured. Just stay put. Humph, Lin Yu retorted, turning to Lu Su. Sister, you must heal me soon. Sister? Lu Su was taken aback by the unusual address. My sister is the first woman of the brother-in-law, the eldest, as you are the second. That makes you the second sister, Lin Yu playfully explained. Lu Su's face flushed crimson as she hastily clarified. My relationship with him is not of that nature. No need to explain. I understand, Lin Yu teased, causing Lu Su to feel flustered, almost to the point of tears. Yet, she felt a sense of relief. Since Lin Yu's leg was still unhealed, she could not depart just yet. She would prioritize treating her leg first. The group collectively gathered the crystals. In less than an hour, all the crystals were extracted, and the women did not hoard any, presenting them all to Fang Luo. He counted 85 in total. Excluding the one from Zombie Wu Yu, each of these crystals contained energy equivalent to 34 evolution crystals, amounting to a total of 300 evolution crystals. This was more than Fang Luo had collected since the onset of the apocalypse. He did not keep them all for himself, distributing 10 crystals each to Lin Zijing and Lu Su to enhance their capabilities. Returning to the cold storage, after a day of labor, everyone took a well-deserved rest. After dinner, Fang Luo commenced his strength enhancement. This time, the increase promised to be unprecedented in magnitude. Chapter 64 Departure. This time, Fang Luo harvested 85 zombie crystals, equivalent to over 300 evolution crystals. Coupled with the nearly 100 crystals he had previously accumulated, Fang Luo effectively possessed around 400 evolution crystals. Initially, he could absorb only 5 evolution crystals per day, but after absorbing the source of life from Lu Su, he could now absorb 10 each day, thus doubling his efficiency. Moreover, As his strength increased, the quantity he could absorb also grew significantly. 10 days have elapsed. During this span, Fang Luo absorbed over 120 evolution crystals. However, rather than diminishing, his crystal count continued to rise. Each day, zombies besieged the cold storage, prompting Fang Luo to venture out and eliminate them. He could have absorbed even more crystals, but unfortunately, the effect of Lu Su's source of life waned after the 5th day, leading to a decline in his absorption rate in the subsequent days. Fang Luo secretly sought out Lu Su, hoping to borrow a bit more of her life source. Regrettably, he was met with a sharp rebuke. "No way," he lamented, wishing he could absorb once more, for it would significantly enhance his strength. Observing Fang Luo's disappointment, Lu Su felt a twinge of compassion and subtly conveyed that it was not her unwillingness, but rather that she had been entirely drained by him previously. Fang Luo suddenly understood and felt a surge of excitement. "So, once you recover, I can absorb again?" "Get lost." Lu Su blushed and shooed him away. Fang Luo, unperturbed, focused on enhancing his power. Currently, Fang Luo's spatial flicker distance had increased from the previous 20 meters to approximately 40 meters. With his current strength, he could consecutively execute over 50 releases, with each displacement taking less than 0.5 seconds. A flicker every half second. Was this not more terrifying than a level 16 Cassidon? The opposing base might as well explode. His spatial barrier had also seen considerable improvement. It could now withstand 5,000 kilograms of force, ensuring that even if a small truck were to crush him, he would remain unscathed. It could be said that a defense-oriented ability user might not possess the same level of defense as Fang Luo. His duration was impressively persistent. He could maintain continuous releases for up to 10 hours. Unless faced with overwhelming odds in battle, he could withstand for at least 5 hours or more. However, encounters with seasoned combat experts would present a different challenge altogether. In addition, there was the spatial mark. Now, Fang Luo could release up to 15 marks simultaneously, akin to having 15 high-definition surveillance cameras capable of generating explosions with a diameter exceeding 15 meters, dealing considerable damage. The damage from his spatial blade was also formidable. A solid steel rod, 5 centimeters in diameter, could be effortlessly severed, and should it strike a person, it would cleave them in twain with ease. "Brother-in-law, dinner is ready." Outside, Lin Yuyu's voice resonated. During this time, Lu Su's strength had significantly increased, and Lin Yuyu's leg injury had just been completely healed today, allowing her to move about with exuberance. Fang Luo emerged from his room. The dining table was laden with at least 100 pounds of food. With the enhancement of their abilities and the ensuing energy expenditure, the appetites of the ability wielders had grown considerably. To hone his powers, Fang Luo had to exhaust his abilities daily, managing to consume approximately 45 pounds of food when hunger struck. Lin Zijing could devour over 10 pounds, while Electric Mother required around 20 pounds. Together, they annihilated at least 200 pounds of food each day. 200 pounds. Given the current market prices in the apocalypse, 200 pounds of food could easily procure 100 reasonably attractive maids. In essence, Fang Luo and his companions consumed the equivalent of 100 maids daily. Fortunately, Fang Luo possessed ample resources to sustain such consumption. No other ability wielders would dare to expend their powers so freely. There simply wasn't enough food to support such wastefulness. Thus, it was only natural that Fang Luo's strength surged at a rapid pace, as his sacrifices far exceeded those of others. "Brother-in-law, the weather outside seems to be cooling down," they chatted while eating. Indeed, Fang Luo nodded. Since the onset of the apocalypse nearly a month ago, the oppressive heat had gradually dissipated. It was no longer necessary to go outside bare-chested. However, this did not signify the conclusion of the apocalypse. The true peril lay in the zombies and the awakened ability wielders. With human technology in shambles, abilities had become the most formidable weapons in the world. Powerful ability wielders could reign supreme in the apocalypse, doing whatever they desired. Modern-day emperors. If someone were to tell these resource-rich ability wielders, "You must adhere to the law, refrain from fighting, and refrain from killing, for the sake of preserving more lives. You should share your plundered resources with those who lack them and work together to restore a civilized society." Would anyone heed such words? Absolutely not. In fact, they might even kill the one who dared to speak such nonsense. Transforming a poor person into a wealthy one would bring joy, but turning a wealthy person into a pauper? That is the harsh reality. Even Fang Luo would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. At most, he could refrain from harming the innocent. Of course, there were indeed some who strived for peace, though they were few and far between. Fang Luo knew one such individual. In calculating the time, he realized that this person should be making an appearance soon. The conversation continued among the group. Lu Su gazed blankly outside, observing that the weather was returning to normal, and she too should seek out her father and master. In truth, several days prior, she could have healed Lin Yuyu's leg. But out of a desire to justify her prolonged stay in the cold storage, Lu Su deliberately allowed Lin Yuyu to suffer for a few more days. However, she was acutely aware that she could not continue in this manner indefinitely, for she truly had no legitimate reason to remain there. It was utterly absurd to consider becoming Fang Luo's woman, especially given that she was 5 years his senior. Furthermore, he already had 3 women. In Lu Su's worldview, both men and women should be devoted to a single partner, and love ought to be pure and unblemished. Therefore, upon awakening to the sight of the weather beginning to clear, she resolved to leave. "I am leaving," Lu Su declared to Fang Luo. "You are leaving?" Fang Luo furrowed his brow immediately. Lu Su possessed wood-based abilities and held the source of life, which was of great assistance to Fang Luo. He had long considered her an ally. The prospect of her departure was akin to a loss of hundreds of billions to him. "Why?" he inquired. "I need to find my father and my master," Lu Su replied, citing only one of her motives. Had Fang Luo not had other women, she might not have been so resolute in her decision to depart. Fang Luo fell silent. If her reason had been different, he might have tried to persuade her to stay, but this was a justification he could not contest. Deep down, Fang Luo was an exceptionally filial person. Had his parents still been alive, he would have chosen to seek them over any fortune presented to him. He admired Lu Su's resolve in this matter. Very well, Fang Luo nodded. He was not an inherently selfish individual. If he truly wished to retain Lu Su, she would not be able to leave. However, he continued, "Let me assist you in your search." If she was looking for her father and not seeking separation, bringing him to her would allow her to continue benefiting from the source of life. "Really?" Lu Su's eyes brightened, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Of course," Fang Luo replied with a smile, noting that he, too, had matters to attend to outside, and the individual he was expecting should soon appear. Chapter 65. Lu Family Manor. After dining, Lu Su prepared to venture out in search of her father, with Fang Luo accompanying her. Lin Yuyu had initially intended to join them, but Fang Luo declined her participation, citing her recent injury and diminished strength. In the event of danger, he could not guarantee her safety. Lin Yuyu felt quite dejected, clinging to Fang Luo's arm and playfully complaining about her solitude at home, which she deemed boring and perilous. "What if someone breaks in and does something to me? Brother-in-law, you would lose a pure and adorable little sister-in-law." Yet Fang Luo paid her no mind. "You're merely a sister-in-law. Your purity or lack thereof bears no significance to me," he shrugged. "How can it not matter?" Lin Yuyu retorted, her urgency prompting her to speak, but she ultimately held her tongue. At last, Lin Ziqin spoke up. "I will stay and accompany you." Ultimately, Fang Luo, Lu Su, and one cat set off together in a vehicle, departing from the cold storage facility. "Where is your home?" Fang Luo inquired. "My home is in the Bin district, at the Lu Family Manor," Lu Su replied. "The Lu Family Manor?" Fang Luo was familiar with this estate, situated in the coastal area, sprawling over 2,000 acres and encompassing residential villas, swimming pools, golf courses, and more. It could be likened to a miniature palace. Rumor had it that its construction cost exceeded 5 billion. If it were to be sold, the price would likely be even higher. To his surprise, it belonged to Lu Su's family. Fang Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. But considering the hundreds of billions in assets the Lu family possessed before the apocalypse, it was understandable. The disparity between his cold storage and such a grand estate was indeed considerable. He jested, "Rich lady, save me a room in the manor." "Don't call me rich lady. It sounds too crass." Lu Su playfully glared at him. "If you want, I can give it to you." Her words held a kernel of truth. Over a month into the apocalypse, with the population plummeting by billions, it was uncertain how many still lived within a vast estate. And her father's whereabouts remained a mystery as well. Thus, giving the manor to Fang Luo wouldn't be a significant loss. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they drove towards the manor. The current weather had dipped to 40 degrees. Although still warm, it was no longer unbearable. However, due to the enhanced zombies, few dared to wander the streets alone. Consequently, Fang Luo encountered little company on the road, save for a number of zombie dogs, cats, and rats, which he ran over to spare them from causing harm. After more than an hour, Fang Luo finally arrived near the Lu family manor. Yet, he found the vicinity surrounded by numerous zombies, some even clad in maid uniforms, presumably former servants of the estate. These zombies exhibited significantly greater strength than before. Even Fang Luo's armored vehicle struggled to crush them. Could there be someone inside? Fang Luo observed the throng of at least several hundred zombies. Zombies are instinctively drawn to food, gravitating towards areas with higher concentrations of humans. Their presence suggested that there might indeed be survivors within the manor. And quite a few at that. Could it be my father? Lu Su felt a flicker of hope. Previously, she had learned from Wu Yu that her father was missing. Initially, she had believed him, feeling rather foolish in retrospect. Let's find an entrance and take a look, she suggested. However, Fang Luo remained skeptical, doubting that Lu Su's father was among them. He maneuvered the vehicle to evade the encroaching zombies, parking in a safe spot before turning to Lu Su. Close your eyes. I'll take you inside. Why must I close my eyes? Upon hearing this, Lu Su instinctively recalled a moment when she had asked Fang Luo to shut his eyes, causing her cheeks to flush. Don't worry. I have nothing to make you drink, Fang Luo teased. Ha, I shall not partake in that. Lu Su lightly chided, yet obediently closed her eyes. Fang Luo, utilizing his spatial abilities, effortlessly traversed the nearly 2-meter-thick, 8-meter-high wall, entering the estate. Upon opening her eyes and realizing she had entered the manor, Lu Su could not help but gasp in astonishment. The wall was indeed 8 meters tall. It was no small feat for even zombies to scale it. The fact that Fang Luo had brought her in under 2 seconds was utterly miraculous. How did you accomplish that? She inquired. It's a secret, Fang Luo replied, concealing his method. He continued, I'm not familiar with this place. Please lead the way. Lu Su nodded, then began to stroll through the estate. Who are these people? She asked. After only a few steps, they discovered numerous dirt-covered survivors within the grounds. Upon noticing Fang Luo and Lu Su, the survivors, seeing their pristine appearance, dared not utter a word and hastily returned to their tasks. Are they your servants? Fang Luo queried. No. My family does not possess this many servants. Lu Su shook her head. There were at least several hundred individuals here. There was no way the Lu family could have that many servants. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a whip echoed, mingled with a man's furious shouts. How dare you slack off? Do you think your meals are free? I'll whip you to death. Well done, Gua Xiao. A woman chimed in, her voice laced with mockery. Fang Luo furrowed his brow. Let us go see. The two approached, and soon witnessed a group of disheveled individuals laboriously digging pits. Beside them lay a frail man on the ground, while a young man in his 20s cradled a sultry woman in his arms, one hand caressing her form while the other wielded a whip, striking the frail man mercilessly. It's her. Lu Su seemed to recognize the woman, and upon seeing her nestled in the man's embrace, an expression of fury crossed her face. Do you know her? Fang Luo turned to ask. However, before Lu Su could respond, the couple nearby seemed to notice Fang Luo and Lu Su striding towards them. Who are you? The young man, referred to as Gua Xiao, scrutinized Fang Luo and Lu Su. Unlike the grimy survivors, Fang Luo and Lu Su appeared immaculate, leading Gua Xiao to initially regard them as newly arrived abilities users. Yet, his gaze fell upon Lu Su, and he could not help but assess her from head to toe, desire flickering in his eyes. Lu Su, with her fair complexion and striking beauty, exuded an air of nobility that would tempt even the most resolute of men. I am Gua Hao. The young man introduced himself, extending his hand. It's you, Lu Su. The woman in Gua Hao's arms also recognized Lu Su, feeling a twinge of displeasure at Gua Hao's unwavering attention on her. Do you know her? Gua Hao was taken aback. Oh, her? She is the daughter of someone important, the woman chuckled. What nonsense. You're only in your 20s. How could you possibly have such a grown daughter? Gua Hao rolled his eyes. She is not my biological daughter, the woman remarked. Her father was once the master of this estate, Lu Tian. She is Lu Tian's only daughter, the young lady of the Lu family. Chapter 66, The Stepmother. She is a young lady of the Lu family? Upon hearing the woman's introduction, Gua Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Lu Su once more. She possessed an alluring figure, likely standing over 168 centimeters tall, with a gentle oval face and exquisitely defined features, radiating an aura of intellect and grace. The Lu family is one of the 3 prominent families in Luo City. The title of a young lady of the Lu family is known among those with any semblance of power, as she is one of the 3 goddesses of Luo City. Gua Hao, a minor affluent second generation, had certainly heard of her, yet he had never encountered her in person. This was largely due to the fact that Lu Su had not resided in Luo City during her youth. Instead, she had lived with an elder traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. At the age of 18, she quietly entered the capital medical university for further studies and only returned to Jiang City as a modest physician after obtaining her master's degree at 25, ultimately becoming the department head at 28. Throughout this period, she maintained a remarkably low profile, her reputation circulating only within elite circles. Lu Su was thrust into the public eye when she married a young man from a third-rate family, a union prompted by her gratitude for his life-saving actions, which was even documented in the newspapers, portraying her as a paragon of gratitude. At that time, all the elite second-generation heirs in Luo City lamented the fate of such a prize catch being taken, wishing to eliminate Wu Yu. The reason Guo Hao did not recognize Lu Su immediately was that his social standing was too low to have attended that wedding, and the newspapers had not captured her face. Now, recognizing her beauty and recalling her status as one of the three goddesses of Luo City, he was momentarily taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Indeed, she was a goddess. He pointed at Fang Luo, who bore a delicate appearance, questioning how such an unimpressive young man could be fortunate enough to marry such a stunning goddess. Him? The alluring woman assessed Fang Luo and shook her head, recalling that the man she remembered was not as handsome as he. My dear daughter, I never expected that just a few days later, you would have found another suitor. What happened to your husband? Did you have him eliminated? The seductive woman taunted Lu Su with a mocking tone. She held a deep disdain for this seemingly demure and refined woman, who once kept silent, but now had no reservations. Enough. Lu Su ritorted angrily. Do not call me daughter, Sunyu. You are merely my stepmother. Where's my father? Why are you with this man? Sunyu? Fang Luo was taken aback. The name sounded eerily familiar. He scrutinized the woman before him and suddenly recalled who she was. Was she not the lead actress from a certain television drama? Renowned as a pure and innocent beauty, she was the dream girl for many men, boasting millions of followers on Weibo. Fang Luo's former college roommate had been quite fond of this actress, dragging him along to watch her dramas. He could hardly believe that she was Lu Su's stepmother. It was simply astonishing. Lu Su, at the tender age of 28, undoubtedly has a father who must be over 50. In stark contrast, Sunyu, appearing to be merely 25, has chosen to marry a man who is twice her age. What chaos this world of privilege presents. It is no wonder that Lu Su feels such fury. The very Sunyu before her is entwined with her father, now languidly leaning into another man's embrace. Is this not a blatant affront to her father's honor? TSK. Why am I with Guo? Sunyu chuckled lightly. It is undoubtedly because Guo possesses remarkable capabilities. Your decrepit father, with his frail constitution, would have found it difficult to win me over had he not elevated my status. Now that his assets have been pilfered, what purpose do I serve by remaining with him? Am I to simply await starvation? With Guo, I am assured daily sustenance and the luxury of not having to toil. Moreover, Guo wields formidable abilities to safeguard me. You shameless wretch. Lu Su's chest heaved with indignation, and had it not been for her refined demeanor, she would have struck Sunyu across the face. Fang Luo observed with a peculiar expression. In a twisted sense, Lu Su's father had been wronged, and she inadvertently played a role in this debacle. How shameful. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your daughter, Sunyu retorted disdainfully. Shameless? Look who's talking. You, who married for just over a month, have swiftly sought out a new paramour. I have not. Lu Su's face flushed with anger. Fang Luo, feeling slightly vexed, could hardly accept being labeled a wild man by such a woman. And my father? Where is he? Lu Su, unwilling to engage further with Sunyu, coldly inquired about her father's whereabouts. Oh, him? Sunyu scoffed. Upon learning of his stolen assets, he was so enraged that he fainted. Following that, he succumbed to the heat, his health being so poor, he never regained consciousness. Eventually, an old man came, claiming to take him to the capital for treatment. What a farce. With the sweltering weather, flights grounded and roads sealed off, did they plan to walk to the capital? I fear they would be devoured by zombies along the way. Could it be that Master is escorting my father to the capital? Lu Su's brow furrowed with deep concern. Master, my father is over 60, and the distance from Luo City to the capital spans thousands of kilometers. How could they possibly make the journey? As Sunyu suggested, they are at great risk of encountering mishaps. Lu Su's heart tightened with anxiety. No, I must go find them. She turned to leave. Yet, Just as Lu Su prepared to depart, Guahao obstructed her path. "Miss Lu, we have arrived home. Why not come inside for a drink? I will ensure you are well taken care of." Such a stunning woman, one he could never have imagined in his wildest dreams. Though she may be considered second-hand now, she still eclipsed the woman beside him. "This is my home. I shall enter as I please, and I have no need for your hospitality." Lu Su shot him a cold glare. Before encountering Fang Luo, Lu Su had always exuded an air of aloofness, a quality that came naturally from her distinguished lineage. The glance she cast made Guahao feel a tremor of anxiety within. How absurd. She is merely a woman, while I possess extraordinary abilities. Why should I be afraid? Guahao silently cursed. "Miss Lu, this is no longer your domain," he remarked with a cold sneer. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing this individual. "Oh? Is this your territory?" A sense of vigilance began to awaken within him. It was evident that this estate had been claimed by others. There were likely thousands residing within. To manage such a multitude, there must be at least 100 extraordinary beings in this manner. For Guahao to oversee such a number, he must be at least a T1 level extraordinary. Although Fang Luo felt no fear towards anyone, he was not arrogant enough to dismiss everyone outright. He quietly activated his spatial barrier, gripping 3 spatial seals and wielding a spatial blade. Should his opponent make a move, he would unleash a lethal attack in an instant. "This area is under my jurisdiction," Guahao boasted, thumping his chest with pride. "What do you mean by that?" Fang Luo was taken aback. Having detected the flaw in his statement, he referred to this area, not the entire estate. Young Master Gua is the leader of this group, managing 5 extraordinary beings and 100 survivors. Sun Yu, nestled in Guahao's embrace, declared with great pride. Hearing this, Fang Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter. "A group leader? Managing 5 extraordinary beings? I had assumed you were the overseer of the entire estate, but it turns out you're merely a petty figure." Now you realize your inferiority, Sun Yu, oblivious to Fang Luo's disdain, continued to boast. "Young Master Gua earns a daily wage of a pound of rice, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a chicken leg as a weekly bonus." Ha ha ha. Even Electric Mother, upon hearing this, couldn't help but meow in derision, rolling on the ground with an expression of utter contempt. "My friend, a pound of rice a day? Only 1 chicken leg a week? Your sustenance is less than what I excrete. What kind of group leader are you? Come, assist me in cleaning the restroom. You may feast on what I discard. Don't deprive yourself, meow." Fang Luo found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had assumed that Sun Yu, being with Guahao, indicated that he was a formidable character, considering Sun Yu had once been a celebrated star and the woman of Lu Su's father. However, he was astonished to discover he was merely a group leader. Nonetheless, Sun Yu was faring decently. One must acknowledge that this was the apocalypse, where mere beauty held little value. There were countless stars like Sun Yu in Yin country. Furthermore, she was a second-hand, or even an in-hand, accident. True powerhouses would not deign to look at such women. Like Fang Luo, they prioritize value, meaning the possession of extraordinary abilities, followed by character and appearance. Thus, Sun Yu could only find herself entangled with such mediocre extraordinary beings. Guahao possesses a keener insight than Sun Yu, discerning the unusual glint in Fang Luo's eyes. "My friend," Guahao scoffed, "do you have any idea which faction you've intruded upon? Trespassing into our Wan Chai Wharf territory carries grave consequences." "Wan Chai Wharf? Do you all have an affinity for dumplings?" Fang Luo mused, finding the name of the opposing faction rather peculiar. Upon further reflection, he realized he lacked a faction of his own. As he contemplated the future necessity of recruiting subordinates, he acknowledged that establishing an organizational name could foster unity and a sense of belonging. He declared, "I belong to Ionia." "Ionia?" Guahao chuckled derisively, clearly unfamiliar with this faction, suspecting it to be an insignificant group. Instantly, Fang Luo's initial wariness dissipated, replaced by a gaze filled with disdain. He turned to Lu Su and remarked, "Miss Lu, what prospects could one have by aligning with such a trivial faction? Who knows when they might be annihilated by zombies? Join us at Wan Chai Wharf instead. As long as you're with me, I shall provide you with half a kilogram of rice daily, a bottle of water, and even chicken legs." Guahao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He believed his offer was generous, especially considering that he only provided Sun Yu with a mere 2 taels of rice each day. Get lost. Even Lu Su, possessing a refined demeanor, could not suppress a look of contempt directed at Guahao. "Half a kilogram of rice? I consume dozens of kilograms of food daily at Fang Luo's place, with a variety of lobster and abalone. Do you think I would value such meager offerings? Furthermore, this is my home. Shall I assist you in reclaiming your estate? Fang Luo inquired. Do as you please, Lu Su replied nonchalantly. For her, the matter of reclaiming the estate held little significance, as she intended to seek her father in the capital. Here, consider it yours. Then I shall not be polite, Fang Luo grinned. The weather was no longer sweltering, and while the cold storage offered a decent living environment, it was undeniably inferior to the estate. Moreover, as he planned to recruit followers, residing in a cold storage was impractical. Not only was there insufficient space, but Fang Luo also had no intention of allowing other men to overhear his private conversations with his wife. Thus, a larger abode was essential, and the estate would serve this purpose perfectly, especially since it belonged to Lu Su. Seizing the estate, Guo Hao, having overheard their decision regarding the property, wore a mockingly incredulous expression. This pretty boy truly lacked awareness of his own limitations. Do you have any idea how many people are part of Wanchai Wharf? Guo Hao sneered at Fang Luo. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. How many? Wanchai Wharf is currently one of the 3 largest factions in Luocheng, boasting over 3,000 survivors and more than 300 individuals with abilities. Our leader can single-handedly confront 10 zombies. Do you genuinely believe that your insignificant faction can claim our estate? Guo Hao scoffed. At the mere command of our leader, over 3,000 people could easily crush you. Upon hearing this, Fang Luo furrowed his brow. The strength of Wanchai Wharf was indeed more formidable than he had initially imagined. However, with his spatial abilities, as long as he does not act recklessly, it is virtually impossible for anyone to slay him. As for seizing the manor, Fang Luo has no such intentions for the time being. With over 3,000 individuals in the manor, a diverse crowd, he lacks the leisure to oversee them, and his own cold storage is more than sufficient. Nevertheless, should the need arise in the future, he might consider returning. Observing Fang Luo's silence, Guo Hao mistakenly presumed Fang Luo was intimidated and thus became increasingly self-satisfied. What do you think, Miss Lu? Abandon this beggar and join us. Become my woman, and you shall want for nothing. Guo Hao leaned closer to Lu Su, extending his hand to caress her cheek. How tiresome. Fang Luo, weary of Guo Hao's incessant prattle, swiftly delivered a spatial blade, severing the latter's claw. Following that, another strike cleaved through the man's skull, extracting the crystal nestled within. It was a devastating display of power. Meanwhile, Sun Yu stood dumbfounded, momentarily unable to comprehend the scene. Just moments before, a living man, now reduced to a gruesome spectacle, some of the white viscous fluid splattering onto her face. She was rendered speechless. What manner of demon are you? You actually killed Guo Hao? You are all insane. He was the leader of the Wanchai Wharf group, and you are doomed. Sun Yu pointed at Fang Luo in terror. Fang Luo cast her sidelong glance. Wanchai Wharf. Even Popeye would be of no use here. Do not kill me, please. In the face of Fang Luo's murderous intent, Sun Yu panicked, realizing that threats would not sway him. With a quick turn of thought, she fell to her knees, clutching Fang Luo's leg and crying out for mercy, even grasping his hand inappropriately. Do not kill me. I will not speak of this. I can be your woman. My acting skills are superb. Whatever role you wish me to play, I could be Lu Su's stepmother. Just do not harm her. At that moment, Lu Su called out to stop Fang Luo. He looked at her, puzzled. Was she truly concerned for this stepmother? She is my father's woman. Do you wish to betray him? Lu Su glittered. Although she did not hold any affection for Sun Yu, she recognized the fact that she had once been her father's woman, and Fang Luo's involvement with her could lead to utter chaos. Lu Su could not accept such a notion. Fang Luo protested his innocence. She grabbed my hand. I was merely responding. I have no interest in such a woman. Then shall I kill her? Fang Luo inquired. Do as you wish. Though Lu Su possessed a kind heart and a healer's compassion, her time spent with Fang Luo had altered her perspective somewhat. She would no longer show undue mercy towards adversaries as she once did. Then let us refrain from killing her for now, Fang Luo concluded after a moment of contemplation. He intended to leave a spatial mark on Sun Yu, thereby utilizing her to glean information about certain matters within the manor, and when necessary, she could serve as a bomb, a precaution for future exigencies. This approach proved more advantageous than a direct assassination. After marking her, Fang Luo allowed Sun Yu to depart. Let's make our exit as well, he urged as he guided Lu Su away. Upon returning, Sun Yu would undoubtedly inform others of their actions. Indeed, As Fang Luo surmised after leaving, Sun Yu proceeded to a villa within the estate to alert the manor's overseer. Utilizing the monitoring capabilities of the mark, Fang Luo was privy to this exchange. The individual in question was a remarkably handsome youth in his 20s, exuding a subtle air of ruthlessness, indicative of a shrewd and merciless character. His name was Li Zetian, the heir of one of the 3 prominent families in Luo City prior to the apocalypse, a graduate of a prestigious foreign institution. He returned home to take charge of the family business. The Li family operated ports and engaged in the fishing and livestock industry, boasting over 70 fishing vessels and employing thousands of sailors, with assets totaling in the billions. At the onset of the apocalypse, Li Zetian sensed an impending anomaly and refrained from selling the day's catch, opting instead to stockpile it. As fate would have it, the apocalypse persisted, and it was these very provisions that enabled his family to survive. Subsequently, with the emergence of supernatural abilities, he uncovered their secrets, awakening his own powers and assisting his relatives in doing the same. Although some perished during the awakening process, the Li family was numerous enough that over 20 individuals ultimately manifested powers, becoming his loyal confidants. Later, he summoned former sailors from his family's ranks who had also awakened abilities, managing them through his relatives to form a formidable force known as the Wanchai Pier, which swiftly ascended to become one of the largest gangs in Luo City. Presently, his territory extended beyond the Lu family manor to include the docks and various other locations. Li Zetian himself remained detached from gang affairs, dedicating his days to enhancing his strength, for he understood that while resources were vital, true power was the key to safeguarding them. "Are you saying you have discovered Lu Su?" Li Zetian inquired of Sun Yu with astonishment. "Where is she now?" Being of similar age to Lu Su, he had previously pursued her affections, only to be spurned as she was a second-rate scion of wealth, an act that had incensed him. He had long harbored the desire to claim her for himself. Just moments ago at the manor, she was accompanied by a formidable man. Having eliminated Guoxiao, Li Zetian erupted in laughter. "Since the onset of the apocalypse, I have been dispatching individuals to inquire about her whereabouts. Recently, I heard she had been abducted, yet here she appears. What is that man's name?" He pressed further. Sun Yu shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "I don't know, but he claims to be part of the Ionian gang and intends to seize our estate." "Ionian?" Li Zetian furrowed his brow. "Is there any prominent gang in Luoqing by that name?" "Master, the major gangs in Luoqing at present are the newly emerged orphanage and the ruthless faction of the Chun family. There is no Ionian among even the second-tier gangs," a relative explained. "Ha! A nobody from a mere second-tier gang dares to covet our Wanzai wharf." Li Zetian scoffed, waving his hand dismissively at his relative. "Second uncle, fetch Lu Su for me, and take care of this Ionian while you're at it. As for you," Li Zetian glanced at Sun Yu, "you performed commendably. I shall reward you with an evolution crystal. Whether you awaken special abilities depends on your fate." "Thank you, young master." Another suitor for Lu Su, Fang Luo, observing through the mark, took in the scene before him, surprised by the number of admirers Lu Su had. If these individuals knew that Lu Su had helped him regain his strength in such a manner, he wondered if they would be consumed by envy. Surely, they would wish to eliminate him. However, Li Zetian seemed somewhat formidable. From observation, his strength was considerably greater than Wu Yu's, although not his match. Directly eliminating him would pose a challenge. Moreover, it appeared that Li Zetian had discovered methods to enhance his power, continuously absorbing crystals while consuming copious amounts of food. Interestingly, all his subordinates were his relatives. Fang Luo had previously contemplated inciting rebellion, but now felt relieved he had not acted impulsively. Even if he had eliminated Li Zetian at that moment, unifying the estate would have been arduous. He would need to deal with his relatives gradually. After departing the estate, the two resumed their journey in a vehicle. "Where do you plan to go now?" Fang Luo inquired, observing Lu Su, who seemed lost in thought. Lu Su glanced at Fang Luo, hesitated momentarily, then with determination declared, "I want to go to the capital to find my father." "To the capital?" Fang Luo's tone turned grave. "It's over 2,000 kilometers away. Although the weather has cooled somewhat, there will undoubtedly be zombies and ability users along the way. You could very well perish on the journey." "I understand," Lu Su nodded. "However, I was raised solely by my father. Now that he is in danger, as his only daughter, I must seek him out, regardless of the peril." Fang Luo fell silent. Lu Su's resolve was indeed admirable, and he found himself without a counter-argument. If the roles were reversed, he too would act similarly. "I cannot accompany you," Fang Luo stated. That's all right, Lu Su replied with a faint smile. You have already helped me immensely. If you accompany me further, I might be compelled to repay you with my life. Is it too late for me to join you now? Lu Su was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly grasped Fang Luo's intention, her expression turning playfully reproachful. It's too late. What a pity. Fang Luo's countenance reflected disappointment. In truth, even if Lu Su had claimed there was time, he could never accompany her. The journey was fraught with peril, where one could lose their life at any moment. Moreover, Fang Luo was not well acquainted with the outside world. All he knew from his past life pertained solely to Jiang City. Venturing beyond would render his prior knowledge meaningless, equivalent to a feudal rebirth. Fang Luo would not forsake his own foundation for the sake of a woman. To journey afar, he must first unify Luo City and bolster his strength. Chapter 69. Enemies and narrow paths, how do you plan to reach the capital? Fang Luo inquired. Lu Su pondered for a moment and replied, I suppose I shall walk. Over 2,000 kilometers? How long will that take? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Luo suggested, you should take this vehicle. Ordinary zombies cannot breach its defenses, ensuring your safety. To Fang Luo at present, the armored vehicle was merely a means of transportation, dispensable. His own defenses were far superior. If this vehicle could preserve her life, it would serve as her salvation, and in return, she would undoubtedly offer him greater rewards. Indeed, in a future moment of peril, Lu Su would repay him by risking her life to save Fang Luo. Thank you, Fang Luo, Lu Su expressed, deeply moved. Throughout their time together, Fang Luo had been of tremendous assistance, and she felt at a loss for how to reciprocate. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Fang Luo, please pull over. What is the matter? Fang Luo asked in confusion. To stop the car. All right. Fang Luo brought the vehicle to a halt. Lu Su then indicated the cat, Dianmu, who had been resting in the back seat, saying, let her leave first. Though merely a cat, she had come to realize that this one was quite extraordinary, possessing remarkable intelligence. And she felt awkward speaking in front of the feline. Fang Luo instantly understood. He grasped Dianmu by the scruff of her neck and said, you can go play for a while. Dianmu was unceremoniously set down, her expression one of bewilderment. Wait, is this really polite? After all, I was born like you. It turned out that the enhancement of strength referred to the source of life. However, Fang Luo disregarded Dianmu's comments and exclaimed in delight, you've recovered? Just now she replied. Fang Luo's joy intensified. The source of life's efficacy was self-evident, at least allowing him to double his growth rate over the next 5 days. Originally, he believed he would never savor a second taste in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, Lu Su had proactively offered him a drink before departing. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Hurry up, Lu Su playfully admonished. Fang Luo grinned. How can I be quick about it? I didn't even get to experience the flavor last time. I intend to savor it thoroughly this time. You truly are a scoundrel. Can you promise me one thing? Fang Luo spoke with a slurred tongue. What is it? From now on, only feed me. Bah, you wish for beauty and hope for a future. Oh, come now, stop jesting. I shall agree, for I truly owe you. Be cautious on your journey. Over an hour later, Fang Luo felt a sense of satisfaction, while Lu Su's face flushed with color. Fang Luo had initially urged her to stay a while longer, but Lu Su, concerned for her father's safety, did not linger. Lu Su nodded, yet inwardly, she was far from composed. The dangers along the way were innumerable, and her survival was uncertain. It was precisely this fear that had prompted her recent actions. Otherwise, she would never have dared. Lu Su departif. Fang Luo surveyed his surroundings, pondering the whereabouts of his companion, Dianmu. Hakamai. He called out twice, but received no response. Thus, he began to search the vicinity. After walking a few hundred meters, he arrived at a dilapidated street. Suddenly, he heard several voices, both male and female, drifting toward him. Peering over, he saw a group of middle-aged individuals engaged in animated conversation. Are they the ones? Upon recognizing their faces, Fang Luo's expression hardened. Truly, fate can be cruel. These individuals were none other than relatives of Su Qingqing. To his astonishment, despite his absence in this life, they were still alive. Yet encountering him, they might not survive for long. The Su family had endured considerable hardship during this time. Before the apocalypse, Fang Luo had deceived the Su family, with Su Qingqing pleading for a loan of several thousand yuan. So he was notoriously stingy. After losing that sum, he had been vocal about conserving resources, leaving the household with scant provisions. For quite some time, the family had subsisted on each other's waste. They had narrowly escaped death at the hands of zombies not long ago. Fortunately, they had encountered a benevolent soul who had taken them in. Dad, isn't that guy Su Qingqing's boyfriend? One of the young men by Su, he pointed towards a familiar figure not far off. So he turned to look. By heavens, it truly is that fellow named Fang Luo. Let us go settle the score with him. Remembering how Fang Luo had deceived him previously, Sui felt a surge of anger rise within him and, accompanied by his wife and child, made his way toward Fang Luo. You little brat. How dare you appear before me again? Return my money at once. Sui shouted, jabbing a finger at Fang Luo. Fang Luo reacted swiftly, striking Sui, who spun around several times, dazed. Who do you think you're pointing at? Am I someone you can accuse? You actually hit someone. Beside them. Sui's wife exploded in outrage, berating Fang Luo like a fishwife. Is there no law left? Not only did you swindle us, but you also have the audacity to strike me, you scoundrel. Fang Luo delivered another blow. Your tongue is foul. Have you been feasting on excrement? When have I ever deceived you? The son of Su, he was a coward. Upon witnessing Fang Luo's audacity, striking others without hesitation, he instinctively retreated a couple of steps. With a facade of bravado, he confronted Fang Luo. Are you still trying to argue? At the Grand Hotel of Luo City, why did you flee without settling the bill? If it weren't for you, we would not have run out of money, nor would we have found ourselves in such dire straits. Settle the bill? Fang Luo scoffed. Did I consume anything? From start to finish, it was you who ordered the dishes and drank the wine. Why should I pay? What a farce. The youth fell silent, fully aware of the truth, yet realizing that reason held no sway with them. Otherwise, Fang Luo would not harbor such disdain for them, even if he didn't eat. As Su Qingqing's boyfriend, isn't it expected of you to treat his relatives? Expected, you say? Fang Luo retorted with a laugh. Which law states that a boyfriend must be treated like a pig for slaughter? Besides, when did I ever acknowledge being her boyfriend? Do you think you are worthy to be my relatives? You. The Su family was left furious, their faces flushed. They had come to confront Fang Luo, only to find themselves berated instead. Just wait. When Wuda arrives, you'll see what's in store for you. Sui threatened, pointing at Fang Luo. Slap. Fang Luo delivered another resounding blow. Dare point? I'll have your hand chopped off. Furious to the point of nearly suffering a heart attack, Sui dared not point again. His eyes caught sight of a man approaching from a distance, and he immediately felt a surge of excitement. Wuda was coming. Sui's wife and son also perked up at the sight. You're finished, kid. Wuda is an ability user. An ability user? Fang Luo scoffed, though the name Wuda echoed in his memory. He recognized him. In his previous life, Fang Luo had known Wuda, a member of a gang called the Orphanage. The Orphanage had originally been a CX organization, named after its headquarters located in an orphanage. The leader of the orphanage, Zhang Shijian, had stumbled upon a method to rapidly enhance his power, acquiring the crystal from the minds of other ability users. Upon discovering this, Zhang Shijian was exhilarated and immediately killed one of his subordinates to test the method, finding it indeed effective. He was then eager to kill more. However, Zhang Shijian's abilities were mediocre, and his psychic powers lacked combat effectiveness, making it exceedingly difficult to hunt down other ability users. He then recalled his old profession, CX. He was adept at manipulation, and with his psychic powers, persuading others became remarkably easy. Within just a few days, they had deceived over 100 ability users into joining their ranks. Subsequently, Zhang Shijian utilized these ability users to seize territories from other small gangs, rapidly expanding their domain and resources, ultimately establishing themselves as one of the 3 major gangs in Luo City. Now, they not only deceive those with abilities, but also ordinary individuals. Following the devastation wrought by the zombies, many of the city's facilities have fallen into disrepair. Upon seizing these locations, they require laborers for restoration. However, the exalted ones, endowed with powers, would never deign to toil themselves. Thus, they resort to tricking some common folk into becoming their laborers, while simultaneously catering to the whims of these lofty beings. Sui has become the laborer that Wuda has set his sights upon. Fang Luo is privy to this information because, in a previous life, Sui had brought Wuda home, claiming he was a formidable ability wielder who could lead them into a prosperous gang. Su Qingqing's parents even attempted to foster union between her and Wuda in Fang Luo's presence. Later, upon discovering that Fang Luo also possessed abilities, Wuda proposed that Fang Luo could join the gang as a leader, receiving a bounty of resources daily. At that time, Fang Luo was reluctant to accept, sensing that there was no such thing as a free lunch and that ulterior motives were at play. Yet, under the pressure from Su Qingqing's family, he had no choice but to comply. However, prior to entering the gang, Fang Luo encountered a brother in law enforcement who divulged to him that this gang was far from benevolent. It had roots in the CX organization they were investigating, known for luring in ability wielders with the aim of extracting the crystals from their minds to empower their leader. Fang Luo was taken aback by this revelation. Fortunately, with the brother's assistance, he managed to escape. Upon returning home, however, Su Qingqing's family orchestrated his murder and extracted the crystal from his head. Reflecting on this, Fang Luo realized that Su Qingqing's family, lacking abilities, should not have been aware of the crystal's significance. Why would they resort to such measures? The only explanation is that Wu De must have learned of his escape and subsequently informed Su Qingqing's family about the crystal. Driven by greed, they turned against him. It was indeed unexpected to encounter this individual once more in this life. He likely remains oblivious to the fact that his leader would eliminate all subordinates for their crystals. Yet, he need not be informed, for I shall eliminate him before Zheng Shijian can extract his crystal. Uncle, Aunt, Wu Dao approached with a smile and greeted them. Wu De, you have arrived. Chapter 71. Deception. Su He, as if seeing his savior, immediately rushed to Wu De's side and pointed at Fang Luo, exclaiming, "You must advocate for us. This scoundrel not only swindled our money, but also struck me. Look at my face. It's been battered and my mouth is askew." In an instant, a sound of something slicing through the air was heard, and an arm fell to the ground with Su He emitting a wretched scream. Fang Luo coldly snorted. He had warned him, pointing meant losing a hand. True to his word, he acted. Beast, murderer, you shall not meet a good end. Su He's wife and child, witnessing his dismemberment, were filled with both shock and fury. I will make you pay. Fang Luo, weary of the incessant prattle, drew forth a firearm and decisively ended the lives of the entire family. Wu De was momentarily taken aback by Fang Luo's ruthless and unflinching demeanor, as though taking a life was but a trifling matter. Do you have any idea who I am? You dare to kill in my presence. Wu De glared at Fang Luo in fury. And you are what, exactly? Fang Luo retorted scornfully. You, Wei Devush, bewildered, having never encountered such directness from Fang Luo before. I am from the orphanage, Wu De proclaimed, revealing his identity. The orphanage was one of the three major factions in Luo City, and none dared to disrespect it. What are the orphanage and the elderly home? Fang Luo was already aware of his adversary's background. He felt no fear of the orphanage, for he intended to annihilate its leader eventually. You are surely unaware of our strength at the orphanage, are you? Wu De assumed Fang Luo was merely an ordinary individual, oblivious to the factions within Luo City, and continued, our orphanage boasts nearly 1,000 members, with hundreds possessing abilities. A single spit from each could drown you, believe it or not. However, considering your ignorance, I shall extend you an opportunity. Wu De, brimming with arrogance, declared, kneel and apologize to me, then accompany me to the orphanage to take their place. Rest assured, we shall not mistreat you. At our orphanage, we feast daily on white rice, occasionally savoring pickled vegetables, far better than your current existence. Better than my current existence? Fang Luo chuckled. Though he understood the other party had seen more of the world, he could not excuse the threat. Yet, to dare threaten me is to court death. Bang! Fang Luo fired a shot at Wu De before he could react, as Wu De believed that no one could resist the allure of a bowl of white rice, especially in this apocalyptic era. However, Fang Luo defied expectations. His gunfire came without warning, leaving no chance for a response. Wu De was struck, though he possessed defensive abilities, and the shot merely incapacitated his lower body, releasing a foul, viscous liquid. Wu De screamed in agony, glaring at Fang Luo with a mix of shock and rage. You cowardly ambusher! I will kill you. Wu De was indeed a fierce individual. Despite the blood flowing from his lower half, he gritted his teeth against the pain and charged at Fang Luo, utilizing his defensive powers. Impressive, Fang Luo remarked, raising a thumb in reluctant admiration. Yet, Wu De was merely a low-level defensive ability user. The previous shot had not struck a vital area, leaving him alive, but would he withstand a second? Fang Luo fired again. A misfire hit your hand. Again. Damn it, this time I hit your foot. Stay still, so I can aim better. Fang Luo unleashed a series of shots, ultimately only striking Wu De's limbs. Wu De lay on the ground, howling in pain. You did that on purpose, didn't you? who misses every time. Wuda harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his defensive ability, for although Fang Luo's strikes had merely inflicted pain upon his limbs, they did not bring about his demise. The agony of being shot in the extremities was excruciating, leaving him in a state of despair, wishing for death to relieve his suffering. Just wait. The orphanage will not let you off lightly, he muttered in frustration. Fang Luo, planting his foot firmly upon Wuda's face, retorted. Did you not claim that a mouthful of spit could drown me? You appear rather parched yourself. Perhaps it would be best to drown you instead. With that, he unfastened his belt and splattered Wuda's face. Observing Wuda's deranged state, Fang Luo felt no inclination to prolong the torment. He swiftly drew a knife and severed Wuda's head. In his previous life, he had excavated his own crystal. In this life, it was his turn to be the harbinger of demise. Chapter 72. Ambition. Having dealt with Wuda, Fang Luo commenced his search for Electric Mother. However, along the way, he encountered a sizable group of individuals, at least a few dozen, all possessing abilities. Young man, have you seen an armored vehicle? Inside, there should be a man and a woman. The woman is under 30 and exceedingly beautiful. A middle-aged man at the forefront obstructed Fang Luo's path. An armored vehicle? Fang Luo's expression shifted as he quickly deduced that these individuals were likely searching for him. Yet, as they had never seen his face, they assumed he was merely a passerby. An idea sparked in Fang Luo's mind. Yes, I saw it. It went that way. He pointed in the direction he had just traversed, indicating the orphanage's territory. Are you certain? If you dare deceive me. Li Kuan's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Fang Luo. Unfazed, Fang Luo lied without flinching. Absolutely, it must be there. Boss, that area belongs to the orphanage. If we pursue, conflict may ensue, one of the younger members interjected. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, law had entirely vanished from the world. Various city districts had fallen under the control of different factions. As one of the three major gangs, the Wanchai Wharf dominated the coastal region, while the orphanage claimed the northern suburbs, adjacent to Wanchai's territory. Conflict? It appeared that the so-called Ionian was merely a guise for the orphanage's inhabitants. No wonder he had never heard of them. Li Kuan scoffed coldly, his gaze icy. What a fine orphanage, and what a character Zheng Shijian is. How dare they encroach upon us? Having long sensed their ill intentions, he was taken aback by their audacity to invade his estate and slay one of his brothers. The Li family thrived in the port industry, a domain often entangled with gray enterprises. Having navigated the underworld for decades, Li Kuan considered Zheng Shijian nothing more than a minor player. He would not tolerate such indignities. Moreover, if he remained indifferent to the murder of a subordinate, who would be willing to serve the Wanchai Wharf in the future? They would surely flee. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Let us enter the orphanage and seek justice for our fallen brother." Before departing, he cast a final glance at Fang Luo, his expression menacing as he remarked, "Brother, you must also be an ability user, are you not? One of the orphanage, perhaps? I am indeed a person with extraordinary abilities, but I am not from an orphanage. I am merely a lone wanderer." Fang Luo chuckled to himself, delighting in the unfolding drama. Given the circumstances, it seemed highly probable that the Bay Wharf would engage in conflict with the orphanage. A perfect scenario of dogs biting dogs, weakening their strength and granting himself some space to thrive. Fang Luo found this quite amusing. A lone wanderer? Would you care to join us at Bay Wharf? Li Kuan inquired. Certainly, it would be my honor. Fang Luo nodded in agreement. Not long after Fang Luo departed, a few companions of Wu De discovered his lifeless body, each consumed by rage. Who could be so audacious as to slay a member of the orphanage on its own territory? "Captain, look over there." Suddenly, an extraordinary individual exclaimed, pointing in a certain direction. The others turned their gaze, their hearts sinking in alarm. People from Bay Wharf? Damn it, they must be the ones who killed Wu De. Quickly, summon reinforcements. Bay Wharf has invaded. The extraordinary beings from the orphanage, under the impression that Li Kuan and his companions were the invaders, swiftly released a signal to gather their forces. In no time, dozens of extraordinary individuals had encircled the area. The two factions, each believing the other responsible for the death of their comrade, clashed violently upon meeting. Fang Luo observed the scene with a smirk, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Chapter 73. Can the dead call? Meow. After his departure, Fang Luo began searching for the Electric Mother, finally hearing a meow from a certain location. Following the sound, he was astonished to find the Electric Mother nestled in the arms of a woman, rubbing her head affectionately, seemingly quite content. Goodness, even the mother cat is so brazen? Fang Luo thought to himself exasperated. He approached swiftly. "Electric Mother," Fang Luo exclaimed, seizing the Electric Mother by the scruff of her neck. "You certainly have a knack for escaping, don't you? Is the dried fish no longer of interest to you? I could dock your wages, you know." Meow. The Electric Mother protested vigorously. "How dare you hold me up in front of others like this? Do I not deserve a modicum of dignity? Who are you? Why do you call her Electric Mother?" The woman who had just cradled the Electric Mother glared at Fang Luo with a displeased expression. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, clad in a short-sleeved police uniform, a pistol holstered at her waist, and her attire relatively clean. She had single eyelids, with her brows and the corners of her eyes slightly arched, exuding an aura of coldness and unapproachability. However, she was strikingly beautiful, easily scoring a 9 out of 10. It seemed she was a police officer, but given the state of the world for so long, it was rare to find anyone maintaining order. Most either perished or abandoned their posts. This woman, still dressed in her uniform, appeared to be quite exceptional. "Little Flower? Do you know this cat?" Fang Luo was taken aback, sensing that she recognized the Electric Mother. "Indeed," Yuan Yinya nodded. "This cat belonged to my former classmate's mother. However, after the elder passed away, the cat went missing, and I searched for her for a long time without success." "How did she end up with you? Did you steal my cat?" Yuan Yinyan's eyes narrowed, brimming with suspicion. "I did not steal her. Rather, I saved her," Fang Luo quickly gestured, recounting the incident of rescuing the cat. The individual before her was a police officer, a profession that Fang Luo held in high esteem, and she wished to avoid any conflict. "Ah, so that is the case," Yuan Yinyan's expression softened. "Thank you for taking care of her, but I must take her away." "Take away the Electric Mother?" "Absolutely not." Fang Luo immediately objected. "What a joke. The effort I have invested in nurturing her has been immense, feeding her crystals, providing dozens of pounds of food daily, and even arranging for a maid to clean up after her. How could I possibly let her go so easily? Should I take you away instead? Would your father approve? If you require compensation, feel free to let me know," Yuan Yinyan said, pulling out a few pieces of bread from her pocket. No wonder she had seemed so well fed. She had been concealing something. Now that the items were revealed, they resembled a flatbread. What taste could this bread hold, concealed close to her body? Nonetheless, Fang Luo was uninterested and shook her head in refusal. "I do not need compensation. The Electric Mother is not for you. Farewell." She turned to leave. "Stop." Yuan Yinyan immediately blocked Fang Luo's path. Fang Luo frowned. "What? Do you intend to rob me?" She did not wish to engage in conflict, as she respected the officer's profession, but if the other party insisted on forcibly taking her, Fang Luo would not hesitate to resist. "No," Yuan Yinyan shook her head. "How about this? Let Xiaohua choose for herself. If she wishes to accompany someone, then she should be free to do so. No one should coerce her." Fang Luo hesitated, uncertain. What if the Electric Mother, enamored, leapt into the arms of the other? She would be at a significant loss. However, it was evident that Yuan Yinyan would not allow her to leave without a resolution. Just as Fang Luo grappled with her indecision, another figure approached. Yinjia. The newcomer was a man, also in his early 20s, towering at an estimated 190 centimeters, with dark, robust skin that exuded a sense of honesty and steadiness. It was him. Fang Luo recognized him instantly, and a wave of memories surged forth, causing a joyful smile to unconsciously grace her face. Fang Luo. The man also recognized her, momentarily stunned, before excitedly exclaiming, "No way, you're alive." "Seriously, He Dajiang. Do you wish for me to be dead?" Fang Luo replied, both amused and exasperated. "Brother Luo, I didn't mean it that way. I, He Dajiang, may not be adept at conversation." He awkwardly scratched his head. "Let us not say anything more. Brother Luo, all words lie within this embrace." With that, He Dajiang enveloped Fang Luo in a tight hug. "Hey, why are you hugging me so tightly? I'm not fond of men." In Chapter 74, Fang Luo and He Dajiang embraced, their hearts brimming with joy. The two were the closest of college roommates, frequently watching movies and gaming together, even assisting each other in pursuing romantic interests until He Dajiang enlisted in the military. Subsequently, the connection between the two gradually faded. In the previous life, Fang Luo encountered He Dajiang only after the apocalypse had commenced. At that time, Fang Luo was being taken by Wu De to join an orphanage, where he fortuitously met He Dajiang. It was He Dajiang who revealed to Fang Luo that the orphanage was merely a front for a CX organization and subsequently assisted him in escaping. He Dajiang essentially saved Fang Luo's life, for which Fang Luo remained eternally grateful. Regrettably, in their former existence, they had originally pledged to fight together. But Fang Luo returned home only to be betrayed and killed by Su Qingqing's family. However, in this lifetime, he successfully exacted his revenge. This time, apart from escorting Lu Su, he harbored another objective, to seek out He Dajiang. Serendipitously, fate conspired to reunite them here. Meow, you two, release each other at once. Yuan Yinyan exclaimed in indignation as she approached Fang Luo and He Dajiang, forcefully pushing them apart. The two men were so emotionally charged that in their embrace, they had nearly squashed the electric cat in between them, prompting Yuan Yinyan to feel a pang of sympathy. By the way, Luo Ge, how did you survive? Have you awakened your abilities? He Dajiang inquired with curiosity. Oh, I initially intended to engage in some business and constructed a cold storage facility, but coincidentally, the apocalypse struck, and I sought refuge there, Fang Luo replied, partly jesting. Rebirth was not a matter to be disclosed lightly. And you? Fang Luo asked. I had enlisted in the military, and this year I was honorably discharged. I subsequently joined a local branch of our city as a criminal investigator. I had intended to find time to catch up with you, but circumstances became hectic. Shortly thereafter, the apocalypse erupted, and I was assigned to maintain order, He Dajiang sighed. The world has descended into chaos. We must contend not only with zombies, but also with awakened individuals. Our branch is virtually deserted now, leaving only me and Sister Yin. I wonder if the world can ever return to normalcy. By the way, allow me to introduce you, He Dajiang continued, gesturing toward Yuan Yinyan. This is Yuan Yinyan, a senior officer in the criminal investigation team. Do not underestimate her due to her delicate appearance. She possesses formidable skills. Even I cannot best her now. You cannot, Fang Luo remarked, surprised as he glanced at Yuan Yinyan. In his previous life, he had never encountered her when meeting He Dajiang, nor had she been mentioned. Fang Luo scrutinized her anew. She was quite tall, around 175 centimeters, just half a head shorter than himself, yet she appeared exceedingly slender, likely weighing just over 100 pounds. In a previous life, He Dajiang had been capable of leading Fang Luo to escape from the orphanage headquarters, and yet he could not surpass her. What kind of abilities did this woman possess? Luo Ge, what were you and Sister Yin discussing earlier? Was there some misunderstanding? He Dajiang observed a hint of tension between the two. One was his brother, the other his mentor, and he wished to prevent any discord. It is nothing. Fang Luo shook his head and recounted the matter concerning the electric mother. What was I thinking? He sighed. He Dajiang exhaled in relief. Luo Ge, do you have a place to go? If not, why not join us? That way, you won't have to compete for this cat. We can raise it together. Let me tell you, Luo Ge, our place is quite spacious. We have beds, blankets, everything you need. You won't go hungry. Join you? Fang Luo had intended to invite He Dajiang to follow him, but was taken aback when the latter proposed it first. Just as he was about to explain, Yuan Yinyan interjected, He can't join us. We have a mission. Chapter 75. The orphanage I almost forgot, He Dajiang suddenly recalled, scratching his head awkwardly. For your safety, Luo Ge, you can't accompany me for now, but once the mission is completed, it won't be an issue. At that time, we will be united as brothers, and our strength will be unparalleled. By the way, I still have the CD you gave me. I couldn't bear to part with it during the apocalypse. Once we find a computer, we can revisit it together. What mission? Fang Luo inquired with curiosity. He Dajiang elaborated, Luo Ge, you know the current chaos. No one adheres to the law anymore. Many have become warlords, ruthlessly exploiting and slaughtering refugees. Our mission is to rescue these refugees and prevent further casualties. Upon hearing this, Fang Luo's expression turned solemn. He had not anticipated that over a month into the apocalypse, order had deteriorated to such an extent, and that He Dajiang and his companions were still striving to restore it. Their dedication transcended mere professionalism. They had no official roles, simply a genuine desire to minimize loss of life. Such spirit was indeed admirable. He Dajiang continued, this time, we are heading to a place called the orphanage. According to our intelligence, their leader used to be involved in pyramid schemes, and recently, many survivors have perished there. The orphanage? Fang Luo realized. No wonder he encountered He Dajiang there in his previous life. He had gone undercover. Their intentions were indeed sinister, he remarked. Lu Ye, do you know their objective? He Dajiang asked, astonished. Fang Luo smiled gently. It was He Dajiang who had informed him of this matter in his past life. And now the roles had reversed. Their goal was to. Fang Luo disclosed the leader of the orphanage, Zheng Shijian, who was capturing ability users and attempting to extract their crystals to enhance his power. What? He Jiang erupted in anger, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront the orphanage. Just watch me dismantle that place and rescue those survivors. Yin also frowned, feeling a surge of indignation at Zhang Shijin's actions. I want to go too. It would be futile to go now. Fang Luo quickly intervened, blocking He Jiang. They have hundreds of ability users. Can you single-handedly defeat them all? He Jiang had instinctively surged forward, nearly exerting 70% of his strength, only to be effortlessly halted by Fang Luo's calm demeanor. He found it hard to believe. Unyielding, he pushed Fang Luo once more, only to discover that Fang Luo remained utterly unmoved. Gradually, he increased his force, yet Fang Luo steadfastly did not budge an inch. He Jiang was astounded, although his awakened ability was of the metallic type, and while the greatest strength was not in sheer power, it was certainly formidable, at least several hundred kilograms. How could he not move someone who appeared so frail? What kind of ability did Fang Luo possess? In light of this, He Jiang's temper dissipated, and he ceased his advance. However, a sense of urgency washed over him. Even if he could not win, he must act. Could he simply stand by and watch those refugees be slaughtered? Certainly not. Fang Luo shook his head, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. His brother, though immensely powerful and of noble heart, was far too impulsive, without proper guidance. He could easily find himself in peril. Since he had sought out He Jiang, it was imperative to enlighten him on how to survive in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 76. Instruction rescuing the refugees was undoubtedly essential. Fang Luo gently patted He Jiang on the shoulder and remarked, "But, Jiang, have you considered a crucial question?" "What question?" He Jiang asked, puzzled. "Setting aside the matter of strength, even if you possess the power to eliminate those with abilities, would the refugees be willing to accept your help? Why wouldn't they? I'm saving them." Fang Luo, with a serious expression, inquired, "Do you have food?" "Yes." "How much will it suffice for?" Fang Luo pressed further. "Well, enough for 5 or 6 people for 2 or 3 days, I suppose." He Jiang scratched his head. "Uncertain. 2 or 3 days." Fang Luo chuckled lightly. "Do you have any idea how many refugees there are?" "Thousands?" "Indeed, a single gang could comprise thousands of refugees. In the entirety of Luo City, there are at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Nationwide, the figures soar into the millions, even billions. Though they are oppressed and face imminent death, most still manage to scrape together enough food to survive." Fang Luo challenged. "But can you support them if they follow you?" He Jiang's face turned pale. Of course he could not. If you cannot, then why would they choose to follow you? Fang Luo scoffed. "Not only would they refuse to accompany you, but they might even turn against you and assist those from the gangs in eliminating you. When the time comes, will you fight back or not?" He Jiang's complexion grew increasingly ashen. Moreover, Fang Luo continued, "There are hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of those with abilities. Do you intend to kill them all one by one?" "They broke the law," He Jiang replied hoarsely. "Yes, they have committed crimes, but the law is no longer relevant. Furthermore, justice must consider the severity of the offenses. Not all wrongdoers deserve the death penalty," Fang Luo articulated. At this, He Jiang began to regain his composure. Indeed, it was impossible for him to contend with so many adversaries. As a police officer, he understood that different offenders warranted different judgments. One could not impose the same fate on all who erred. If this were to transpire, it is likely that the world would be devoid of the living, for no one is without fault. Contemplating this, He Jiang felt a jolt of realization. Fortunately, Fang Luo had awakened him from his folly. Otherwise, he would not only have strayed from the right path, but also have fallen into peril. Beside him, Yin, cradling her electric mother, silently nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Fang Luo's words. Not every individual deserves death. Furthermore, Fang Luo continued with a grave demeanor. "Jiang, have you ever encountered a zombie?" "Certainly," He Jiang immediately affirmed. "Many of our colleagues have perished at the hands of zombies. In fact, I just dispatched 2 of them. It seems these creatures are growing increasingly formidable." Indeed, Fang Luo concurred. The strength of zombies will only escalate if you eliminate all the ability users. Who will manage these zombies? Just you alone? This thought rendered He Jiang momentarily speechless. How could he possibly vanquish so many zombies? Their numbers far exceed those of the survivors. While some ability users are indeed our foes and deserve demise, we cannot eradicate all of them, for that would only usher in a greater catastrophe, Fang Luo remarked with a smile. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Luo did not rush directly to the Wanchai Wharf. Instead, he pondered how to recruit those ability users. With his skills, he could effortlessly eliminate an individual and then escape unscathed. Killing several hundred ability users would merely require a bit more effort. However, once the ability users were gone, there would be no one left to confront the zombies. The zombies are humanity's common adversary. Chapter 77. Parting ways. Thank you, Luo Ge. I understand now. Dajiang's expression grew earnest, as Fang Luo's admonition proved profoundly beneficial. Yet, Dajiang continued, what shall we do next? Curious. Yuan Yinyin also fixed her gaze upon Fang Luo. While he eloquently articulated a myriad of dangers, he offered no solutions. It's quite simple. Fang Luo replied with a slight smile. We shall construct a more formidable sanctuary, and in doing so, we can save those refugees. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yinyin felt a twinge of disappointment. Create a stronger sanctuary? Do you possess such capability? Can you sustain the survivors with ample provisions? Such righteous declarations will ultimately lead to conflicts with other factions over territory. In the end, it mirrors their actions, seizing land and declaring oneself a sovereign. As a police officer, Yuan Yinyin adhered to her principles and would not easily contravene them. She despised conflicts and theft. Fang Luo's actions contradicted her beliefs. Initially, she had harbored a favorable impression of him, but now that sentiment had swiftly evaporated. Nevertheless, she did not reveal her discontent, maintaining a cold and distant expression. However, Dajiang held a different opinion. Unlike Wu Yinyin, who had a more delicate disposition, he emerged from the military and did not shy away from violence. Indeed, all we need is to establish a safer haven. Let's return home, Fang Luo said with a smile as he draped his arm around Dajiang's shoulder. Yinjia. Dajiang glanced at the motionless Yuan Yinyin and spoke earnestly. Shall we depart? Let's first visit Brother Luo's house. I shall not accompany you, Yuan Yinyin replied, casting a sidelong glance at the two. Dajiang, since you have found your companions, it seems fitting for us to part ways. I do not wish to hinder my own pursuits. Yuan Yinyin was resolute in her desire not to join Fang Luo. She sought to aid the refugees in her own manner. Part ways. Dajiang's countenance paled. Yet, Yuan Yinyin offered him no further response and walked away. A twinge of sadness enveloped Dajiang's heart. Meow. Seeing that Yuan Yinyin intended to leave with her, the electric cat called out and darted from her embrace. Racing towards Fang Luo, it was quite clear to her who could provide sustenance, and Fang Luo had treated her well. The electric cat held on to grudges, yet was equally grateful. Xiaohua, Yuan Yinyin exclaimed in urgency, for she had just made a pact with Fang Luo that whoever the electric cat chose to follow would not be obstructed. Had she now lost the electric cat? She immediately thought to pursue it. However, the electric cat was swift and had already reached Fang Luo's side. After a moment's hesitation, Yuan Yinyin ultimately chose not to retract her words. Take good care of Xiaohua, or I shall not let you off lightly, she warned before turning to leave. Fang Luo watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in regret. This beautiful policewoman, though stubborn, was indeed a commendable person. Yet, he felt no sorrow. He had already found the person he sought. He then turned his gaze to the dazed Dajiang, teasingly saying, Dajiang, do you perhaps harbor feelings for her? Dajiang chuckled innocently. Yinjia has always been kind to me, frequently offering her assistance. I do indeed have great affection for her. However, he sighed, yet, she is far too beautiful, exceptionally capable, and comes from an esteemed family. I am unworthy of her. Suddenly, Dajiang's eyes lit up as he turned to Fang Luo. Brother Luo, I believe you are deserving of Yinjia. You should pursue her. Fang Luo was somewhat speechless. Who introduces the woman they admire to another? You have a sister-in-law. A sister-in-law? Where? Bring me to see her. Is she beautiful? Why do you care if she is beautiful or not? Chapter 78. Brother Luo's robust health. By the time Fang Luo and Dajiang returned to the cold storage, it was already evening. Brother Luo, is this your home? Dajiang remarked as he surveyed the cold storage, which spanned over 300 square meters, its exterior seemingly unremarkable and devoid of any special features. It appeared that Brother Luo was not living in luxury, confined to a warehouse. Brother Luo, do you have ample provisions? Perhaps we should retrieve some from my place? Dajiang suggested. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the food available in supermarkets and convenience stores has either spoiled or been consumed by survivors. Some worry that with an additional person in Fang Luo's household, there might not be enough food to go around, thereby increasing Fang Luo's burden. However, there is no need for concern. The food supply is ample. Fang Luo chuckled softly, knowing that the provisions within his storage could sustain tens of thousands of lives. How could Dajiang possibly deplete the resources meant for him alone? Yet, Dajiang remained unaware of this, feeling rather moved by Fang Luo's apparent care for him. Fang Luo truly regarded him as a brother. "Come inside," Fang Luo beckoned, opening the door to the cold storage. Instantly, Dajiang was enveloped by a refreshing, invigorating chill. After enduring over a month of oppressive heat, water and power outages, and the malfunction of air conditioning, he had nearly forgotten what cool air felt like. This sudden gust of cold wind swept over him from head to toe, delivering an indescribable sensation of comfort. "Fang Luo, is your home always this cool?" Dajiang gasped in astonishment. Just a while ago, temperatures soared to 60 or 70 degrees, resulting in countless individuals succumbing to the heat. The fact that Fang Luo had been living in such a pleasant environment was nothing short of extraordinary. Suddenly, as Dajiang was marveling at his surroundings, two strikingly beautiful girls approached, one exuding innocence and the other radiating vivacity. What on earth? Is this Fang Luo's girlfriend or sister? How stunning they are! His eyes widened in realization. Now he understood why Fang Luo was indifferent towards Yuan Yin. Fang Luo truly knew how to enjoy life. During their college days, Fang Luo had known more names of professors than Dajiang himself. He never imagined that the dreams portrayed in movies would materialize for Fang Luo. In that moment, Dajiang felt a mix of envy and admiration for his friend, who resided in such comfort and was accompanied by such beautiful companions, a girlfriend and a sister-in-law. Just moments ago, he had thought of Fang Luo as someone leading a hard life, yet it appeared he was living in bliss. "This is Lin Zijing, and her sister Lin Yuyu. This is my brother, Dajiang," Fang Luo introduced them. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello, sister-in-law." Dajiang eagerly nodded in greeting. "Hello," Lin Zijing replied with grace, while Lin Yuyu, upon hearing him address them as sisters-in-law, felt a surge of joy. "Hello, big guy. Let us eat," Fang Luo suggested, noticing that Dajiang displayed no signs of greed, which pleased him greatly. He wrapped his arm around Dajiang's and led him into the cold storage. Upon entering, Dajiang was left speechless by the array of sumptuous items before him. Luxurious, absolutely luxurious. He marveled, even before the end of the world. He had never lived in such splendid accommodations. As they approached the dining table, Dajiang's eyes widened further at the sight of at least 100 pounds of food laid out before them, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. "My dear husband, I apologize for not being aware of the guests at home. The food preparation seems a tad inadequate," Lin Zijing admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "Inadequate?" Dajiang's eyes widened in disbelief. This amount of food could sustain him for a month. No, it could last him 3 months, and you dare to say it's insufficient. "Logo, do you have more people at home?" Dajiang assumed that Fang Luo must be entertaining a multitude of guests, hence the extravagant spread. "No, it's just the 4 of us," Fang Luo replied, shaking his head. "And a cat, of course. Li Nana isn't here?" Lin Yuyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Has she been devoured by zombies?" Fang Luo rolled his eyes. "Do you really think 4 people and a cat could consume this much food?" Dajiang found it hard to believe Fang Luo was serious. With a smile, Fang Luo shared the method to enhance one's supernatural abilities with Dajiang. Such a technique exists. Dajiang struggled to comprehend the logic. To exhaust one's powers only to replenish them with food for a marginal increase in proficiency? That seems exceedingly wasteful. He typically hesitated to use his abilities. "If you wish to grow stronger, you must acclimate to these practices," Fang Luo advised, patting Dajiang's shoulder. "As for the main course, consuming lobster accelerates the replenishment of supernatural energy. Here, indulge yourself." Fang Luo presented Dajiang with a 2-kilogram lobster. Dajiang appeared utterly bewildered. After their meal, Fang Luo instructed Dajiang to take a bath and provided him with a new set of clothing. It was Dajiang's first bath since the apocalypse. He had scarcely been able to access water before this. "There is only one room. You'll have to make do and sleep on the sofa," Fang Luo said, giving Dajiang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Although they were brothers, it was inappropriate for him to share the same bed with his partner. Fang Luo had no peculiar preferences in that regard. It would be prudent to acquire a larger space, he mused. The surroundings were filled with warehouses. There was potential to convert some into dormitories for his subordinates in the future. "I'm not uncomfortable. This is far better than what I had." Dajiang quickly shook his head and reclined on the sofa. His previous living conditions had been in a cramped dormitory that was not only hot, but also featured a small bed. This sofa alone was worth hundreds of thousands. "That's good to hear," Fang Luo nodded, having taken a bath himself before returning to the bedroom. Upon seeing Fang Luo enter the bedroom with Lin Ziqin and Lin Yuyu, he Dajiang felt a surge of admiration. Lo Ji's health is remarkable. 2 days passed, and he Dajiang gradually adapted to Fang Luo's lifestyle. Abalone porridge for breakfast, steak for lunch, and lobster for dinner. Over 100 pounds daily. He Dajiang possessed metal-based powers, excelling in defense and the manipulation of metal structures and densities. Fang Luo had provided him with several crystals to enhance his strength. Recalling the possibility of zombies breaching the cold storage's door, Fang Luo instructed He Dajiang to fortify its integrity. After He Dajiang's modifications, the density of the cold storage's metal material was increased by 50. Even the extraordinary zombies find it exceedingly challenging to breach the defenses of the cold storage. In addition to enhancing his own strength, Fang Luo is also preparing to establish his own faction. Forming a faction differs greatly from cultivating trusted confidants. Individuals like Lin Zijing and He Dajiang, who serve as his confidants, must undergo a rigorous assessment of their character. Subordinates, on the other hand, can be selected with more lenient criteria. With trusted allies in place, Fang Luo can delegate the management of subordinates to them, thereby conserving his own energy and eliminating concerns about duplicity. Without trusted allies, recruiting a motley crew would not only require significant management effort, but also raise the specter of betrayal. This explains Fang Luo's earlier reluctance to shelter survivors. As Fang Luo pondered these matters, a group of individuals approached outside the cold storage. "Brother Shan, is this not your family's warehouse? There is a light on inside." Li Shan, an 18-year-old school dropout, had been living off his family's modest savings while mingling with a dubious crowd, frequenting bars, drinking, and flirting with older women. However, he possessed a timid disposition. He would only dare to mimic his friends, never truly engaging in fights, which earned him their disdain. Recently, while foraging for food, he fortuitously awakened his supernatural abilities, instantly elevating his status among his peers. Encouraged by several friends, he aspired to form a gang, emulating the powerful by amassing survivors and ascending to prominence. The group searched for a suitable base for their gang. Yet, most areas in the city were either overrun with zombies or had already been claimed by various factions. In a moment of uncertainty, Li Shan recalled his family's warehouse, located in the western suburbs, which he believed remained unoccupied. Thus, he led his friends to the site. "It seems to be my family's warehouse," Li Shan observed, recognizing the cold storage as his family's former property, albeit transformed into a cold storage facility he had not known about, now inhabited by others. "Brother Shan, let's South quickly drive out the people inside. Then we can establish our gang's base. Of course, this is my family's." Li Shan Skufa, preparing to unleash his powerful vocal abilities to intimidate those within the cold storage. His eager friends covered their ears, having witnessed Li Shan's power before when he had once rendered a dog into a frothing state. Taking a deep breath, Li Shan unleashed a roar akin to a lion's, directed at the cold storage. Inside, Fang Luo's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Frowning slightly, he glanced outside. What is that ruckus during the day? Upon closer inspection, he discerned merely a handful of spirited young men, prompting him to step outside. "What do you intend to do?" Fang Luo coldly regarded them. He refrained from immediate violence. He despised unnecessary bloodshed. Although he had taken many lives since the apocalypse, those had either been enemies from his past or threats to his safety. He had never resorted to the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. "I enter my own home, and why should you care?" Facing Fang Luo's cold gaze, Li Shan, who had just mustered his courage, felt a wave of trepidation. Yet for the sake of pride, he stood his ground, confronting Fang Luo. Fang Luo chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the cold storage. "Your home? Indeed, this is my family's warehouse." Li Shan, unwilling to engage in physical confrontation, attempted to intimidate Fang Luo, indignantly declaring, "You are trespassing in my family's property. Do you understand? You even altered this place without permission. I can call the police and have you arrested." Fang Luo paused, suddenly recalling that he had rented this cold storage. "Are you the son of Uncle Li?" Fang Luo scrutinized Li Shan. Li Shan nodded. "That's right. You need to leave immediately. This belongs to my family." Fang Luo smiled. How naive this fellow was. In this apocalyptic world, do property boundaries still hold meaning? If they did, the Liu family's estate would not have been seized by others. However, since it was rare to encounter someone who still spoke of the law in this new era, Fang Luo decided against resorting to force. "I too adhere to reason. Your father leased this space to me, and I have paid 6 months' rent, with over 4 months remaining on the lease. Thus, legally speaking, this is now mine, Fang Luo stated, producing a contract that bore clear evidence. Li Shan was momentarily at a loss. He had never concerned himself with household affairs and was completely unaware of such matters. Well, he stammered, my father has passed away, and this place is no longer leased to you. I demand you vacate it. Vacate? Fang Luo chuckled, nodding in agreement. That is indeed feasible, but according to the contract, you must compensate me for breach of contract. How much? Li Shan inquired. The monthly rent is 20,000. The compensation is triple that amount, totaling 2,400,000 for 4 months. However, in this new world, money has lost its value. The currency of exchange is now food. You must compensate me with food worth 24,000. I rented this before the apocalypse. You must reimburse me at pre-apocalypse prices. Fang Luo continued. A pound of rice costs 3. Hence, you owe me 80,000 pounds of rice. What? 80,000 pounds of rice? Li Shan was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't even procure 8 pounds, let alone 80,000. His face flushed crimson. Brother Shan, why waste time with him? Just knock him down. Exactly. 80,000 pounds of rice. Why doesn't he just go rob someone? In this new reality, who still abides by the law? This contract was merely a piece of paper. Encouraged by several dubious friends, Li Shan hesitated. He was timid by nature. Despite his rough exterior of smoking and drinking, he had never dared to break the law. Fang Luo's gaze was chilling, and he found himself too intimidated to act. Fang Luo, meanwhile, observed this scene with great interest, finding the young man before him quite amusing. The two sides remained locked in a tense standoff. Suddenly, a bizarre and jarring sound resonated from afar, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass, evoking a chilling sensation. What could that sound be? Li Shan and his companions turned in confusion, only to behold a dark mass creeping towards them from the distance. A multitude of insects, each the size of an apple, hastily advancing. Good heavens, cockroaches! The faces of Li Shan and his friends blanched in terror. The very essence of these creatures was repulsive enough to frighten even the bravest of men. The thought of one landing on their hands was enough to provoke a visceral reaction. Moreover, the cockroaches before them were even larger than apples, their bristly legs clearly visible. Numbering in the thousands, with eyes glowing a menacing crimson and bits of flesh and blood clinging to their mandibles. It was evident they had recently feasted on human remains. In comparison to human zombies, these cockroach zombies appeared far more grotesque, terrifying, and unnerving. Li Shan and his companions retched in horror. Fang Luo's expression was equally grave. The zombie virus did not discriminate solely against humans. It had the capacity to infect all living beings. He had previously encountered zombie cats and dogs, but this was his first encounter with zombie cockroaches. The vicinity of his cold storage unit was typically rife with warehouses, which were a haven for roaches. Despite the recent prolonged heat wave, the tenacity and reproductive capacity of cockroaches were formidable. They had likely been hiding underground to escape the heat. But now that the temperatures had subsided, these creatures emerged to consume the flesh of the deceased zombies, resulting in their grotesque transformation. Darling, what is wrong? Lu Yi. What is happening? Lin Zijin, Lin Yuyu, and He Dajiang, who were in the cold storage, emerged, puzzled by the commotion. Upon witnessing the swarm of cockroach zombies, they were instantly overcome with goosebumps. The two young women, in sheer terror, dove into Fang Luo's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Why are there so many cockroaches? Close the door. Noticing the advancing horde, Fang Luo promptly prepared to shut the door. The sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, though Fang Luo remained unafraid. He feared for Lin Zijin and the others, who would likely be devoured within seconds. Chapter 80. Surviving in the apocalypse while you enjoy comfort. Seeing Fang Luo swiftly close the door left Li Shan and his companions in shock, unable to comprehend the suddenness of his actions. Fang Luo was incredibly decisive. But what would happen to them now that the door was shut? Were they to serve as fodder for the cockroaches? With thousands of these abominable creatures, the few of them were hardly enough to satisfy their hunger. We don't want to die, they exclaimed, frantically knocking on the door, pleading for Fang Luo to let them in for refuge. For goodness sake, big brother, don't shut the door. Let us in to hide. These cockroaches are revolting, and they're covered in filth. What are we to do if you close the door? Please let us in. We have elders and children to care for. We don't wish to perish. Brother Shanzi, speak up. This is your warehouse. Urge them to open the door. The cockroach zombies were less than 200 meters away, capable of reaching them within mere seconds. Li Shan and the others were paralyzed with fear, their faces as pale as parchment. Humanity is prone to fear when faced with the overwhelming, especially when it involves cockroaches, one of the most dreadful creatures on Earth. Li Shan's legs quivered uncontrollably as he too began to pound on the door, pleading for Fang Luo to grant him entry. Please, save us. Listening to the desperate cries from outside, Fang Luo felt little stirring within him. He abhorred the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, yet he was no philanthropist. He had no obligation to rescue these few souls. Why should he invite trouble upon himself? What benefit do I gain from saving you? Fang Luo replied in a detached tone. Li Shan was momentarily at a loss for words. He possessed nothing of value to offer. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Brother, if you save us, this cold storage will belong to you, even when the contract expires. Fang Luo chuckled lightly. Brother, you are overly naive. Once you are dead, this cold storage will still rightfully be mine. His words, though brazen, held an undeniable truth. In this apocalypse, anything left behind by the dead becomes unclaimed property. Whoever seizes it first owns it. If Fang Luo were to perish, would not his belongings be divided among the living? Li Shan's complexion turned ashen. Fang Luo's assertion was irrefutable. Whether he lived or died, the cold storage would never belong to him. Even if he survived, could he truly reclaim it from Fang Luo? Yet he was not ready to embrace death. Life still held much for him. Brother, I implore you, save us. If you do, I shall be your loyal subordinate, ready to toil endlessly for you. Li Shan pleada earnestly. The cockroach zombies were a mere 20 seconds away, and he did not wish to become their excrement. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow, feeling a flicker of intrigue. He had recently contemplated forming a faction. He had loyal confidants, yet lacked subordinates. Li Shan, though of average capability, was not entirely without merit. Bringing him into the fold was not out of the question. Fang Luo harbored no fear of being attacked upon opening the door, given their strength. The others posed no threat to him. With resolution, he swung the door open. Seeing this, Li Shan and his companions rushed into the cold storage, their hearts racing. Just moments ago, the cockroach zombies had been a mere few meters away from them. They had narrowly escaped death. Relief washed over their faces, a euphoric sensation of survival. Thank you, brother. Li Shan gasped, hastily expressing his gratitude to Fang Luo. Do not mention it. Simply remember what you just promised, Fang Luo replied. Fang Luo chuckled lightly, then disregarding Li Shan and the others, made her way to the sofa and stretched luxuriously. Last night, while Lin Yu slumbered, she had battled with Lin Zijin for an entire night, and this morning she had absorbed several crystals. Her back was now nearly breaking from exhaustion. It was time for a well-deserved rest. Hey, bring me a bottle of cola, will you? Fang Luo settled beside Lin Yu, playfully patting her on the backside. Brother-in-law, I'm in the middle of a game. Lin Yu protested. Big guy, shield me from these zombies. With her vivacious personality, her days were typically filled with honing her abilities, eating, sleeping, calling her brother-in-law, and indulging in video games. Just moments ago, she had enlisted He Dajiang to play Resident Evil with her, under the pretense of accumulating experience in zombie fighting. Now, she was back in the fray. Fang Luo, not amused, gave her a light smack on the head and snatched the game controller from her grasp. You novice, let me take over. Fetch me that cola, or I won't let you sleep in your bed tonight. Dajiang, cover me. Lin Yu pouted. Brother-in-law is so annoying. She huffed, exasperated at his refusal to let her play. Unaware of the toll her nightly act of feigning sleep took on her. Don't you realize how loud you are? She added, though she reluctantly headed to the fridge for the cola. After all, she still wanted to sleep in her bed. Meanwhile, Li Shan and his companions, who had just barely escaped death, stood in stunned silence, taking in the scene before them. They had initially been oblivious, but upon closer inspection, they realized the cold storage resembled a luxurious villa rather than a mere storage facility. It boasted electricity, carpets, sofas, a television, gaming consoles, and even a wine cabinet. Alongside a kitchen and refrigerator, everything one could desire was present, including items rarely seen elsewhere. Most astonishingly, they now felt the refreshing coolness of the air within the cold storage, the temperature not exceeding 20 degrees Celsius. No way. Could it be that this fellow lived in such comfort even during the sweltering 70-degree heat? One of them mused. And what had that adorable girl just called him? Brother-in-law? Were they really just discussing the matter of sleeping arrangements? Li Shan and his friends, accustomed to the grim reality of the apocalypse, had been battered by the relentless heat and the constant threat of zombies, often enduring hunger. Yet here was this person, basking in cool air, sipping cola, playing games, and cozying up with his companions. Are you sure this is survival in the apocalypse? because it feels like you're living a life of luxury. Their faces were painted with envy and resentment. Their hearts stirred with desire. How wonderful it would be if this were theirs. All eyes turned to Li Shan, the strongest among them. This place had originally belonged to his family, and now Fang Luo was reveling in its comforts. Surely, he must feel the most aggrieved. They awaited Li Shan to take action against Fang Luo. Meanwhile, Fang Luo discreetly observed the group, testing their reactions, as Li Shan grappled with his inner turmoil. However, he was an exceptionally astute individual. Before the apocalypse, he understood the principle that while one may indulge in play and revelry, one must not jest with the law. Thus, he confined himself to smoking and drinking, refraining from brawls and illegal activities. Although fighting had ceased to be unlawful in the current climate, it could still prove fatal. Li Shan had awakened his supernatural abilities, yet he did not consider himself a chosen one. He was aware that many possessed such powers. When Fang Luo first confronted his own abilities, he exhibited no signs of anxiety, and, even in the face of thousands of zombie cockroaches, he felt astonishment rather than fear. It was evident that Fang Luo possessed abilities of his own, likely formidable ones. Moreover, Fang Luo was accompanied by a towering figure, at least one, 9 meters tall, with calloused hands. Li Shan had seen in a Douyin educational video that such calluses were the result of prolonged gun handling. This giant was clearly either a police officer or a soldier. After a moment of internal struggle, Li Shan's reason told him not to act against Fang Luo lightly, lest he face dire consequences. Thus, he remained motionless, awaiting Fang Luo to initiate conversation. Li Shan's companions, witnessing his hesitation, found their own resolve faltering, particularly those without abilities, and were filled with disappointment. Fang Luo played games for several hours, noticing that Li Shan and his group showed no signs of rebellion. A satisfied smile crept upon his lips. He approached Li Shan, surveying him from a superior height. "Do you wish to become my subordinate?" Li Shan glanced around the environment. Truthfully, even becoming Fang Luo's dog would likely be preferable to surviving alone in this harsh world. "I am willing." Li Shan quickly nodded in agreement. Fang Luo then glanced at the others. "And you?" Though they all harbored ambitions of seizing the cold storage, they lacked the strength to do so. After some contemplation, they concluded that being a subordinate could prove advantageous and readily nodded in agreement. We are willing. Excellent." Fang Luo chuckled lightly. "You could be my subordinates. But I despise betrayal above all else." A chill ran through the hearts of the group. Could it be that Fang Luo possessed mind-reading abilities? However, they did not betray their apprehension, hastily assuring him of their loyalty. Yet, Fang Luo could not trust their words. He reached out and tapped Li Shan on the head, marking him with a spatial imprint. "Do you know what this is?" Fang Luo smiled. Li Shan appeared bewildered. "What?" "A bomb," Fang Luo casually revealed, having no intention of concealing the truth. Rather than engaging in a battle of wits later, he preferred to be forthright, to intimidate and preemptively quell any thoughts of treachery. Li Shan's heart raced, his face turning pale. Was Fang Luo intending to kill him? "Do not worry," Fang Luo reassured as he patted Li Shan's shoulder. "This bomb will not affect your health. At most, it will merely blow your head apart. However, as long as you do not betray me, the bomb shall remain dormant." Li Shan's countenance was exceedingly grim, utterly unmoved by any semblance of consolation. Instead, he perceived Fang Luo as exceptionally cunning. To place a bomb atop someone's head and then assure them that it would not affect their well-being. What sort of comfort is that? Fang Luo glanced at a few others, tapping their heads in a similar fashion. Yet, he bestowed the spatial marks solely upon Li Shan. The others were merely pretentious in their reactions. The spatial mark not only drained energy, but also required immense concentration. At present, Fang Luo could maintain it for only a score or so individuals. It was impractical to affix it to each person. He merely needed to control the most crucial few and instill fear in them. As for whether others would discover this later, Fang Luo was rather indifferent. By that time, he would not fear betrayal. Li Shan's companions were somewhat apprehensive, yet they soon relaxed. A mere tap on the head leading to a bomb? It was utterly preposterous. They believed Fang Luo was deceiving them and dismissed the notion from their minds. "I shall not harbor the inept. If you wish for supplies or to remain here, you must toil for me," Fang Luo stated with earnest gravity, contemplating the need for a system of rewards and punishments to invigorate his subordinates. Those lacking initiative could simply depart. Indeed, Li Shan and the others nodded hastily. "You will remain in the corner tonight. Do not wander," Fang Luo directed, indicating a spot. It was inconceivable for him to allow these individuals to reside in the cold storage indefinitely. Such an arrangement would hinder his intimacy with Lin Zijing, and he had no inclination to let outsiders eavesdrop. However, with a horde of cockroach zombies outside, he could not open the door and had to confine them temporarily to the corner. It remained uncertain when these cockroach zombies would vacate. Fang Luo suspected they would linger, as powerful ability users were immensely attractive to zombies. With so many ability users in the cold storage, the cockroach zombies would not depart unless other ability users appeared nearby. Yet, the sheer number of cockroach zombies, thousands, rendered extermination a formidable challenge. Fang Luo possessed only the spatial mark and spatial blade as offensive abilities. While his single target killing capability was formidable, he was not proficient in area of effect attacks. To eliminate such a multitude of cockroach zombies would likely exceed his abilities. Although Lin Zijing's flames had area of effect capabilities, she could not attack through the door, for doing so would lead to her being overwhelmed by the cockroach zombies. Unless a skill capable of area of effect damage could be employed from behind a door, they were at an impasse. Never mind, let us dine first. Lin Zijing had prepared dinner. An impressive array of food weighing in the hundreds of pounds. Li Shan and his companions were left astounded. You four and a cat consume so much food? We have not eaten as much in total since the apocalypse began. What exactly was Fang Luo's stockpile before the apocalypse? Could he have been a member of a wealthy elite? Observing Fang Luo and the others indulging in their meals, several individuals found their mouths watering. However, Li Shan, the ability wielder, remained still, while the others hesitated to make a move. Fang Luo cast a sidelong glance at Li Shan and his companions, finding their drooling rather amusing. After a moment's contemplation, he rose and fetched 2 meat-laden bones, tossing them to Li Shan. Instantly, a frenzy ensued as the others scrambled for the treat. This was roasted meat. Typically, they subsisted on decayed flesh, and, at times, even that was scarce. What ability do you possess? Fang Luo inquired with curiosity, directing his gaze towards Li Shan. Li Shan, eyeing the bones, swallowed hard and replied, I possess the power of sound. Sound ability? Fang Luo was taken aback, pondering the existence of such a power. What purpose does it serve? Are you aspiring to be a bard? However, I have a sound system here, so I don't require your singing. Li Shan felt a twinge of embarrassment. His singing was far from melodious, hardly befitting a bard. His ability seemed rather trivial, merely amplifying his voice slightly. A full-throated roar could stun a dog, but killing with it was a far stretch. Like a lion's roar? Fang Luo chuckled, finding the ability quite entertaining. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he began to ponder, soon experiencing a spark of inspiration. He thought of a method to deal with the cockroach zombies. Cockroaches are creatures with remarkably acute hearing, possessing multiple ears, and their sensitivity ranges from 5 Hz to 100,000 Hz, while humans only reach 20,000 Hz. Li Shan's ability might not pose much of a threat to other ability users, but for these sound-sensitive cockroach zombies, it could be a devastating weapon. It could potentially deafen them or even kill them. With this realization, Fang Luo smiled, grateful that he had saved Li Shan's life earlier. Otherwise, he would have found it quite difficult to tackle the cockroach zombies outside. Nevertheless, Li Shan's current strength was average, and he would likely need some external assistance to directly eliminate the cockroach zombies. Chapter 82. The Point System After Dinner. Fang Luo accompanied Lin Zijing and Lin Yu back to their bedroom for rest. That night, Fang Luo organized a system in his mind for managing his subordinates. A reward and punishment system based on task points. For instance, should they present a crystal to Fang Luo, he would grant them a minimum of 1 point, with a number of points reflecting the energy content of the crystal. They could also earn points through task execution. Additionally, Fang Luo would assign various ordinary tasks to non-ability users. Upon completion and contribution, they too could earn points. After all, ability users were in the minority, while ordinary individuals were incapable of slaying zombies. However, this did not render ordinary people useless. The city, ravaged by high temperatures and the destruction wrought by zombies, had seen most of its infrastructure compromised. Restoration would inevitably require the efforts of ordinary citizens. Furthermore, Fang Luo's own life would necessitate the care of some ordinary individuals in due course. It is truly lamentable that those vibrant and youthful maidens have perished from starvation or fallen prey to the undead. Fang Luo is willing to offer them positions as maids. Each day, they shall earn a single point. These points may be exchanged at Fang Luo's establishment for various supplies or roles within the gang. The commodities here are clearly priced. For instance, 1 point can be redeemed for a bottle of water or a loaf of bread, while different items carry distinct values. Ordinary individuals aspiring to become supernatural beings may also purchase evolution crystals with their points, albeit at a steep price. And they must be bound to a spatial mark for the transaction. Whether they succeed in awakening their abilities is no concern of Fang Luo's. Should they fail to provide any value to him, he will remain indifferent to their fates. Their demise from hunger is of no consequence to him. It is not fair to label Fang Luo as cruel. He is no philanthropist. His primary objective in recruiting subordinates is to bolster his own strength, with the secondary aim of granting survivors an opportunity to subsist and avoid starvation. Those who find this arrangement unpalatable are free to depart. However, throughout the entirety of Luo City, even the benefits offered by the 3 major gangs pale in comparison to those at Fang Luo's. Moreover, the members of these gangs are far less accommodating. To them, common folk are akin to livestock, subjected to abuse and ever wary of being slain. At dawn, Fang Luo communicated this system of rewards and punishments to Li Shan and his 5 companions, pondering their potential reactions. Would they choose to leave outright? To his surprise, their faces illuminated with joy upon hearing the news. Crystals can be exchanged for food, Li Shan exclaimed in astonishment. Fang Luo nodded. Indeed, I possess 3 crystals. Li Shan then retrieved 3 shimmering crystals from his pocket. Upon inspecting them, Fang Luo was taken aback. These were not mere ordinary zombie crystals, but pure evolution crystals capable of aiding ordinary individuals in awakening their powers. Li Shan was indeed fortunate. May I exchange these for 3 points? He inquired tentatively. The evolution crystals held little value for him, as absorbing them would demand a tremendous amount of energy, which Li Shan could not replenish due to a lack of food. He had previously used one and, after a day without sustenance, nearly perished from hunger. For him, it would be far more practical to trade them for a few loaves of bread. Fang Luo cleared his throat. These evolution crystals in his point store were worth at least 300 points each, totaling approximately 900 points for the 3. The expression on Li Shan's face suggested that even receiving 3 points would bring him great joy. Nevertheless, Fang Luo did not wish to exploit him excessively. He was not the epitome of avaricious capitalism. Thus, Fang Luo patted Li Shan on the shoulder and entrusted him with a task. Should he accomplish it, he would be rewarded with 500 points. It wasn't too shabby, considering that the evolution crystal was priced at 300 points each. Thus, the procurement cost would undoubtedly be lower. After all, what business would thrive without profit? Li Shan was immediately elated. 500 points equated to 500 bottles of mineral water, which could sustain him for several months. Fang Luo truly was generous. He had misjudged him yesterday, thinking him to be sinister. He truly was not a bad person. Li Shan's companions wore expressions of envy. Why hadn't they stumbled upon a crystal? They too needed to collect crystals swiftly. Boss, what task shall I undertake? Li Shan asked, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Fang Luo. Fang Luo grinned widely, saying, Sing? Li Shan was taken aback. Would he truly earn 500 points simply for singing a song? Of course, it was not merely about singing. Fang Luo chuckled and brought over his sound system worth 3 million, producing a microphone. As night fell, the cockroach zombies outside had not yet dispersed, remaining steadfastly encamped near the cold storage. Though reinforced by Hidajong, the cockroaches could not penetrate the cold storage, but Fang Luo could not remain there indefinitely. Yesterday, he conceived a method to drive away the cockroach zombies, utilizing Li Shan's voice to incapacitate the creatures outside. However, given Li Shan's limited power, he could not achieve this alone. But with the aid of Fang Luo's expensive sound system, the scenario would be quite different, with the cockroach zombies possessing acute hearing. Combined with Li Shan's vocal abilities and the amplification of the sound system, they could surely eradicate these pests. Come, sin king dan goyuan, Fang Luo instructed, placing the sound system at the entrance of the cold storage and handing the microphone to Li Shan. Sing with all your might. Li Shan's lips twitched. He was tone deaf. Was he truly being asked to sing? Yet, for the sake of 500 points, he decided to comply. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, harnessing his abilities to project his voice, and then began to sing the lyrics. Who brings forth the ancient call? Goodness! After just a single line, Fang Luo was left speechless, immediately covering his ears. Was this some form of cursed music? Li Shan's voice could hardly be described as unpleasant. It was excruciatingly awful. An overwhelmingly loud cacophony that resembled a monkey with a sore throat, completely out of tune. Even the dead would rise in protest. cursing him to silence before laying back down. Electric Mother, who had been asleep, was now infuriated, ready to unleash a bolt of lightning to strike Li Shan down. Fortunately, Lin Zijing intervened just in time. I can't take it anymore. Lin Yuyu, feeling overwhelmed, swiftly retreated to her room and shut the door behind her, burying herself under the covers. As for Li Shan's companions, they were merely ordinary individuals. Their endurance paled in comparison to Fang Luo's. With just a single utterance from Li Shan, all 5 of them collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Observing this, Fang Luo quickly discarded the incapacitated individuals, fearing they might succumb to the overwhelming sound. Chapter 83. The extermination of cockroach zombies. This took place on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Cockroaches possess an acute sense of hearing, and after their transformation into cockroach zombies, their physical attributes were significantly enhanced, including their auditory sensitivity. Bolstered by a sound system worth 3 million, Li Shan's vocal abilities unleashed unprecedented power, rendering the cockroach zombies, which had been clinging to the cold storage walls, lifeless, their eyes wide open in death. As the song concluded, the previously incessant chirping of cockroaches outside fell silent. Fang Luo was equally astonished. Had it not been for his initiation of the spatial barrier, he would have been deprived of sleep for at least 3 days and nights. Li Shan was indeed formidable, although his combat prowess left much to be desired. Any ordinary combat-type ability user could easily overpower him. His unique, raspy voice could inflict chaotic mental assaults. In future altercations, he could bring along his 3 million sound system and sing before the enemy. How would they respond? An entire debuff to the opposition. Boss, how did I perform? Li Shan looked expectantly at Fang Luo, anxious that his performance might not meet expectations, fearing the loss of his 500 points. 6. Fang Luo gave him a thumbs up. You've earned your points. After a careful observation of the surroundings and confirming the absence of any threats, Fang Luo finally opened the cold storage door. Before them lay thousands of cockroach zombies, their bodies smeared with an unidentifiable white substance, a truly repulsive sight, likely a result of their reaction to Li Shan's song. Just the day before, Fang Luo had nearly lost his lunch. However, these cockroach zombies were not entirely dead. Their vitality was remarkably resilient, merely incapacitated and likely to regain consciousness shortly. Zijin. Fang Luo immediately summoned Lin Zijin. I appreciate your efforts. Please incinerate these cockroaches with your flames. Lin Zijin's fire-based abilities possessed extensive area of effect damage, allowing her to handle the cockroaches far more quickly than Fang Luo could. Of course, darling. Lin Zijin, eager to prove her worth and retain Fang Luo's side, was genuinely pleased to assist. Though she harbored a strong aversion to cockroaches, she suppressed her disgust and hurled several fireballs into the midst of the cockroach zombies. Instantly, a pungent odor of charred flesh filled the air. Meanwhile, Li Shan watched in astonishment. He had previously assumed Lin Zijin to be an ordinary woman, unaware of her immense power. And to think such a formidable woman was so obedient to Fang Luo. How formidable has Fang Luo become? He now feels an immense sense of relief. Fortunately, he refrained from confronting Fang Luo earlier. Otherwise, he would have perished without understanding how. Approximately 10 minutes later, all the cockroach zombies had disintegrated into ashes, leaving behind only a scattering of tiny crystals on the ground. Fang Luo picked one up. The cockroach zombies, despite their overwhelming numbers, were not particularly powerful as individuals. Even an ordinary person stood a chance of defeating them. Thus, the energy contained within their crystals was rather limited. It would take dozens of such crystals to equal the potency of a single zombie crystal. However, the abundance of these crystals was noteworthy. There were at least several thousand outside, collectively amounting to a significant energy source. Wake them up and gather the crystals outside, Fang Luo commanded. Overwhelmed by the sheer quantity, he was too lazy to collect them himself, and with the presence of his new subordinates, he delegated the task. Li Shan, along with 5 newly awakened companions, diligently cleaned the area outside the cold storage, ultimately collecting 670 small crystals, which equated to several hundred ordinary energy crystals. Well done, Fang Luo praised them. Thank you for the commendation, boss, they responded eagerly, excitement evident in their voices. By the way, pry open the neighboring warehouse, clean it up, and use it as your dormitory. Fang Luo had no intention of allowing them to reside in his cold storage. There were plenty of nearby warehouses suitable for his subordinates' accommodation. Understood, boss. Li Shan promptly turned on his heel, but hesitated for a moment to ask, Boss, what shall we name our gang? Ionia, Fang Luo replied. Li Shan and his companions hurried off to tidy the adjacent warehouse. These were ordinary storage facilities, some of which had been damaged by zombies and still harbor corpses. To make them livable, cleaning and repairs would be necessary. Fang Luo, may I speak with you? Hida Jiang approached Fang Luo, looking hesitant. What is it? Fang Luo queried, puzzled by his demeanor. Could you also record an entry for me in the points ledger? Fang Luo was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled, patting Hida Jiang on the shoulder. We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities. Just ask me for anything you need. No. Hida Jiang shook his head. Fang Luo, precisely because we are brothers, I cannot simply consume your resources without contributing. It weighs heavily on my conscience. Moreover, now that we have established a gang, if others learn that I can receive supplies without earning points, it may foster dissent and hinder our gang's growth. Fang Luo regarded Hida Jiang intently. In truth, regardless of whether Hida Jiang is industrious or possesses formidable strength, Fang Luo would ensure that he would never face starvation. This is because in a previous life, Hida Jiang had saved him. Fang Luo is a person who values gratitude and reciprocation. However, upon witnessing the resolute gaze of Hida Jiang, Fang Luo ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. A knowing smile graced Fang Luo's lips as he registered Hida Jiang's name on his computer. This is the essence of true brotherhood, one that harbors only goodwill and never seeks to exploit another's wealth, nor harbors resentment for perceived slights. Rest assured, my friend, I shall harness my abilities to become your most formidable ally. Hida Jiang chuckled, rolling up his sleeves to display his biceps. I await your prowess. I, too, must attend to my tasks. With that, Hida Jiang exited the cold storage. My dear, Fang Luo said as he settled onto the sofa. Just as he did, Lin Zijing and Lin Yuyu rushed over. Fang Luo was taken aback and, with surprise, inquired, You both do not intend to join this point system, do you? Indeed. Lin Yuyu nodded earnestly. Brother-in-law, I wish to be a part of it. Fang Luo found himself a loss for words. One was his girlfriend, the other his sister-in-law. Were they not all family? Was such seriousness truly necessary? This was, in part, due to Fang Luo's incomplete understanding of the two women's characters. Chapter 84. Engaging in something unique, Lin Zijing and Lin Yu lost their parents at a tender age and were raised by their grandmother, who lacked the means to provide for them adequately. This circumstance fostered a sense of independence in both girls from an early age, particularly in Lin Zijing. While juggling her studies, she also took on part-time work to support her sister's tuition. And it was only after meeting Fang Luo that she experienced a few blissful days. Recently, upon realizing the disparity between herself and Fang Luo, she secretly vowed to enhance her own capabilities, refusing to remain dependent on him. Instead, she aspired to reciprocate by utilizing her strength to aid Fang Luo, fostering a sense of reliance from him towards her. However, she had been relying on Fang Luo for her sustenance, which left her feeling increasingly indebted and aware of the growing imbalance in their relationship. Should this continue, she feared that she might become superfluous in Fang Luo's life. She did not wish for that outcome. Previously, she had refrained from voicing her desire to no longer depend on Fang Luo, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings. Yet now, an opportune moment presented itself. With Fang Luo introducing the point system, she could leverage this opportunity to assert her independence while simultaneously assisting him, thereby elevating her standing in his eyes. Lin Yuyu's eagerness stemmed from a desire to enhance her own significance rather than remaining in the role of a sister-in-law. Are you truly committed to joining? Fang Luo asked, observing the serious expressions of the two women. You must consider this carefully. Later on, food, clothing, and various items will all require points for acquisition, and your lives will not be as effortless. No worries, no matter how difficult it may be. Can it truly compare to the hardships of our school days? We have come to a decision, brother-in-law. Allow us to join. The two nodded in unison. Very well. Then you may join. Fang Luo sighed as he registered their names on the computer, then mischievously glanced at the two ladies. By the way, if you wish to use supplies, you will need to purchase them with points. However, considering the dresses, black stockings, white stockings, and undergarments you are wearing were all provided by me, it seems you have no points. Should you not return these items to me? Upon hearing this, Lin Zijing's face instantly flushed. Returning the clothes to Fang Luo would leave her bare. How could that be acceptable? Lin Yuyu wore a peculiar expression. Brother-in-law. Does that imply we will not need to wear clothes in the cold storage? Yay, how wonderful. Fang Luo was taken aback. What did she mean by such a delightful prospect? However, Seeing Lin Yuyu's expression, he realized she was merely teasing him. Such a young girl, playfully teasing her brother-in-law? Nevertheless, Fang Luo was not one to be easily embarrassed. He chuckled and continued her line of thought. Of course, no problem. Since you are so eager, why not take off your clothes first and return them to me? You can buy them back once you have earned enough points. Me take off. Lin Yuyu's face turned crimson, clearly not expecting Fang Luo to be so bold as to actually intend to watch her. Although she was spirited, she had yet to reach the point of doing such a thing in front of her sister. Brother-in-law, you are truly a rogue. Lin Yu huffed playfully, then clung to Lin Zijin's arm. Sister, please earn points to buy clothes for me. Huh? Lin Zijin was taken aback. Earn points herself? How could she possibly do that? Surely, she couldn't strip and venture outside to fight zombies, could she? Fang Luo was also somewhat curious. This is quite simple. Lin Yu grinned mischievously and said, Brother-in-law, why not assign a task to sister? Having spent so much time with Fang Luo, Lin Zijin was no longer the innocent girl she once was. After a moment of confusion, she quickly grasped Lin Yuyu's implication and playfully pinched Lin Yuyu's ear. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting, daring to tease your sister? Fang Luo, meanwhile, was thoroughly entertained. This little sister-in-law claimed he was a rogue, yet she was far more mischievous, eavesdropping at night and pretending not to have been caught. Ahem. Fang Luo cleared his throat. Enough of this foolishness. Do I need to issue commands to your sister? She is quite proactive on her own. Hey, don't pinch me. Observing the banter between Fang Luo and her sister, Lin Zijin was exasperated, stamping her foot in frustration. With her naturally delicate disposition, she could hardly withstand such teasing. She playfully scolded Fang Luo while gripping his arm. No more talk, or I shall ignore you. However, Lin Yuyu was undeterred. With a cheeky grin, she suggested, well then perhaps you two could engage in something special? Something special? Upon hearing this, Fang Luo could not help but swallow hard, smiling wryly as he addressed Lin Zijing. Shall we indulge in something a bit unconventional? As for you all, I shall ignore you. Lin Zijing, overwhelmed, blushed and retreated into the bedroom. Look at you. You've driven your sister away. Fang Luo shot Lin Yuyu a disapproving glare. Lin Yuyu, feeling quite indignant, retorted, brother-in-law, you were clearly delighted just now. Upon hearing the word unconventional, you nearly drooled. Fang Luo's face flushed. However, being a man, he was determined to maintain his dignity. He shot another glare at the drowsy electric mother beside him, grasping the nape of her neck and declaring, sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is eat and sleep. From this moment forth, you too shall be part of the point system. If you do not work, you shall receive no food. Currently, you have 0 points. And tonight's fish treats are off the table. Meow. Electric mother, upon hearing this, wore a bewildered expression. Wait, why must I be dragged into your point system? I have no worries about food or drink, and I even have a maid to attend to my needs. How carefree I am. I have become the greatest victim in this affair. Truly, the fire in the backyard has spread to engulf me. Woe is me. Be gone. Just as electric mother wallowed in her lamentation, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the cold storage, presumably emanating from Lishan. Fang Luo frowned, pondering what might have transpired. Curiosity piqued, he stepped out of the cold storage. Su Xiao, the owner of a logistics company, had fortuitously found himself with several trucks of supplies that had not been dispatched when the apocalypse struck, allowing him to survive by sheltering within his company. Not long ago, he had awakened his latent abilities and subsequently formed a group known as the Speedy Gang with his truck drivers. After days of effort, they had successfully eradicated the zombies surrounding the company, just as they were preparing to venture out in search of more supplies. They were taken aback by an exceedingly discordant melody. Can zombies sing? Was the collective first response. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that the sound was likely emanating from speaker. Driven by curiosity, they followed the sound, only to encounter Lishan and his team, who were busy organizing the warehouse. Neither group was aware of the other's true intentions, resulting in a tense standoff. However, one of the Speedy Gang's drivers, catching sight of Fang Luo's cold storage nearby, suddenly recalled something. Boss, that cold storage contains supplies. Are you certain? Upon hearing his subordinate speak of supplies, Su Xiao's eyes brightened with excitement. Indeed, the subordinate nodded affirmatively. I previously delivered supplies to this cold storage with Wang Dazhuang. Bottled water worth 10 million. 10 million. Su Xiao's mind raced as he recalled that order, which had been the highest price transaction his company had handled this year, delivered by one of the seasoned drivers. In the initial days following the apocalypse, Wang Dazhuang announced his intention to seek food, concealing his destination from me. Ultimately, he vanished without a trace. Initially, I presumed he had perished. Could it be that he has come here to seize control of the cold storage? Surely, that must be the case. Oh, Wang Dazhuang, how dare you keep secrets from me and engage in covert maneuvers? Now you have amassed such a following. Just wait until I bring you back. And what is 10 million bottles of mineral water? If I were to claim this, I would never have to worry about water for the rest of my life. Where is your leader? Summon him to me. Su Xiao coldly scoffed, pointing at Li Shan. Noticing the contempt in Su Xiao's tone, Li Shan's expression darkened. Is your leader someone you can simply summon at will? Huh. I am his superior, and he must bow and scrape before me. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Your superior? Li Shan questioned, perplexed by the claim. Fang Luo hardly appeared to be a mere driver. Do you know our boss? Li Shan inquired. Of course I do, Su Xiao replied dismissively. Your leader has worked under me for over a decade. He has never dared to raise his voice in my presence. Over a decade? Li Shan shukulat. Given that Fang Luo seemed barely in his 20s. How could he have served for so long? It was becoming evident that these men were merely seeking trouble. Having just joined Ionia and received reward from Fang Luo, Li Shan was keen to demonstrate his loyalty at this moment. You old fool, you've never dared to speak loudly to me, have you? Let me rectify that oversight. With a sneer, Li Shan steadied himself, drawing a deep breath before bellowing, Get lost. The single word was sharp and decisive. Su Xiao and his companions felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, their heads throbbing as they hurriedly covered their ears. After a moment, Su Xiao regained his composure. Damn it! It was the first time in his life someone had spoken to him with such volume, and the voice was utterly grating, akin to a monkey with a throat lodged with phlegm. Su Xiao, an ability user, possessed a greater tolerance than an ordinary person. While Li Shan's abilities could harm the average individual, they would only yield a mental assault on him. Su Xiao's expression hardened, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he fixed his gaze on Li Shan. You think you have a loud voice? Why not try out for the cheerleading squad and embarrass yourself in front of me? Today, I shall show you what true abilities are. With a swift motion, Su Xiao conjured a fireball, 5 centimeters in diameter. This was his proudest skill, his fire-based powers being the most formidable he had ever encountered. This was the very reason for his audacity. The fireball shot forth with incredible speed, leaving Li Shan no time to evade. He instinctively raised his arm to block, only to have a large portion of it seared. After a pain scream, he collapsed to the ground. Ha ha ha! Su Xiao laughed triumphantly, his sense of accomplishment swelling within him. What are the extraordinary abilities worth when confronted with me? Brother Shan? The companions of Li Shan were struck with sheer terror as they witnessed the man before them unleash flames. 99% of living beings harbor an innate fear of fire, and without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned any thought of aiding Li Shan and fled in a frantic scramble. Just as Fang Luo stepped outside, he caught sight of this unsettling scene. His expression darkened immediately. After all, Li Shan was a recent recruit, and to see him injured so swiftly by another was a blow to his dignity as the leader. How dare you lay a hand on my people? Fang Luo's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Su Xiao. Su Xiao took a moment to appraise the suddenly appeared youth before him. Tall, handsome, and clad in attire that clearly distinguished him from the others, adorned with notable brands. Who are you? Where's your boss? Wang Dazhuang. Bring him out. Su Xiao demanded. Wang Dazhuang. The name sparked a flicker of recognition in Fang Luo's mind. After a brief pause, he recalled it belonged to a driver who had once delivered something to him. A man who had attempted to breach his cold storage in the post-apocalyptic chaos and later sought to rob him, only to meet his end by Fang Luo's hand. Do you know him? Fang Luo inquired with curiosity. Of course, I am his employer, Su Xiao replied with a smirk, casually draping an arm around a girl of about 20. See, this is your boss's daughter. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. Su Xiao, with his rotund belly and balding head, appeared to be nearing 50. How could he possibly attract a woman? The circles of the affluent are indeed perplexing. Where's my father? The girl haughtily demanded, clearly mistaking Fang Luo for one of Wang Dazhuang's subordinates. Your father? It suddenly dawned on Fang Luo that after killing Wang Dazhuang, he had concealed the body within his spatial realm to evade the authorities, only to become preoccupied and forget to dispose of it. Now the time had come. The family of the deceased was here to claim the body, and he would return it to them. Wait here. I will bring him to you. Fang Luo grinned, then nonchalantly entered a warehouse, retrieving Wang Dazhuang's corpse along with several others, placing them onto a cart, and wheeling it back to Su Xiao and his companions. Time within the spatial ability stands still. Although the bodies had been stored for a month, they appeared as fresh as if they had just died. Still warm to the touch. Your father has arrived. Take him back. If anyone else's father is here, they may collect him as well. Fang Luo casually washed his hands with a bottle of mineral water in front of the onlookers, displaying a hint of disdain. Su Xiao and his companions stood in stunned silence. What is happening here? Did you bring these bodies? You clearly wheel them here. Moreover, this young man had slain so many yet exhibited no trace of unusual emotion, as if such acts were commonplace. Su Xiao's expression fluctuated. He had initially believed this warehouse to be under Wang Dazhuang's control, but it was clear now that it was not the case. Before me stands a young man, the true leader of recent days. This enigmatic figure undoubtedly possesses extraordinary abilities. Su Xiao's arrogance has considerably diminished. As the woman beside Su Xiao gazes upon her father's lifeless body, she is momentarily stunned, only to erupt into inconsolable tears, unearthing the crushed Wang Dazhuang beneath her. Father, you have murdered my father, you vile criminal. Wang Yan's eyes, ablaze with rage, fixate on Fang Luo. Fang Luo retorts dismissively, he attempted to rob me. His demise is justly deserved. Robbing you justifies murder. Wang Yan's eyes widen in disbelief. My father sought only to survive. What crime did he commit? A mere morsel of food would have sufficed. Why resort to killing? Is a life worth not even a bite to eat? Is your heart so merciless? Do you possess no semblance of compassion? Fang Luo, upon hearing Wang Yan's words, feels a mix of amusement and irritation. So, I am to be victimized by his attempted robbery only to face death? Fang Luo's disdain for this woman intensifies, and he coldly replies, his life holds no value to me. It is less significant than that of a dog. Chapter 86. The predator and the prey. Fang Luo is not devoid of compassion. Under normal circumstances, he would be inclined to assist the weak. He is not a remorseless killer. However, he cannot extend kindness to everyone, for not all individuals warrant benevolence. Wang Dazhuang, Wu Yuda, they all sought to take Fang Luo's life. Should he then show them mercy? Wang Yin, too, falls into this category. Your father was his employee, was he not? Fang Luo gestured toward Su Xiao, finding the situation amusing. He treated your father like a dog, and yet you lie in his embrace so affectionately. If your father were to witness your actions, he would surely rise from the grave in disbelief. Now, take your leave with your father and go as far away as you can. Fang Luo shot Wang Yin a look of utter disdain. You. Wang Yin was incensed. Yet the intensity of Fang Luo's gaze silenced her. She was already paralyzed by fear. Otherwise, she would not have followed Su Xiao, who was older than her father, merely for a scrap of food. Nevertheless, she could not swallow her indignation. Not only had he slain her father, but he also humiliated her. How despicable! With a pitiful glance at Su Xiao, she implored, Godfather, my father, and you have been friends for many years. You must avenge him, if you assist me in this. I assure you that the request you made earlier will be fulfilled immediately. Su Xiao, an extraordinary individual, had just displayed his strength by incapacitating a man. Wang Yin believed that if Su Xiao were to aid her, he could surely eliminate the scoundrel Fang Luo. What request? Su Xiao's interest piqued. Recalling the prior demand Wang Yin had dismissed, a surge of fervor coursed through him, a sensation too potent to be expressed in mere words. However, he scrutinized Fang Luo with caution. Before me stands a young man, exuding an aura of enigmatic mystery. Despite having just witnessed the flames of my wrath, he displays no hint of fear. There must be some hidden advantage he possesses. More alarmingly, in the face of the numerous corpses that lie before him, his expression remains utterly unperturbed. I would certainly be incapable of maintaining such composure. After careful contemplation, Su Xiao resolves to refrain from provoking Fang Luo for the time being. If confrontation is inevitable, it must wait until he is adequately prepared. As for the request, there will be ample opportunities in the future. After all, can Wang Yin truly escape? Let us depart. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Uncle, don't go, Wang Yin exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she hurried after him. If Su Xiao left, how could she seek vengeance? Did I permit your departure? Before they could take 2 steps, Fang Luo swiftly reappeared before them. Su Xiao and his companions were taken aback, having failed to notice how Fang Luo had traversed the distance with such remarkable speed. Could it be a manifestation of speed-related abilities? Su Xiao's initial thought was that Fang Luo possessed extraordinary speed, yet he had never encountered such velocity before. This young man is indeed formidable. What do you intend? Su Xiao glared at Fang Luo with a menacing expression. His decision to refrain from provoking Fang Luo did not imply fear. Fang Luo retorted with a cold smile. You harmed my subordinate. Should there not be compensation? Compensation for you. Su Xiao was taken aback with incredulity. You've slain so many of my employees, and I merely inflicted burns upon one of your subordinates. I Haven T sought compensation from you, yet you dare to retaliate? Boy, do not overstep your bounds. Wang Yinyan chimed in, her eyes aflame with anger. You killed my father. You should be the one compensating us. She then sweetly wrapped her arms around Su Xiao's, fanning the flames of his ire. Uncle, this fellow is insufferably arrogant, not only seizing what rightfully belongs to you, but also preventing your escape. We cannot let him go. He must witness our strength, or they will think we are cowards. Upon hearing Wang Yinyan's words, Su Xiao's fury was further ignited. He fixed a cold stare on Fang Luo and declared, You are merely a speedster. No matter how swift, you can only flee. Once your abilities are exhausted, I will easily end your life. Indeed, I shall dispatch you with ease, for you have slain my father and seized my uncle's resources. Prepare to meet your end. Wang Yinyan, sensing the success of her provocation, began to take on a more assertive demeanor. And what about me? At that moment, a towering figure rushed over, joining Fang Luo to encircle Su Xiao and his companions. He Dajiang, who had just stepped away to the restroom, hurried back upon hearing the commotion. Seeing a group poised to bully his brother and proclaiming they could easily kill Fang Luo, he was filled with rage. He immediately unleashed his powers, adorning himself in a suit of metallic armor that rendered him akin to a colossal robot. Wish to harm my brother? You shall first contend with me. He Dajiang let out a cold snort, fixing his gaze upon Su Xiao like a malevolent tiger. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? Observing He Dajiang's demeanor and his piercing gaze, an inexplicable chill crept into Su Xiao's heart. What sort of bizarre entities inhabit this cold storage? First, there was a boisterous individual, then a swift and nearly invisible youth, and now a towering figure made of iron. Aside from the earlier comical character, the latter two possessed formidable combat prowess, particularly this behemoth, who appeared even more formidable than Fang Luo. Could he be the true leader here? However, given the current circumstances, with all the underlings watching, Su Xiao, as the leader, could not afford to show weakness in front of his subordinates. Otherwise, how could he command them in the future? He let out a cold snort. What the Iron Man? He himself wielded fire-based powers, capable of reaching temperatures of 1,500 degrees. He could simply melt them down. What of you? Encased in that metal shell, do you think I cannot defeat you? Su Xiao sculpts me sing. Meow. Just as Su Xiao finished speaking, a sudden meow echoed in his ear. Following the sound, he beheld a tabby cat striding forth from the cold storage, its demeanor seemingly reluctant yet fierce. They even kept the cat? Su Xiao regarded Fang Luo with a cold smile. It appears you have ample supplies to keep a cat this plump. It would make quite a feast if one were to slaughter it. Fang Luo, who had just been wearing a grim expression, suddenly looked peculiar upon hearing Su Xiao's words. Goodness, Su Xiao dared to speak to the Electric Mother in such a manner. Was he courting disaster? It was well known that the Electric Mother, while slightly inferior to Fang Luo in defense, matched or even surpassed him in terms of attack power and speed. Since the onset of the apocalypse, no one who had encountered her in combat had ever emerged alive. Yet, the Electric Mother was somewhat lethargic. Generally, she would only intervene if Fang Luo faced genuine danger or if he requested her assistance. Today, her spontaneous appearance caught Fang Luo by surprise. Suddenly, Fang Luo recalled that he had just included the Electric Mother in the point system, telling her that only through work could she earn food. Was she here to earn points? Truly a glutton. To secure her evening meal, she was now even willing to confront such trifling characters. Fang Luo's expression was nothing short of delightful. Jiang, stand down. Let the Electric Mother handle them. Fang Luo quickly called out to He Dajiang, seizing the rare opportunity for the Electric Mother to take action. Yes, brother Fang Luo, He Dajiang nodded, although he had yet to witness the Electric Mother's prowess. Fang Luo's confidence suggested there was little danger. Electric Mother, be gentle, spare him a life, Fang Luo instructed. Su Xiao had injured Li Shan and had yet to compensate for his medical expenses. It would be too much a loss if he were to die just like that. They would deal with him after securing his supplies. Meow. The electric cat meowed reluctantly, as if to say, you expect so much from me for just doing a job. Su Xiao listened to the conversation between Fang Luo and He Dajiang, incredulous that they would suggest a mere cat could attack him, and that he should instruct this plump feline to go easy on him. His expression darkened immeasurably. "You are insulting me." Su Xiao glared at Fang Luo. Having lived nearly 50 years, he had never faced such humiliation. This was beyond mere disrespect. This fellow clearly regarded him as less than human, believing that a cat could actually kill him. Was it a mutated zombie cat? Beside him, Wang Yinyan gleefully relished the unfolding drama. Initially worried that the two might not fight, but now thrilled to see Fang Luo's audacity. Just a cat. He was being spoken of as if it were a god of war. Go ahead, let them both perish. No. Fang Luo quickly waved his hands, his demeanor earnest. Do not misunderstand. I am not insulting you. I simply believe you are trash. Trash? Su Xiao laughed in anger. What a fine piece of garbage. Did you not claim this cat could kill me? Today I shall roast it. With a sinister grin, Su Xiao fixed his steely gaze upon the electric cat, conjuring a fireball nearly 10 centimeters in diameter, which he hurled with force towards the feline. In an instant, flames engulfed the area where the electric cat stood. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. Su Xiao still possessed some degree of skill. The intensity of that flame rivaled Lin Zijing's level 30 power. Alas, despite awakening fire-based abilities, his potential was limited, and with a T1 ability, he would not go far. Such talent was being squandered. Each individual's innate gifts differed. Possessing a higher tier ability did not guarantee victory over those with lower tier abilities. For instance, a person with a talent score of 60 awakening a T1 ability would be outmatched by someone with a talent score of 90 awakening a T2 ability. Under normal circumstances, the latter would undoubtedly excel, as the former's ability level cap might only reach 6, while the latter could ascend to 10 or beyond. Lin Zijing's prowess stemmed not only from her T1 ability, but also from her talent exceeding 90, as long as she survived. She was destined to become a level 10 ability wielder. Yet if one were to speak of the most formidable talent and the most potent abilities in the cold storage, aside from Fang Luo, it was the electric cat. In her previous life, even without the sustenance provided by Fang Luo, she had wreaked havoc in Luocheng. In this life, with abundant nourishment from Fang Luo, her power seemed limitless, rapidly escalating. The electric cat's ability level had now reached 4, surpassing even Fang Luo's. The currents she could unleash now would likely be more than Fang Luo himself could withstand. A pang of pity washed over Fang Luo as he cast a glance at Su Xiao. Haha! Unaware of these nuances, Su Xiao laughed heartily, envisioning the electric cat reduced to cinders. However, after merely chuckling twice, his smile abruptly froze. The electric cat, having escaped the fiery circle unbeknownst to him, appeared at his back like a flash of lightning. A jolt of electricity struck down upon him, rendering Su Xiao as rigid and straight as a sugarcane. Mere seconds later, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and with a final stretch of his leg, he breathed his last. Su Xiao's subordinates, including Wang Yinyan, were utterly astonished. This cat could emit electricity, and with just a single shock, it had dispatched the invincible Su Xiao. What manner of creature was this? He Dajiang was equally taken aback. Previously, in the cold storage, he had observed that this cat did little beyond eating and sleeping, while Fang Luo continued to provide sustenance daily. Initially, he had been perplexed by Fang Luo's kindness toward the feline, but now he understood. Even he was no match for this cat. Fang Luo was not surprised. He had always been aware of the electric cat's prowess. He could only shake his head in exasperation, grasping the cat by the scruff of its neck and glaring at it in annoyance. Did I not say not to electrocute anyone? How am I to demand medical expenses now? Without funds, where will the food come from? Your dinner portion has been halved. Meow, meow, meow. The electric cat protested, insisting it had moderated its strength, confident it would not kill anyone. How was it to know that the fellow was bald, allowing the current to directly connect with his crown? If he had not been bald, he surely would not have perished. It's his fault, not mine. You cannot reduce my dinner. Nearby, Su Xiao's numerous subordinates were left speechless at the sight of Fang Luo so casually gripping the electric cat. Brother, this cat can emit electricity. It just killed our boss. How can you treat it like a mere chick? Who on earth are you? They were all in shock, wondering how such a fierce tabby could be so docile in Fang Luo's presence. Could be that Fang Luo was even more formidable than this cat? Instantly, their gazes toward Fang Luo shifted to one of sheer terror, fearing he might eliminate them as well. Releasing the electric cat, Fang Luo surveyed the others, contemplating how to deal with them. To kill them? After some thought, he shook his head. He was in need of manpower, and these individuals posed no real threat. having simply followed Su Xiao. He did not wish to engage in unwarranted slaughter. Approaching the group of over a dozen, they instinctively recoiled, startled by his presence. Fang Luo found their fear amusing. Did they truly believe he would harm them? Nonetheless, his expression remained icy. Do you wish to live or die? Who would wish for death? We want to live. They all exclaimed in unison. Excellent. Fang Luo smiled. If you wish to live, bring me all the supplies your leader hoarded. Yes, yes, of course. A group of individuals hastily nodded in agreement, though some harbored ulterior motives, contemplating their departure as a means of escape. However, Fang Luo was far too astute to overlook such intentions. Dajiang, take the electric mother with you. Should anyone attempt any tricks, eliminate them without hesitation. Upon completion of the task, each of you shall receive 5 points. Understood, Brother Fang Luo, Dajiang replied promptly. Then beckon to the electric mother. This way, Sister Cat. Sister Cat? At the sound of this moniker, Fang Luo couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Dajiang departed, leaving Fang Luo to cast a scrutinizing glance at the immobile Wang Yinyan. Why do you linger? Seeking your own demise? Brother Fang Luo, I was mistaken, Wang Yinyan responded, her demeanor suddenly softening as she approached, attempting to link her arm with his. Fang Luo deftly evaded her advance. This woman, lacking even the integrity of Li Nana, thought he would accept her as a burden? Wang Yinyan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet was unashamed as she continued. Brother Fang Luo, I apologize for my earlier misconceptions. My father was a criminal, deserving of execution by law. Your act of killing him was a service to the people. I am here to apologize on behalf of my father. You may punish me as you see fit. Upon hearing her words, even Fang Luo, seasoned by the apocalypse, felt his moral compass shatter. The audacity of Wang Yinyan, who had once cried out for vengeance for her father, now sought his forgiveness after he had taken her father's life. This is her idea of filial piety? Regrettably, my cold storage already houses a cat and a dog. I have no need for vermin. Be gone. Chapter 88. Strength. Fang Luo felt revulsion at the sight of Wang Yinyan. Even the thought of her demise seemed a dirty task. After dismissing her, he approached Li Shan, who had just regained consciousness after being struck by Su Xiao. Fortunately, Li Shan had only suffered a burn, which Fang Luo treated with ointment. Though somewhat frail, Fang Luo was nonetheless pleased with his performance. One must not judge solely by educational credentials. Despite Li Shan's vices, smoking, drinking, and carousing, his character was markedly superior to that of Wang Yinyan. Fang Luo mused inwardly. Thus, he rewarded Li Shan with an additional 100 points. Thank you, boss, Li Shan exclaimed, a mix of surprise and gratitude washing over him. Joining Fang Luo's faction was indeed a fortuitous decision. He resolved to strive even harder. Keep up the good work, Fang Luo encouraged, patting him on the shoulder, contemplating that as they exerted themselves diligently, he would draw ever closer to invincibility. Over an hour later, Dajiang and the others returned in 2 dilapidated trucks. The previous oppressive heat had caused the tires, which had long been in contact with the ground, to nearly melt, the rims clanking ominously against the pavement, sparking as they rolled. Brother Fang Luo, I have surveyed the area. We recovered a substantial amount of supplies, Dajiang exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. Fang Luo took a moment to survey the supplies, and indeed, there was quite an abundance: bottled water, rice, and various other essentials sufficient to sustain an ordinary person's life for several years. He began unloading these provisions into the cold storage. Food was paramount for controlling his subordinates, and it was imperative that it be meticulously organized. Thus, Fang Luo decided to take personal charge of the inventory. In total, there were over 800 bags of rice and more than 3,000 bottles of mineral water, along with an assortment of miscellaneous items. Once everything was properly arranged, Fang Luo proceeded to tally the current number of members in the gang. Excluding himself, Lin Zijing, and Lin Yuyu, the total count stood at 21 individuals. Li Shan and his 6 companions had recently recruited 14 subordinates from Su Xiao, bringing the total to 21. Among them, including He Dajiang, Li Shan commanded 6 ability users. If one were to add Fang Luo, the Lin sisters, and the Electric Mother, the total would amount to 10 ability users. While this number may seem modest, their combat prowess eclipsed that of larger gangs with dozens of ability users. Take Fang Luo, for instance, with his spatial flicker. Not even hundreds of individuals could hope to defeat him. He could effortlessly claim the heads of enemy generals amidst a throng of warriors. Both Lin Zijing and Lin Yuyu were classified as Tier 1 ability users, and after consuming copious amounts of food daily to replenish their energy, they had risen to Tier 3. Dealing with lower-tier ability users, one could easily dispatch 10 with a single strike. As for Hidajiang, although he was only at Tier 2, he possessed a metallic ability, one of the strongest defensive abilities in the early stages when fully activated. His defense rivaled Fang Luo's spatial barrier. If he were to be at the same tier as Fang Luo, his defense would surpass that of Fang Luo. If they coordinated their efforts, with Hidajiang leading the charge while Lin Zijing, Lin Yuyu, and Fang Luo provided support, and Li Shan wielded his 3 million worth speaker to serenade the enemies with mountain songs, it would yield both substantial offense and magical damage, making it feasible to confront dozens of ability users head-on. Fang Luo then compiled a list of the newly joined survivors, incorporating them into the point system. The day was still young, just early afternoon, and Fang Luo planned to assign tasks to these individuals. Dajiang, he called to Hidajiang as the team leader. I need you to lead all the ability users to gather household items, like beds, to convert the warehouse into dormitories. Indeed, Fang Luo had several beds within his spatial realm, but they were exceedingly valuable, with each bed costing tens of thousands, some even hundreds of thousands. It would be wasteful to offer them for free. Fang Luo intended to treat these as items for the point system, allowing them to exchange crystals for them later. A wry smile crossed Fang Luo's face as he inwardly mocked himself for his budding mercantile instincts. Yes, Brother Fang. Hidajiang beamed with joy upon being appointed team leader, feeling valued by Fang Luo, and his spirit soared with determination. Meow. The electric mother meowed softly and joined Hidajiang's team. Fang Luo found it somewhat amusing that this lazy cat, realizing the futility of free meals, had suddenly become so proactive. The electric mother shot an accusing glance at Fang Luo, muttering, "This is all you're doing. Oomph. Once I earn enough points to sustain myself for a lifetime, I shall cease to assist you." Hidajiang departed. Fang Luo then turned his attention to the other ordinary survivors. Please clean up the warehouse. Each of you will earn 1 point. The prospect of earning points just by sweeping the floor was too delightful. The ordinary survivors were filled with excitement. They had initially believed that acquiring points would be exceedingly difficult, given the scarcity of resources and their lack of abilities. However, this was surprisingly simple. Previously, under Su Xiao's regime, they had to wait 2 days for a morsel of food, but now it appeared that food was available daily. Fang Luo truly was a benevolent leader. Thank you, boss. You are incredibly kind, handsome, powerful, and so generous. I would love to be your girlfriend. Some even mused that they would gladly settle for being a lover. I truly regret not following the boss sooner. Gratitude towards Fang Luo was palpable, and everyone eagerly set about cleaning the warehouse. Fang Luo smiled. Being appreciated felt rather pleasant. Moreover, the resources expended were not his own, but rather plundered from Su Xiao. With subordinates now at his disposal, Fang Luo's life had become significantly easier. Previously, the cold storage was frequently plagued by zombies, necessitating his intervention. However, he could now entrust such tasks to Hidajiang and his team, reaping the benefits of the crystals they collected. They could even venture out to eliminate zombies on his behalf. Although the scorching temperatures had subsided, summer had set in with temperatures still soaring around 40 degrees. Outside remained fraught with peril. Fang Luo was unafraid of ability users, but formidable zombies could still pose a threat. Tiger zombies, lion zombies, elephant zombies. These creatures were far more dangerous than their human counterparts. Fang Luo preferred to avoid unnecessary outings, believing that honing his abilities was paramount. Presently, he possessed over 600 crystals, albeit with varying energy concentrations. After careful consideration, he resolved to categorize these crystals into levels to facilitate point allocation. Based on energy content, he classified the crystals into 3 tiers. The higher the tier, the better. Currently, he had 5 Tier 3 crystals, each equivalent to 30 Tier 1 crystals. There were 25 Tier 2 crystals, each valued at 20 Tier 1 crystals and 620 Tier 1 crystals. Fang Luo decided to focus on the absorption of the Tier 3 crystals today. At this moment, his ability level was Tier 3, with a spatial flicker distance of approximately 25 meters, a spatial barrier defense of 4,000 kilograms, and the capacity to mark 15 locations with spatial imprints, with an explosive range of 20 meters. The spatial blade has reached a remarkable length of 60 meters. Upon advancing to level 4, it is anticipated that its power will experience a significant enhancement. However, the more formidable the ability, the greater the energy required for its advancement. A typical T3 level ability requires approximately 300 level 1 crystals to progress from level 1 to level 4. Yet, Fang Luo possesses a T0 level ability, necessitating an energy expenditure exceeding tenfold that of a T3 ability. To elevate from level 3 to level 4, Fang Luo will need to consume at least 1,000 crystals. Although the energy consumption is substantial, the disparity in combat prowess between the two levels is equally vast, despite Fang Luo currently being at level 3. Even a level 5 T2 ability wielder may find it challenging to contend with him. Moreover, it is improbable that anyone could ascend to level 5 within such a short span. After several hours, Fang Luo has finally depleted 5 crystals, yet he has not yet ascended to level 4. Nonetheless, his energy reserves have significantly increased, allowing him to unleash his abilities more frequently than before. Jiang and the others have returned, bringing with them 5 beds, which they have placed in the adjacent warehouse, now designated as their dormitory. Starting today, all will reside there. Jiang also intends to move in. Though he is a man of simple nature, he is not foolish. Remaining in the cold storage would disrupt Fang Luo and his girlfriend's living arrangements. Fang Luo understands Jiang's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieves a soft mattress from his space, intending to gift it to Jiang, whom he considers a brother. While he may be frugal with others, he would never be stingy with his comrades. Jiang, Fang Luo said with a smile, "You are now the captain. This bed is a special reward for you as the captain. Take it." Understanding Jiang's principled nature, Fang Luo recognizes that he has recently joined the point system and would undoubtedly refuse a direct gift. Thus, he cleverly frames it as a special reward for the captain. "Wow, this bed is absolutely stunning. I used to work in sales at mall, and I've seen this bed before. It's worth around 150,000. 150,000 for a bed. Good heavens, is it gilded?" The boss is giving a bed valued at 150,000 to his subordinate. How extravagant. I must work hard to become captain. Perhaps the boss will give me a bed in the future. Though I may never be the boss's girlfriend or the captain, if I could be the captain's girlfriend, then I could sleep on this bed. Nearby, several survivors observe this scene, their faces reflecting envy. They had previously been forced to sleep while standing or squatting due to the oppressive heat and scorching ground. Although they had just acquired a few beds, they were in a dilapidated state with some missing wooden slats. A soft bed like this was something they could scarcely imagine. Some individuals have resolutely decided to diligently work hard, striving to purchase a bed of such grandeur. Upon witnessing the magnificent bed, Jiang was both astonished and elated, overwhelmed with emotion as he realized that Fang Luo truly regarded him as a brother. "Brother Fang Luo, here are the crystals I have gathered." Jiang produced 9 crystals, of which Fang Luo noted 1 was a level 2 crystal, while the remaining 8 were all of level 1. These were all obtained from the electric mother. Jiang added. The ability users sighed, lamenting that each time they encountered zombies, before they could even take action, the electric mother would strike them down with a bolt of lightning, leaving them no opportunity to intervene. After toiling all day, they had earned not a single point. They felt they could not voice their grievances, for who would dare complain lest they be struck by the electric mother? It was imperative to avoid following her too closely. Electric mother? Fang Luo glanced at the electric mother, who was sitting nearby with her tail held high, and couldn't help but chuckle. Meow. The electric mother meowed, seemingly demanding. "What are you staring at? Aren't you going to add my points? I'm waiting for my meal." "Fine, consider it 28 points," Fang Luo smiled, allocating the electric mother her due. She calculated, 28, just enough for a meal. "Tomorrow I must work harder." Fang Luo then observed the expressions of the other ability users, noticing their faces were filled with despair, which struck him as somewhat amusing. However, they had indeed put in effort, and it wouldn't be fair to let them toil in vain. "Consider it 1 point for each of you." The ability users rejoiced, believing they would not be left hungry after all. "Our leader is truly magnificent. Long live the leader." Finally, there's food. Previously, when following Su Xiao, I would only receive a piece of bread every 2 days, nearly starving to death. Indeed, our leader is far better than that unscrupulous merchant Su Xiao. Alas, our leader has a girlfriend. What does that matter? "Leader, would you like a mistress? I could fulfill that role." Upon receiving their points, the survivors eagerly utilized them to procure food, returning to their dormitory in high spirits, not forgetting to praise Fang Luo as they departed. After a long day, having absorbed 5 more crystals, Fang Luo himself began to feel hunger pangs and contemplated calling Lin Zijin to prepare a meal. However, Upon turning around, he discovered Lin Zijin had already prepared the dishes and was waiting by the dining table for him. Fang Luo couldn't help but reflect on Lin Zijin's qualities as an exemplary wife, growing fonder of her in his heart. Why aren't you eating? Fang Luo sat down to enjoy his meal, but noticed that Lin Zijin and Lin Yu were not yet using their chopsticks, which left him somewhat puzzled. Brother-in-law, we have no points, Lin Yu pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. It was their first day participating in the point system, and since Fang Luo had not assigned them any tasks, they had no points to exchange for food. So serious? Fang Luo observed them with a hint of amusement, initially believing they were merely jesting, which is why she hadn't assigned them any tasks. Little did she know they were so earnest, truly principled in their convictions. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Others were oblivious, so they might as well indulge. With a smile, Fang Luo playfully patted Lin Zijin's long legs. The texture of her black stockings, quite pleasing, a testament to Balenciaga's quality. I'm not hungry, Lin Zijin shook her head, having resolved to embrace independence and not overly rely on Fang Luo. Yet, her stomach betrayed her. Gurgle, and you say you're not hungry? Fang Luo teased with a laugh. Lin Zijin blushed in embarrassment, but still refrained from eating. Fang Luo felt a pang of sympathy. She hadn't anticipated that beneath Lin Zijin's gentle exterior lay a tenacious spirit. It was no wonder she had awakened her fire-based abilities. Brother-in-law, Lin Yu suddenly interjected. I have a way to make my sister eat. What method? Fang Luo inquired, intrigued. Just assign her a task and reward her with points, Lin Yu suggested. Fang Luo's eyes lit up with realization. However, what task should she assign? It was now dark outside, quite perilous. It was impossible for Lin Zijin to venture out to vanquish zombies. That is simple enough, Lin Yu chuckled. It's something you all need to do tonight anyway. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Zijin rebuked her sister, pinching her playfully. Yet she soon turned crimson and said to Fang Luo, I have relatives visiting. I can't today. Relatives visiting? Fang Luo responded, somewhat disappointed. Brother-in-law, Lin Yu cheerily approached Fang Luo and whispered, it doesn't have to be that way. Upon hearing Lin Zijin's words, Fang Luo's expression was utterly entertaining. This little sister-in-law was exceedingly audacious. That one do, your sister one agree. Fang Luo shook her head. Never fear, brother-in-law, I'll assist you. Lin Yu mischievously winked. Then she dramatically clutched her stomach and began to wail. I'm so hungry. I could perish. I'm already small, and I'll just get smaller. Sister, I'm so hungry. Please ask brother-in-law for something to eat. Chapter 90. The park. Lin Yu rolled on the ground, clutching her stomach, tears welling in her eyes, her expression one of utmost misery. Had Fang Luo not been forewarned, she might have softened. Indeed, it seemed that regardless of age, women were all thespians, worthy of accolades. Fang Luo silently lamented. Lin Zijin, having lost her parents, now had only her sister as kin. Seeing her sister's plight stirred her compassion, and she hurried to help her sister up. Oh, sister, I'm hungry. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu pleaded, Sister, please ask brother-in-law to assign you a task. Lin Zijin hesitated, but it's dark now, and it's dangerous outside. Can't you hold on a bit longer? I can't hold on any longer. Lin Yu wrinkled her nose and leaned close to Lin Zijin's ear, whispering, Sister, we need not necessarily venture out to confront zombies. Brother-in-law is working so hard. Why not assist him, and then we could enjoy a meal? Upon hearing her sister's words, Lin Zijin's face flushed red. No way. She was well aware that her sister was merely putting on an act, undoubtedly colluding with Fang Luo to trick her. How could one be so devious towards their own sister? Annoyed, Lin Zijin plopped down on the sofa to watch television, ignoring her sister's antics. Sister, I'm hungry. Lin Yu whined, lying on the floor in a playful manner. Stop pretending, Lin Zijin huffed. Lin Yu pouted angrily. Sister, you don't care for me at all? You must be jealous of my rapid growth, intentionally withholding food to prevent me from surpassing you. Indeed, I am jealous, Lin Zijin thought, having seen through her sister's intentions. She resolved not to fall for it, no matter what her sister said. Fang Luo shrugged. I already told you it wouldn't work. Your sister won't agree. Who says so? Lin Yu retorted defiantly. Just wait until I reveal my secret weapon. A secret weapon? Fang Luo inquired curiously. If rolling on the ground wasn't effective, what else could she possibly do? Since my sister doesn't care for me, I'll have to go out and fight zombies myself, Lin Yu declared loudly, standing up and resolutely striding towards the cold storage. Lin Zijin turned her head, but Lin Yuyu had already departed. Lin Ziqin felt a twinge of concern. Yet she suspected Lin Yuyu might be attempting to trick her again. However, she dared not take the risk. She had only one sister, and should anything happen, she would be filled with regret. After a few minutes, Lin Yuyu had not returned. Unable to sit still any longer, Lin Ziqin hurriedly stood and rushed outside to search for her, but Lin Yuyu was nowhere to be found. Yuyu, Lin Ziqin called out anxiously, stop hiding. I promise I'll agree. But there was no response. Husband, Yuyu has truly left. Lin Ziqin exclaimed in a panic. It was dark outside, with no streetlights, and the area was teeming with zombies, making it easy for accidents to occur. She feared for Lin Yuyu's safety. Fang Luo approached, puzzled, as Lin Yuyu's personality suggested she would never genuinely leave. It's my fault. If I had agreed, she wouldn't have gone. Lin Ziqin felt a wave of guilt. If anything were to happen to her sister, she would blame herself for eternity. Don't worry, we'll go look for her. She likely hasn't gone far. Fang Luo reassured her, wrapping his arms around Lin Ziqin. Electric Mother, hurry and come out to help us look. Fang Luo called for Electric Mother. Outside, it was pitch black, and only Electric Mother's night vision could help them see their surroundings. The trio ventured out in search of Lin Yuyu. After half an hour, they finally spotted Lin Yuyu in a park 8 kilometers west of the cold storage. Yuyu, Lin Ziqin hurried over, her expression a mix of anxiety and anger as she tugged at the girl's ear. You reckless child, it's so dangerous outside. How could you wander so far? Do you have any idea how worried I've been? What would I do if something happened to you? Ah, sister, I'm sorry, Lin Yuyu quickly pleaded, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy. It's just that you wouldn't agree to my request. I was hungry, so I had no choice but to venture out in search of food. Lin Ziqin shot her sister a reproachful glare, her words somewhat muffled as she muttered. If you were truly hungry, I would have agreed. Why did you have to play tricks on me? A sigh escaped Lin Ziqin's lips as she reflected on her sister, who was undeniably her Achilles heel, yet often sided with Fang Luo to tease her. However, given that she was already entangled with Fang Luo, there was little reason for embarrassment. Really? Lin Yuyu exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she cast a triumphant glance at Fang Luo. See, I told you it would work. Fang Luo silently gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging that his sister-in-law was indeed a cherished companion to her brother-in-law. What brings you here? Fang Luo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. He surveyed the surroundings, recalling that this place had once been a lively park, home to a small zoo and amusement rides, where hundreds of women would gather nightly to dance. Yet now, it lay in a state of disrepair. I hadn't intended to stray far, Lin Yuyu explained. But while I was hiding outside the cold storage, I caught a glimpse of a little girl. I meant to greet her, but as I approached, she fled. I chased after her all the way here, but then she vanished. A little girl? Are you sure? Fang Luo questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. What sort of little girl would be out at this hour? Lin Yuyu gestured to indicate the girl as height. Definitely, she seemed about 7 or 8 years old. Around this tall. 7 or 8. Didn't you use your abilities to pursue her? I did, but I just couldn't catch up. She was too fast, Lin Yuyu replied, shaking her head in frustration. Fang Luo was taken aback. Lin Yuyu possessed wind abilities, excelling in speed, and her current power level had reached grade 3, allowing her to attain speeds of up to 50 meters per second, nearly on par with his own spatial flicker. Yet, she had failed to catch up. Could it be that the girl was also an ability user, perhaps possessing wind or lightning powers, and at a higher level than Lin Yuyu? That is hard to believe. Fang Luo mused, convinced that Lin Yuyu must have misidentified the figure. It could not possibly be a little girl, but rather some other creature. Or perhaps she was merely spinning a tale. It's too dark. You might have mistaken what you saw, Fang Luo suggested. That's impossible. I know what I saw. It was definitely a little girl, and she was staring directly at our cold storage. Lin Yuyu insisted with certainty. I too believe you might be mistaken. Lin Ziqin chimed in, echoing Fang Luo's doubts. You both don't believe me? I'm so upset. Lin Yuyu lamented, feeling quite wronged. Let us head back, Lin Ziqin said, dismissing her sister's theatrics, while Fang Luo chose to ignore her as well. However, just as Fang Luo prepared to depart, the Electric Mother suddenly became agitated, emitting a low, ominous growl towards a corner of the park. Fang Luo's brow furrowed instantly. Since the apocalypse, he had encountered numerous dangers. Yet this was the first time the Electric Mother had made such a sound. Whoosh! As Fang Luo turned in the direction of the noise, a piercing sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. Countless small stones, faster than bullets, hurtled towards him and the others. A sense of foreboding washed over Fang Luo. Chapter 91. The Monkey Hoard. There is danger. Fang Luo's pupils constricted. The force of those small stones was nearly equivalent to that of bullets. Lin Zijing and Lin Yuyu, the sisters, possessed little in the way of defense. If struck, they would surely be left in a dire state. How could Fang Luo bear to witness harm befall his women? He immediately activated a spatial barrier and lunged towards the two, pinning them down beneath him to safeguard their safety. Thud, thud, thud. Fang Luo's spatial barrier boasted an impressive defense of 4,000 kilograms. The small stones were utterly incapable of breaching it, bouncing off upon contact. Meanwhile, the Electric Mother, swift as ever, had already taken refuge to the side, unharmed. Are you both all right? As the stones ceased flying, Fang Luo turned to the two women, their faces flushed. Particularly Lin Yu, who had been knocked down with startling speed, resulting in nearly zero distance between them, their lips having brushed together multiple times. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Lin Yu replied softly. Kani, em alright. That's good. Fang Luo reassured them, dismissing the earlier contact as he stood, his gaze sharp and fixed on the direction from which the stones had come. Who is there? Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Fang Luo's voice was cold. No one responded. His expression grew grave. The entire city was plunged into darkness, the streetlights long since malfunctioned, rendering the park a pitch-black void where visibility was non-existent. Venturing in recklessly could easily lead to disaster. Electric Mother, go investigate, Fang Luo called to her. With her superior night vision and speed, it was most fitting for her to scout ahead. Meow, meow, meow. The Electric Mother protested. You know it's the 6th. Why send me to probe? What if I get caught? Why don't you go yourself? Fang Luo, having interacted with her for some time, understood her sentiments. I'm trying to protect the sisters. If I go, what will happen if they face danger? The Electric Mother replied, but I can protect them too. How about this? Fang Luo raised 5 fingers. If you go, I'll grant you 50 points. 50 points? The Electric Mother's eyes sparkled with interest, and without waiting for Fang Luo to finish a sentence, she dashed off. Fang Luo was left dumbfounded. Goodness, she would do anything for a treat. He watched the direction in which the Electric Mother had departed, and soon enough, strange cries echoed from the opposite side, accompanied by flashes of lightning. It appears that Electric Mother has engaged in a scuffle with adversaries. Not merely one foe. As Fang Luo listened to the cries, it seemed there were at least a dozen, and the sounds felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of monkeys. How could there be monkeys? Suddenly, a realization struck Fang Luo, causing his pupils to constrict and his expression to darken profoundly. This is bad. Electric Mother, return quickly. Fang Luo shouted urgently. He had finally discerned the identity of the beings across from him. In his previous life, there existed a notorious faction in Luo City, composed not of humans, but of a formidable group of monkeys. These monkeys numbered in the dozens, each possessing extraordinary speed abilities. Among them was a Monkey King, who had awakened the power of invisibility, making him exceedingly powerful and capable of striking unseen. Atoptiamenas. These monkeys frequently pillaged the provisions of survivors, leaving even large gangs of hundreds vulnerable to their raids. No one seemed able to contend with them, for they operated solely under the cover of night, executing ambushes that rendered them nearly invisible. Moreover, these monkeys possessed high intelligence and exhibited an impressive sense of teamwork, coordinating their actions flawlessly. In his past life, several self-proclaimed powerful ability users attempted to deal with these monkeys, only to meet with grim fates at their hands. What was unexpected was that the monkey stronghold, previously undiscovered in his past life, had now been revealed to him in this one. Combining this with Lin Yuyu's earlier remarks, Fang Luo surmised that these monkeys had likely found his cold storage, probing into its conditions in preparation for a potential heist. It was merely fortunate that Lin Yuyu had stumbled upon the situation and mistakenly identified the monkeys as little girls, prompting her to pursue them. Fang Luo felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Lin Yuyu's accidental discovery had averted what could have been a catastrophic theft of his resources. Yet, Fang Luo harbored concerns for Electric Mother. The monkeys exhibited a strong territorial instinct, and with their mastery of speed abilities, especially within their familiar domain, Electric Mother was undoubtedly at risk. Before long, Fang Luo heard Electric Mother's anguished cries, and his complexion grew increasingly grim. No, I must rescue Electric Mother. You two must leave at once, he commanded the two women. He feared that once he departed, the elusive Monkey King might launch a surprise attack on them. Although they were formidable, their defenses were lacking. "All right, dear, please stay safe." Lin Zijing and the others understood that their presence might hinder Fang Luo's performance and obediently retreated to wait for him 100 meters away. Once they were secure, Fang Luo immediately activated a spatial flicker and dashed deeper into the park. Soon, he discovered Electric Mother near an artificial hill. It turned out that these were indeed the monkeys of this park. This park once housed a small zoo, featuring a collection of diminutive creatures, with the most renowned attraction being the Monkey Mountain. To everyone's astonishment, the monkeys have awakened extraordinary abilities. Upon inspection, Fang Luo observed a large pit at the center of the Monkey Mountain, indicating that an abundance of evolutionary crystals must have fallen here, fortuitously collected by the monkeys. The agile troop of monkeys relentlessly coordinated their attacks against the Electric Mother. Despite her swift movements, she found herself overwhelmed as her strength paled against their numbers. Strands of her fur had already been torn away, and her escape routes were effectively blocked, leaving her in a rather precarious situation. Nevertheless, the Electric Mother had managed to eliminate 3 monkeys in the fray. "Electric Mother, are you all right?" Fang Luo inquired as he approached, cradling her in his arms. "Meow," she exclaimed with a sorrowful expression. "It's all you're doing. I require additional compensation. 50 points are insufficient. I demand 100 points. Reluctant to linger, Fang Luo recognized that the encroaching night rendered visibility poor, while the swift and numerous monkeys posed a significant challenge to his offensive capabilities. Moreover, maintaining the space barrier for defense would quickly deplete his energy. It was not an opportune moment for confrontation. Cradling the Electric Mother, he prepared to utilize spatial flicker to retreat, intending to return by daylight. However, as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a cave out of the corner of his eye, filled with an abundance of food and several faintly glowing objects. Evolutionary crystals. Fang Luo's eyes lit up, and he promptly flickered over to collect the supplies and crystals into his space. Instantaneously, the monkeys erupted in furious cries, agitated by the theft of their resources. Just as Fang Luo completed his collection, a stick materialized from thin air, coming down towards his head with alarming speed. Fortunately, he had activated his spatial barrier. Otherwise, the blow would have left him with at least a mild concussion. Monkey King, Fang Luo realized instantly, recognizing that this was undoubtedly the stealthy figure he had heard about, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. The Monkey King's strength was formidable. In his past life, he had slain countless ability users, including several T1 level ones. His ability to become invisible was nearly impossible to counter. With the darkness of night enveloping him, Fang Luo found it increasingly challenging to pinpoint his adversary's location, relegating him to a defensive posture without the means to counterattack. The best strategy is to retreat, he concluded, having located the Electric Mother and secured a trove of resources and evolutionary crystals. There was no need to engage further. Lin Zijing had already promised to assist him, and he longed to return to her side for a peaceful night's rest. Without hesitation, Fang Luo activated his spatial flicker. However, given his current strength, carrying a living being limited his ability to traverse walls, and his flickering distance was significantly reduced. Alone, he could flicker over 20 meters. However, after activating the Electric Mother, the distance of the teleportation was halved, and the pause between each blink extended from 0.5 seconds to a full second. Fang Luo found himself appearing 10 meters away. Yet, the monkeys were remarkably swift. At that moment of pause, the invisible Monkey King closed in on Fang Luo, wielding an iron rod and striking down heavily. This slender monkey possessed considerable strength. Although Fang Luo was not injured, he stumbled slightly. The other little monkeys pursued him relentlessly, hurling stones his way. While the damage was minimal, the frequency of their attacks was incessantly high. As dusk fell and they awakened their speed abilities, it became increasingly difficult for Fang Luo to retaliate, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. He blinked once more, yet the monkeys, undeterred by their speed abilities, continued their pursuit. Fang Luo found himself unable to escape their range of attack, and the invisible Monkey King once again lunged at him with the iron rod. Infuriated, he thought, just because the tiger remains silent does not mean I am a sickly cat. The relentless attacks began to vex Fang Luo, igniting a sense of anger within him. He was acutely aware that maintaining this cat-and-mouse chase would not allow him to shake off the monkeys. Moreover, as time passed, his own abilities would gradually deplete, rendering him a mere lamb to the slaughter. Fang Luo needed to devise a strategy to halt the monkey's pursuit, particularly that of the invisible Monkey King. He opened his space, rummaging for something useful. The space was predominantly filled with food and furniture, with a few weapons scattered about. But ordinary weapons would be ineffective against these monkeys. Just as he was feeling despondent, he stumbled upon a remarkable item, chili powder. An idea sparked in Fang Luo's mind as he promptly retrieved 100 pounds of chili powder. If you can turn invisible, then ordinary attacks won't reach you. Let us see how you fare when I blind you. After marking the bag with a spatial imprint, Fang Luo hurled the 100 pounds of chili powder into the air. The surrounding monkeys, witnessing Fang Luo produce a burlap sack, cast curious glances, wondering what he was up to. Did he concede, intending to return something to them? What treasures lay within that sack? As they gazed up at the large sack soaring into the sky, their round eyes widened with intrigue, and a few overly curious monkeys even awaited its descent. Yet, mere seconds later, the sack suddenly burst, scattering the vibrant red chili powder in all directions. Within a 50-meter radius, none were spared. The monkeys erupted in cries of anguish. Their previously wide eyes now filled with the fiery powder, transforming them into fiery-eyed creatures. In agony, the monkeys clawed at their faces, leaping and bounding in distress, their desire to attack Fang Luo dissipating entirely. Even the once invisible Monkey King let out a wretched scream, frantically rubbing his eyes. However, that was 100 pounds of chili powder, which exploded and splattered everywhere. The Monkey King's hands were also stained a vivid red. Rubbing his eyes, the sensation was almost as intense as constipation. Fang Luo gazed at the chaotic scene, unable to suppress his astonishment. It was a sight too disheartening to behold. He recalled that the raw material for this chili powder was likely the exquisite Indian devil pepper, which cost nearly 100 yuan per pound. Alas, what a waste! Fang Luo felt a pang of regret, pondering how many barbecues could have been prepared with it. Fortunately, he was protected by a spatial barrier, ensuring that the chili powder never touched his flesh, leaving him unscathed. Meow, meow, meow. However, the electric cat in his arms suffered a bit. A few particles of powder had splattered onto its mouth, causing it to incessantly stick out its tongue and meow in distress. You, the one who cleans my litter box. Not only am I made to be cannon fodder, but now I have to endure this spiciness. At the very least, you owe me 50 points. No, 100 points. Points, you say? Fang Luo chuckled. No problem. You've worked so hard today, you definitely deserve a reward. Meow. The electric cat extended its tongue, indicating that this was more like it. Is it spicy? Meow. The electric cat rolled its eyes, of course. 1 bottle of water, 100 points. Fang Luo produced a bottle of water and cheerfully offered it to the electric cat. Are you robbing me? The electric cat widened its eyes, glaring indignantly at Fang Luo. Yet, Fang Luo maintained his cheerful demeanor. Only this one. If you don't want it, I want to sell it. Meow. The electric cat was furious, cursing Fang Luo as a schemer. However, the burning sensation in its mouth compelled it to purchase the bottle of water. Meow deal. The electric cat, with tears in its eyes, bought the mineral water for 100 points, returning today's compensation to Fang Luo's pocket. Let us go. Fang Luo chuckled. Under the stimulation of the chili powder, the monkeys all jumped around and scattered, no longer inclined to pursue Fang Luo. He, too, had no intention of chasing after them, leaving with the electric cat in a relaxed manner. Upon meeting with Lin Zijin and her sister, Lin Yuyo, Lin Zijin immediately approached, casting a worried glance at Fang Luo. Darling, are you all right? Brother-in-law, Lin Yuyo also inquired. I'm fine. It's just that the electric cat suffered a bit, losing a few patches of fur. Fang Luo shook his head. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, Lin Yuyo said apologetically. If I hadn't run off recklessly, it wouldn't have happened. It's not your fault. Fang Luo waved his hand. Even if you hadn't run, we would have eventually encountered them. Thanks to you, we discovered them in advance. Otherwise, we would have faced a surprise attack in the future. Really? Hearing this, Lin Yuyo brightened up, pleasantly surprised that her inadvertent actions had aided Fang Luo. Brother-in-law, what was in the park? It was a troop of monkeys. The little girl you saw earlier was likely one of the scouts investigating our cold storage. They probably intended to rob our supplies. Fang Luo recounted the incident involving the monkeys. The sisters Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu were left in astonishment, their eyes wide open at the sight of numerous awakened monkeys, one of which possessed the extraordinary ability to become invisible. Truly an astonishing spectacle. Monkeys? Lin Yuyu's expression was one of confusion. She felt that what she had seen earlier did not resemble monkeys, though she could not ascertain it at the moment. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought and remarked, "Brother-in-law, what if the monkeys enter and expose my sister?" Fang Luo rolled his eyes. Yet he harbored a flicker of concern within. A monkey capable of invisibility with intentions on his cold storage indeed posed a significant threat. It was imperative to establish early warnings. Chapter 93. 0 times and countless times the group returned to the cold storage. Fang Luo pondered the resources obtained from the monkeys. The food amounted to several hundred pounds, and surprisingly, there were also a few packs of cigarettes, 2 of which had already been opened. Fang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. These monkeys smoked? Incidentally, he had tens of thousands of cigarettes in his own space, though he seldom indulged, preferring to partake only occasionally. Lighting one, he took a puff. Reflecting, smoking is detrimental to health. This should be consumed sparingly. Nonetheless, these could be offered as rewards to his subordinates, priced at 10 points each, affordable yet not overly cheap. Additionally, Fang Luo acquired a considerable number of evolution crystals from the monkeys, over 30, sufficient to transform 30 ordinary individuals into ability wielders. Although the energy contained was modest, these crystals were exceedingly precious. He possessed over 100 evolution crystals himself, which he intended to reserve for his trusted aides, selecting those with exceptional potential to forge an elite team. Starving. Time to eat. Having recently utilized Space Flicker and Shield, which consumed a significant amount of energy, Fang Luo was now ravenously hungry. Returning to the dining table, he began to feast heartily. Today's fare, prepared by Lin Ziqin, consisted of common yet delightful home-cooked dishes: steamed lobster, garlic oysters, braised pork, and grilled fish. Meow. Electric mother mewed, indicating her desire for food. Points. Fang Luo chuckled slyly. Meow. Electric mother protested, "You unscrupulous merchant. I have seen humans exploit others, but never a merchant who would exploit a cat. Do you have no humanity?" However, for the sake of food, Electric Mother reluctantly produced all her points, vowing that she would amass enough points to sustain herself for a lifetime, ensuring that she would never again be subject to Fang Luo's exploitation. Hee, brother-in-law. Lin Yu approached, winking at Fang Luo, eager to procure some food as well. Having just chased the monkeys and expended a considerable amount of energy, she was even hungrier now. Points. Fang Luo remained stern. Brother-in-law. Lin Yu interjected. Sister has already agreed to my terms. She will assist you, right, sister? Lin Ziqin felt both embarrassed and indignant. This sister of mine is turning her elbow towards her brother-in-law. I am the one who is your sister. However, she had indeed just agreed, but only once. Lin Ziqin huffed with a hint of pride. Fang Luo chuckled. This matter had only 2 states: 0 occurrences and countless ones. The notion of merely allowing it once was a self-deception. Well then, I shall not hold back. Lin Yu grinned widely and began to indulge in the feast. So fragrant. This food, procured through my sister's efforts, deserves an ample share. I shall not let my sister's labor go to waste. Are you out of your mind? After savoring a delightful dinner, Fang Luo hastily took a shower and eagerly entered the room. Darling, you have worked hard, he said with a grin. You rascal. Lin Ziqin playfully chided, her voice slightly unclear. Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Ziqin speak, Fang Luo involuntarily inhaled sharply. Outside the room, Lin Yu listened intently to the sounds within, her expression a tapestry of intrigue. With this, my sister will surely become more open in the future. Who knows, she might even accept it then. The following day, Fang Luo stepped out of the room, invigorated. Last night had been the most splendid of all, and Lin Ziqin's hair felt remarkably silky to the touch. Hee, should my brother-in-law thank me? Lin Yu chuckled as she sidled up to Fang Luo, both resembling mischievous conspirators. Ahem. In good spirits, Fang Luo remarked as a reward. You shall enjoy a complimentary lunch. Hee, should my brother-in-law ever need assistance again, I am at your service. Lin Yu winked playfully. Fang Luo could not help but marvel at her. This little sister-in-law was indeed a mischievous sprite, and she harbored no qualms about putting her sister in a bind. Nevertheless, the benefits accrued to himself, so Fang Luo had little to say. He even thought Lin Yu could be a tad more devilish and tease her sister a bit more. Chapter 94. A wonderful day after breakfast, Fang Luo sought out He Dajiang and the others to distribute tasks. He informed them of the monkey incident, urging them to bolster their patrols to avoid surprise attacks. Dajiang, Fang Luo said, when you go out, should you encounter any suitable individuals, feel free to invite them to join our gang. our numbers are still somewhat limited, and we must enhance our efficiency in gathering crystals. The energy consumed by Fang Luo's spatial abilities was substantial. Upgrading would require at least 10 times the crystals from other ability users. Yes, brother Fang Luo. I will complete the task. He Dajiang nodded, leading the ability users outside to scavenge for supplies and eliminate zombies. This time, Lin Ziqin and Lin Yu also intended to venture out, eager to earn points for themselves and no longer wishing to rely on Fang Luo for sustenance. Fang Luo did not refuse. Their desire for independence was commendable. Moreover, Lin Ziqin had already reached level 3 as an ability user and was on the brink of ascending to level 4, having awakened a formidable fire ability that bestowed her with significant combat prowess. At this stage, few ability users could contend with her. Recently, Lin Yu reached level 3, specializing in speed within the wind system of abilities, making her an exceptional escape artist. Unless confronted by formidable mutated zombies, ordinary ability users stand no chance against her. However, for their safety, Fang Luo decided to have Electric Mother accompany them. Electric Mother is now a level 4 ability user, one rank above Fang Luo, demonstrating undeniable strength. Had it not been for the overwhelming number of monkeys yesterday, she would not have sustained any injuries. The two groups ventured out separately. Fang Luo, on the other hand, assumed a relaxed role, comfortably seated on the cold storage sofa, turning on the television to watch a pre-downloaded drama titled Happy Apartment. He casually opened a bottle of red wine valued at 100,000, pouring himself a glass to stimulate his appetite after the meal. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he felt invigorated enough to enhance his abilities. After watching 2 episodes, Fang Luo began to utilize energy crystals to bolster his strength. He estimated that with the absorption of approximately 500 level 1 crystals, he could ascend to level 4. Under normal circumstances, Fang Luo could absorb around 50 level 1 crystals a day, which meant he would need about 10 days to reach level 4. Unfortunately, Lu Su was not present. Lu Su's source of life could accelerate energy absorption. When Lu Su had left previously, Fang Luo had consumed a few sips, doubling the absorption speed. Yesterday, he had overindulged in energy crystals, resulting in the effect wearing off prematurely. He couldn't help but reminisce about the taste of the source of life. Uncertain if Lu Su was still alive, he contemplated the necessity of nurturing a few hundred wood-type ability users at home, as they were top-tier aides. Fang Luo mused that he had the means to care for as many as he needed, as long as they provided him with the source of life. After absorbing 50 crystals, evening had arrived, and Fang Luo felt ravenously hungry. Now, after each energy absorption, he required 80 gene of food to replenish his energy. Were it not for his ample supplies, he would truly find it challenging to withstand such consumption. Meanwhile, many people were struggling to find food. Leaders of large factions often had only the standard rice to eat, with their vegetables either rotten or packaged meals that could withstand even high temperatures. He wondered what technological marvels were involved in those meals. Even if offered to him for free, Fang Luo would not partake. After a while, Lin Ziqin and Lin Yu returned with Electric Mother, both drenched in sweat but wearing joyful smiles. "Brother-in-law, today I want to feast," Lin Yu exclaimed, grinning as she presented a handful of crystals. "Wow, such a bountiful harvest," Fang Luo remarked, surprised as he roughly counted at least 20 crystals. Curiously, he inquired, "This was found by your sister, right?" "Aye," Lin Yu's cheeks flushed. "I also killed zombies, okay? I got 5. "Very well. That means you can only have 5 bites of rice today," Fang Luo teased. "It is insufficient. 5 pieces are still inadequate to fill the gaps between my teeth. However, your points are insufficient, and I do not extend credit here." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Brother-in-law, why not assign another task to my sister?" Lin Ziqin, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Why does this involve me again?" Recalling the embarrassing scene from the previous day, where she had painfully bumped her teeth. She felt utterly humiliated. "You can starve. I will not acquiesce," she declared resolutely, showing unwavering determination. No matter how much Lin Yu pouted or pleaded, Lin Ziqin refused to even glance in her direction. Fang Luo shrugged, indifferent to the situation. He was not an insatiable lecher, preoccupied with such thoughts daily. After all, there would be ample time ahead. With many days still to come, life would continue. Fang Luo took a moment to examine the crystals in Lin Yu's possession, a total of 15 level 1 crystals and 7 level 2 crystals, which could be exchanged for 155 points. A substantial harvest indeed, according to the conversion value of points. This could yield 155 bottles of mineral water or 155 loaves of bread. If exchanged for pork, it would amount to 1.5 gene. For chicken, it would equate to 2.5 gene. Honey, Lin Ziqin interjected, presenting a handful of crystals. These are from the Electric Mother skills. She couldn't collect them herself, so I brought them for her. Meow. The Electric Mother purred with pride. At my points. The Electric Mother had obtained a total of 25 crystals, including 20 level 2 crystals and 5 level 3 crystals. Fang Luo was taken aback. The Electric Mother had evidently slain at least 5 zombies with special abilities. This lazy cat, when she finally took action, exhibited such ferocity. 25 crystals could be exchanged for 550 points, enough to procure a single abalone. If this trend continued, the Electric Mother might very well amass enough points to cover a lifetime's expenses in a short time. Fang Luo contemplated that the current exchange rate for points seemed somewhat too lenient. As the Electric Mother's strength increased, he would need to adjust her rates accordingly, lest his own resources dwindle. After registering the points, Lin Ziqin retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal while Lin Yuyu engaged Fang Luo in recounting the incidents they encountered outside. After some time, Fang Luo heard the voices of Dajiang and the others, prompting him to exit the cold storage to assess their condition. What happened to you? He inquired, surveying Dajiang and his companions. They had set out with 6 individuals, yet only 4 had returned, one of whom bore injuries. Brother Luo, we encountered a formidable zombie. Xiaobo and Xiaoan were devoured, and Xiaoxiu is injured. Dajiang's expression was grim. When they departed, he had confidently assured Fang Luo that he would bring back people. But now, 2 lives had been lost, leaving him feeling guilty. Fang Luo's expression mirrored his concern. The number of ability users under his command was already limited, and now it had diminished further. Suddenly, Xiaoxiu, the injured one, let out a horrifying scream, his face contorted in agony. Xiaoxiu, what has happened to him? It is dire. He is on the verge of becoming a zombie. Quickly, keep your distance from him. With a grim expression, Fang Luo swiftly employed his spatial blade to sever Xiaoxiu's head just as he was about to attack others. The remaining individuals felt their hearts race. Gazing at their recently supportive comrade, now rendered headless, their faces reflecting deep distress. Following an injury, the likelihood of contracting the zombie virus escalates. It is imperative that you avoid harm at all costs in the future. Fang Luo's countenance was grave. Should you become injured? He refrained from articulating the harsh reality too bluntly, yet they understood his implication. If injured, it is best not to return to prevent endangering others. Acknowledged, Brother Fang Luo. Dajiang nodded in response. He produced several crystals, stating, "These are the crystals we harvested today." Upon inspection, Fang Luo noted one was a level 2 crystal while the rest were all level 1. Shaking his head, he returned the crystals to Dajiang. Brother Fang Luo, I do not quite grasp your meaning. Dajiang remarked, puzzled. You should keep the crystals for your own use. Fang Luo replied, his expression complex. He had previously taken their crystals for granted, believing that with subordinates, he could become a hands-off leader. Yet, he had overlooked their capabilities. Presently, formidable zombies had emerged outside, some possessing strength surpassing level 3 abilities. Among his subordinates, only Dajiang was a level 2 ability user. The others were all level 1, with awakenings limited to T3 abilities, rendering their strength comparable to that of ordinary humans. In the past, they could vanquish zombies due to their weakness, but now, as zombies evolved daily, sending them to confront the powerful level 3 zombies would be tantamount to sacrificing their lives. If he wished for them to continue exterminating zombies, their strength must also advance. Fang Luo had previously focused solely on collecting their crystals, neglecting this crucial aspect. Following this incident, he resolved to retain at least a small portion of the crystals for them, enabling their growth in strength, which was essential for future development. The same applied to Lin Ziqin and her companions. Fang Luo currently possessed enough crystals for his needs and was not in a rush. Let us retrieve some food from the cold storage and take a couple of days to rest and enhance our abilities. In the future, there will be no need to surrender all the crystals, he instructed. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The remaining Li Shan and another ability user expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Fang Luo. They had not anticipated being granted free resources today. He was indeed the best leader in the world. Once their strength improved, they vowed to repay their leader generously. Very well, let us return. Fang Luo smiled and made his way back to the cold storage. For the next 2 days, he refrained from sending Dajiang and the others out to slay zombies, instead allowing them to focus on enhancing their abilities, while Lin Zijing and Lin Yuyu continued their daily zombie hunts. However, this time, Fang Luo did not confiscate all of their crystals, leaving a portion for them. She also refrained from troubling Lin Zijing during the night, granting her the time to absorb the crystals. Over the past 2 days, several ordinary survivors have meticulously organized and repaired other warehouses near the cold storage. The area surrounding the cold storage now looks completely revitalized. As 2 days passed, Hidajiang's strength elevated to level 3, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. Hidajiang possesses metal-based powers, allowing him to manipulate the molecular structure of metals, excelling particularly in defense. Now, with his defensive capabilities fully activated, he can rival Fang Luo's spatial barriers, showcasing his remarkable progress. Li Shan and another ability user have also advanced to level 2, easily capable of handling level 1 zombies. On this day, after venturing out, Hidajiang returned with several ability users. Chapter 96, Master Jean. Hidajiang introduced 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. Among them was a middle-aged man and 2 in their 20s. This is Master Jean, a peninsula native, an 8th degree black belt in Taekwondo and the owner of the largest Taekwondo school in Luocheng, where he previously taught combat classes to our team. He has recently awakened his enhanced abilities, making him exceptionally powerful, having just assisted us in taking down a level 3 zombie. This is Jin Taichun, Master Jin's son, a 5th degree black belt in Taekwondo, and Lu Xinyun, Jin Taichun's girlfriend. This is my leader, Fang Luo. Upon hearing of an 8th degree black belt who has slain a level 3 zombie, Fang Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, sensing the impressive prowess. He scrutinized Master Jean carefully. In his 50s, with a crew cut, dressed in a white training uniform and a black cloth belt tied around his waist. He stood with an air of mastery, his eyes half closed, exuding an aura of a true expert. Indeed, he seemed exceptional. Fang Luo secretly admired him, astonished that in such sweltering heat, he wore such thick clothing. Most elderly individuals would have likely succumbed to the heat by now. He then glanced at Jin Taichun and Lu Xinyun. The young man was strikingly handsome, a popular figure among the youth online, while the woman was quite beautiful, scoring an impressive 80 points. Her gaze held a hint of arrogance as she nestled in Jin Taichun's embrace. Welcome aboard. They were in dire need of personnel, and given their impressive abilities and connection to Hidajiang, Fang Luo did not hesitate to allow them to join. Dajiang, please arrange accommodations for Master Jean and procure some food. Understood, Hidajiang nodded. However, before he could lead the way, Lu Xinyun's face contorted in disdain. You all live in a warehouse. She frowned at the cold storage before her, questioning how such a place could serve as a residence. And with so many people, there is no privacy whatsoever. Indeed, weren't you all saying that your living conditions were decent? Jin Taichun also questioned Hidajiang. Hearing this, Fang Luo was taken aback. What's going on? Upon your recent arrival, you already expressed disdain? Furthermore, who proclaimed this place as yours? It is, in fact, my residence. Admittedly, the surroundings leave much to be desired. Master Luo cast a glance at Hidajiang and, with a somewhat halting command of the language, remarked Xiao Jiang, I have no objections to protecting you, but the accommodation must not be subpar, as it could hinder my capabilities. Hearing this, Fang Luo furrowed his brow. What did this imply? Was he here to safeguard them rather than seeking refuge? Confused, Fang Luo turned to Hidajiang, inquiring about the situation with these individuals. Hidajiang, equally perplexed, recalled that he had encountered Master Jean during a previous skirmish with zombies, where Master Jean had decisively vanquished the undead. Their conversation had subsequently blossomed into an invitation for him to join their ranks, which led to his return alongside Hidajiang. Had he misconstrued the invitation? Did Master Jean assume he had summoned him to exert authority? Xiao Jiang, Xiao Fang, Master Luo interjected, adopting a demeanor of understanding. I recognize that you cannot procure suitable lodgings at this moment. I shan't impose upon you. Simply arrange for a better room by tomorrow. He then directed his attention to Xiao Chun and Xiao Yun. For tonight, you shall have to make do, without awaiting Fang Luo's consent. Master Luo strode towards the cold storage, exuding an air of authority. My love, how can we make do? This is merely a repurposed warehouse. There could be cockroach zombies or rat zombies lurking about. If we get bitten, it could spell disaster. Lu Xinyun complained, her reluctance palpable. Oh, let it be. Jin Taichun reassured his girlfriend. We'll endure one night, and they shall prepare a better place come morning. What if they fail to do so? Are we to remain here indefinitely? Fail to do so? Jin Taichun scoffed. If they cannot manage that, my father certainly will not protect them, and they will surely fall prey to the zombies. Very well, Lu Xinyun relented, adding, the new place must have air conditioning. My father cannot bear the heat. That is assured. Lu Xinyun then shot a sidelong glance at Fang Luo and, as if addressing a subordinate, instructed, make sure dinner is satisfactory. I cannot abide subpar meals. Ideally, 3 dishes and a soup, and do include a serving of kimchi. Jin Taichun chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Lu Xinyun's shoulders as they proceeded into the cold storage. However, upon reaching the entrance, Jin Taichun noticed his father standing motionless, lost in thought, which piqued his curiosity. Father, what are you doing? Is it too dismal inside? Jin Taichun frowned, concerned that even his father was hesitant to enter due to the conditions. Yet, as he followed suit, he too was rendered speechless. A wave of refreshing cold air greeted him, and upon surveying the interior, he noticed an impressive stack of supplies piled nearly 8 meters high to the left of the entrance. Rice, noodles, and bottled water, at least several thousand pounds, valued at hundreds of thousands. My goodness, how could there be such an abundance of supplies? The 3 of them swallowed hard. Since the apocalypse began, they had never experienced a full meal, often sharing a loaf of bread among themselves. They had never even seen so many supplies. Suddenly, the sound from the television to their right captured their attention. They looked up, and their eyes fell upon a spacious living room of over 100 square meters, adorned with a sofa, coffee table, chandelier, television, PS5, and an entire wall of wine cabinets. Lu Xinyun's eyes widened in disbelief. She recognized the sofa in the living room as the luxurious leather set she had seen in the largest mall in Luocheng, priced at over 800,000. She had dreamed of sitting on it even once. In fact, she had gone to great lengths to impress the Peninsula man just to have a chance to try it out. Unfortunately, he was notoriously stingy, only treating her to pickled vegetables, and had never been willing to splurge on such an expensive sofa. Little did she expect that such an unassuming cold storage would house such a lavish piece of furniture. Furthermore, every other item in the room was a world-renowned brand, each starting at 10,000. The entire cold storage appeared to rival the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. What kind of miraculous place is this? Reflecting on her earlier reluctance to stay here, Lu Xinyun inwardly berated herself for nearly missing out on such an opportunity. Master Jin also stared in disbelief, taking a long moment to gather his senses. Eventually, his expression brightened as he turned toward Fang Luo and he Dajiang at the entrance of the cold storage. Xiao Fang. Xiao Jiang. I didn't realize you had such remarkable foresight in preparing such a splendid place for me. I mistook you both before. You truly have a thoughtful heart. Master Jin laughed heartily, thumping his chest. Rest assured, I will ensure the safety of this place and guarantee that no zombies can harm you. You may now prepare dinner. Chapter 97. A test of patience at the entrance of the cold storage. Fang Luo's gaze turned icy as he observed Master Jin and the others, who acted with presumptuous authority, as if they were the masters of the place. What's going on? Do they truly think of this as their home? Claiming to protect my safety? And preparing 3 dishes and a soup for you? Are you kidding me? However, given that they were friends of Dajiang, Fang Luo refrained from directly confronting them, and instead looked to Dajiang. Dajiang, you should handle this. If it comes to it, I might have to forcefully evict them. Fang Luo felt a wave of frustration. He had initially thought they were capable allies, but found instead a group of foolish individuals. He didn't even want to glance at the group inside, and after speaking, he stepped outside to roam around the cold storage, waiting for Dajiang to clarify the situation before returning. Brother Fang, I also don't know them. Dajiang felt a profound sense of grievance. He could not fathom how this individual from the peninsula, despite his advanced age, could be so presumptuous, believing that his presence was merely to assert dominance. Master Jin, is not as you perceive, Dajiang hastily clarified. However, before he could fully articulate his explanation, Master Jin and his companions, having entered the cold storage, had already seized a bottle of red wine. They reclined leisurely on the lavish sofa worth 800,000, swirling their glasses and toasting to their indulgence. Jin Taichun, with a leg casually crossed, carelessly rested his dirty shoes upon Fang Luo's coffee table. Master Jin, Dajiang interjected, you do not reside here. This is a sofa. Naturally, we do not live here. I'm aware of where the rooms are. No need for your reminders. You may attend to your own affairs. Jin Taichun replied with a grin, already enamored with the place. Had he been able to reside here from the onset of the apocalypse, he would not have endured a life akin to that of a dog. Dajiang, listening, began to feel a surge of anger. How could these individuals from the peninsula be so presumptuous? They seemed to assume that he had invited them merely to cater to their whims. Dinner is ready. At that moment, Lin Zijin, who had been preparing the evening meal in the kitchen, emerged carrying a large platter of food. Upon seeing Master Jean and his companions lounging on the sofa, she paused in surprise. She scrutinized them, noting their brazen demeanor, which did not resemble that of Fang Luo subordinates. Had her husband brought guests home? She glanced around but found no sign of Fang Luo. Dinner is ready. I may need to prepare more, as I fear there may not be enough, Lin Zijin politely announced. With Fang Luo absent, she felt it was her duty as the hostess to ensure her guests were well attended to. However, this was not how it appeared to Master Jean and his companions. Upon seeing Lin Zijin, Jean Taichen's eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman! Her captivating, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with charm. Her delicate and perfectly sculpted nose complemented her gentle and virtuous demeanor, surpassing even the stars of the peninsula in allure. Compared to Lu Xinyun beside him, she was leagues above in beauty. Is this the maid that Fang Luo has specially prepared for himself? This Fang Luo truly knows how to make an impression. He glanced at the lavish spread before him. Lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, and even a whole roasted pig. Jean Taichen swallowed hard. Such opulence. Just days ago, he had to share a single loaf of bread with his father. The disparity was staggering. Very well, considering Fang Luo's generous hospitality. I shall take it upon myself to ensure his safety. Lu Xinyun was also drooling at the sight. Previously, she had thought that by associating with this individual from the peninsula, she would bask in a life of luxury. Little did she know, he was miserly, never treating her to a lavish meal. Sometimes, even at a buffet, she was expected to foot the bill. The delectable dishes before her now, even in peaceful times, she had never had the pleasure of tasting. Yet, witnessing Lin Zijin's beauty and Jean Taichen's lecherous gaze filled her with discontent. Why should a maid outshine her in beauty? Lu Xinyun was consumed by jealousy, her heart heavy with the fear that after Jean Taichen acquired this woman, he would cast her aside, depriving her of the luxurious life she coveted. Contemplating this, Lu Xinyun resolved to make things difficult for Lin Zijing, aiming to humiliate her and dissuade Jean Taichen from his infatuation. Why are you not hurrying to fetch the dishes? Do you intend for us to eat with our hands? Do you possess no sense of propriety? Lu Xinyun glared at Lin Zijing. Taken aback, Lin Zijing, though kind-hearted, felt no anger toward Lu Xinyun's tone. She turned to the kitchen to retrieve the tableware. Lu Xinyun observed her with a cold smirk. Indeed, she was the epitome of a maid, exhibiting no spirit whatsoever. Nearby, Dajiang listened in shock. After all, this was Lin Zijing, Fang Luo's girlfriend. How could Lu Xinyun treat her as a subordinate? Thankfully, Fang Luo was absent. Had he been present, he might have struck Lu Xinyun for her insolence. Dajiang quickly interjected, Master Jean, you truly. However, before he could finish, Master Jean interrupted, rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Let's dine first. Any matters can be discussed afterwards. Dinner? Dajiang thought, his frustration mounting. Were it not for Master Jean's formidable reputation and the fact that he had once taught him martial arts, he would have felt compelled to unleash a tirade. As Lu Xinyun sat eating, she began to nitpick, disdainfully tossing a piece of meat to the floor. This is excessively salty. Do you not realize that consuming such salt can jeopardize one's health? What if my father-in-law were to fall ill? She glared at the oil stains on the floor. What are you staring at? Hurry and clean up the floor. What if my father-in-law slips? Dajiang could hardly contain his internal thoughts. Here was a half-islander who consumed salted vegetables daily, yet feared the food was too salty? Even Lin Zijing, no matter how naive, sensed that this girl was deliberately making things difficult for her, though she could not fathom why. Had she offended Lu Xinyun in any way? Nevertheless, Lin Zijing, being inherently kind, rarely engaged in conflict. She glanced at the greasy stains on the floor and took out a tissue, kneeling down to clean. At that moment, Lu Xinyun suddenly stood up, inadvertently stepping on Lin Zijing's delicate fingers. Lin Zijing cried out in pain. Oh, my apologies, Lu Xinyun feigned concern. I was merely distracted by the thought of pouring a glass of red wine, and did not notice your hand beneath my shoe. You aren't injured, are you? And no, I'm fine. Lin Zijing shook her head, feeling a twinge of anger, but choosing not to pursue it, as these individuals were her husband's acquaintances. That's good. Lu Xinyun replied with a smile. Since all is well, do assist me in pouring a glass of red wine. Lin Zijing nodded. extending her slightly swollen hand to accept the glass and went to pour the wine. Lu Xinyun reveled in her triumph, feeling immensely satisfied. Just a mere maid. And yet she dared to compete with me? Just wait. I shall teach you a lesson. Lu Xinyun accepted the glass of red wine, but as she did so, she intentionally spilled a bit onto herself, feigning anger. You did that on purpose, didn't you? She glared at Lin Zijing. The previously dining Master Jean and Jean Taichen turned their attention towards them. I did not. Lin Zijing furrowed her delicate brows. She had witnessed clearly that Lu Xinyun had spilled it deliberately. Confused, she pondered what offense she had committed against her. Nothing? Lu Xinyun sneered. I believe you did it on purpose, certainly out of spite for my accidental misstep upon your foot. You intended to douse me with wine, wishing to see me humiliated. I'd already apologized, yet you retaliate like this. How narrow-minded you are. Chapter 98. Having been protected by a lion, would one truly be interested in a teddy bear? I did not. Lin Zijing's face flushed with indignation at the unfounded accusation. You spilled it yourself. You are merely evading responsibility. It was clearly intentional. Lu Xinyun would not allow Lin Zijing to explain further, and with a swift motion, she splashed the wine onto Lin Zijing's face. Instantly, Lin Zijing's pristine white dress was stained crimson, and she choked on the wine, coughing uncontrollably, appearing quite disheveled and helpless. She could not comprehend why this woman was so intent on targeting and maligning her. Lu Xinyun's face radiated triumph. You have gone too far, Jean Taichen remarked, slightly frowning. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Lin Zijing, she did not do it on purpose. Lu Xinyun was taken aback, her jealousy towards Lin Zijing intensifying. Even in such a state, she could still captivate Jean Taichen's attention. Truly, this woman was a vixen. She needed to take further action. Darling, do not be deceived by this woman. All of this is her scheme, Lu Xinyun lamented. This woman is far too cunning. She deliberately placed her hand beneath my foot so I would step on it, feigning innocence. Then she intentionally spilled the wine to provoke me, aiming to tarnish my image and enhance your regard for her, thereby gaining more for herself. She is nothing but a scheming harlot. Meanwhile, He Dajiang felt a mix of shock and fury. Lin Zijing had been doused in red wine by Lu Xinyun and was being slandered in such a manner. If Fang Luo were to find out, it would likely escalate far beyond mere slaps. Moreover, these individuals were brought by him. He wondered if Fang Luo would hold him accountable. Even if not, as a brother, he felt a profound sense of guilt. He Dajiang immediately exclaimed, Lu Xinyun. Lin Zijing is not. Enough, Xiao Jiang, my son is exceptional. It is natural for a young woman to harbor some thoughts. You need not chastise her too harshly. At this moment, Master Jean interjected, interrupting He Dajiang once more. Observing He Dajiang's angry demeanor, he confidently assumed that He Dajiang intended to reprimand Lin Zijing, thereby favoring Lu Xinyun. Master Jean gently patted Jean Taichen's shoulder, saying, My son, she is merely a maid. Her beauty is for fleeting amusement. Do not take it too seriously. Xiaoyan possesses abilities far surpassing hers. You must give her the respect she deserves. He was well aware of his son's nature. A man easily swayed by beauty, having dallied with no less than 80 women during his escapades in Yin country. Lu Xinyun likely disapproved of his actions, thus her deliberate provocations. However, he did not consider Lu Xinyun to be in the wrong. Rather, he viewed her behavior as a manifestation of her affection for his son, which he found quite satisfactory. As for Lin Zijing, she was merely a decorative vase. Enduring a slight grievance was of no consequence. Jean Taichun hesitated, choosing not to voice further thoughts. He understood that in this chaotic world, beauty was but a transient plaything. Only abilities held true significance. Lu Xinyun, though not as striking as Lin Zijing, possessed powers that could be of assistance, and her appearance was not lacking either. Thus, he took the initiative to serve her some food. Lu Xinyun felt a surge of joy within. She cast a disdainful glance at Lin Zijing, thinking, I am an ability user. No matter how beautiful you are as a maid, your importance pales in comparison to mine. Soon, she would be the mistress of this place. And even if she chose to oppose Lin Zijing, no one would dare to speak against her. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice of a girl wafted in from the direction of the bedroom. Sister, what happened? Lin Yuyu had been enhancing her abilities in the bedroom with crystals when she was suddenly disturbed by a ruckus. Curiously, she stepped out and was met with the sight of Lin Zijing, who was disheveled and stained with red wine. A wave of anger ignited within her. Sister, who did this to you? Lin Yuyu asked with concern, then pointed at the unfamiliar guests in the cold storage. Who are they? Lin Zijing shook her head. They're likely guests of your brother-in-law. Guests? Lin Yu fixed a disapproving glare at Master Jean and his companions. Another woman has arrived, and they're sisters. Jean Taichen's heart stirred as he beheld yet another lovely girl, equally striking in beauty. Where on earth did Fang Luo acquire such abundant resources to create such an opulent cold storage, and to have a pair of such exquisite sister-maids? The thought of Fang Luo living in such comfort stirred a mix of envy and jealousy within him. Who doubts my sister? Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings, and her gaze landed on He Dajiang, whose expression was grim. Yes, it was her. He Dajiang realized that today, as events would likely not end well, and he edged closer to Lin Zijing and Lin Yu, with Fang Luo absent. It was imperative for him to ensure the safety of his two sisters-in-law in case of any conflict. And you? Lin Yu scrutinized Lu Xinyun, who was dressed provocatively, glaring at her coldly. Who are you? And what gives you the right to douse my sister? Who am I? Lu Xinyun was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this girl. What sort of place is this cold storage to host such a pair of exquisite sisters, each more enchanting than the other? Catching a glimpse of Jean Taichun, whose eyes glimmered with gluttonous desire, Lu Xinyun was seized by a wave of resentment. However, daunted by Jean Taichun's presence, she redirected her ire towards Lin Yu. We are esteemed guests invited by your master. Lu Xinyun scoffed coldly, gazing haughtily at Lin Yu. Your sister, in her foolishness, seeks to seduce my husband. What is wrong with me splashing her? Do you dare to strike me? Slap. Before Lu Xinyun could finish her words, Lin Yu appeared before her and delivered a resounding slap to her face. A vivid red imprint immediately adorned Lu Xinyun's cheek, and two of her teeth were knocked loose. Lu Xinyun was left in stunned disbelief. How could Lin Yu dare to strike her? This girl was utterly different from Lin Ziqin, who often refrained from retaliation for fear of offending their guest, Fang Luo. Yet Lin Yu was unafraid, regardless of the guest. Anyone who dared to bully her sister deserved to be punished, even if it were the president of Bird Country. As for whether Fang Luo would be displeased, she could always let him administer a few swats as reprimand. Moreover, she understood Fang Luo well. He would never stand idly by while someone mistreated his woman. Otherwise, she would not have secretly developed feelings for him. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, she unleashed her full strength in that slap, scolding Lu Xinyun. What of it? You wretched woman? Do you think your husband is so magnificent that my sister would foolishly seek to entice him? Her tone was unapologetically brash, completely unafraid of offending her adversary. Do you believe that a woman protected by a lion would ever be attracted to a teddy bear? You dare strike me? Do you even know who we are? Lu Xinyun gasped, her chest heaving, her eyes wide with astonishment. She could hardly fathom that an 18-year-old girl would speak so ruthlessly, let alone resort to violence. Jean Taichen's expression darkened considerably. Is she implying that a woman protected by a lion could ever desire a teddy bear? Is she speaking of me? He said, his face contorted in displeasure.